Chapter 451, Fate's Prank. Chapter 451, Fate's Prank. Goddess Bless, is he a believer in Evernight or an evil goddess? From the looks of it, it's likely an evil goddess. Lumion made a preliminary judgment as he listened to Annie's answer. Simultaneously, he sighed silently. No wonder people who believe in evil gods love to convert their parents, spouses, and children into one. Otherwise, no matter how cautious they are, many details can't be hidden from their families who spend day and night with them. Anthony Reed held the quietly burning cigarette in his hand and pondered for a few seconds before saying, "How did Philip die?" The information he had gathered so far indicated that General Philip had succumbed to a sudden ailment, but that was the public declaration. The actual situation remained unknown. Annie's tone drifted as she replied, "He had a heart attack in the middle of the night and couldn't make it to the hospital before he died." Anthony Reed asked calmly, "Where's his body?" "It was purified, cremated, and sent to the family cemetery in Cartier de El Dorado." What Annie said was public information. Lumion turned to Anthony Reed. "Ask her about the fate of his Beyonder characteristics." He believed that Philip was definitely a Beyonder. After all, he had managed to rise up the ranks to general in the army, and he also came from an aristocratic family. The chances of him not being a Beyonder were slim. After the psychiatrist finished his question, Annie said in a daze, "What are Beyonder characteristics?" Anthony Reed analyzed the mentality and knowledge of the individual, and changed his question. Where did the thing that emerged from Philip's body go? Or did he have any special items on or around him? Where did it go? Annie's recalled and said, "When the servant arrived to carry him downstairs to take the carriage, he told me with difficulty that if he died, there was no need to be surprised by any strange changes in his body. I was to stow away the thing that appeared and leave them for the children. Later, too many things happened during the funeral, and I was too sad. That thing disappeared and was never to be found." Never to be found, Lumion had long suspected that General Philip was faking his death. Now, he was more inclined to believe it. He even felt that the other party's Beyonder characteristics hadn't truly emerged. The phenomenon Annie saw and the thing she had put away were an illusion created by a corresponding ability or ritual, and they naturally vanished in time. Anthony Reed, who had discussed this matter with Lumion and the others several times, clearly had similar thoughts. His voice was calm as he asked, "What did it look like?" Annie's body of heart and mind replied in a voice, "It was his fist. It turned skinless, and the joints were like black metal. They were very sharp, and they easily cut through the back of the chair." The Beyonder characteristic fused with a certain part of the body, transforming into the potion's main ingredient. Lumion was experienced in this. Anthony Reed further inquired, and confirmed that Annie's didn't have much information. She didn't even know the sequence of General Philip's original pathway. Seeing this, Lumion circled the master bedroom, and his gaze landed on a photo frame on the desk. On it was a photo of Philip's family, but color photography technology that had emerged in recent years wasn't used. In the family portrait, General Philip wore a high-ranking military officer's suit adorned with numerous medals. He wasn't too tall, and judging from the surrounding items for scale, he stood about 1.7 meters tall. His hair was thick and slightly curled, and his eyes were small, but they had the sharpness of an eagle staring at its prey. The beard around his mouth was neatly trimmed, and the tip was even coated with paraffin. The bridge of his nose was unique, as if it had been broken and hadn't healed, causing the middle section to bulge. Lumion observed closely and memorized Philip's exact appearance and characteristics. If he had truly faked his death to escape his original fate, according to Madame Justice, this likely involved the loss of an old fate and the acquisition of a new one. It wouldn't alter his appearance. In other words, the current individual was likely a stranger who looked identical to General Philip. Lumion hoped to recognize him at a glance if he encountered him in the future. "Let's go," Anthony Reed concluded his telepathy and said to Lumion in disappointment. Lumion wasn't disheartened by the setback. He nodded gently and said, "To that charity organization." The purpose of the charity organization, known as the Dreamseekers, was to provide assistance to outstanding young men who had come to Trier to pursue their dreams, but had temporarily fallen into a predicament. To this end, even the staff employed such young men and provided them with free apartments. The apartments were located in a house rented by the Dreamseekers. The lower 2 floors housed workplaces, and the upper 2 floors housed staff quarters. Asa, who controlled the charitable organization, also resided there, indicating that he was genuinely assisting the Dreamseekers and not seizing the opportunity to amass wealth. After leaving Rue Elvive, Lumion and the others hurried towards Quartier 2, the arts and financial district. Quartier 2 was very close to Quartier 3, where they were currently located. Before long, they arrived not far from Rue Saint-Varro. The Dreamseekers was located in Building 11 there. As soon as they alighted from the carriage, and before they could approach the street where their target was, Lumion and Anthony Reed saw crimson flames rising in the dark night. Fierce flames transformed a building into a colossal torch in the night. Lumion's eyes narrowed as he had a bad premonition. After exchanging glances with Anthony Reed, they sprinted towards Rue Saint-Varro. Thud, thud, thud. The two of them passed through an alley with a barricade and saw that the house that had turned into a fiery hell was Building 11. It was the office and staff quarters of the Dreamseekers. The crackling flames soared into the air, sealing off the 4-story building and scorching it black. No one cried out for help or attempted to leap down from the windows. It was as silent as if everyone had died long ago. Residents of the street woke up and fled in a hurry, others wanting to help the firefighters or watching the commotion from afar. Anthony Reed looked at the burning building and sighed. "We're too late." Lumion stared intently for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "No. Perhaps fate doesn't want us to gain anything. No matter how early we arrive, we'll see something similar." With so many evil God-blessed involved in the planning, investigations would inevitably encounter various forms of interference. Some were direct, some indirect, some seemingly normal, some rather bizarre, and some seemingly failing to gain fate's favor. Lumion paused momentarily before continuing. "At least this means we're on the right path." Anthony Reed fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "This indirectly proves General Philip's connection to an evil god's faith. My encounter with my comrades might stem from this." As he spoke, his voice trailed off. Dozens of meters away from the burning building, Lumion's face mirrored the fiery inferno as he gazed ahead, his voice steady. "Do you still want to pursue this? This situation is getting more perilous with each passing moment. It's far more dangerous than the encounter with gunfire you've experienced before. Up to this day, do you still wrestle with the fear from that night, the sounds of sudden gunshots? Do you truly possess the courage and determination to press on?" Anthony Reed lapsed into silence. The middle-aged man, battle-hardened and weathered, remained contemplative for an extended moment. Before them loomed a house engulfed in raging crimson flames. Masked firefighters in their red and blue uniforms, citizens in disarray, and chaos swirled around them. After an uncertain pause, the psychiatrist, his receding hairline and slightly plump face, spoke softly. "Perhaps I perished in that attack. What remains is an avenging spirit, relentless in its pursuit of truth and retribution. I can be vanquished, but I can't relinquish the pursuit. That's what I felt when you mentioned the existence of leads and hope." Lumion offered a sly grin and turned toward Anthony. "Welcome to the abyss of vengeance." Returning to the market district, Lumion wasted no time in composing a letter to Madame Magician, apprising her of the night's operation and its final outcome. He couldn't shake the feeling that the current situation had stretched beyond the capabilities of his team. Regardless of the clues they unearthed, it seemed as though the threads of destiny conspired to sever them, leaving their investigations seemingly fated to failure. This uncertainty gave Lumion pause, making him wary of delving deeper into the mystery, fearing that their actions might inadvertently endanger the slim glimmer of the less significant leads on your own. Termaboros resides within you, a heavy stone capable of stirring ripples in the river of fate. He's not easily swayed, unlike the hope they still clung to. Before long, the doll messenger returned, bearing neatly folded papers. All fates intertwine to weave a grand drama. Should you come across any future clues, share the vital ones with me. Investigate the less significant leads on your own. Termiboros resides within you, a heavy stone capable of stirring ripples in the river of fate. He's not easily swayed, unlike the others. Furthermore, we shall make other attempts. Other attempts? Lumion sensed that the Tarot Club had undertaken numerous clandestine endeavors, yet like his own, these investigations had ultimately proved futile. Considering the Tarot Club's potency, Lumion suspected that this case might be met with direct interference from angels or even evil gods. After reducing the letter to ashes, Lumion reclined on his bed. As he prepared for sleep, he contemplated the direction his investigation should take. Linked to the hostel, individuals engaged in painting, writing, and those with a penchant for reading tend to encounter trouble. In the whirlwind of his thoughts, Lumion's mind settled on one person. Gabriel, the playwright who had once taken up residence at Auberge du Coq d'Oreille. Gabriel had relocated to Rue Saint-Michel in Quartier 2, a district teeming with painters and authors. It was an ideal hub for artistic exchanges. Mr. K and the official organizations had only ruled out well-known painters and authors. Countless aspiring talents who hadn't yet made a name for themselves flocked to Trier. The investigation of all these hopefuls within a short span seems an insurmountable task. Moreover, many young dreamers pursuing artistic ambitions call the city home. The dreamseekers had even thrown their records to the flames. Lumion quickly reached a decision. At the break of dawn, he planned to visit Gabriel, inquiring whether the playwright had encountered any obscure authors or painters who had yet to garner recognition, or if any unusual anecdotes had circulated among these artistic circles. Chapter 452, Manuscript. Chapter 452, Manuscript. At noon the following day, Quartier 2, Rue Saint-Michel. Lumion quickly realized that it was only a short distance from Rue Saint-Varro, where the Dreamseekers charity organization was situated, just a block and a square away. As expected of the arts district, Lumion raised his brows, feeling that he was drawing closer to the truth and edging ever closer to the answers he sought. He glanced away from the sun obelisk, standing proudly in the square's center, and strolled along Rue Saint-Michel, tracing the path that winded past the ancient and weathered buildings. He couldn't help but notice impoverished painters hunched over their sketchpads at the square's edge and along both sides of the street. Musicians played their diverse tunes with guitars, violins, and flutes. Every so often, white homing pigeons glided gracefully beside a fountain that sent water cascading in sync with the music. The warm autumn sun cast a poetic charm over the scene. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the market district, often consumed by thoughts of revenge, engrossed in investigations, or participating in banquets, Lumion had rarely immersed himself in the everyday life of Trier's core area. Unfazed by the sunlight and the languid ambience, donning a brown round hat, a light blue shirt, and a casual brownish-yellow suit, he made his way into a bar named Third-Rate Authors. Here, most patrons sported well-worn attire, sipped affordable spirits, and engaged in animated discussions on various subjects. Occasionally, when inspiration struck, they'd retrieve well-thumbed notebooks and jot down their thoughts with the fountain pens they carried. As Lumion approached the bar counter, he couldn't help but overhear a lively discussion among some of the patrons regarding the latest art exhibition. That piece called Café is incredibly controversial. Some people laud it for its vibrant colors and audacious composition, seeing it as a silent protest delivered in an absurd form. Others think it's a deliberate attempt at abstract art, a ruse to dupe the public's intellect. I find it fascinating. The artist's ideas are vividly depicted through those overlapping colors. Just think about it. Isn't that how many cafes are? Noisy, bustling, with people from diverse backgrounds clashing and mingling like a chaotic blend. I'm willing to call it a groundbreaking masterpiece of abstract art. Are you talking about the kind of abstract art that's never been recognized or sold? Lumion couldn't help but think, Café, isn't this the painting Mullen created using his buttocks? Someone genuinely holds it in high regard. Could it possibly become the most renowned and valuable work of his life? He pursed his lips, inwardly sighing, "Utrarians." Upon reaching the bar counter, Lumion spent 8 licks on a glass of absinthe and raised his voice. "Everyone, I have a question. If anyone can provide the answer, this glass is on me." As all eyes in the bar turned towards him, Lumion spoke up. "I'm looking for the playwright, Gabriel. I need him to write a script." In Rue St. Mitchell, nearly anyone one bumped into on the road could be an author or painter, let alone in a bar known for its literary discussions and artistic creativity. Gabriel had frequent meetings with fellow writers and may even host private gatherings in his rented apartment. After all, Lightseeker had seen successful screenings and was quite popular, which would bring him significant benefits. He hasn't shown up for a few days. He claims he's locking himself away to finish a story. A middle-aged man near the bar counter responded to Lumion's inquiry with a smile. "He's probably swamped with scripts. Would you consider other playwrights? There are several equally talented young folks around here." Hasn't shown up for a few days. Lumion furrowed his brows momentarily before relaxing. "How will I know if I don't give it a try? I come with plenty of sincerity." "All right," the middle-aged man in the tattered formal coat murmured. "I hope you won't be disappointed." He led Lumion to 34 Rue St. Mitchell and climbed the stairs up to the 5th floor, near the attic. The outer walls and stairs had a slightly outdated but still well-maintained appearance, and it was notably cleaner and more spacious compared to Auberge du Coq Doré. "This is where Gabriel resides," the bearded middle-aged man informed Lumion, rapping on the brown wooden door of room 503. A muffled sound echoed, but there was no response. "Perhaps he's out searching for food, or maybe he's completed his work and gone to see the theater manager who commissioned it," the middle-aged man suggested with a forced smile. "Would you like to return to the bar for another drink? I'm an experienced writer myself, though I've never ventured into script writing. My novels sell quite well in the underground market." "What have you written?" Lumion asked, glancing at the firmly closed brown door, showing no signs of anxiety. The middle-aged man sighed and said, "I wrote Monk Pursuing Dog and its sequel, Dog Pursuing Monk, but they weren't published under my name. For one, it would lead to my arrest by spies, and secondly, my boss wouldn't permit it." A sequel? Lumion hadn't visited an underground book market or a banned bookstore for some time. His last visit had been to purchase Emperor Roselle's Secret Chronicles. As he looked at the somewhat forlorn and slightly greasy middle-aged man, his perspective shifted. He could be considered one of his initiates into the adult world. "It came out last month," the middle-aged man replied, nodding gently. "These 2 novels have made my boss a fortune, but I didn't even get a tenth of that, no, not even a 100th. "Boss?" Lumion inquired, recalling that Bard, a key member of April Fools, had once authored Emperor Roselle's Secret Chronicles. He saw this as an opportunity to gain insight into the workings of this profession and prepare for future tracking. The middle-aged man sighed again. "We don't have authorship rights, just writing tools for the boss. He pays us a fixed but tiny salary for our manuscripts, specifies the direction and requirements for our writing, and then sells them through his own channels. On Rue St. Mitchell, there are many third-rate authors like me who don't even have pen names. We're like assembly line workers." Lumion, showing respect, asked, "May I know your name?" The middle-aged man replied, "Rabe." His eyes were filled with hope as he gazed at Lumion. Lumion probed further into the world of underground literature, gaining insight, and ultimately said, "If my attempt to reach an agreement with Gabriel falls through, I'll consider offering you an opportunity." Rabe's joy was palpable as he responded, "As long as the boss doesn't assign me any new missions, you'll find me here at third-rate authors every day." Watching the underground author, an initiate for many Inti's youths, descend the stairs, Lumion took a wire from his pocket and unlocked Gabriel's door. Compared to the playwright's room at Auberge du Coq Doré, this space was considerably more expansive, encompassing a bathroom and a small bedroom. Beyond that, it served as a living area, study, dining room, and kitchen. A coal stove for cooking was neatly arranged in a corner. Lumion quickly surveyed the room and noticed a jumbled stack of papers that resembled manuscripts on the desk by the window. He shut the wooden door behind him and proceeded towards the desk. It's Gabriel's handwriting. Rabe was telling the truth. This is definitely Gabriel's residence, Lumion mused as he held the stack of papers and began to peruse them. Moving into the bedroom, he spotted a pair of black dungarees casually draped over the bed. The sight confirmed his earlier suspicion he was in the right place. This was a pair of pants Gabriel had frequently worn in the past. However, the playwright himself was conspicuously absent. Recalling Rabe's statement that Gabriel hadn't been seen for several days, Lumion's caution escalated. He meticulously examined every item in the room, much like a hunter tracking the movements of his prey. After a few minutes, Lumion picked up a white-glazed porcelain cup with a single handle from the desk. He noticed that about a third of it still held cold water, with dust floating on the surface, too subtle for ordinary eyes to discern clearly. At least a day, Lumion's heart tightened with concern. What could have happened to Gabriel? Was it possible that his prominence had attracted the attention of government spies seeking a conversation? Or perhaps he had unwittingly become the target of money-seeking kidnappers? Setting the porcelain cup down beside the manuscript, Lumion meticulously combed the room, searching for any clues or signs of interest. His search yielded nothing of note. Returning to the desk, he picked up the stack of manuscripts, eager to delve into Gabriel's work before his unexplained absence. The script told the tale of a struggling author who crossed paths with a woman coerced into joining a criminal organization. Together, they found solace in their shared despair, pain, torment, and the harshness of daily life. They offered each other encouragement and warmth, ultimately leading to the author's recognition by the newspaper's editor-in-chief and a steady income. His reputation steadily grew, while the woman, still trapped in her circumstances, chose to vanish. Before the story could conclude, it ended with a passage about the lover's disappearance and the author's introspective musings. "She's here. My beloved has arrived from the night. She's left. My beloved walked towards the distant hostel." The mention of the word, hostel, made Lumion's forehead twitch. Though it was an ordinary word in a script, it stood out to him due to his daily contemplations and associations, sparking connections in his mind. His gaze suddenly shifted from the manuscript to the desk. At some point, the white-glazed porcelain cup with a single handle, which he had moved to the manuscript, had somehow returned to its original place. Lumion's eyes narrowed, and the muscles under his clothing tensed. As a hunter, he had an unwavering memory for any alterations he made in his surroundings. It was a fundamental part of him. A creature that is challenging to detect with the naked eye and can only be confirmed by certain traces. Lumion silently recollected the information Jenna had relayed from the authorities. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a pair of glasses. They were brown gold-rimmed glasses, mystery-prying glasses. Chapter 453, Missing Author. Chapter 453, Missing Author. Lumion carefully positioned the mystery-prying glasses on the bridge of his nose, and immediately the room seemed to whirl, and the ground beneath him trembled. Suppressing his nausea and dizziness, he observed the scene before him fragment and overlap, creating a surreal and captivating tableau. The bed pressed against the desk, which seemed to lean against the ceiling. Behind the ceiling appeared to be a tap, as if it were installed within a wardrobe. These scenes were like translucent canvases superimposed on each other, reflecting themselves in Lumion's vision. A pale white face materialized beside the wardrobe. The face had disheveled brown hair, naturally parted. Dark brown eyes glistened beneath black-framed glasses. It was Gabriel, looking cleaned up and as though he hadn't burned the midnight oil in a while. The playwright gazed at Lumion with a vacant, distorted, yet strangely genuine smile. His right hand reached out from the void, waving gently before his face shrank into the depths of the translucent layers, vanishing completely. Lumion quickly surveyed the room, but Gabriel hadn't reappeared. He promptly removed the mystery-prying glasses, replacing them with the eye of truth on his left side. This mystical item, composed of pale white flesh and dark blood vessels, covered the corresponding ear, allowing Lumion to hear rapid voices from the distant horizon. The intertwined purple blood vessels formed a lens that adhered to his eye, revealing faint blood, layers of colors, and the room with a third of it blending into the surroundings. An invisible curtain resembling mullioned glass was also discernible. The latter two phenomena rapidly dissipated, or gradually returned to normal. Before the whispers could become more distinct, Lumion removed the Eye of Truth and massaged his throbbing forehead. Based on the combined information from both mystical items, he deduced that Gabriel had been corrupted by Hostile, becoming a presence that couldn't be perceived or touched in the conventional sense. However, the playwright retained a certain degree of rationality. He recognized Lumion and even happily bid him farewell. Returning the white porcelain cup with a single handle to its original position seemed to serve as a greeting, an attempt to capture Lumion's attention. Lumion frowned slightly. Why does Gabriel seem to accept his transformation into a monster and was even pleased? When had he come into contact with Hostile? His gaze shifted to the manuscript on the desk. The story in the unfinished script felt eerily familiar. Lumion picked up the manuscript and read it meticulously, at a slower pace than before. After perusing the first section, he confirmed that the protagonist of the script was Gabriel himself. The character's personality, the details of his life, the cold treatment he endured, and the demand to produce vulgar works all aligned seamlessly. Regarding the female lead, who immersed herself in the underworld and persistently encouraged the male lead's creations, Lumion couldn't help but feel that if it weren't for the difference in gender, he could be the one with such a background. However, the female lead's personality, her way of speaking, and her encouraging words were entirely distinct from his own. Even in the scenes involving the mobs, Lumion could discern traces of Charlie. In essence, the female lead's identity, background, and experiences in the mob appeared to be a blend of Charlie's and my situation. It was, however, someone else who interacted with the male lead. Gabriel had previously mentioned that only me and the human model Seraphine encouraged him at Auberge du Coq d'Oreille. Charlie merely drank with him without mocking him or teasing him. A human model, that's right. The human model for a painter. Seraphine spent a night with Gabriel before moving out. Lumion rapidly connected the dots, sensing that the root of the problem might lie with Seraphine, the human model. This woman had once accompanied a painter to a small seaside town as a model. After an extended absence, she returned to Auberge du Coq d'Oreille. Painter. Could Gabriel have been corrupted on that night when Seraphine returned? Was it possible that Seraphine had moved to the hostel? Lumion meticulously perused the script, leaving no word unread. Since this was a story born from Gabriel's own experiences, it undoubtedly contained numerous factual details and genuine emotions, invaluable clues. As Lumion continued to read the script, bathed in the sunlight filtering through the oriel window, he sensed the concealed love that resided within Gabriel's heart. He could feel the ache of remorse, reluctance, and the yearning for a relationship that Gabriel believed he could easily discard when he moved to a better neighborhood to start anew. In the end, he found himself unable to forget it. The protagonist, increasingly aware of his heart's true desires and feelings, ceased to evade them and actively embarked on a quest to uncover traces of his beloved. He sought out people who were acquainted with her, visited motels and hotels that occasionally haunted his dreams, and explored galleries in search of new artworks based on his lover. Yet his endeavors proved futile, leading him to compose the inner monologue. It ended here abruptly. I can't tell if he found Seraphine. Lumion placed the manuscript down in disappointment and decided to check the drawer for any drafts, outlines, or notebooks that might contain further information or inspiration. Regrettably, the contents of the drawer only covered the first half of the script. By the time Gabriel had reached the second half, he appeared to have delved deeply into his emotions and penned his inner monologue in a single burst. Lumion looked at the papers before him, pondering the situation. From the script and the other items in the room, it's apparent Gabriel hadn't managed to locate Seraphine. In other words, he hadn't actually come into contact with the hostel. Furthermore, neither the script nor Rabe's description suggests that Gabriel exhibited any signs of corruption or boons until he ceased writing. While he was undoubtedly suffering from the loss of his lover, this was a typical emotional response. So why had this person suddenly transformed into an untouchable, unseen monster? Just knowing about the hostel shouldn't lead to such a situation. Apart from me being special, Franca and Jenna know about the hostel. Anthony Reed, Teresa, the Demoness sect member in Trier, Mr. K of the Aurora Order, and a large number of purifiers of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church all know about it. There are ordinary people and Beyonders among them, but none of them are in trouble. Beatrice of the Bliss Society knows the location of the hostel and aims to retrieve a painting, which was the reason Franca and I made a mistake. Bouvard of the Sinners prophesied a catastrophe associated with the hostel, leading to his corruption into a peculiar corpse. The Dreamseekers charity organization likely sponsored heretics connected to the hostel, such as painters and authors, and they were destroyed at the slightest hint of exposure. What was the reason for Gabriel? Could he have recently encountered something that deepened his understanding of the hostel, or perhaps he had found traces of Seraphine? Lumion made a preliminary guess and conducted a thorough search of Gabriel's rented apartment with a clear objective in mind. Nothing. He then left 34 Rue Saint-Michel and made his way back to the third-rate author bar, where he seated himself next to Rabe, who was engrossed in his drink. A glass of La Fée Verte, Lumion ordered as he tapped the bar counter. Then he turned to Rabe and inquired, "Do you have any idea where Gabriel has been over the past few days?" Rabe pointed to a small round table near the window and replied, "You'll have to ask them." As an underprivileged author working as a ghostwriter without a pen name, Rabe considered himself fortunate to know a rising star like Gabriel and attend his private gatherings. He had to work regularly every day to fulfill the missions assigned by his boss, preventing him from participating in their activities. Guided by Rabe, Lumion approached the small round table and was taken aback upon seeing the 4 individuals seated there. Weren't these the same individuals who had discussed Painter Mullen's art spoof art, Café? In response to Lumion's inquiry, the leader of the group responded with a puzzled expression. "We last saw Gabriel 2 days ago. We all went to the Trier Art Center together to attend an art exhibition." Art exhibition, Lumion's eyebrows twitched. Trocadero Town. Franca, dressed in a white jacket, followed Brown's Sauron, who wore a black coat, as they navigated through the manor adorned with grapevines. With curiosity evident on her face, Franca, who had been invited, couldn't help but ask, "Where are you taking me?" Brown's cast a brief glance in her direction. "I'm taking you to meet my teacher. You've successfully passed the assessment and are now an official member of our sect." Brown's Sauron's teacher, a high-ranking demoness. Could this person be the leader of the demoness sect in Trier? Franca's thoughts raced as she smiled and inquired, "Does this mean I can enjoy the membership perks?" The term perks was coined by Emperor Roselle and had gained recognition in Intis. Brown's maintained a bit of distance from Franca as she questioned, "What would you like in exchange?" Without hesitation, Franca responded, "The potion formula for affliction." Affliction was the name of the Assassin Pathways Sequence 5, often referred to as the Demoness of Affliction. Brown's let out a scoff. "Quite bold to make such a request. Do you believe you have accrued enough contribution points to ask for the potion formula for affliction?" She paused for a moment before adding, "Of course, if you can assist the sect in achieving something, this can be your perk." Franca, who had initially held limited hope and was merely testing the waters, glanced at Brown's. "And what's that something?" Seizing the opportunity, Brown's explained, "We've received information that the Iron and Blood Cross Order discreetly smuggled an item into Trier through an underground tunnel several months ago. If you can uncover what it is and identify its possessor, you'll be entitled to the affliction potion formula." A few months ago, the underground tunnel secret delivery into Trier, Franca suddenly recalled Rat, Christo's loss of his biological brother. In an effort to aid the Savoy mob's smuggling leader in recovering his brother and the transported goods, she and Lumion had been drawn into a strange mirror world where they narrowly escaped. During their adventure, Franca had acquired a classic sterling silver mirror. Chapter 454, Hidden Honorific Name. Chapter 454, Hidden Honorific Name. Franca had long harbored the desire to uncover the nature of the item that Gardner Martin had smuggled into Trier through Rat Christo. However, in the months that had passed, Gardner Martin had acted as if the incident had never occurred, and nothing of note had appeared around him. From the looks of it, the Demoness sect attaches significant importance to that item, that's right. Given that this item had triggered the strange mirror world, it is highly likely that it was linked to the powers of the assassin and hunter pathways. Franca took a moment to consider, and then admitted, "I know what you're referring to." She explained to Brown's Sauron in the same manner they had explained the situation to Rat Christo in the past. In essence, she shared everything except the fact that she and Lumion had been drawn into a mirror world. Instead, they relied on Lumion's unique ability to escape, and how she obtained a classic silver mirror that led them to the mirror world. According to the Rat, his brother and many of his subordinates turned into monsters, including the reversal of their left and right hands. This attracted the Purifier's attention, were eliminated. Franca deliberately elaborated, probing Brown's Sauron gauge her reaction to the appearance of the mirror people. Brown's displayed a slight furrow of her brow. How did the official Beyonders become aware that something was amiss? She seems to know about the mirror people and their specific traits. Franca looked away and shook her head. For that question, you'd need to approach a purifier, not me. Without further discussion, Brown's led Franca to a circular pavilion enclosed by grapevines and various vines. Seated in the circular pavilion was a woman donned in a black court dress. Her bright dark gray eyes held a touch of sadness, and her neatly tied black hair featured a few loose strands, which cascaded naturally and added a hint of allure to her otherwise composed countenance. Upon catching sight of the woman's slightly curved red lips, graceful jawline, and soft facial features, Franca was initially struck by the overwhelming beauty that met her gaze. However, her astonishment was quickly overshadowed by an unexplainable sense of sympathy. Although she was taken aback and touched by a sense of heartache, it took nearly 10 seconds for Franca to remember encountering this woman before. She had seen her during her and Lumion's surveillance of the fake Teresa, Beatrice in court, at the concert. As the most beautiful woman in attendance, she had been invited on stage to take a photograph with the orchestra as a keepsake. Is she Brown's teacher, a high-ranking demoness? It's no surprise, having a high-ranking demoness overseeing the operation and ensuring its success. Franca was momentarily surprised, but soon realized that this situation was in line with what she had anticipated. What she hadn't expected was that this woman had openly followed them and even participated in a photograph on stage. Brown's Sauron introduced her teacher, saying, "This is my teacher, Demoness of Black Claris." Demoness of Black, according to Madam Judgment, demonesses with a color in their title are considered exceptional even among the demigods of the Demoness sect. Some are even suspected of being angels. Franca placed her hand over her chest and offered a slight bow. In a polite and gentlemanly manner, she said, "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Demoness of Black." Franca avoided complimenting the woman's appearance. She understood that most demonesses in the Demoness sect took pride in their beauty while simultaneously harboring inner conflict regarding it. Compliments from outsiders were typically accepted with grace, potentially leading to some embarrassment. However, if Franca, who knew their true gender, were to offer such compliments, it might be perceived as provocation or mockery. Demoness of Black Claris nodded slightly and said, "Every member needs to believe in the primordial one. You should have known about this more than a month ago. It's time to officially pray to her." Franca was not surprised at all. Secret organizations that worshipped evil deities typically required new members to open themselves to their deity, thus gaining a measure of control and filtering out most insecurities. Lately, when visiting Brown's, Franca had followed Madam Judgment's instructions, conducting a preliminary ritual that sought the protection of an angel from Mr. Fool. "We are all the children of the primordial one," Franca responded devoutly and respectfully, adhering to Brown's guidance during this period. Claris's expression grew solemn, and her eyes were filled with admiration. "Recite the honorific name of the primordial one with me in Hermes." The source of all catastrophes, the symbol of destruction and the apocalypse, the demoness who controls chaos. Although the demoness of black spoke in Intision, the surroundings darkened significantly. The grapevines writhed gently, as though transforming into venomous snakes. Franca remained composed and repeated the three-lined honorific name in Hermes. Suddenly, she saw grapevines extending towards her. They grew thicker and thicker, completely enveloping the circular pavilion. One of the python-like vines extended toward Franca, and a dark blue vertical eye opened at its tip. It reflected Franca's figure. The figure rapidly distorted, transforming into a man with a bloodied face. The man had short flaxen-colored hair, slightly thick brown eyebrows, and lake blue eyes. His lips were thin, and his appearance was ordinary. Franca was taken aback. This face was familiar to her. It was the face she saw in the mirror every day before consuming the witch potion. This was her past self, Franco Roland. In the deep blue vertical eye, Franco Roland's expression turned ferocious. His eyes held a tangible hatred, and his face was filled with a viciousness that could cause nightmares. Franca's body stiffened, as if she had turned into a statue made of rock. After staring at her for a few seconds, the vine with the blue vertical eye retracted into the canopy of grapevines, its eyes reflecting its unhappiness. Franca finally felt her body. She blinked and saw that everything around the circular pavilion was normal. Sunlight pierced through the gaps between the vines and shone here. There were no python-like vines, nor were there any blue vertical eyes. It was as if the bizarre and nightmarish encounter had never happened. All of it appeared to be a fleeting, surreal vision. She lowered her head and completed her prayer. As Franca continued her rituals, she couldn't shake the eerie experience from her mind. The connection between the primordial demoness and the underground mirror world was undeniable. She had encountered her past self, Franco Roland, in the mirror world as well. This time, it wasn't Franca reflected in the blue vertical eye either. It was Franca's former appearance, Franco Roland. Demoness mirror magic and mysticism's mirror world seemed to hold many secrets. What Madame Judgment told me isn't everything. With this realization, Franca raised her head and opened her eyes to look at the demoness of black Claris and brown Sauron beside her. Claris, with a black veiled hat on her head, nodded. "Now, you're a child of the primordial one. Thank you for your guidance." Franca smiled and inquired, "I thought the honorific name for the primordial one would include a description akin to the ruler of the mirror world. I'm surprised it's not part of it." The demoness of black, Claris, replied in a cold, indifferent, yet pitiful tone, "This isn't the complete honorific name of the primordial one. There are 2 more lines you can't know right now." The primordial demoness has 2 hidden lines for her honorific name. Franca suddenly felt that this detail revealed something, but she was uncertain about its significance. Claris continued, "Every new member receives a primordial one statue. It possesses anti-divination and early warning abilities, and it can assist you in performing rituals. You must pray to it every day." While speaking, she produced a bone statue, the palm-sized statue vaguely resembling a beautiful woman with hair that reached her ankles. Each strand of hair was intricately carved with distinct, snake-like eyes, some open and others tightly shut, densely packed and unsettling. Praying every day, Franca hesitated, deciding to be patronizing on this matter. After Franca stowed away the primordial demoness statue, Claris's brow furrowed imperceptibly. "Keep a close watch on the Iron and Blood Cross Order, especially Gardner Martin. If they make any unusual moves, contact Browns immediately. If the situation becomes critical, retrieve the primordial one statue, set up the altar, and perform the designated ritual. After completion, place the prepared letter into the mirror on the altar. Keep a close watch, unusual moves." Franca extracted the key points from the demoness of Black's instructions. She sensed an impending catastrophe and couldn't help but grow anxious. Does the demoness sect believe that the Iron and Blood Cross Order is on the brink of launching a major operation? In Cartier 2, outside the Trier Art Center, Lumion stood on the steps, contemplating the author's responses that flashed through his mind. Gabriel has been enjoying art exhibitions and galleries for the past month or so. He doesn't pay much attention to each painting. It's as if he's searching for the one his soul has been waiting for. There's nothing unusual about him. He didn't fixate on any other visitors at the exhibition. The information revealed by these answers left Lumion puzzled about his next steps. Nonetheless, he had decided to visit the Trier Art Center to explore the art exhibition titled Future Impressions. It was scheduled to end in another 2 days. Before arriving, Lumion had secured a hotel and a room for setting up a ritual. He summoned a messenger and informed Madame Magician about Gabriel's encounter and the direction of his investigation. Initially, he had planned to relay the message from the bar's washroom, but he recalled that the doll messenger had severe mysophobia and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Consequently, he opted to spend a bit of money to find a clean and suitable place. As he gazed at the colorful art center with its sun-like roof, Lumion took a slow breath and presented his ticket to enter the building. Future Impressions wasn't a large art exhibition, occupying only 3 exhibition halls. Lumion strolled through, admiring the artworks displayed on the walls. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 455, 2 Children. Chapter 455, 2 Children. The figure he saw was a boy of about 7 or 8, dressed like a young gentleman with yellow hair, brown eyes, and chubby cheeks. He had an honest and innocent aura, and Lumion immediately recognized him as Baron Brignice's godson, the peculiar boy, Ludwig. Ludwig stood in front of a wall painting adorned with donuts, his young eyes fixated on the artwork. Sensing someone watching him, he turned around and spotted Lumion. Lumion smiled and playfully teased, running away from home again. Ludwig, this time with more composure, replied, "No, I told my godfather that learning can't be limited to textbook knowledge. It's equally important to read more, hear more, and interact with other things." Lumion inquired, "And he brought you here to see the art exhibition?" However, he couldn't spot Baron Brignice in the vicinity. He noticed that Ludwig's intelligence and knowledge seemed to have improved a bit, allowing him to come up with an excuse he had used before. It appeared that learning was having a positive impact on him. Ludwig nodded and added, "Yes, it's important for a child to cultivate an appreciation for art from a young age." Lumion clicked his tongue and continued, "So, no textbooks, homework, or exams today." Ludwig responded, a joyful smile unknowingly plastered across his face. "It's incidental." Internally, Lumion noted, "There's been some growth, but not much." At that moment, Baron Brignice, donning a silk top hat and a black suit, approached from the other side of the exhibition hall. Lumion couldn't help but make a mocking remark, "Aren't you worried he'll get lost?" As a conspirer, Lumion picked up on something unusual about this situation. Given Brignice's past anxiety when Ludwig ran away, he shouldn't have left the child alone in the exhibition hall. Brignice smiled and said, "Ludwig has been doing well recently and hasn't tried to run away from home. He was engrossed in admiring the paintings, so I didn't want to disrupt him when I went to the washroom." Sounds like something an irresponsible parent would do, but Baron, you weren't like this before. I suspect you did it on purpose. You deliberately left Ludwig alone in the exhibition hall to see what this strange child would do? Heh, you don't have to worry about him. You have to worry about the surrounding visitors. If this guy gets hungry and you don't provide food in time, I'm afraid someone will be eaten, Lumion criticized as he made a guess. He sensed that Baron Brignice had an ulterior motive for arranging this visit to the exhibition. It was akin to leading an experienced hound to a specific occasion, releasing its ropes to see if it would track down certain prey. After answering Lumion's question, Baron Brignice, clutching his bulging briefcase, looked at Ludwig. "When you get back, write an essay regarding the art exhibition, detailing your feelings and the work that left the deepest impression." Ludwig's expression crumbled. Lumion was not surprised. He had plenty of experience being thrown into such a situation. Instead of conversing with Baron Brignice and Ludwig, he chose to continue his observation of the paintings. His attention fixated on the presence of any motel-like structures within the corresponding pieces, the existence of a human model resembling Seraphine, and the potential impact on the visitors' perceptions and their surroundings. Regrettably, Lumion's exploration of the 3 small exhibition halls yielded no significant findings. Instead, Mullen's cafe drawing, which he had created with his buttocks, drew the attention of numerous tourists, sparking both admiration and criticism. Standing in the final exhibition hall, Lumion contemplated his next move. Retrieving his brown, gold-rimmed glasses, he decided to give them a try. Since his unaided vision and spirit vision revealed no discernible issues, he opted to test the mystery, prying glasses from the same pathway. Carefully positioning the glasses on his nose bridge, Lumion braced himself as the world around him seemed to spin and whirl. His focus remained on the scenes unfolding within his vision. Each painting took on a life of its own, breaking free from the confines of the walls. Some of the paintings seemed to regard Lumion with a chilling, penetrating gaze. Initially taken aback, Lumion feared that something extraordinary was afoot with all the portraits, potentially placing him in a dire situation. However, he soon realized that he wasn't under attack. The figures within the portraits merely stared at him with silent and cold intensity. It was as if they had attained a degree of consciousness and a sense of being, yet they hadn't fully emerged from their canvas confines to walk among the living. A revelation dawned upon Lumion. Through the lens of the mystery-prying glasses, he was witnessing another reality. Perhaps, in some parallel aspect of the world, each painting held a semblance of reality. However, they remained two-dimensional, flat, and lacking in depth, incapable of significantly impacting the human realm or the spirit world. There might be exceptions, moments where extended contemplation of certain works induced feelings of delirium or anxiety. It occurred to Lumion that painters could potentially amplify the limited, flat nature of these objects, opening a pathway to the realm of the real. In essence, the characters within ordinary paintings might possess an incomplete, condensed, and spiritually deficient existence in this two-dimensional, flat world. With the aid of the mystery-prying glasses, they were unveiled in their true form. Likewise, Lumion's perception unveiled deeper truths, the artist's most profound creative intentions. One painting depicted the future of Trier, a divided realm. On the surface, men and women reveled in lavish banquets, adorned in opulent attire. Beneath the surface, ragged individuals dwelled in dark tunnels, subsisting on earthworms, rats, and moss. Yet, through the mystery-prying glasses, Lumion glimpsed fat, glutinous pigs with oil oozing from their mouths on the surface. Below, grotesque, contorted visages and decaying hands reached upwards. This was the true message the artist sought to convey. In the next instant, Lumion spotted Baron Brignice and his godson Ludwig. The former appeared unremarkable when viewed through the mystery-prying glasses, but there was a faint, brassy aura emanating from his form. As for the latter, something chilling unfolded as he abruptly turned his head, seemingly locking eyes with Lumion across two exhibition halls. Ludwig's chubby face took on an unsettling transformation. His skin seemed to writhe, as if it were on the verge of shedding, and something from beneath the surface attempted to burrow out. Lumion's heart tightened, and he instinctively removed the mystery-prying glasses, instantly restoring the scene to its normal state. There's indeed something amiss with Ludwig. Thankfully, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I might have seen something I shouldn't have. Lumion's head spun, and his feet felt like they were stepping on cotton. He had always sensed that Ludwig was far from ordinary, but this encounter had sent his danger instincts into overdrive. The true nature of the innocent-seeming human skin, concealing the boy beneath, remained an ominous mystery. Lumion had worn the mystery-prying glasses for an extended period this time, and his discomfort was overwhelming. Despite the diminishing dizziness, he felt profoundly nauseous, with a painful ache in his stomach, a pressing need to vomit and tend to other bodily functions. Even a conspirer's constitution couldn't withstand this. Taking a deep breath, Lumion made his way to the washroom adjacent to the three exhibition halls. It was situated at the end of a long corridor, adorned with statues and paintings, perfectly in line with the Trier Arts Center's ambience. Once inside the washroom, Lumion attended to his urgent needs, and after washing his face with cold water, he gradually regained his composure, with the discomfort dissipating. Exiting the washroom, Lumion's gaze naturally drifted toward the opposite wall, where a series of paintings were on display. One particular painting drew his attention, a macabre and enigmatic piece that gripped his senses. It was an oil painting set against a vividly layered background, with a focal point on a naked woman. Her face remained blurred, as if the painter had intentionally left it blank. On her body, distinct faces emerged, each bearing a different emotion: anger, hatred, malice, joy. Some of these faces resembled those of cats, others of dogs, and some appeared to exist solely in the realm of fantasy. What united them was their eerie, translucent yet lifelike quality. As Lumion stared at this unsettling painting, a thought dawned on him. During Gabriel's visit to the art exhibition, he had seemed perfectly normal, at least as per the accounts of the authors. But they couldn't have monitored his every move, especially during mundane activities like visiting the washroom. Avenue du Marché, Théâtre de l'Ancien Pigeons. Jenna had just stepped out when she spotted a familiar figure standing beneath a gas street lamp on the opposite side of the road. It was a young boy, dressed in a white shirt, silver vest, black coat, and a mercury bow tie, his light yellow hair neatly combed. "The child who brought me good luck last time, that formidable Beyonder," Jenna exclaimed inwardly, taken aback. She instinctively crossed the street and approached the boy. With a slight bow, she greeted him with a smile. "Were you waiting for me?" The boy glanced at her and muttered, "I wasn't waiting for you. You were waiting for me. You met me earlier than any other choice. What's the matter this time? Are you offering me good luck for the impending catastrophe and getting me to discover something?" Jenna's thoughts raced as she casually asked, "Didn't you say that this direction was a little dangerous last time? Why are you here this time?" The boy's response was measured and earnest. That day was that day, and today is today. Just because it was a little dangerous that day doesn't mean it's dangerous today. "All right," Jenna probed with a probing smile. "Do you need my help to buy you an ice cream?" The boy, however, responded with a long, almost adult-like sigh. "It's something else, I'll pay you." Pay, giving me good luck? Jenna had a vague idea, but she didn't inquire about the reward. She decided to cut to the chase, asking, "What's the favor?" The boy reached into his pocket and retrieved a gleaming golden coin, sidestepping her question. "This will be your reward, a lucky gold coin." Chapter 456, The Charlatan's Instructions. Jenna examined the gold coin in the boy's hand and noticed an unfamiliar portrait of a man wearing a crown. Perplexed, she inquired, "This isn't Verl d'Or?" The boy chuckled and explained, "This is a gold pound, more valuable than louis d'or." "You're not from Intis." Jenna was taken aback, but she didn't think there was a problem. The boy's appearance did differ somewhat from the locals. "I'm Lonese," the boy with neatly combed, light yellow hair replied honestly. Jenna chose not to dig deeper, understanding that whether the coin was a gold pound or louis d'or didn't affect its practical worth. Based on their previous encounter, she trusted the boy's ability to bring good luck. She looked at him, awaiting his next words. The boy returned the lucky gold coin to his pocket, showing no intention of prepayment. Instead, he pointed at the ground and said, "At 10 tonight, enter underground Trier from the entrance here. Proceed as far as you can, following any available path until you reach an underground river. Find a hiding spot nearby and wait for the first person to pass by. Take all their belongings. Before completing this matter, you can't tell anyone what you want to do or where you plan to go. Go underground purely based on intuition and rely on luck to find prey." Jenna found the boy's instructions rather reminiscent of Seal's charlatan temperament. As for how to acquire the person's belongings, there seemed to be only one solution. Through combat, she was to subdue the other party. Jenna knew the boy was likely a formidable Beyonder aligned with her cause, and without hesitation, she agreed, "Got it." The boy smiled. "When you obtain those items and hand them over to me, I'll pay you the lucky gold coin as a reward. How should I address you, and where should I find you when the time comes?" Jenna, aware that he wasn't an ordinary boy, couldn't help but speak in a respectful tone. The boy mumbled, "You can call me Will. Talking to me like that makes me sound like an adult. I'm just in elementary school. When the time comes, you'll naturally encounter me." Is he one of those born Beyonders mentioned at the mysticism gatherings? He's indeed young, but his abilities are outstanding. Jenna made a connection and followed his instructions. She replied with a smile, "All right, Will." Will waved her off and said, "You may leave." "But I'm planning to have lunch at the cafe diagonally. Behind you," Jenna muttered and changed direction to head back to Rue des Blouses Blanches for food. However, after walking for more than 10 meters, her curiosity got the best of her, and she turned to glance at the iron-black gas street lamp pole. The strange boy, Will, had vanished from his spot. Jenna took a closer look and realized that he had entered the nearby cafe and was now seated at a booth by the window, where an attendant had just brought him a cup with 3 scoops of ice cream. He's truly just a child, Jenna mused, her curiosity satisfied as she continued on her way. In the financial district, within the Trier Arts Center, Lumion took out the brown mystery, prying glasses once again after having surmised something. With no hesitation or fear, he donned the mystical item. The exhibition hall had been his main focus, with the washrooms separated by a long corridor. Amidst the familiar dizziness, the oil painting in front of Lumion underwent a peculiar transformation. The faces adorning the naked woman's body turned to look at him. Simultaneously, Lumion sensed the presence of a creature on the rooftop, where the overlapping sky was, staring at him from a distance. It appeared to be trying to navigate the obstacles and approach him rapidly. As the blurry face of the woman in the oil painting gradually clarified, her true identity became apparent. Brown eyes darting, brown hair cascading, a plump, smooth-skinned face, and an air of detachment. Lumion recognized her. She was none other than Miss Seraphine, the former tenant of Auberge du Coq Doré, the human model, and the lover playwright Gabriel had been searching for. As Seraphine's face became clearer, Lumion's surroundings darkened, as if faces were on the verge of emerging from the painting or the void. Quickly, he removed the mystery-prying glasses from his nose bridge, and all the anomalies vanished in an instant, leaving only the sensation of raised hair on his skin. As expected, the human model for this oil painting is Seraphine. Although Gabriel is an ordinary person and doesn't possess the mystery-prying glasses, he once slept with Seraphine and knows her physical characteristics. That must have been how he noticed traces of his lover when he entered and exited the washroom. Could it be that Seraphine possesses multiple faces on her body, appearing both painted and alive, just like this oil painting? Wasn't Gabriel afraid back then? After discovering the oil painting with Seraphine as the model here, he encountered that normally difficult-to-see creature when he returned. The timing matches up. The water glass on his desk was more than a day old, and he visited the art exhibition 2 days ago. Something must have transpired late at night. After being attacked and possibly corrupted, why did he remain in the apartment until my visit? As Lumion's thoughts raced, he turned his attention to the oil painting signature, Claude Pierre Auguste. The painter was not widely recognized. Otherwise, his artwork would not have been hung along the corridor to the washroom. Furthermore, his work was perhaps added for the Future Impressions exhibition. Likewise, he believed that since something had happened to Gabriel, Pierre might have gone missing. He had even gone to the hostel when Seraphine moved out of Auberge du Coq Doré. Regardless, I should inform Madame Magician. What if there are any clues left behind? Otherwise, they wouldn't have dealt with an ordinary person like Gabriel. Lumion had no intention of pursuing Claude Pierre Auguste himself. This was because it would take a lot of time to gather information about the other party through various channels. And with the target's name and identity, an astromancy master like Madame Magician should be able to quickly lock onto the painter's residence. In addition, Gabriel had been attacked late at night after learning about Claude, the painter. Lumion's current information was only a fraction of his own. Lumion gazed at the oil painting, his lips curling into a smile. Will I be attacked? I'm looking forward to it. Around 9 p.m., at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, apartment 601, Franca, recalling the demoness sex mission, suspected the Iron and Blood Cross Order would soon make a significant move, and her plan was to visit Gardner Martin while digesting the pleasure potion along the way. Rather than her usual method of knocking on the door and entering, Franca decided to take a more covert approach. She intended to hide around 11 Rue des Fontaines, in the garden, or on the lawn, observing discreetly before finding Gardner Martin. Recognizing Gardner's sequence and abilities, she returned to her bedroom and retrieved a palm-sized primordial demoness statue, which she concealed in a pocket. This would enhance her ability to remain hidden and reduce the chances of Beyonder powers detecting her. "I'm heading to Gardner's." Franca waved at Jenna, opened the door, and left apartment 601. Jenna acknowledged and breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to leave and was a little nervous. Franca arrived at Rue des Fontaines via a rental carriage, but chose not to have the driver stop at Building 11 as usual. Instead, she disembarked from a distance and swiftly disappeared into the shadows, stealthily making her way to Gardner Martin's residence. Her familiarity with the surroundings allowed her to find a gap in the guard's patrol, and she nimbly scaled a side wall to silently descend into the garden. Franca didn't attempt to infiltrate the building directly. Instead, she followed the shadows, circling to the edge of the front lawn. Next to a gas street lamp, she observed the grayish-white three-story villa, still illuminated. As time passed, Franca remained vigilant, focused on observing the figures appearing at the windows and their activities. Suddenly, the main door of the villa swung open, and butler Faustino emerged, accompanied by a figure cloaked in black. The black-cloaked individual was of average height, standing at around 1.75 meters. Their entire form was concealed, making it impossible to discern their appearance or physical attributes. Who could it be? Gardner Martin's partner, or a key member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order in charge of other regions? Franca wondered. As the black-cloaked figure exited the iron fence, while butler Faustino retreated into the villa, Franca hesitated for only a moment before making a decision. She realized that unless she ventured inside Gardner Martin's residence thoroughly, she wouldn't obtain valuable information. Her earlier exploration had been open and yielded little. The cloaked individual might provide her with fresh leads leading to unexpected gains. Franca, who was invisible, touched the primordial demoness statue in her hidden pocket and grew confident. She circled around the lawn's edge and scaled the iron fence, stealthily trailing the mysterious figure in the black cloak. At 10 p.m., Jenna embarked on her journey into underground Trier, an entrance not far from Theater de l'Ancien, Cage of Pigeons. Lacking a carbide lamp, she relied on her assassin's night vision to navigate in the pitch-black environment. Jenna was determined to commit the path to memory and proceeded deeper into the underground tunnels, trusting her instincts. As she advanced, the silence around her grew ever more profound. Jenna exhaled slowly, alleviating the tension and fear in her heart. Jenna deliberately moved away from the tunnel's center, pressed herself against a rock wall, and continued cautiously. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of running water reached her ears. She proceeded for another 7 to 8 meters around a rocky outcrop, where a small river flowed slowly in the dark underground. Jenna steadied herself, spotting a mottled stone pillar to hide behind, her form merging with the dense shadows. She refrained from using invisibility, recognizing her limitations as a witch. The duration she could maintain her powers was limited, and she had no way of knowing how long it would take for the target to arrive. In the silent underground, time seemed to stretch, and Jenna's mental stress steadily built up. At last, the reverberation of footsteps reached her ears. Chapter 457, Unexpected Target. Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, Room 207. After briefing Madame Magician on the situation, Lumion left and went to the second floor of Salle de Bal Brise. His next objective was to ascertain whether the enigmatic entity that had targeted him from afar, attempting to approach rapidly while he observed Seraphine's oil painting with the mystery-prying glasses, would pay him a visit during the night, much like how it had dealt with Gabriel. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Lumion had full confidence in Madame Magician. As a major Arcana card holder in the Tarot Club, she appeared to possess the ability to launch long-range attacks and was skilled at dealing with untouchable and enigmatic creatures. As his thoughts blurred and he succumbed to slumber, Lumion found himself in a hazy dream, returning to Auberge du Coq Doré. Dim light filtered through the glass windows on each floor of the slightly tilted building. Gabriel, attired in a white shirt, dark jacket, black pants, and strapless leather shoes, sat on the entrance steps. The playwright's visage was somewhat translucent, and an air of detachment lingered in his eyes. Upon spotting Lumion, Gabriel stood up abruptly, a conspicuous smile crossing his face. Lumion halted warily and looked at him. "What are you doing here?" Gabriel's smile waned as he spoke urgently. "Leave Trier immediately. This place is about to become extremely dangerous." Lumion frowned and inquired, "What have you discovered?" Gabriel cast a wary gaze around before responding. "I'm not entirely sure what they're planning, but I do know it will bring destruction to all of Trier." Lumion pressed for more information. "Are you staying at the hostel? Where is it?" A hint of confusion appeared on Gabriel's face. "You need to be like me to enter or gain the approval of the Pixies." "I didn't know how to find it. I found myself at the door as soon as I arrived." As expected, the hostel is closely related to the Pixies. Did Gabriel rely on the corruption to alter his existence and reach the hostel like teleportation? Lumion's thoughts raced as he asked in a deep voice, "Why did you choose to go to the hostel? Were you coerced into it?" "No," Gabriel shook his head, his voice softening. "I did it of my own accord. Seraphine came to fetch me personally, and I couldn't refuse. It's what I wanted." A touch of happiness crossed his face. It was Seraphine who corrupted Gabriel and led him to the hostel. Lumion suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. "Have you realized that you've become a monster?" Gabriel fell silent for a few seconds before responding. "I know, but I won't harm anyone." He paused a beat before continuing. "My script has already achieved success. I have the reputation and income I desired most. I have no regrets in that regard. All I want now is to be with Seraphine, whether she's human or a monster." Lumion didn't scold or berate him. Instead, he looked at Gabriel and let out a long sigh. "I understand your feelings and thoughts." Gabriel's face showed gratitude, and he spoke sincerely. "After becoming a monster, I seem to have the ability to see a certain future. That's why I knew you would come to me. I asked Seraphine to let me stay in the room for 2 more days to bid you farewell. She agreed. She's not a pure monster." Lumion's heart stirred, and he spoke in a bewitching tone. "Do you want me to rescue you and Seraphine from the hostel?" "Is it possible?" Gabriel's face contorted, and his eyes revealed a mixture of yearning, as if his body and mind existed in different worlds. Lumion took a step closer and spoke earnestly. "There is hope, but I need you to tell me all the details." Gabriel's expression shifted between blankness, coldness, excitement, longing, and rejection, each emotion expressed vividly. In that moment, he extended his hand, his eyes filled with intense fear. Silently, Gabriel's form shattered, and the image of Auberge du Coq Doré disintegrated, along with the faint mist. Lumion's eyes snapped open, and he found himself gazing at the ceiling of the second-floor bedroom in Salle de Bal Brise. It had all been a dream, but it had felt incredibly real. Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative. Franca, carrying the primordial demoness's statue, followed the black-cloaked man while remaining invisible. The man appeared to have extensive experience and skill in evading pursuit. He frequently changed direction and even doubled back on his path. If Franca hadn't relied on her invisibility and the assistance of the primordial demoness statue, she would have lost him several times. Finally, the black-cloaked man came to a stop, in front of an entrance to underground Trier. He half-turned and examined his palms under the crimson moonlight, leaving Franca perplexed. What's going on? Is he performing palm reading on himself? Remaining hidden behind a gas street lamp pole, the invisible Franca observed his actions with curiosity. After a moment, the man descended the steel staircase and disappeared into the dim entrance. Franca followed closely behind, venturing deeper into underground Trier. 20 minutes later, the black-cloaked man reached a sealed tunnel. It was unclear what he touched, but a stone door immediately swung open on the rock wall next to him. Franca, standing a few meters away, looked over and saw 3 lamps embedded in the stone wall. 3 classic oil lamps, one high and two below, each with a flame burning inside. Franca had been in Trier for a long time and had a good understanding of the situation here. This scene triggered a connection in Franca's mind. Carbonari. She recognized this as one of the symbols of the Carbonari, an organization seeking to overthrow the government. Lighting 3 lamps was symbolic in their ranks. The one above represented the sun, while the other 2 below symbolized the moon and the stars. The Iron and Blood Cross Order collaborates with the Carbonari. Franca was both surprised and unsurprised. From her perspective, the Iron and Blood Cross Order aimed to seize power in Intis itself by toppling the government, but their current focus seemed to be on the underground and the entrance to 4th Epoch Trier. The black-cloaked man swiftly passed through the self-opening stone door, and Franca noticed a thin, ever-changing white fog emanating from inside. This fog looks familiar. There must be something wrong. Franca hesitated to follow when she felt a slight tremor in her hidden pocket. Franca reached out and touched it, her expression changing slightly. The classic silver mirror had trembled slightly, the one connected to the underground mirror world. Franca remained in her concealed position, watching the stone door slowly close without taking another step forward. Beside the flowing underground river, the figure moved swiftly along the water. He didn't use lanterns, carbide lamps, or other sources of light, yet he moved through the darkness with ease, navigating around potholes, rocks, and obstacles effortlessly. Jenna, hidden behind a mottled stone pillar, noticed a flickering red light in the target's eye. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved the ancient arrow of the bloodthirsty from her black coat and prepared herself for the confrontation. Her combat experience wasn't limited, but it wasn't much either. In particular, she had never faced a Beyonder alone. All she could do was use everything in her arsenal to augment herself from the onset. She had to go all out to minimize any accidents. Jenna plunged the obsidian arrow into her chest, letting it draw her blood and come to live. Before the figure could approach, she sprinkled fluorescent powder over herself and chanted a Hermes incantation at an almost inaudible volume. Body concealment. With that, Jenna vanished completely, blending into the darkness, her movements masked by the sound of the underground river. Moments later, the figure with the red eye arrived in the area. Jenna watched from the shadows. Suddenly, the darkness came alive beneath the figure's feet, forming inky black chains that wrapped around the legs, waist, and torso. The figure stopped abruptly, a red light shooting from its eye. From behind, Jenna's form materialized. Only then did Jenna get a clear look at her target. He was a man, holding a grayish-white cloth bag and wearing a dark gray robe similar to that of a monk. His face was a menacing sight, constructed with iron plates, gears, springs, screws, cranks, and other mechanical contraptions. There was a vivid red gem embedded in his right eye. A monk from the Deep Valley Cloister? Jenna's heart raced. She hadn't anticipated while targeting a monk from the god of steam and machinery church. She and Franca had crossed paths with similar monks in the Deep Valley Quarry before. These monks had augmented their bodies with mechanical modifications, giving them an eerie appearance. Confronted with a target whose skull had transformed into metal, Jenna abandoned her initial plan of striking behind the ears. Instead, she concentrated a dark flame in her right palm and pressed it against the mechanical monk's head amidst the howling wind. Simultaneously, a red beam shot forth, slicing through a few shackles resembling the abyss. However, it only addressed the front. The other directions were already ensnaring the mechanically enhanced monk. With a resounding impact, Jenna thrust the black flame into the target's head. The silent yet menacing black flames expanded instantly, consuming the monk's spirit body and setting his spirituality ablaze. Leveraging the high-speed agility granted by the arrow of the bloodthirsty, Jenna continuously shifted her position around the monk to evade counterattacks. Simultaneously, she sought opportunities to weaken him to the fullest extent with the demoness's black flames, bolstered by dark, binding spells. In less than 2 minutes, the monk, unable to break free, collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious and weakened. Jenna exhaled and lowered herself to the ground. She picked up the grayish-white cloth bag, untied the rope, and inspected its contents. Inside, she found an array of can paints and oil paintbrushes. Chapter 458, Same Direction. Paintbrushes. Jenna stared at the contents of the grayish-white cloth bag for a moment, momentarily stunned by the unexpected discovery. She quickly recalled the purifier's advice and the recent clues they had gathered. Keep a close watch on painters and individuals with painting as a private hobby, as it was likely that some of their works possessed supernatural abilities. Could this monk be a passionate painter? Or was he simply delivering paint and brushes to an artist? It seems like a routine task, but the fact that he had chosen the depths of underground Trier for this errand raises suspicion. It didn't appear to be a matter of time constraints. Either there's a problem with his destination, or the painter he's looking for is problematic. Perhaps everything is problematic. A barrage of thoughts raced through Jenna's mind, leading her to suspect a connection between the mechanically enhanced monk and the hostel they were investigating. It was possible that an artist with supernatural powers was working on murals underground, requiring a substantial supply of paint and tools. Jenna decided to search the monk's robe for any clues, finding only a few coins and banknotes. She placed these items in the same grayish-white cloth bag and secured it with a knot. As she examined the intricate mechanical components that comprised half of the monk's body, she contemplated using the demoness's black flames to incapacitate him once more. Her plan was to transport him back to the surface for an interrogation with the help of Seal, Franca, and Anthony. Being a witch, Jenna had mastered ritualistic magic related to spirit channeling, but she lacked practical experience and was concerned about making a mistake that might disrupt their lead. She also needed a safe prayer target, so she intended to leave this task to the experienced Lumion and Franca. As Jenna was about to put her plan into action, multiple gears on the unconscious monk's face suddenly began to turn on their own. Producing an unsettling clicking and clacking noise, the mechanical parts came to life, spinning wildly and devouring the flesh and blood on the other side of the monk's body, turning it into a gruesome mess. The scene resembled a horrific accident in a factory where an operator had fallen into a massive machine. Jenna's instincts immediately warned her of impending danger, but before she could react, the mechanical parts, along with her own flesh and blood, lunged towards her. Amidst the coexisting sounds of cracking and creaking, she transformed into a mirror, shattering inch by inch. Jenna managed to reappear approximately 10 meters away from the underground river. Without looking back, she swiftly grabbed the grayish-white cloth bag and the arrow of the bloodthirsty embedded in her chest. She darted around the rock wall, making a hasty escape to the surface. Behind her, the sounds of metal grinding and colliding persisted, but they couldn't catch up to her. Gradually, the commotion began to subside. Finally, Jenna heard the crisp sound of metal parts falling to the ground. And she couldn't help but let out a relieved sigh as she slowed her pace. Jenna ran until she reached a named location in underground Trier, where she finally slowed down and carefully removed the arrow of the bloodthirsty from her chest. She could feel her strength waning due to the loss of blood, but she was grateful for her earlier caution in not removing the obsidian arrow from her chest when the monk had fainted. She had chosen to complete the search with it embedded in her. If not for that, she might have been caught by the menacing mechanical body before having the opportunity to use the mystical item once more. As Jenna assessed her surroundings and sought out the underground Avenue du Marché, she reflected on her harrowing experience. It felt as though the chilling tales Franca and Seal had shared, along with their horrifying abilities, had become a reality. The parts of the monk's body that had undergone mechanical enhancements had assumed an eerie lifelike state. And the revived machinery was devouring human flesh and blood. This is the true nature of the mystical world, where beyonder powers are accompanied by unimaginable perils. Jenna turned onto the underground Avenue du Marché and made her way towards the stairs that would lead her back to the surface. Simultaneously, she couldn't shake the suspicion that the enigmatic monk and the sinister secret, cave she and Franca had stumbled upon in the Deep Valley quarry, were somehow linked to the impending catastrophe. After the stone door closed and the dark tunnel fell silent, Franca emerged from her hiding place and remained invisible as she returned to the surface. She replayed the scene she had just witnessed, trying to pinpoint the source of the familiar feeling emanating from the ever-shifting, thin white fog. Just as she was on the verge of resorting to magic mirror divination or dream divination to find answers, a memory resurfaced. She recalled the moment she and Jenna had eliminated the Deep Valley Cloister's warlock-dressed man underground. A similar fog had appeared in the mirror during their spirit channeling. The other party's exploded corpse transformed into a blood mist, revealing the corresponding characteristics, but the colors were different. Seven had informed us that by the time the purifiers arrived in Deep Valley Town, their target had already shifted. The items on the altar were gone, leaving behind only cryptic words on certain papers. Those words were Albert Goncourt, Underground, Riot, and Time. Albert Goncourt is one of the leaders of the Carbonari, and this aligns with the 3 oil lamps I had seen moments ago. Could it be that the Iron and Blood Cross Order is collaborating with the Carbonari to incite a riot, possibly involving monks from the Deep Valley Cloister? Could it be that the item Gardner Martin used to smuggle, rat, Christo into Trier was requested by the Carbonari? Is it located not far behind that stone door? Is that why my ancient silver mirror reacted? Franca gradually connected the dots. She realized the urgency of reporting this matter. Though it wasn't directly related to their primary mission of finding the hostel, it seemed far from a trivial issue. If it escalated, it could lead to another catastrophe, and Franca felt compelled to do her best to prevent it. In the next moment, Franca pondered her options. Should I report to the Tarot Club, the Demoness sect, or inform the authorities through Seven? She quickly made up her mind. Only children choose to do multiple-choice questions. Adults select them all. The only thing to be concerned about was that the reports weren't sent to the wrong parties. Lumion awoke from his dream, his mind filled with questions as he slowly sat up and surveyed his surroundings. There were no signs of Madame Magician pursuing Gabriel at the hostel. Madame Magician didn't realize that Gabriel had used a dream to warn me to escape Trier immediately? That's impossible. This lady possessed the ability to enter and exit my dreams at will in Cordu, and she is known to be the bane of these special monsters. Even Bouvard's lifeless body, which should have been untouchable, hadn't been spared when she dragged it away. Lumion paced back and forth in the room, pondering the puzzling situation. He couldn't believe that Madame Magician wasn't paying attention. She had the means to observe from a distance, so there was no urgency in rushing to Salle de Balbrise. The insight he gained from Conspirer's influence left Lumion with a nagging sense that the dream was not what it seemed. To deceive Madame Magician while communicating with him indicated that there was something extraordinary about Gabriel or the hostel itself. As Lumion was only a Sequence 6 and lacked extensive knowledge of mysticism, he refrained from speculating and instead sat at his desk, taking up a pen and paper to write a letter. Knowing the doll messenger's preferences, he decided to send the letter only after returning to Auberge du Coq Doré, patiently awaiting a response. Before long, Madame Magician's reply arrived. I didn't notice Gabriel influencing your dream. Initial considerations are: you have a close connection to the hostel. There's a close connection between me and the hostel. Lumion's forehead twitched as he read the message, feeling as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over his head. How is that possible? When did I establish such a bond with the hostel? Could it be that Gabriel used this connection to conceal himself from Madame Magician's scrutiny and directly influence my dream? Lumion found Madame Magician's hypothesis absurd, but he couldn't help but analyze the possibilities. As Lumion pondered the situation, a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Maple Mayor. Susanna Matthijs's lover, the ostracized key member of the Bliss Society, the former manager of Theater de l'Ancien Cage à Pigeons, who had claimed to be returning to the market district to do something. Could it be that Maple Mayor had secretly done something in the market district that led to my unexplained close connection with the hostel? He wants to prove himself. I'm definitely one of the targets. Was it his plan for me to establish a close connection with the hostile and detonate it at a critical moment? How did he do it? I had a close connection to the hostile without realizing it. Lumion subconsciously glanced at his left chest and suspected that Termiboros, the traitor, might have played a role in this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to notice anything amiss. Amidst his surprise, Lumion didn't panic. Instead, he felt a sense of joy. I wonder if I can use my close connection to the hostile to find that place. When the time comes, I might have the opportunity to meet the Sansons and have the support of numerous major Arcana card holders. Just as Lumion was about to write and inquire about Madame Magician, he heard soft footsteps approaching his room. Knock, knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the door of room 207. Lumion opened the door and was surprised to find Franca and Jenna standing there. One of them wore a garish blouse, and the other was dressed as a female mercenary. Their expressions were serious. Franca felt the need to communicate with Lumion before writing a report. We've discovered something significant. You found something important too. Lumion was taken aback, pointing at the ceiling. Call Anthony over as well. Nearly 15 minutes later, Franca and Jenna shared their experiences in room 207 of Auberge du Coq Doré, carefully omitting details about the demoness sect and will. As Lumion listened, his brow furrowed. Some of the Deep Valley cloister monks are suspected to be linked to the hostile and the impending catastrophe. That was an important cloister of the god of steam and machinery church. Lumion couldn't help but rub his temples, recollecting that something unusual had also occurred at the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Sacred Heart Cloister. Are the two churches no longer as reliable? Could Trier still be saved? Could there be a future? Chapter 459, Price of Bestowment. After Franca and Jenna, who were sitting by the bed, had finished speaking, the room fell into silence, creating a solemn atmosphere. A few seconds later, Lumion flashed a self-deprecating smile. At the very least, those monks at the Deep Valley Cloister are still discreet when they're up to no good. It means they still have reservations, which suggests that the entirety of the god of steam and machinery church isn't problematic. A significant number of clergymen, or maybe even the majority, are normal. I think so too, Anthony Reed agreed, raising his hand and drawing a triangle on his chest. Lumion continued, at this point, this is no longer something a small team like ours can handle. It's best to leave the Deep Valley Cloister's problem to the purifiers and the machinery hivemind. What he didn't say was that the Tarot Club would keep a close watch. After all, no one knew how many hidden dangers were waiting to emerge within the two churches. What if someone triggered them prematurely, delaying the investigation of the Deep Valley Cloister? All right, Franca concurred. It was her original plan to begin with. With the plan confirmed, Franca and Jenna left Auberge du Coq Doré and returned to Rue des Blouses Blanches. Lumion drew back the curtains, gazing at the crimson moon in the sky. Casually, he said to Anthony Reed, who was about to leave, your best option now is to head to Suhit Steam Locomotive Station as soon as you wake up tomorrow and purchase a ticket to leave Trier. The sooner the departing train, the better. Anthony, dressed in military green camouflage, halted in his tracks, slowly turning around, his gaze locked on Lumion's retreating figure. Oh. Lumion poured himself a glass of light beer, which served as potable water, and took a sip. He continued to peer out the window and said, "You've been with us recently, and you've learned a lot. You should be able to discern the looming issue in Trier. The impending catastrophe will be dire. If you don't depart quickly, you might never get the chance. As for seeking revenge, for finding Philip, who faked his death, we can wait until the catastrophe is over. There's no rule stating you can't return after leaving Trier." Anthony Reed fell into silence for a few seconds before slowly joining Lumion at his side. He too gazed at the night sky and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Lumion replied with a smirk, "Aren't you a spectator? Can't you see we're on a mission? How can we just leave Trier like that?" Anthony turned his head to fix his stare on Lumion's face and eyes, remaining silent for a long while. Lumion held the light beer in his hand, his gaze still fixed outside the window. His eyes were vacant, and his focus seemed clouded. After a while, he scoffed. Besides, I have the ability to survive such a disaster. I can protect Franca and Jenna, but only the two of them. Do you think you can compare to beautiful women who have a deeper relationship with me? His protection referred to teleporting Franca and Jenna to the Fool's Cathedral at the Lavigny docks. Anthony didn't respond and looked at the dark sky outside once more. Slowly, he retrieved a box of cigarettes from his shirt, took one out, placed it between his lips, and lit it with a match. Taking a few deep breaths and exhaling white smoke, the psychiatrist muttered to himself, "I was born and raised on the West Midseashire coast. It's an area with many industrial cities, where the god of steam and machinery has more believers than the eternal blazing sun. The wind in Midseashire is fierce. Summers aren't very hot, but they're humid. Winters bring snow, and everything is covered in white. The surroundings are either thick forests or pockmarked with coal and iron ore mines. When I was fortunate enough to become a Beyonder, my greatest dream was to retire safely from the army with some savings. I'd buy land near my hometown, close to the forest. I'd hire a few people to help me with farming. In my free time, I'd secretly hunt in the forest, breathe the sea air, or go fishing. Heh, you might not know this, but the fish in Midseashire are inedible due to heavy industrial pollution. Locals only eat it if they have no other choice." Anthony Reed's voice deepened. "If I were to return to the West Midseashire coast and my hometown now, I might never be able to enjoy such a life. It's not about money, I need a sense of relaxation. I still have nightmares about our camp being ambushed, with corpses everywhere. Every time, I can feel my heart racing. I can imagine that if I leave tomorrow and see the news and photos of the Trier catastrophe in the newspapers, I'll have similar nightmares. I'll dream of Trier being incinerated by flames, with corpses strewn everywhere. That time I fled out of fear. This time I don't want to do that again." Anthony Reed took another drag on his cigarette. Without waiting for Lumien's mockery, he added, "I'm well aware of my limitations, and all of this doesn't directly concern me. However, I've been in Trier for several years. I know many informants, neighbors, and children who will trade information for sweets or copit. I don't want to hear about their deaths in a few days and see their pained faces when I close my eyes. I'll do my best to cooperate with you and do what I can. Only when there's no other choice will I consider retreating. You don't need to understand. This might be the paranoid decision of a patient with severe psychological problems." Lumien chuckled and commented, "You make it sound as if nobody else has psychological problems. Before completing my treatment, my psychological problems were far worse than yours." A smile appeared on Anthony Reed's face. "So, you chose to stay too, didn't you?" He turned around and left room 207, puffing on his short cigarette. Lumien relished the night view of Trier, the enduring cacophony of Rue anarchy serving as a backdrop to his contemplation. He emptied his glass of light beer. Then he took his seat, drew the curtains, and commenced writing to Madam Magician. New leads. There are now 3 investigation directions. Firstly, the Deep Valley Cloister and the Sacred Heart Cloister. Secondly, I can use the strong connection between myself and the hostel to infiltrate the underground route that Jenna followed when she encountered the monk by the river. By following my instincts, I can attempt to reach the hostel directly. Thirdly, an assault on Gardner Martin. Since the Iron and Blood Cross Order collaborates with the Carbonari, which is linked to the Deep Valley Cloister incident, they might be involved and have valuable information. After dispatching the letter, Lumien paced his room, grappling with a mixture of worry, frustration, and anticipation. Before long, Magician replied, "We'll take responsibility for the first direction. I refrained from mentioning the second direction because it poses a significant risk to you. Furthermore, Gabriel's warning has likely been detected, so the hostel will be on high alert against such intrusions. We can cautiously explore the third direction, but you must be well prepared before confronting Gardner Martin." Silently, crimson flames erupted, setting the paper in Lumien's hand ablaze. He planned to get some rest to recover from mental fatigue. At dawn, he would convene with Franca, Jenna, and Anthony to discuss their plan of action. Apartment 601, 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. Franca hadn't changed into her cotton pajamas. She was still dressed in her daytime attire. Observing her pacing the room, Jenna asked, her brow furrowed in confusion, "What's bothering you?" Franca sighed and replied, "I intend to seek out Gardner now. Although Seal didn't mention it just now, I can sense that he will propose dealing with Gardner in the next 2 days. This is a clear breakthrough. Sigh, I must seize the opportunity to digest more pleasure." Jenna regarded Franca's profile, pursing her lips before changing the topic. "Don't you have many lovers? Even without Gardner Martin, there are others." Franca couldn't help but clear her throat and smile wryly. Long gone, long gone. Gardner and his lovers are my current interests." Jenna chuckled and playfully teased, "Without Gardner Martin, you can turn to Seal." "No, no," Franca waved her hand vigorously. "I can't get past myself." With those words, she headed toward the door. "I'm going to Rue des Fontaines." Jenna's smile faded as she offered a solemn reminder, "Don't display any unusual behavior later." "I understand," Franca replied, her expression turning serious. "I won't let Gardner feel like I'm giving him hospice." With that, she opened the door and exited. Jenna let out a soft sigh as she watched Franca vanish behind the closed door. Then, her gaze turned to the grayish-white cloth bag on the coffee table, and she muttered to herself, "I wonder when I'll encounter Will to deliver this bag." In the middle of the night, Jenna awoke suddenly from a vivid dream. In her dream, she found herself in an underground quarry cave, with Will standing before her. Although it was only a dream, Jenna had an uncanny sense of familiarity with the location and knew how to reach it in reality. Understanding the significance of her dream, Jenna nodded slowly and changed into her female mercenary attire. Carrying the grayish-white cloth bag, she left apartment 601 and ventured underground through the entrance on Rue des Blanches. Following the revelations of her dream and guided by her spirituality, she descended, turned, and squeezed through gaps at times. Finally, she arrived at the quarry cave she had seen in her dream. In the center of the mine, Will, dressed as he had been during the day, held an orange jack-o'-lantern. He didn't appear particularly pleased, resembling a student caught playing hooky by parents and teachers. "Is this what you want?" Jenna handed him the grayish-white cloth bag filled with various paints and brushes. Will accepted it but didn't open the bag. Instead, he retrieved an item known as the lucky gold coin and sighed. "This is your reward. This is both your luck and misfortune. It signifies that you will encounter many things and bear significant responsibility. You may not fully grasp it now, but one day you will. Ever since the heretics brought catastrophe to the market district, there's been no turning back for me. Only by forging ahead in this perilous world of mysticism can I protect those I care about," Jenna silently mused, taking the lone gold pound. She inspected it and inquired, "How should I use it?" "Simply keep it with you," Will advised, waving his hand before vanishing into the depths of the quarry cave, clutching his jack-o'-lantern. Jenna stowed the lucky gold coin and made her way back to the surface. To her astonishment, she found that she couldn't recall the route she had taken. While she had arrived guided by her spirituality, she was now fully awake and devoid of the same guidance. Jenna had no choice but to navigate her way independently, following a general principle of ascending. After walking for some time, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if an explosion had occurred in the distance. An earthquake or some other anomaly. Jenna furrowed her brow and quickened her pace to find a path leading upward. As she turned a corner around a rock wall, her feet abruptly gave way. The ground had already caved in, and now it had completely collapsed. Amidst the deafening sounds of collapse, Jenna couldn't react in time and tumbled deeper as the ground disintegrated. She swiftly adjusted her body and activated her assassin abilities, allowing her to descend gracefully like a feather. Chapter 460, Chain Reaction. In the Deep Valley Quarry in the Hill District, the gatekeeper fell asleep once more, carried away by 2 members of the machinery hivemind. Clad in a white priest's robe and a clergyman's bonnet, Heramic Haydn gazed at the open mine entrance, his benevolent and gentle face veiled in shadows. After the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery lost all its dioceses in the Lone Kingdom, the former Archbishop of Backland, a member of the Divine Council, returned to the headquarters in Intes. Over the past few years, he had traveled to various places like a firefighter, handling various serious Beyonder incidents. He understood better than most clergymen of the God of Steam and Machinery Church that despite the outward appearance of peace, the world was riddled with festering wounds. Problems abounded, and hidden dangers lurked in the darkness. The Orthodox churches and government organizations could only strive to maintain stability. Hiramic collected his thoughts and sighed silently. He turned to the machinery hivemind deacon beside him and declared, "Let's take action. God will protect us." By Steam. As he spoke, he drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. The burly machinery hivemind deacon issued the command for purification, and the members of the hivemind sprang into action. Some raised iron-black barrel-shaped objects, while others shouldered weapons resembling steam firearms, devoid of backpacks or golden ammunition belts. Still, others produced leather scrolls, charms crafted from various metals, and some pointed rings, canes, and other objects forward. Rumble. The miniature sun-like golden fireball was the first to blast out of a cannon barrel, landing at the heart of the quarry cave. Behind it followed a cascade of colorful cannonballs and bullets of varying shapes. The light and dispersed waves purged the entire deep valley quarry repeatedly, maintaining the cave's structural integrity, resulting in only a slight collapse. After a few rounds of purification, the concealed cave within the quarry was breached, unveiling its interior. Hiramic's eyes gleamed with an inhuman, dark red light. He could clearly discern that the white mist within the secret cave had nearly dissipated entirely. Human arms and legs were embedded in the rock walls on either side. The Archbishop advanced, leading 2 squads of machinery hivemind members through the quarry and into the concealed cave. Before entering, he cast a glance back at the nearby Deep Valley Cloister, closely monitored by Trier's Archbishop with sealed artifacts. Hiramic studied the human arms and legs attached to gears, crankshafts, and other mechanical components, resembling experimental subjects. Under the deacon's orders, the machinery hivemind members initiated another round of purification. They persisted until the arms, legs, and machinery had turned to ashes or fragments, allowing them to proceed further into the secret cave and descend the tunnel. After several iterations, Hiramic and the machinery hivemind members, their pale white hair concealed by clergyman bonnets, reached a vast, laboratory-like chamber. Here, human arms intertwined with machinery following ceiling tracks, perpetually gripping cabinets, sinks, long tables, and iron boxes, moving them toward the blazing fire at the deepest part of the hall. A few human corpses were piled in the chamber, and a humanoid figure made entirely of machinery stood among them. This mechanical being stood at a towering height of over 3 meters. One of his cybernetic eyes resembled an emerald, while the other resembled a ruby, supported by numerous components. His temples were encased in a transparent special material, revealing the squirming grayish-white brain within. The mechanical giant cast a glance at Hiramic and the others, who were scattered at the entrance of the chamber, and emitted a metallic chuckle. "Surprised, are you? I don't require steam to power myself or a human body to control me. I can perform any task just like a normal person, including combat. Unfortunately, my sequence isn't high enough to replace the human brain." Seeing this, you have no reason to doubt, right? We are the chosen children of God. We follow the true teachings of God, while your spirits and flesh have been tainted by the pleasures and indulgence of the mortal world, causing you to abandon the throne of God. Hiramic surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the machinery hivemind members present remained extraordinarily vigilant and resolute. He nodded in approval. Turning his attention to the mechanical giant, his benevolent expression remained undisturbed. "You used a spirituality gem, didn't you? Using humans to refine spirituality gems is even more ruthless and wasteful than employing steam to drive them. Claude, I thought you were momentarily lost and would gradually return to your senses within the Deep Valley Cloister. I didn't anticipate that you would become a heretic." "Heretic?" the mechanical giant laughed. "You are the heretics. When was the last time any of you received a revelation?" "All the time," Hiramic responded with composure. "Claude, tell me, where is the hostel? Are you in league with those evil gods to set your sights on fourth epic Trier? In his mechanical giant form, Claude's eyes emitted red and green lights as he spoke with solemnity. You have strayed from the teachings of God. You no longer possess the spirit of sacrifice. The future of this world and the chance for a deity to ascend to the pinnacle lies within fourth epic Trier. The sooner we unlock it, the greater our hope. Without waiting for Hiramic's reply, the mechanical giant declared coldly, I will show you who the heretics are and who the true followers of God are. As soon as Claude finished speaking, the light in his cybernetic eyes flared and the entire chamber trembled. The sounds of machinery in operation resonated with an enigmatic aura. In an instant, the machinery hivemind members, who had been on the verge of unleashing their firepower, witnessed projected paintings depicting the evolution of humans emerging from obscurity, advancing step by step, and building civilizations at various stages. These paintings were ethereal, weighty, delicate, and magnificent. Hiramic and his companions seemed to transform into the people within the paintings, experiencing the gravity and splendor of civilization. At that moment, a face appeared outside the painting. This figure wore a towering crown, with his nostrils decayed to the point where only 2 black holes remained. His eyes were filled with countless overlapping star charts, and they stared greedily at Hiramic and the others, as well as their civilization. Silently, more faces pressed against the surface of the painting. Some had their heads bisected by a ruler, while others were adorned with yellow paper covered in strange symbols. Some were covered in ears of wheat and rice, while others barely took on human forms, their bodies adorned with various symbols. These faces were larger than Hiramic and his companions combined. They stared fixedly at the scene through the painting. The machinery hivemind members who beheld these faces experienced a profound fear from the depths of their hearts, as though their entire civilization would be obliterated. Just as they were on the verge of losing control, the faces vanished mysteriously, just as they had appeared. The scene before Hiramic's eyes reverted to its normal state. The mechanical giant Claude and the frenziedly operating chamber re-entered his field of vision. The archbishop remained unruffled, though his voice resonated with anger. Heretics! As his voice reverberated, he flexed his left wrist with his right hand, unveiling a black, cold, and weighty metal tube. The sound of gears clicking filled the chamber, illuminating it as brightly as daylight. The machinery hivemind members launched their attacks in succession. Rumble! The deep valley quarry experienced a distinct tremor, as though a brief, violent earthquake had struck. In underground Trier, just outside the stone door through which the carbonari had disappeared, crimson fireballs hovered in the air, casting a warm glow in the dark tunnel. Blazing Danitz, dressed in a linen shirt, a brown jacket, dark pants, and black leather boots, had one hand in his pocket as he fixed his gaze on the nearby stone door. His burnt yellow hair and eyebrows framed his face, and he casually held a weed in his mouth, surveying the surroundings with his dark blue yet bright eyes. Nearly 20 men, all dressed as sailors, silently fanned out in the vicinity. Some twirled daggers, others wiped the barrels of their revolvers, and a few stretched their necks in anticipation. A grinning, brown-haired sailor finally broke the silence and questioned Blazing Danitz. "Captain, why are we aiding the Inti's government in pursuing the Carbonari? And why are we doing it for free?" Danitz glanced at him, spat out the weed from his mouth, and muttered under his breath, "Damn fools, do you want to see Trier in ruins? Are you lads not still in Tijan?" As he spoke, he swung his fist at the stone door. Doesn't this group of assholes not know that their captain owns numerous properties in Trier? Upon the surface of Danitz's clenched fist, blazing white flames gathered as he thrust forward. Eventually, they coalesced into a fireball emitting a destructive aura. Boom! The ground shook, and the stone door shattered. Jenna descended gracefully in the seemingly endless darkness, occasionally brushing against gravel but escaping physical harm. After what felt like an eternity of descent, her feet finally touched solid ground. Her beautiful blue eyes reflected a building. It was a slightly crooked beige house. The lower 3 floors bore the architectural marks of Roselle's era, featuring pillar walls, arches, and large windows. The top 2 floors, in stark contrast, seemed crudely appended as an afterthought. Jenna was visibly taken aback. The building before her was one she recognized all too well. It was Auberge du Coq d'Oreille. At that moment, light streamed from numerous rooms within Auberge du Coq d'Oreille. Jenna spotted a man and a woman, standing on the 3rd-floor balcony, wrapped in each other's embrace. The man sported black-framed glasses, his neatly combed brown hair adding to his refined appearance. As for the woman, she wore a lake blue dress, her plump face and ethereal brown eyes creating a curious juxtaposition. Thud thud, Jenna's heart raced. She had never actually met the woman, but she was familiar with the man. It was the missing playwright, Gabriel. Chapter 461, Strange World. In room 309, Gabriel casually surveyed the street diagonally across the way and suddenly spotted Jenna, who had disguised herself as a female mercenary. He was taken aback for a moment before swiftly retreating from the window, with Seraphine cradled in his arms. Only then did Jenna, who appeared to be lost in a daydream, snap back to reality. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back and melted into the shadows cast by the building. As her thoughts raced, chaos reigned in her mind. Is that Gabriel? I'm seeing him again. Didn't he morph into a monster and head to the hostel? Is this the hostel? Auberge du Coq d'Oreille is the hostel. No, the real Auberge du Coq d'Oreille definitely isn't a hostel. Otherwise, Seal and the secret organization with tarot cards as their code names would have discovered it long ago. Is this a mirror image of Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, or is it the sketch of someone somewhere? Jenna quickly deduced, relying on the information at hand. Yet upon further reflection, she sensed that something was off. Auberge du Coq d'Oreille used a naming system like Room 207 and 305. According to Bouvard's prophecy, Voisin Sanson was in Room 7, and Pualis de Roquefort was in Room 12. They didn't match up. There must be something awry. Jenna averted her gaze from the counterfeit Auberge du Coq d'Oreille and surveyed her surroundings. She noticed that this place was identical to Rue Anarchy. The buildings lined up perfectly, some tall, some short, some askew, and some precariously balanced, but all standing firm. On the street, vendors peddled meatloaf, whiskey sours, and other wares. Pedestrians streamed in and out, creating a bustling scene. If she hadn't spotted Gabriel and had been plummeting this entire time, Jenna would have believed she'd returned to the surface and Rue Anarchy. As Jenna carefully observed the pedestrians and vendors, it became clear that something was off. Their vacant expressions and infrequent changes gave them an eerie, mechanical quality. Many familiar faces seemed to vanish at the end of the street, only to reappear, circling around from somewhere and returning to the entrance of Rue Anarchy in a repetitive cycle. It's indeed fake, like a massive stage production. Most people, like the surrounding buildings, serve as a backdrop, but it's just a backdrop. Jenna analyzed the scene, drawing parallels with theatrical performances she knew well, trying to make sense of what she was witnessing. Her attention then shifted to the counterfeit Auberge du Coq d'Oreille and Room 207. With the curtains drawn, it was impossible to determine if a mirror image of Lumion was inside. After a few moments of contemplation, Jenna decided not to risk infiltrating the fake Auberge du Coq d'Oreille. She opted to explore the area carefully, gaining a rough understanding of the overall situation to see if there was a way out. Following the shadows along the street, she cautiously made her way toward Rue des Blanches. The layout and situation here mirrored Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Jenna barely needed to distinguish the path before returning to Rue des Blanches. With every step, her sense of unease grew. She even began to question if her usual neighborhood was real. Jenna couldn't help but look up at the sky from the shadows. Blue sky, white clouds, the westering sun, and billowing smoke. It all felt real, yet helped Jenna confirm that this wasn't the genuine market district. She had descended into the underground in the middle of the night to search for Will. Could she have been missing for 12 hours? From across 3 Rue des Blanches, Jenna surveyed apartment 601. Beside the glass window in the living room, she saw Franca, dressed in a blouse and holding a bottle of dark red wine in her hand. Her flaxen hair was tied in a ponytail. Behind Franca, Jenna, dressed in a light blue dress, busied herself with tidying up, occasionally disappearing from the window's view. Jenna wasn't shocked, but her heart sank. She and Franca were undeniably present. Is this really the reflection of the market district? Jenna closely observed Franca and confirmed that Franca still used her right hand, ruling out the possibility of her being a mirror person. Likewise, in apartment 601, both Franca and Jenna's vacant expressions persisted as they continued their lives following predetermined paths without any deviations. While remaining hidden in the shadows, Jenna pondered the location of the exit. Lacking much experience, she sought inspiration from Lumien's accounts and the plays she had witnessed. Should I head to the border and investigate the edge of this fake world? Since this place faithfully replicates the market district, well, at least Rue Anarchy and Rue des Blouses Blanches, it resembles a reflection. Could I find the exit by locating distinct places? The Church has always told us that we can seek refuge in the cathedral in times of danger or accidents. I wonder what Église Saint-Trobert looks like here. Does it seek God's protection or adhere to the Black Sun? If it's truly the Black Sun, it's an entirely different realm. Jenna decided to stealthily make her way to Avenue du Marché and observe the state of the eternal blazing sun, churches, Église Saint-Trobert in this strange world. She made sure not to expose herself to passers-by, residents on both sides, or newsboys peddling their wares. Through the various shadows, she carefully and quietly turned onto Avenue du Marché. After advancing a distance, Jenna's eyes suddenly froze. She noticed something different. There was no sign of Salle de Bal Brise on Avenue du Marché. Where the khaki-colored building and the skull statue should have been, there was only impenetrable darkness. Even the sunlight from the sky couldn't pierce it. In this dark black hole-like scene, bright red lines alternated between slowly materializing and being consumed by the surroundings. Their ultimate destination remained a mystery. What's most peculiar about this place is Salle de Bal Brise. Seal mentioned that there's something ancient and sinister beneath Salle de Bal Brise. Jenna stared into the darkness, sensing that this might be the heart of the problem. Muttering to herself, Jenna contemplated, will I be able to leave this strange world by walking into that darkness? But I have a hunch that not only does it not lead to safety, but it also represents danger. I can't enter rashly. As these thoughts raced through Jenna's mind, she was suddenly jolted by a commotion. Swiftly, she cast her gaze towards the other end of Avenue du Marché, where she spotted several indistinct figures hovering in the air, emitting a faint glow as they meticulously scrutinized every shadow and conceivable hiding spot for humans. They clutched a stack of papers, which they compared to the pedestrians on the road. Jenna's heart tightened as a thought crossed her mind. Did the masters or guards of this world discover the collapsing tunnel above and suspect that outsiders had entered, prompting them to launch a thorough search? Uncertain about the abilities of these blurry figures emitting a faint light, Jenna didn't dare risk assuming they couldn't spot her lurking in the shadows. Her only option was to swiftly retrace her steps and return to Rue des Blouses Blanches, planning to take a detour through an area that had already been inspected. Yet, even on the other side of Rue des Blouses Blanches, faintly lit figures were conducting inspections. Jenna's heart raced, and amidst her unease, she had a sudden idea. She slipped into a nearby building, scattered dust in an inconspicuous corner, and recited an incantation to become invisible. With this newfound invisibility, she dashed along the street's shadows and infiltrated apartment 601 before the floating figures could search 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. After patiently waiting for several moments, Jenna discreetly followed the imposter Jenna into the washroom. Seizing the moment while the imposter was occupied with washing a piece of cloth, Jenna, still in her invisibility state, drew a dagger and executed an assassin's mighty blow. Her form materialized as her dagger found its mark in the imposter Jenna's back. The fake Jenna's eyes bulged in shock, but Jenna swiftly covered her mouth and nose to stifle any outcry. After a brief struggle, the imposter met her end. Rather than withdrawing her dagger, Jenna chose to change into the fake Jenna's clothes. Her extensive experience with worn-out clothes helped her conceal the hole at the back. She then concealed the imposter's body in the cupboard beneath the sink to prevent any blood from flowing. With this done, Jenna wrangled up the cloth and mimicked the actions she had observed, maintaining the vacant expression. Soon, a faint figure floated outside apartment 601's window. Jenna didn't look up, continuing to tidy the coffee table, which had already been devoid of miscellaneous items. She could sense two substantial gazes on her, accompanied by the sound of paper being flipped. After an agonizing 7 to 8 seconds, the faint figures moved on to search the next apartment. Jenna let out a relieved breath and proceeded to the washroom with a measured pace. After what had just transpired, she felt an urgency to seek help. She couldn't afford to wait any longer. Even the suspected exit seemed too dangerous to approach, and numerous figures emitting a faint light were patrolling the area. While these figures didn't appear overly formidable, Jenna knew that engaging them would undoubtedly draw the attention of the administrators of this world. If this place was indeed the hostel, the previous residents, granted boons by evil gods, would pose a significant threat. This included Madame Knight Pualis, who alternated between a demigod and a sequence 5, or the true demigod, circle inhabitant Voisin Sanson. Jenna hadn't reached out to the outside world for help from the beginning because she lacked the means to send a message without leaving this place. Now, she was left with no other choice but to attempt something. I wonder if the telegraph office here can be of any use. It doesn't seem promising. Perhaps I should offer a prayer to a deity and recite his honorific name in Hermes. I hope he can hear my plea. Jenna's heart raced as she seized the opportunity to clean the cloth in the washroom. She outstretched her arms and began reciting the honorific name of the eternal blazing sun. The mighty eternal blazing sun, inextinguishable light, embodiment of order, god of deeds. As the soft Hermes words reverberated, Jenna's surroundings remained unchanged. She couldn't help but regret not having made up her mind after becoming a witch and putting her faith in Mr. Fool. That way, she might have obtained the Fool's honorific name from Lumion. But now, it was too late to consider that option. Phew, Jenna let out a sigh, and retrieved the lucky gold coin from a hidden pocket in her light blue dress. She felt that her best option was to rely on luck for now. She wanted to see if luck alone could help her elicit a response without using a complete honorific name. Holding the lucky gold coin, Jenna continued her prayer in Hermes, "Great Mr. Fool, please help me leave this place. Please protect Trier." In the Market District, Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, room 207. Lumion suddenly awoke, sensing a faint warmth in his left chest. Chapter 462, Critical Interference. Lumion's heart skipped a beat as he bolted upright. He quickly unbuttoned his shirt and glanced at his left chest, where he saw the bluish-black symbol that represented Mr. Fool's seal. It was a fusion of a portion of the pupil-less eye and a portion of the contorted lines. What happened? Mr. Fool's seal has been activated. Did Termaburow's attempt to escape? Lumion's thoughts raced. However, as he pondered, he began to sense that something was amiss. Sunlight filtered through the drawn curtains, casting a semi-darkness over room 207. At first glance, there was nothing unusual, as if someone had overslept until the sun was high in the sky. But Lumion was different. He reset his body and mental state every morning, waking up naturally at 6 a.m. It was already autumn, and Trier didn't see the first light until 7 a.m. Lumion recalled an earthquake that had occurred not long ago, and he suspected that the official Beyonders might have taken action. However, after carefully listening to his surroundings and confirming the safety of the Market District, he had gone back to sleep. It was still late at night. Either Termaburow's has escaped, and I'm no longer affected by the Circle inhabitants' power, or there's been an anomaly in the Market District. Lumion shrank into a gentle crouch, leaning against the desk beside the bed. He cautiously raised a corner of the curtain. What he saw was a familiar daily scene, but soon, Lumion noticed blurry figures floating in the air, emitting a faint, eerie glow. These figures had different faces, but they all shared an unsettling stiffness, emptiness, coldness, and detachment. They bore a certain resemblance to the corrupted Bouvard's corpse and Gabriel, who had transformed into a monster. It was as if they could disappear into the crevices of space at any moment, gazing coldly and dispassionately at reality. The monsters of the hostile pathway have invaded Trier, but where are Trier's protective powers? This doesn't feel very strong. It's more like a product of corruption. He observed carefully and noticed that the street vendors and pedestrians also appeared somewhat empty, as if they too had been affected. Combined with the anomaly in time and the westering sun, Lumion quickly surmised the situation. I'm not in the real market district. I've been drawn into a strange world suspected to be the hostile. This is the reason why Mr. Fool's seal was activated. Lumion released his right hand's grip, allowing the curtains to gently fall back against the wall, sealing off the interior from the exterior once more. With a sense of purpose, he got out of bed and checked his belongings to ensure they were all intact. Without wasting any time, Lumion set up the altar and erected a wall of spirituality, readying himself to perform ritualistic magic to seek Mr. Fool's assistance. One by one, he used his spirituality to light the 3 candles and incinerate the herbal powder and essential oil. Stepping back twice, he began to solemnly recite the Fool's honorific name. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I implore you. As he spoke, a thin gray fog suddenly emanated from the wall of spirituality. The candle flames took on a bluish-black hue, casting a sinister and dark atmosphere over the entire altar. Lumion's thoughts slowed down once more, and an uncomfortable sensation coursed through his flesh. It was as if an army of countless worms were wriggling beneath his skin. Unlike previous interactions, he suddenly felt a strong sense of imminent danger. It was as though the gray fog harbored blatant and unusually overt malice directed at him. This malevolence would briefly fade, only to surge back. It didn't fully dissipate, nor did it manifest into tangible reality. The cycle of vanishing and resurfacing was akin to a monstrous entity in the water extending its tentacles to the shore, only to be pulled back into the deep sea by an unseen force. Lumion struggled to complete the ritual, waiting in vain for the angel's protection or any revelations to come. The influence of the gray fog intensified, leaving him with no choice but to prematurely end the ritual and extinguish the candle flames. As the wall of spirituality disintegrated, Lumion's thoughts finally returned to their normal pace. Sometimes malice, sometimes no issues. Is the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings interfering with Mr. Fool's response? He usually can't do it. Has he gathered enough strength to take a risk at a critical moment? This implies that the situation has reached a critical turning point. In Quartier-Erast, outside the Sacred Heart Cloister with its numerous golden steeples, the major Arcana card holder's magician, clad in a white knotted shirt and a beige dress, and the elegant and pristine Justice, stared at the magnificent building. A golden retriever accompanied them, doing the same as well. Rumble, the ground quaked, as if a brief earthquake had struck Trier. Magician smiled and said, "It's beginning." They understood that this commotion was likely stemming from the Deep Valley Cloister and the quarry. Their aim was to initiate a series of changes and set off a chain reaction, with the hope that Lady Moon, hidden within the Sacred Heart Cloister, would step out on her own and trigger their plan ahead of schedule. By doing so, they could avoid forcefully entering the Sacred Heart Cloister and provoking the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Their target was Lady Moon, the evil gods bestowed who nurtured a deity. Assuming there were very few angel-level heretics blessed within the barrier, Lady Moon represented the Great Mother and the most potent power among all of Trier's heretics. It was highly likely that she was at the center of the problem. By controlling her, they could disregard the intricate web woven by fate and grasp the heart of the issue, possibly resolving it on the spot. If Lady Moon didn't emerge, Magician intended to capitalize on the chaos in Trier, attempting to conceal the grand complex of buildings blessed by the eternal blazing sun and forcibly locate her target. Justice nodded gently. In fact, I've always had a sense that something is amiss with Lady Moon. The problem may not be what we've suspected, and might have lured us here. However, regardless of the situation, we have many dependable companions. Even if something occurs elsewhere, I believe they can handle it." Magician concurred tersely. "The two of us can't do everything. Believing in our companions is both hopeful and necessary." At that moment, she suddenly turned her head and looked into the distance. Justice asked calmly, "What's the matter?" Magician frowned and replied, "The seal experienced a fluctuation. Mr. Fool has also sent a revelation, but I'm not certain if it's authentic." After tidying up the altar, Lumion was just about to settle down and consider the current situation and ways to contact the outside world when he heard two sets of footsteps approaching from upstairs. Are they heading for room 207? Had the dissolution of the Wall of Spirituality alerted someone here? Lumion surveyed the area, his fingers finding the gaps in the newspaper-covered wall as he climbed up to the ceiling. Like a colossal spider, he relied on a dancer's flexibility and a hunter's physique to silently cling closely to the wall, waiting for the two people in the corridor to approach. If they didn't spot anything unusual, he would consider it a successful deception and let them pass. If they sensed anything was amiss, he would strike without hesitation. At that moment, Lumion felt a deep sense of gratitude for Auberge du Coq Doré's aged appearance. It was filled with damage and signs of repair. This was why he could grasp certain protrusions, secure his grip in certain crevices, and anchor his body safely to the ceiling. In just over 10 seconds, the door to room 207 creaked open. Lumion's eyes focused on Gabriel's hairline and forehead, as well as the black-framed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Behind the playwright stood Seraphine, a model clad in a lake blue dress, exuding an aura of detachment. It's indeed the hostel. Although Lumion couldn't fathom why he had inexplicably ended up at the hostel, he still felt a surge of excitement despite his taut nerves. From this point onward, as long as he could deceive Seraphine and the others, establish a connection with the outside world, and seek help, there was hope for resolving the problem. Gabriel took 2 steps inside and halted. He scanned the room and said to Seraphine, "No issues here." Seraphine tersely acknowledged his words and proceeded to inspect the other rooms. Gabriel followed the model closely, making sure to close the door of room 207 behind him. After they ascended from the 2nd floor, Lumion released his grip on the ceiling and gently landed on the floor. He pulled up a chair, turned it around, and sat down, leaning back as he kept his gaze locked on the door. After a few minutes, footsteps approached from the 3rd floor. Lumion remained motionless, unsurprised as he watched the wooden door gently open. Gabriel's figure appeared. "Why did you come in?" The playwright, now a monster with a slightly vacant expression, asked with a note of rational concern. Lumion chuckled. "I'd like to know that too." Gabriel entered the room quietly, shutting the door behind him. He was dressed in a white shirt, a dark jacket, black pants, and strapless leather shoes, his face showing signs of pain. "Leave this place as soon as possible. I'm losing control. I don't know when I'll betray you. By the way, Jenna has also entered. I don't know where she's hiding." "Jenna is here too." Lumion raised his eyebrows and asked the most critical question. "How do I leave?" Gabriel began to respond, but the door to room 207 creaked open once more. Only then did Lumion sense the intrusion and turned his gaze towards the door. Seraphine stood there, with her plump face, naturally disheveled brown hair, and brown eyes exuding a unique ethereal aura. Lumion didn't panic. He put on a calm demeanor and said, "You seem to know Gabriel so well." Despite his outward composure, every muscle in his body tensed. "He's not good at hiding his thoughts," Seraphine replied in an empty voice. Communicable, Lumion suppressed his urge to use the spell of Harumph and sighed. "I thought you had already become a pure monster." Seraphine's lips formed a self-deprecating smile. "The difference between me and them is that before I turned into a pure monster, I realized there was still someone who truly loved me." Gabriel smiled. Lumion sighed and inquired, "Is this the hostel?" "Yes," Gabriel confirmed before anyone else could. Lumion glanced at the dimly lit corridor. "But the room here isn't room 7, room 12. It's still room 207, 309. Seraphine gazed at Lumion, her expression becoming increasingly ethereal and her voice even more illusory. Here they call me, Room 12. Chapter 463, Noncorresponding Details. Room 12, Lumion's gaze on Seraphine froze. He had considered various possibilities, but he hadn't guessed what Room 12 signified. Room 12 was where Madame Knight Pualis de Roquefort, her husband, butler, lady's maid, and the children resided. Almost simultaneously, Lumion recalled the oil painting he had seen at Trier's Art Center. The woman in the painting, modeled after Seraphine, was naked, her skin adorned with faces. Were those faces the symbols of the room's occupants, or were they the manifestations of the hostel itself? Lumion's pupils dilated as he fixed his gaze on Seraphine, prepared to activate the black mark on his body at any moment and use the spell of Harumph to block the exit of Room 12's occupants. He was still haunted by the memories of Madame Pualis. Seraphine tugged at her lake blue dress, her plump face contorting with obvious pain. I can't influence how long the residents inside can sense the outside world. In other words, Madame Pualis hasn't discovered me yet. Lumion heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to be careless. What if Seraphine's interference quickly failed? At that moment, Seraphine pulled down the collar of her dress, revealing a portion of her skin. Lumion could clearly see the oil painting-like faces there. They were half hidden and half exposed, looking exceptionally terrifying. This confirmed Lumion's guess and piqued his curiosity. Why use a corrupted human model as a room in the hostel? Why allow Madame Pualis, Voisin Sanson, and other powerful evil god-bestowed individuals to stay there? Couldn't they just move into this replica, the fake Auberge du Coq d'Oreille? Was this to interfere with divination, prophecy, and other mysticism methods employed during a search? Why does it feel like a ritual? It's like a specific setup and requirement. As an alms monk with ample knowledge of ritualistic magic, Lumion sensed something sinister about this matter. Seeing that Seraphine hadn't left, he seized the opportunity to inquire, how many rooms does the hostel have? From room 2 to room 13, Seraphine replied in her ethereal voice. No room 1, Lumion asked immediately. Gabriel answered for his lover. There's supposed to be one, but we've never seen it. Room 1 has never moved into the hostel. Mysterious Room 1? It's confirmed at the moment that there are 12 rooms, but there might be more than one evil god bestowed living in each room. Lumion realized that time was of the essence and quickly changed his line of questioning. How can I escape from here? With the permission of the pixies or through the black hole on Avenue du Marché, but it's very dangerous. It might lead you to places you shouldn't be, Seraphine replied, her eyes shifting between emptiness and pain. Avenue du Marché's black hole, Lumion inquired further. How many pixies are there, and where can I find them? 3, Gabriel responded. They don't reside in this world and only visit occasionally. They typically allow the servants to maintain order here. They are the flying and glowing figures you see outside. 3 pixies, according to the Purifier's information, the sequence of a pixie likely hasn't reached godhood. I can tentatively consider them equivalent to sequence 5, but their unique states mean that unless they actively enter reality, some saints might not even be able to attack them. I do have the potential to deal with the pixies when encountering them, especially if I could capture one to facilitate my escape. Lumion's thoughts raced as he asked further, do the pixies have a regular pattern of entering and exiting? No, Seraphine replied, her demeanor gradually fading as she shook her head slowly. Lumion switched to another line of questioning. Do you know where Jenna is hiding? I don't know, Gabriel replied quickly. The pixies' servants haven't located her either. They're uncertain if anyone has truly entered this place. The pixies must have ordered an investigation based on the changes in the outside world out of caution. Before Lumion could ask another question, Seraphine's face twisted once again. She turned and left room 207, heading upstairs. It was evident that her ability to influence the residents' perception of the outside world was quickly fading. Gabriel's condition worsened as he slowly made his way to the corridor outside. Is there a boundary here? Lumion inquired one last time. Gabriel nodded, his eyes growing increasingly vacant. Only Avenue du Marché and the area around it are real. It's surrounded by a dark, deep void with a formless barrier. Barrier, Lumion repeated this word in his heart, his expression unchanged as he watched Gabriel close the door for him and listened to his footsteps returning to the third floor. The word barrier brought to mind something Madame Magician had mentioned before. She had spoken of a barrier outside their world, preventing the invasion of alien evil gods. Although Gabriel's description of the barrier might not be the same as Madame Magician's, Lumion couldn't ignore the possibility that these barriers were connected, especially given the evil god Believer's grand plans. Turning away from the door, Lumion realized that time was of the essence. Seraphine and Gabriel's corruption would only worsen, rendering them increasingly out of control. Once fully mutated, they would no longer help Lumion and Jenna hide the truth, likely reporting it to the Pixies. There are two pressing issues at hand. First, how to contact the outside world or escape this place. Second, finding Jenna. Lumion focused and employed his Conspirer thinking abilities. Regarding the first question, especially how to contact the outside world, he quickly brainstormed several potential solutions. 1. Fully activate the Blood Emperor's aura in his right hand to see if it could break through the barriers of this abnormal world, attracting the attention of the demigods in Trier. 2. Set up a boon-seeking ritual to bypass the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for Blessings' interference and transmit information to Mr. Fool. 3. Test the spirit and flesh connection between himself and Mr. K's finger. 4. Attempt to summon Madame Magician's messenger. 5. Attempt to summon Madame Hella's messenger. 6. Recite the incantation used to enter the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's gathering, the Nation of the Evernight Palace, to see if it could be of use in this situation without any prior request. 7. Find the fake Franca in this world and check if she possesses the ancient silver mirror they had obtained from underground to potentially use it to escape. 8. Create a commotion to attract 1 or 2 pixies and capture them. 9. Before diving into any of his numerous plans, Lumion knew that locating Jenna was a top priority, as any of his actions could potentially alert the Pixies and draw their attention. How should I find Jenna? He tried to put himself in Jenna's shoes, considering how she, an experienced witch, would handle being in this strange world, suspected to be the hostel's location. Jenna must have also seen Gabriel, and she wouldn't take the risk of entering the fake auberge du Coq Doré immediately. She can become invisible and hide in the shadows. She usually has the patience to observe. It's not difficult for her to notice the peculiarities of pedestrians and vendors. Under these circumstances, what should I do if I were her? Yes, I'd search for the boundaries of this place. I'd see if cathedrals and other deity-protected buildings have been replicated. If they have, I'd investigate what's inside and whom they believe in. I'd identify the differences between this place and the real market district to find any clues for my escape. And my first task will be to confirm if there's a fake me. The Pixie servants were conducting a search. Lumion's thoughts gradually cleared. He returned to the desk, drew the curtains slightly, and peered outside. Lumion waited until the ethereal Pixie servants, blurry figures emitting a faint glow and wearing blank expressions, had finished their investigation and disappeared before he took out the silver lie earring and placed it on his left ear. Swiftly, he transformed into Madame Fels and descended to the first floor, as though inspecting every room. Then, he became a vendor who didn't sell his wares nearby, passing by Madame Fels and leaving Auberge du Coq Doré. This was his home territory. Even though it was a replica or a reflection, it didn't stop him from already knowing the environmental details and the common figures that often appeared in this area. Lumion didn't hurry to Rue des Blouses Blanches. Instead, he circled Rue du Rossignol and entered his secure hideout. As soon as he opened the door, his brow furrowed slightly. There was only one trap at the door among the many he had set up, the simplest one. Lumion's gaze then swept across the room, but he didn't see the ritualistic furs or the used cowhide and dog skin that were placed here in the real world. It's not a strict correspondence, he muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the the more he realized that this place resembled the real market district on the surface. In particular, in a room protected by traps, various details didn't correspond. It's like an external observation and the recreation of key rooms. It's like Lumien's pupils dilated as he had an epiphany. It's like painting. Fake 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, apartment 601. Jenna clutched the lucky coin and offered a brief prayer to Mr. Fool. A thin gray fog materialized before her eyes, but then dissipated. It's actually working, Jenna stammered. That lucky gold coin proved to be truly lucky enough. Jenna didn't receive any revelations, so she had no choice but to persevere and maintain her guise as her counterfeit self. She diligently tidied up the room and wiped the coffee table. Time in this world appeared to pass slowly, with the sun in the sky staying fixed in its position, unmoving. Suddenly, Jenna heard the door open and instinctively turned her gaze in that direction. The fake Franca continued with her task, showing no reaction. Jenna's eyes locked onto Lumien's golden black hair. She immediately averted her gaze and assumed an expression of emptiness, not certain if Seal was the real deal. In the next instant, she heard a familiar, taunting voice. As expected, you're here, that's all you can think of. Chapter 464, A World in a Painting. The familiar mockery, and lack of a blank expression, confirmed to Jenna that Seal was indeed real. Damn it, can't you speak properly? Jenna cursed, waving the cloth in her hand. Lumien closed the door behind him and smiled. You're quite energetic, you're not crying from fear. Jenna cautiously looked out the window, confirming that the faintly glowing figures had long disappeared. Suppressing her urge to argue with Lumien, she wasted no time and asked, How did you get in here too? As she spoke, she reminded herself, as an adult woman with rich life experiences and many setbacks, I shouldn't argue with such an immature minor at such a critical moment. Lumien's gaze moved over to Franca, who was sipping red wine by the window. He settled onto the divan and leaned back comfortably. First, tell me how you got in. To be honest, he didn't know why he had suddenly arrived in this strange place, resembling Hotel. Jenna remained standing by the coffee table, ready to assume a dummy appearance at any moment. She then recounted how she had received a dream revelation, came underground to deliver the mission item, and acquired a lucky gold coin. Lumien listened attentively without interruption. Finally, he chuckled. Now I can answer your question. I was sent here by Mr. Fool to save you. He roughly understood why he had appeared in room 207 of the fake Auberge du Coq d'Oreille after waking up. Did Mr. Fool really send you? I don't even know his full honorific name. Did my prayer succeed with just the lucky gold coin? Jenna had her suspicions, but she still found it unbelievable. Of course it's true, Lumien replied sincerely. What puzzled him was something else. Why did Mr. Fool send him, and not Madame Magician? If it were Madame Magician who had been pulled into the hostel, the problem would have been easily resolved. This could be explained by the seal of the Fool on him, but Madame Magician was a major Arcana card holder, a key member of the Tarot Club who could participate in a meeting before a god. Furthermore, she definitely possessed similar marks in the 3 pathways of the divine controlled by the Fool. She could likely be assigned remotely. I'm afraid there's another reason I don't understand. Lumien pondered for a moment and focused on Jenna's description of the world, then asked for confirmation. From the outside, the only difference between this place and reality is Salle de Bal-Brise. Previously, Seraphine and Gabriel had only mentioned that there was a black hole on Avenue du Marché through which there was a chance of leaving, but it was also very dangerous. They hadn't specified its location. Although Lumien had a vague guess, he couldn't be sure until Jenna revealed her discovery. I've only explored a few nearby streets, and less than 1/5 of Avenue du Marché. Jenna replied cautiously to prevent Seal from making a misjudgment. She then continued, and inside there are many differences. For example here, the layout of the room, large pieces of furniture, and reality are the same. The other details are somewhat different. I suspect. Lumien looked at Jenna and spoke before she could. A world in a painting. Yes, a world in a painting. Jenna's hazy thoughts finally became clear. Combined with the painter sequence and the paints and brushes she had found from the mutated monk, she believed that it was an oil painting that only copied some of the streets in the market district and possessed supernatural powers. It was called Hostel. Jenna was both concerned and intrigued. Drawing a painting seemed to create a world. Lumion teased, "I'm glad you could also come to such a realization. It's no easy task. This painting world isn't considered advanced. The oil painting created by an angel of the painter pathway might truly be a world with living beings inside. Unlike the current one, there were many aspects with fakeness. What was the purpose of such a relatively low-level painting?" Without waiting for Jenna's response, Lumion instructed her, "Check Franca's hidden pocket and see if there's a classic silver mirror." "Why don't you search for it yourself? You know what that mirror looks like better than I do." Jenna suddenly chuckled. "Don't tell me you're shy." Lumion said nonchalantly, "If you're not here, I'll search for it on my own. But since I can instruct you, why should I tire myself out?" Jenna gritted her teeth and wasted no time. She walked to the window and rummaged through the fake Franca's various pockets. She quickly came to a conclusion. There are no ancient mirrors. Many of the hidden pockets weren't depicted. Lumion nodded slowly and inwardly crossed out Plan 7. He turned to Jenna and said, "Try magic mirror divination and see if it works." Jenna, experienced, knew that Lumion wanted to use this opportunity to confirm if the world in the painting was connected to the spirit world and determine if his teleportation could succeed or help them leave. Therefore, she took out a makeup mirror from her hidden pocket and prayed to one of the safer targets Franca had provided. Before long, the preparations for magic mirror divination were completed. The palm-sized mirror turned gray, but there was no aqueous light. "It failed, but there's still something supernatural about it," Jenna said, puzzled. With a subtle nod, Lumion replied, "It's likely that there's a fake spirit world here. If you activate spirit vision, you might be able to see a few remnant souls, but this isn't connected to the real spirit world, so you can't find the entity you're trying to inquire about." In other words, he could teleport within the world within the painting, but he couldn't leave it. Lumion reached into his pocket, retrieved Mr. K's finger, and flicked it in front of his eyes. There was no reaction, nor was there any change. "What's this?" Jenna was taken aback. Seal actually carried a blood-stained human finger with him. "It's a mystical item. It can't contact the outside world," Lumion explained patronizingly. Simultaneously, he sighed inwardly. Mr. K's finger seemed impressive, but it could never be used to its full effect. Most of the time, Lumion had no use for it. When he needed it, the environment was often special, preventing him from using its connection to the true form to summon Mr. K. Jenna didn't press further. She pursed her lips and said, "So, what should we do next?" She couldn't think of any other way to leave this place. She could only consider starting with the black hole in Salle de Balbrise, the edge of the painting world, and the situation with the two fake cathedrals. Lumion chuckled. "No need to rush, I still have 8 plans left. But before we try them, we need to make a trip to Avenue du Marché and observe the black hole at Salle de Balbrise up close." "Are you planning to leave from there?" Jenna asked with a frown. It seemed perilous. Lumion stood up and walked towards apartment 601's door. "It is my last resort, but it's also a necessary preparation. I don't want to try the other methods and fail, only to be discovered by the pixies and blocked by the tenants of the hostel. When that happens, I won't even be able to approach Salle de Balbrise even if I want to risk it." Jenna looked out of the window again, only to see that the sun was setting in the west, and the pixies' servants had yet to return. Only then did she quickly follow Lumion down the stairs. On the way, she inquired, "Why did those heretics create such a painting world to hide the hostel's residents?" Lumion pondered for a moment and replied thoughtfully, "I believe this is a secondary purpose. Overall, it seems more like a ritual. Think about it. This place resembles a phony market district. The Salle de Balbrise should be the only place left without any correspondence, and I've already told you that beneath the Salle de Balbrise are old bones from the 4th epoch. It's connected to the secret of Église, Saint Robert's old cemetery. It's definitely not a coincidence that the world in the painting left it blank." I also think that's the key to the problem. Jenna instinctively wanted to prove that she wasn't stupid by having a similar guess. As Lumion descended, he pondered and said, "When the abnormality truly occurs, will such a painting world temporarily replace some streets in the real market district? Will only Salle de Balbrise remain intact? Who and what is this to confuse?" In mysticism, this represents the application of the law of similarity. When the similarity reaches a certain level, acts on the counterfeits can be reflected in reality. Could they be using this method to unravel Salle de Balbrise's underground secrets and uncover the old bones of the fourth epic? No, it's probably not just for the old bones. Are they trying to open the entrance to fourth epic Trier? But it's not that simple. The entire sealing system hasn't been destroyed or weakened. Lumion gradually formed an idea, sensing that he was getting closer to the key plan of this disaster. If he could ultimately grasp the truth, it would be an excellent performance for a conspirer's observational abilities. Jenna nodded slightly, agreeing with Lumion's guess. As they conversed about the fake 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, their gazes suddenly froze. On the road diagonally opposite, a woman in a loose strapped white dress was staring at them. The woman had a beautiful face, her slightly curly black hair cascading messily over her shoulders. Her blue eyes were rather vacant, and her entire person appeared detached yet real. Lumion and Jenna had encountered similar auras and feelings in another person. It was the human model, Seraphine, room 12 of the hostel. Is this another room in the hostel, another human model? Why is she here? It's as if she's waiting for Jenna and me. Lumion tensed up and instinctively reached out with his right hand to grab Jenna's shoulder. Simultaneously, the beautiful woman's voice drifted with a smile. "Fate predestined us to meet. Convergence always happens inadvertently." Chapter 465, Circle. Convergence, predetermined fate. Could it be room 7, Voisin Sanson and his family? As these thoughts raced through Lumion's mind, he activated the black mark on his right shoulder without hesitation. Spirit World Traversal. He and Jenna vanished, heading for the entrance of Auberge du Coq d'Oreille. Lumion had never set foot on Avenue du Marché in the painting world, so he didn't have the coordinates for the spirit world there. The spirit world in the painting realm still comprised dense layers of colors and countless transparent, strange figures. However, the 7 bright and pure lights at the top appeared rather blurry, as if separated by many panes of mullioned glass. Guided by his spirituality, Lumion pinpointed the corresponding coordinates at Auberge du Coq d'Oreille's entrance and teleported there. They swiftly departed the spirit world and found themselves on the street. But what Lumion saw before them was the building at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, the very spot where they had just been. They hadn't left the street onto Rue Anarchy. They had merely shifted 7 to 8 meters from one side of the road to the other. Circle inhabitant, Jenna and I are already ensnared in the circle. Lumion turned his head and wasn't surprised to see the beautiful woman suspected to be Hostel's room 7, standing only a few meters away on the same side of the street as them. "Voisin Sanson," Lumion asked in a deep voice. He temporarily abandoned the idea of teleportation, as their previous attempt had proven ineffective in escaping Rue des Blouses Blanches. As Lumion spoke, Jenna discreetly retrieved a mirror, preparing to utilize black magic to maneuver around and launch an attack. She sensed that, at such a tense and crucial moment, Seal's inquiry, instead of initiating a series of attacks, might be an attempt to divert the enemy's attention and create an opportunity for her to deliver a fatal blow. Although Lumion had mentioned that Voisin Sanson was a Sequence 4 circle inhabitant of the Inevitability pathway, a saint bestowed with a boon, a true demigod, she believed that they had to make an attempt, despite the odds. So what if he had undergone a qualitative transformation in various aspects, compared to low to mid-sequence Beyonders, that even a small team combined wouldn't be a match for him? Upon hearing Lumion's question, the beautiful woman in a white dress revealed a fleeting and distant smile. "Seems like you're well informed." Before she could finish her sentence, Lumion took a step forward and harumphed. 2 beams of white light shot out from his nostrils, and landed on the woman suspected to be Room 7. Although the spell of Harumph's power had increased following his advancement to Sequence 6, he didn't believe it would truly work on a saint. At best, it might make her sway slightly. Lumion opted for this approach instead of donning the flog boxing gloves to target the various negative effects of a contractee. As a conspirer, he keenly noticed a crucial detail. He and Jenna were trapped in the circle, but Voisin Sanson hadn't left Room 7. He remained within the beautiful woman's body. This clearly hindered his performance. Therefore, he either had arrogance as a negative side effect of his contract ability, or he couldn't leave the hostel's room for some reason. Combined with his earlier hypothesis that the world in the painting and the situation in the hostel were part of a ritual, Lumion was more inclined to believe the latter possibility. In that case, even if my spell of Harumph can't affect you, can it affect your room? The human models, corrupted by the painter pathway and adorned with special patterns, were equivalent to mid-sequence monsters. As two beams of white light descended, the beautiful woman in the white dress fainted. Almost simultaneously, Lumion and Jenna's vision blurred, and they felt slightly dizzy. When they regained their senses, they found themselves back at the exit of 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, facing the beautiful woman in a white halter dress diagonally across from them. The woman's lips curled up, but she didn't repeat her previous statement. Circle inhabitant. Lumion realized that he and Jenna were truly trapped in a loop, and the successful attack on Room 7 triggered the loop's restart. Moreover, he confirmed that Voisin Sanson and his family couldn't leave Room 7 until something concluded. They could only exert influence on the outside world through obstacles. Otherwise, they would have opened the door and confronted Lumion with all their might. They sought to control the target with an angel sealed in his body as efficiently as possible. Even if Voisin Sanson had the negative side effect of arrogance, it was improbable for all 3 of his children to be the same. Without hesitation, Lumion sank his consciousness into his right palm, revealing a few bright red scars. An extraordinarily frenzied, violent, and high and mighty aura surged into the sky, as if it sought to dominate the land. Alice de Tudor. Lumion activated the Blood Emperor's mark. While this had no real impact in the physical world, it caused those around him to feel a slight fear, making them tremble. However, the response from the painting world exceeded Lumion's expectations. The sky suddenly turned dark red, and the westering sun appeared tinted with an iron hue as it swayed left and right. Rue des Blouses Blanches and the entire world trembled as if struck by an earthquake. The vendors and pedestrians on the street, as well as the residents and animals on both sides, blurred and distorted. The beautiful woman in Room 7 of the hostel was taken aback. She instinctively trembled and wanted to hug herself tightly. An invisible force shrouding half of Rue des Blouses Blanches materialized, resembling transparent glass. Suddenly, it shattered, revealing multiple cracks. Seeing this, Lumion grabbed Jenna's shoulder and activated the black mark on his right shoulder once more. This time, they swiftly passed through the local spirit world and arrived at Auberge du Coq Doré's entrance. They didn't return to the circle. The painting world existed between reality and fiction, and it was very sensitive to the aura of high-level figures, materializing the impact. As Lumion's thoughts raced, a distant rumble reached his ears. It emanated from Avenue du Marché. Lumion and Jenna exchanged glances as a term came to their minds: Salle de Bal Brise. Has something happened to the black hole corresponding to Salle de Bal Brise? Was it a subsequent change brought about by the Blood Emperor Alice de Tudor's aura, or has the ritual officially begun, heralding the impending catastrophe? Lumion's thoughts raced as he raced towards Avenue du Marché. Jenna's response was as swift as his, making the same decision. Deep underground, in a hidden cave undetectable to the outside world. The rock walls here had been meticulously modified, featuring 2 vertical beams and multiple horizontal beams, each marked with longitudinal gaps. To anyone familiar with Trier's map, these formations would correspond strictly to a section of Avenue du Marché. Each rock wall was the equivalent of a side street, and each vertical gap represented an alley. Adorning each rock wall were lifelike oil paintings, portraying buildings of various architectural styles, dark iron street lamps, pedestrians dressed as clerks, vendors selling an array of goods, and scenes from windows, all depicted with vivid and natural colors. These scenes were almost identical to those on the corresponding streets. On the eastern rock wall of Avenue du Marché, 3 men in white shirts with unbuttoned vests were using mural tools to craft a complex, bright red door at the spot, corresponding to Salle de Bal-Brise. Their bodies were coated in paint, and their eyes displayed a peculiar detachment, as though they were gazing at a distant realm rather than a rock wall. Each time they completed the bright red door on the rock wall, it mysteriously vanished after a fifth was completed. The 3 painters had no choice but to repeat their efforts in vain. Suddenly, the mine trembled gently, and minuscule cracks that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye appeared on the rock wall adorned with various scenes. The female painter in a blue beret and the male painter in red pants looked up at the depiction of Avenue du Marché on the rock wall. In the next moment, they pressed their hands against the rock wall and vanished. 2 figures emerged within the massive oil painting. One was a woman donning a blue beret and the other a man in red pants. They both wore white shirts and open beige vests. The third painter, a man in his 20s, remained on the outside. He was clad in black pants with tassels, his brown hair disheveled, and a bit of stubble adorning his mouth. The distant expression in his flaxen-colored eyes faded as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Observing that the mine's tremors were limited to this area, and that the anomaly in the painting hadn't extended, the young painter let out a sigh of relief. He redirected his gaze to the empty Salle de Bal-Brise, seemingly contemplating whether to change his approach or wait for the right moment to try again. At that precise moment, a skeletal palm suddenly extended from the rock wall and the ground. It had a yellowish hue and a withered texture, with its surface covered in iron-colored rust, giving it an ancient appearance. As soon as the skeletal palm appeared, it seized the young painter's ankle, aiming to drag him deep into the earth. Late at night, 11 Rue des Fontaines, Quartier de la Cathédrale commémorative. Franca's dream had been an odd one, with various bizarre scenes woven together into a nonsensical narrative. Suddenly, she jolted awake and instinctively looked to her side. Although the room was shrouded in darkness due to the heavy curtains blocking the crimson moonlight, it didn't hinder her from noticing that the spot under the velvet blanket beside her was empty. Gardner Martin was nowhere to be found. Franca's pupils widened with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. It wasn't that she was shocked by Gardner Martin's disappearance. There was nothing he could do that would truly surprise her. What caught her off guard was her failure to detect his departure. Demonesses possessed formidable spiritual senses. It was impossible for someone sleeping beside them to slip out of bed and leave without their knowledge. Franca had only snapped out of her reverie when she felt the drop in temperature on the other side of the bed. Franca swiftly got out of bed, dressed, and opened the bedroom door. The corridor lay in darkness, and an eerie silence hung in the air. Chapter 466, Encounter. Franca blended into the shadows and moved silently through the shadows, her eyes fixed on the crimson-lit corridor. She even began to suspect that Seal had failed to find her and had enlisted the help of Madame Magician to teleport Gardner Martin away. How else could he have vanished without her noticing? The 3rd floor of the grayish-white villa remained still. Franca listened closely, feeling like she was the only one left in the building. The butler, valet, maid, gardener, and chef seemed to have disappeared into thin air. She cautiously approached the valet's room, extending her right palm and silently turning the handle. Through her dark vision, Franca spotted 2 people lying on the bed, wrapped in each other's embrace and covered by a thin blanket. Almost simultaneously, Franca's pupils dilated. The 2 of them were headless, their necks nestled against each other, their wounds stained with blood. Initially taken aback, Franca recalled Seal's description of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's Supervisor Olson. She suspected that Gardner's valet and his lover had experienced a similar situation. Their heads had seemingly come to life and left their bodies. Without further scrutiny, she quietly closed the door and blended into the dense shadows of the staircase. Franca wanted to see if anyone else in the building had suffered a similar fate. Upon descending to the first-floor hall, her eyes froze. The armor and weapons that had been there were gone. What a drastic change, F***CK, how did I not notice it at all? Franca, who had been confident in her abilities, experience, and reactions, couldn't help but waver. In the next moment, the washroom door on the first floor swung open, and a lady's maid in an old nightgown emerged. The lady's maid shook off the liquid in her hand and slowly made her way back to the servants' quarters, her head empty and her neck stained red. Hidden in the shadows, Franca cast her gaze out the window. The two patrolling guards had also lost their heads, and the shadow reflected in the glass was like a magnified beer bottle. Franca, having roughly confirmed the situation at 11 Rue des Fontaines, didn't hesitate and quickly sneaked out of the villa. She planned to report this to Madame Judgment immediately, and used the primordial demoness figurine to inform Brown's Sauron and Demoness of Black Claris about the anomaly here. The latter necessitated a ritual. Franca was concerned that attempting it in this abnormal building would trigger unnecessary changes and bring unpredictable danger, so she decided to escape the abnormal environment before taking the corresponding measures. In the darkness of the night, the Demoness of Pleasure lurked in the shadows of an empty house. She exited the building from the side and circled the lawn ahead. Beneath Trier, blazing Danitz forcefully opened the stone door. Behind them, they found a small mine, with 3 classical oil lamps embedded in the stone wall, 1 high and 2 low. In the center of the mine, a staircase descended into darkness. The bottom was hidden in shadow, appearing to have no end. Danitz retracted his fist and turned his body, signaling the nearly 20 sailors following him to enter the mine and cooperate. Among them were hunters responsible for observing the environment and detecting hidden traps and subtle traces. Seers used coin tosses or crystal pendants to determine the direction and danger of pursuit. A mid-sequence sailor was ready to assist his teammates and handle any mishaps. With this coordination, Danitz's team swiftly made their way through the stairs and tunnel, and their visions suddenly brightened. They found themselves in a caved-in quarry cave, scattered with straw mats, rags, pottery jars, and other items. Danitz scanned the area and chuckled. It's been turned into a weapons cache. Not long ago, dozens of rebels lived here. His gaze shifted to the end of the quarry cave, where a wide tunnel led to an unknown destination. A sailor standing beside Danitz clicked his tongue and remarked, "There should be many similar military hideouts nearby. Are the main rebel forces led by the Carbonari all here?" "I'm not blind, I can see," blazing Danitz cursed. "The question now is, where did they go? Is the chaos about to begin?" In the market district, at Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, room 305. Anthony Reed was awakened by the previous earthquake. Ever since his escape that night, he had become sensitive to various movements, although not as fearful as when he heard gunshots. Given the dangerous signals provided by the intelligence they had discussed earlier, he couldn't fall asleep quickly. Anthony Reed got out of bed and poured a glass of light beer to ease his anxiety. After using Placate on himself, he intended to force himself to sleep a little longer. At that moment, he heard pounding at the motel's entrance. "Who returns so late at night? It feels a little urgent." Anthony Reed listened intently, sensing that something was brewing in secret. Before long, footsteps approached his door, and Anthony Reed immediately opened it to peer into the dimly lit corridor. He spotted an impatient man in a grayish-blue worker's uniform and cap. This was an informant he had developed at the docks. "What happened?" Anthony Reed asked in a calm and gentle voice. Having been placated, the informant's anxiety dissipated, and he cautiously glanced around before lowering his voice. "There will be a huge strike at the docks tomorrow. Rumor has it that weapons will be issued." Issued weapons? Anthony Reed's mind instantly filled with images of barricades, incendiary bombs, smoke grenades, rifles, and 2-wheeled carts symbolizing Trier's chaos. In Trier, due to the strong resistance of the citizens and their adeptness at protests and battles, such occurrences weren't too unusual, happening every 2 or 3 years, sometimes even 2 or 3 times a year. The only difference was in their scale. However, considering the critical situation before a terrifying catastrophe, a massive strike suddenly distributing weapons led Anthony Reed to consider the possibility that it had been premeditated and was part of the impending catastrophe. The information broker produced a louis d'or and instructed the informant, "Your intel is very important. Find an excuse not to go to the docks tomorrow and hide at home." Instinctively, the informant bit into the gleaming louis d'or, bid Anthony Reed a cheerful farewell, and departed from Auberge du Coq d'Oreille. Anthony wasted no time and swiftly descended to the second floor, arriving at Lumien's room. He knocked lightly on the wooden door of room 207, but as the sound reverberated, there was no movement inside. It was so silent, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Anthony Reed stopped and furrowed his brow. In the painting world, the westering sun cast its illumination on Rue Anarchy, keeping the sky bright. Lumien and Jenna hurried past the broken gas street lamps, sprinting toward Avenue du Marché. They were uncertain when Room 7, where Voisin Sanson's family resided, would discover their teleportation destination. Their goal was to reach the black hole representing Salle de Bal-Brise before the other party could lock onto them again. This way, even if their other plans failed or couldn't be completed in time, they still had a final option: to enter the black hole and try their luck to see where they would appear. Thud, 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 Lumien led Jenna forward, and Avenue du Marché came into view. He grabbed Jenna's shoulder and spewed crimson flames from his body, enveloping them both in a huge fireball. The fireball sped forward with incredible velocity. Lumien forcefully led Jenna across a distance of 7 to 8 meters towards the intersection of Rue Anarchy and Avenue du Marché. During this process, Jenna, unlike Lumien, wasn't immune to the flames. Her hair and skin singed, but she didn't struggle violently. Instead, she shrank her body and created frost to resist the crimson flames, easing the pain. In the blink of an eye, they reached the edge of Avenue du Marché. From there, they had a clear view of Salle de Bal-Brise in the distance and the pitch-black darkness. This allowed Lumien to identify his destination without needing coordinates. What he saw was where they'd arrive. The black mark on his right shoulder emitted a dim light once more. Spirit World Traversal. In an instant, Lumien and Jenna appeared beside the darkness. At that moment, a crystal-like wall materialized before them. It extended upward, enclosing the entire Salle de Bal-Brise like a transparent lid. Lumien and Jenna subconsciously gazed up and saw two figures in the air. One was a young woman wearing a blue beret, a tied-up white shirt, and dark pants. Her beige vest was open, and her body was covered in paint. Her orange hair was short, and her yellow eyes were deep and ethereal, as if hiding a world. The other man, in his 30s, wore similar attire but with red pants for his lower body. He had gentle facial features, light eyebrows, and distant, ethereal blue eyes. He still held a thick paintbrush in his hand, with a palette of mostly used paint. Behind them, a pair of translucent dragonfly-like wings flapped gently, helping them hover in the air. Painters, those pixies, Lumien and Jenna instantly speculated. The man looked at Lumien with surprise and spoke in a voice that seemed to come from afar. "Welcome back to the hostel, Room 1. Room 1, Lumien's eyes froze. Room 1, Jenna couldn't help but turn to her companion in shock. Chapter 467, Old Bones. Upon hearing the term Room 1, Lumien was genuinely surprised, even with his wealth of experiences. Seraphine and Gabriel had previously mentioned that the hostel had a total of 13 rooms, but Room 1 had never been mentioned. It was as if it had never entered the hostel. Lumien had always found this to be a mysterious omission, suspecting that there were critical points hidden in this fact. To his amazement, the painter-dressed man, likely a pixie, now addressed him as Room 1. This was beyond belief. Lumien was certain that the symbols on him were related to Mr. Fool and the entity known as Inevitability. They had nothing to do with the painter. While Termiboros, an evil god's angel, resided within him, it was fundamentally different from the hostel rooms like Seraphine's. They had different sources of power and were different forms of abode. At that moment, Lumion didn't waste time analyzing why the suspected pixie called him Room 1 or whether there was important information hidden in it. He knew one thing: unless he could quickly eliminate or control the two enemies in midair and take command of the black hole in the Salle de Bal-Brise area, the hostile residents would undoubtedly notice the abnormality and rush their rooms to the scene, making the situation more complicated. Upon hearing Room 1, Jenna was equally shocked, but she didn't question Lumion or waste time seeking answers. She retrieved the arrow of the bloodthirsty, made of obsidian, and plunged it into her chest, despite having used it only a few hours ago. At this point, she cared little about the accumulation of mutations in her body. Similarly, even if something was amiss with Seal, she would have to wait until they escaped before inquiring about it. As the arrow of the bloodthirsty pierced her chest, a dense black fog emanated from Jenna's back, forming a pair of colossal and rather illusory bat wings. With a powerful flap, she lunged for the woman in the blue beret and the man in red pants. Simultaneously, black flames gradually condensed in the witch's palm. The colossal bat wings extended from bottom to top, obscuring the painter's line of sight. The man in red pants swiftly turned his paintbrush around and dipped it in silver paint, drawing a menacing lightning bolt on his clothes. Silver-white lightning detached from the man's white shirt and struck Jenna's illusory, membrane black wings, numbing her entire body with the crackling electrical energy. The dense black fog that had formed the bat wings was diminished by the lightning, and Jenna began to descend slowly as she lost control of her flight. In that critical moment, Lumion's form materialized in midair right behind the painter in red pants. Without the ability to fly or float, Lumion chose to teleport. Seeing Jenna use the arrow of the bloodthirsty to create wings of darkness and fly boldly towards the two presumed pixies, Lumion understood that his companion was likely drawing the enemy's attention and creating an opportunity for him to swiftly attack one of their targets. Witches rarely fought in such a manner. "Ha!" Lumion exclaimed as a pale yellow light, resembling a stream of air, shot forth from his mouth and struck the man in red pants. Before the painter, who had just drawn lightning, could react or even realize that Lumion had appeared behind him, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Without suspension, he plummeted to the ground. The woman in the blue beret remained composed. Figures emerged in her eyes as if they held a world within them. One of the figures traversed the boundaries of fiction and reality, moving from the realm of fantasy into the world within the painting. Dressed in a light blue dress with long, thick blonde hair and serene light blue eyes, Auror. It was Auror. Upon witnessing this, Lumion's resolve remained unwavering. His eyes burned with anger. "Are you worthy of imagining Auror?" As he descended from the sky, crimson fireballs materialized around his body and were launched towards the woman in the blue beret. The woman extended her right hand and pressed it into the void. Her entire being suddenly turned illusory, her expression vacant and cold. Numerous fireballs landed on her, but they didn't detonate, as though there was nothing there. They passed through her figure and exploded nearby. At the same moment, the painter in red pants landed before Jenna with a distinct cracking sound. The excruciating pain brought him back from the unconscious state induced by Lumion's spell of Harumph. He instinctively opened his eyes. Just as the woman in the blue beret dodged the explosion, she exited her peculiar state and flew toward Jenna, who was about to land. In an instant, she collided with Jenna, sending starlight and sparks flying like meteors. Cracked! Jenna's body shattered into fragments, transforming into mirror pieces that reflected the sunlight. Her form reappeared beside the profound darkness within Salle de Bal-Brise. Lumion descended with a whoosh, his feet landing heavily on the ground, his body swaying. At that very moment, the three of them, along with the woman in the blue beret, seemed to sense something. They turned their heads, casting their gazes towards the intersections leading into Avenue du Marché. Women with detached dispositions, fleeting eyes, and indifferent expressions emerged from different directions. They were Room 12, Seraphine, and Room 7, which Lumion and Jenna had recently encountered. Gabriel followed closely behind Seraphine, his gaze growing increasingly vacant, his face contorted with agony. Jenna and Lumion felt a creeping unease, as if they were inexorably descending into an abyss. Suddenly, a hand extended from the darkness within Salle de Balbrise. It was a hand devoid of flesh and skin, composed of withered, yellowed bones stained with rust. In the enigmatic cave adorned with a colossal mural, the young painter altered his form and broke free from the skeletal palm's grasp. He existed in a state between reality and the spirit world, untouchable by anyone and unable to touch anyone. His only capacity was to observe as the empty space on the rock wall and the ground intersected, turning dark and viscous, akin to a bottomless swamp. At that moment, an incomplete skeleton, composed of dark red-stained bones and rust, emerged from the swamp. The skeleton appeared to hail from ancient times. It extended its bony fingers into the oil painting on the rock wall, corresponding to the incomplete Salle de Balbrise. Beneath it, more yellowed skeletons crawled out from the depths of the swamp. Some bore shattered iron-colored armor, others carried rusty weapons, a few were missing a third of their bodies, and some were devoid of their heads. In the market district, beneath Église Saint-Robert, within the Inquisition. In his office, Angoulême de François, donned in a golden shirt, attentively observed his subordinates delivering intel one by one. A violent explosion in the direction of the Deep Valley Cloister. Abnormal activity detected underground. St. Vive Cathedral has issued an order to maintain maximum vigilance tonight. Someone at the docks is organizing a huge strike tomorrow morning and distributing weapons. There are also people organizing a march at the factories to the south. The purifiers had a vast network of informants, surpassing even the most prolific information brokers. The manifold reports concerning unusual events in various locations within the market district nearly made Angoulême lose control of his expression. His facial muscles twitched ever so slightly. When it finally grew silent and no more subordinates came in to report, Angoulême stood up, adjusted his collar, picked up a substantial dossier, and slammed it onto the table. While doing so, the purifier deacon cursed silently, "Hidden Blade, do you want me dead?" Ever since Hidden Blade had informed him about Gardner Martin's collaboration with the Carbonari, the anomalies between the Carbonari and the Deep Valley Cloister, and the hostile situation, various irregularities had emerged from every corner, relentlessly testing his nerves. Only a few hours had passed, but Angoulême felt as though a tempest was gathering. Angoulême exhaled and compiled the gathered intel, Hidden Blade's reports, and the questions she had requested clarification on into a single document. He pinned it to the wall with a thumbtack, hoping to discern any patterns or overlooked details. The purifier deacon's gaze roved the room. After some time, his eyes settled on one of the documents. Hidden Blade had inquired about the secret of Église Saint-Robert's old cemetery, but hadn't received an answer. The old cemetery lay within the current Salle de Balbrise. Angoulême's heart stirred, and he resolved to seek answers to this question once more. It was one of the few things he could undertake at the moment. Blasted Hidden Blade, once this matter is resolved, if you don't leave the market district, I'll request a transfer. Angoulême inwardly cursed as he hurried into the telegraph room, angrily composing a telegram. He intended to convey to the higher-ups that they shouldn't be overly strict about confidentiality classifications when it concerned intelligence. The sooner he could figure out the details, the sooner he could unearth the truth and forestall impending catastrophe. After a 10-minute wait, Angoulême received a response. The old cemetery of Église Saint-Robert is situated above a node for the sealing of Fourth Epoch Trier. In the past, there was a breach that led to the release of some Fourth Epoch deceased. Subsequently, it was reinforced, and the situation was contained. When the sealing system for the catacombs replaced such nodes, the old cemetery lost its significance and wasn't retained. Chapter 468, Q&A Game. Église Saint-Robert's old cemetery had once served as Fourth Epoch Trier's node for the seal. However, leaks had occurred, allowing the ancient dead to crawl out. Angoulême carefully considered the information and felt that there might be hidden dangers lurking beneath Salle de Balbrise. He returned to the office and fixed his gaze on the piece of paper pinned to the wall. The paper not only clearly detailed Hidden Blade's previous inquiry about the old cemetery's secret, but also provided the circumstances under which she had made the inquiry. This was all part of their investigation into the sick church case. Their goal was to uncover the reasons behind the unusual quietness of Trier's heretics and their activities, as though they had gone into hiding for some massive endeavor. Hidden Blade suspects that the old cemetery's secret is somehow linked to the heretics' plans. They aim to use the former leakage point to bypass the seal and open the door to Fourth Epoch Trier. Angoulême, with his experience, immediately connected the dots. Entering the telegraph room, he informed the higher-ups of his theory and made a recommendation. Send 1 or 2 teams underground to investigate the original leakage point as soon as possible, preferably led by saints. After sending the telegram, Angoulême breathed a sigh of relief. His next task was to assemble his team and coordinate with the police, military police, and army to prevent the protests from escalating into riots before dawn. This process would inevitably lead to clashes with members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order and the Carbonari. Beyonders would also be involved. Additionally, as 7, Angoulême needed to find an opportunity to contact Hidden Blade and share the secret of the old cemetery with her. There was no more time for casual chats in the Telegram group. He had to activate their prearranged practical approach. Apartment 601, 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. Seal is missing too? After informing Madame Judgment and Demoness of Black about Gardner Martin's abnormality, Franca returned to the market district, only to realize that Jenna, who should have been asleep in bed, had vanished. Before she could inspect the house, Anthony Reed, with his buzz cut, visited late at night and reported that Lumion had mysteriously vanished. There were no signs of a fight at the scene. Yes, Anthony Reed was even more certain that something was amiss. It wasn't Lumion switching to a safe house for sleep. There are no signs of a struggle here either. Franca walked to the guest bedroom door and looked at the lifted blanket. She could tell that Jenna had taken her time before leaving. Not only had she removed her pajamas and changed into her female mercenary attire, but she hadn't messed up the bedroom. Franca furrowed her brow, pondering the possible reasons. Although she knew this was a serious matter, she still habitually complained inwardly, "Why does it seem like my girlfriend ran off with my boyfriend?" Amidst her thoughts, she remembered that Jenna hadn't handed over the grayish-white cloth bag she had obtained from the cyborg monk to the strange boy, Will. Franca immediately turned her gaze to the coffee table, recalling that it had originally been there. Seeing the grayish-white cloth bag vanish, the Demoness of Pleasure heaved a sigh of relief. Jenna must have been notified by the strange boy, Will, to deliver the mission item somewhere and collect the corresponding reward. And why did Seal disappear? Could it be that Will's request was for Seal to accompany her? Yes, after all, he was invited by Seal's major Arcana card holder, Madame Magician. Doesn't seem like a terrible thing. Anthony Reed keenly sensed Franca's change in state. So far, that's the case. Franca produced a palm-sized mirror. I'll use magic mirror divination to confirm. She retrieved Jenna's pajamas and caressed the mirror with her free hand. Simultaneously, she recited in Hermes, "Celia Bellows' current location, Celia Bellows' current location." Although the name Jenna could also be used for divination, as Jenna had been using this stage name for a long time, and most people around her called her that, Franca felt that it would be more accurate to use her real name at a time like this. In the gaslit living room of the apartment, the lights dimmed, and the environment became oppressive. The mirror's surface emitted an aqueous light, as if it had sunk into the depths of a river. However, Franca saw nothing. Snowflakes kept appearing in the mirror like noise. The divination yielded no results. Franca frowned again. Could it be because of the presence of the strange boy, Will? However, after handing over the mission item and obtaining the lucky gold coin, Jenna should have separated from Will. They shouldn't have been together for more than 5 minutes. Theoretically, it can't be such a coincidence. Franca was cautious. "We'll try again in 5 minutes." Anthony Reed nodded gently and asked, "Do you need me to go to Auberge du Coq Doré and retrieve one of Seal's clothes?" "No need." Franca shook her head without hesitation. That fellow bears Mr. Fool's seal and the aura of the Blood Emperor. It would be strange if I could gain anything from divination. Time ticked by, and finally, 5 minutes passed. Franca used the simple magic mirror divination to inquire about Jenna's location once again. There was still no answer, and no scene appeared. That's not right. Franca immediately switched to the complete magic mirror divination form of praying to certain entities. In the dark mirror, an aged voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of water. Celiabello is in an undetectable location. Undetectable, Franca began to feel that the problem might be more complicated and troublesome than she had guessed, so she asked, "Where is Lumion Lee now?" Amidst the sound of water, the aged voice replied, I can't see. The voice gradually faded into confusion and disorder. Franca hastily ended magic mirror divination. She paced back and forth, feeling that she had to report this matter to Madame Judgment. But before that, Franca clenched her teeth and said to Anthony Reed, I want to use magic mirror divination to pray to an unknown and hidden entity. The results of his divination are the most precise. Perhaps it can help us obtain an answer, but you have to swear to the god of steam and machinery not to divulge everything you hear later. No problem. Anthony, clad in military green attire, gestured a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. After Anthony swore an oath to the deity he believed in, Franca didn't hesitate. She lit 3 candles in a ritualistic manner and extinguished the gas wall lamps in the room. In the dim light, her right hand caressed the mirror's surface 3 times as she recited an honorific name in Hermes. Eyes that watch all living beings, the stigmata from the primordial land, the omniscient one who serves the fool, the great Erodes. The glass of the makeup mirror darkened, fluctuating and enshrouding at times, emitting aqueous light. As a psychiatrist, Anthony Reed suddenly felt a strong sense of unease, as if a pair of eyes had scanned him from top to bottom. Franca finished her preparations and asked, Where is my friend, Celiabello, now? In the mirror, an aqueous light flickered, revealing an image. It was a mine that was too blurry to see the details clearly. Immediately after, the scene shifted, revealing a portion of Avenue du Marché. Franca recognized it immediately as the Salle de Bal Brise area, but the building didn't exist. Instead, it was replaced by a dark and crystal-like barrier. Jenna, dressed in a light blue dress, stood beside the barrier, her expression solemn as she observed an unrevealed part of the scene. Beside her was a figure suspected to be Lumion. As expected, they're together. Where is this place? Just as these thoughts crossed Franca's mind, she saw a few lines of ancient Fasak words dripping with blood appear on the mirror. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. Franca closed her eyes, waiting for the question to be raised. The blood-red letters formed another sentence. Have you ever fantasized about doing Trarian's favorite activity with Jenna? Thankfully, Franca breathed a sigh of relief. The shame of this question depended on Jenna's presence. If she were present, Franca would rather slam her head against a wall. But now, there was only one psychiatrist watching. Is there a problem with telling a psychiatrist that I have a psychological problem, and like women, my good friend, so much so that I want to do that with her? Franca couldn't help but blush, but she replied smoothly, I did. Anthony Reed, who was observing, wasn't surprised at all. As a spectator, if he didn't discover Franca's abnormal feelings and thoughts about Jenna, it could only mean that he wasn't up to standard. He hadn't expected Franca to be relatively calm and not ashamed. Franca then asked the magic mirror, where is the Avenue du Marché where Jenna currently is? This time there was no scene in the magic mirror. Instead, bright red terms appeared. A world in a painting. A world in a painting painter, Pixie. Franca immediately made a connection and a guess. On the mirror's surface, bloody words distorted and squirmed, forming new words. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. Have you ever fantasized about doing Trarian's favorite activity with Lumion Lee? Franca's face burned. She could feel the temperature rising. I haven't. She subconsciously wanted to respond, but then she remembered the pain of being struck by lightning. She gazed at the magic mirror, striving to forget that there was a psychiatrist beside her. Her lips quivered as she replied, I have. Sometimes, just occasionally, I can't control myself in my dreams. Anthony Reed didn't allow his gaze to shift to Franca's face, nor did he allow his expression to change. It was as if what he saw and heard was ordinary. This was the basic professionalism of a psychiatrist. Franca hurriedly concluded magic mirror divination and entered the master bedroom. She organized information on Lumion, Jenna's disappearance, and the magic mirror divination's response into written information and reported it to Madame Judgment. After completing this matter and returning to the living room, she was about to discuss the situation with Anthony Reed when she heard a rumbling sound from the northwest of Trier. It was as if multiple cannons were firing. Chapter 469, Reinforcements. Cartier harassed Trier's garrison encampment. Under the dim moonlight, a significant number of soldiers poured out of various buildings. They organized into teams with remarkable precision, either firing cannons at the distant roadblocks or shouldering rifles as they advanced toward Avenue du Boulevard in coordinated squads. Among them were combatants equipped with steam-powered backpacks and massive firearms, strategically positioning themselves on elevated vantage points and in concealed spots. Inside a building within the camp, Albus, his hair appearing to be dyed red, sat confidently in an officer's chair, his legs casually crossed at the edge of the table before him. In his field of vision, disembodied heads dangled by bloody spines, almost like they had extended tails. These severed heads soared toward headless bodies clad in blue soldier coats adorned with golden threads. They aimed for the vacant necks, inserting their blood-stained spines with precision. Crack, they completed their integration simultaneously, twisting left and right to acclimate themselves to their new hosts. The freshly created soldiers promptly retrieved their weapons and charged out in an orderly formation, following mysterious directives. Albus Medici clicked his tongue and remarked, "This is quite the reminiscent sight. Will this night turn into a bloodbath?" Beyond the multitude of towering steeples and the golden-hued buildings, Magician and Justice were alerted by the distant rumble of cannons. An early uprising? Magician, dressed in a crisp white-collared shirt and a beige dress, gazed with starlight in her eyes, as if she had glimpsed through the veils of the spirit world and witnessed the turmoil at the military encampment. Her prior astromancy predictions had suggested that the catastrophe was still some time away. However, when Jenna caught the cyborg monk and discovered their ties to the heretics and job of transporting paints and brushes, it was evident that destiny had shifted, setting the illusory gears into motion prematurely. The catastrophe had begun without proper preparation. Justice, garbed in a light blue dress, listened to the booming cannons and responded with a composed tone, "Given the scale, it's clear that this won't topple Inti's current government. It can only incite a certain degree of temporary chaos. Could there be strikes, protests, marches, riots, and other forms of civil unrest colliding? These are the strengths of the Iron and Blood Cross Order and the Carbonari. Perhaps Gardner Martin and some of his associates went into hiding to spark the flames, but it appears their coordination isn't strong enough. Without effective collaboration, they can't establish a connection." Magician's gaze shifted toward the southeastern region, where Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, the Market District, and Quartier du Jardin Botanique were situated. Justice nodded in agreement and added, "This means that our efforts have yielded results. They were compelled to accelerate their plans. It's impressive they accomplished such a feat given these circumstances." As soon as she finished speaking, the doll messenger, dressed in a light gold gown, materialized from the void and handed the letter from Judgment to Magician. "Good evening, Miss Justice. A good day to you," the messenger cheerfully greeted Justice. She was a misophobic, obsessive-compulsive creature from the spirit world with a penchant for beauty, and Miss Justice was the embodiment of her preferences. On the other hand, her employer had many shortcomings that she found intolerable. Therefore, she often took on additional tasks herself. This, however, had built a strong bond of closeness and trust between them. Magician unfolded the letter and quickly scanned its contents. Her expression underwent a subtle change. "A world in a painting. Did Arrodes use the lucky gold coin, and the Fool's seal on Lumion to gain a vague glimpse of the scenes within the painting world. Partial glimpses of Avenue du Marché. After murmuring to herself, Magician turned to Justice and said, "I have a rough understanding of what those heretics are after and why they are utilizing the hostel's form and the essence of its rooms. We can't afford to waste any more time. Let's take action now. Control or eliminate Lady Moon before we search for the painting world." Justice nodded, agreed. She then smiled and added, "We should place our trust in our comrades and collaborators." Very well. Magician took a step toward the sacred heart cloister, her beige dress hem billowing in the breeze. She raised her hands, and a constellation of resplendent stars materialized around her. They appeared both distant and densely packed, converging to create a night sky over the highlands. The countless stars cast their radiance upon the surface of the sacred heart cloister. With a determined effort, Magician lifted the void in front of her, as if bearing a heavy burden. Amidst the tumultuous yet silent vibrations, the sacred heart cloister, along with its myriad steeples and the ground beneath it, was projected into a pitch-black void. Fierce hurricanes and layers of darkness encircled them. Almost simultaneously, brilliant sunbeams illuminated the interconnected buildings, as if conjuring thousands of miniature suns. They resisted the encroaching darkness, striving to reveal the concealed void. Magician and Justice vanished, reappearing in a space that seemed to bend and contract, forming a dark sphere. Close by, a crouching golden retriever activated psychological invisibility, carefully observing her surroundings and maintaining the highest level of vigilance. Painting World, Avenue du Marché. From the darkness that corresponded to Salle de Balbrise, dark red and rust-stained yellow skeletons emerged. They exuded a palpable aura of death, and the strong scent of rust and blood hung heavy in the air. When gathered together, they created and intensified a frenzied and violent atmosphere. This sensation was tangible, immediately shaking the crystal barrier enveloping the darkness. It produced numerous cracks before silently collapsing. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the woman in the white halter dress who had brought the Sansons to Avenue du Marché and the various rooms with similar auras to Seraphine's brought over. Certain words spoken by the doll messenger flashed through Lumion's mind. "Those old bones." With a swift thought, he seized Jenna's arm with his left hand and immersed his consciousness into his right palm. Bright red scars reappeared, and an exceptionally violent, maddening, and domineering aura surged from his body, causing the blue sky, white clouds, and the setting sun to visibly quiver. Even Seraphine and the other rooms, despite their experience, were taken aback and couldn't help but shudder. The two pixies outside were even more terrified, convinced that a formidable presence had descended and that the painting world was on the brink of collapse. The yellowish, ragged, and incomplete old bones creaked and turned, bowing their heads in unison to Lumion. They refrained from instinctively attacking the nearest humans. Lumion raised his chin slightly and pointed his right hand with an icy determination at the rooms and the two pixies. The old bones, clad in tattered armor and brandishing rusty weapons, transformed into dangerous incandescent fireballs that exploded towards every genuine target. The blue beret-wearing pixie's pupils dilated, and she abruptly extended her palm into the void. Her form turned ethereal once more, suffused with even greater emptiness and indifference, as if she had hidden herself in another realm. Boom! The white-hot fireball merged with her form, resulting in a powerful explosion, but it couldn't reach the distant fantasy world and harm its intended target. The painter, donned in red pants, had suffered a severe fall, with fractured bones and a lingering sense of dizziness. There was no time to change his condition. His only option was to attempt a rapid repositioning, employing the maximum speed a Sequence 8 could muster. Yet, just as he sprang to his feet, he was struck by a blazing white fireball. Boom! The pixie was left in a gory state from the explosion. His abdomen was torn open, internal organs spilled out, and his left arm severed. Severe burn marks covered his body. He lost consciousness, his life ebbing away. The incandescent white fireball hurtling towards Seraphine and Gabriel suddenly veered into the wilderness, distancing itself from the indifferent and vacant human models by several hundred meters. The farther it flew, the weaker it became. After enduring for 100 to 200 meters, it eventually touched the ground and exploded. Perhaps the most dangerous factor was the woman in the white halter dress, with curly black hair and a beautiful face. She appeared soulless as multiple blazing white fireballs were aimed at her. However, the hazardous fireballs either bypassed the raised palms of the human model or exploded prematurely in a strange manner. Some even ascended into the air and transmuted into fireworks. It was akin to Room 7 being impervious to attack. Not far from Seraphine, there stood a stunning woman in a bright red dress. Her eyes held a vacant quality, and her aura appeared somewhat detached. At that moment, she watched a blazing white fireball hurtling toward her like a meteor, remaining utterly motionless. The blazing white fireball grew fainter and smaller. Just as it was about to collide with its target, it completely extinguished and reverted to a yellowish skeleton holding a rusty spear. The skeleton swayed a few times before disintegrating, the withering sensation becoming more pronounced. In the cafe diagonally opposite, an elegant, plump lady in a black dress materialized. On one hand, she seemed to have lost her vitality and appeared unusually ethereal. On the other hand, she displayed a yearning expression and gaze. She opened her mouth as the incandescent white fireball approached and raised her hands, clutching a silver knife and fork. With a whoosh, she sliced the blazing white fireball in half. An illusory vortex filled with fanged phantoms formed in her mouth, devouring a portion of the fireball, neutralizing the threat. Boom! Most of the fireballs lost their course and veered off, shattering the cafe's glass and toppling tables, chairs, and nearby outer walls. Beside the darkness of Salle de Bal Brise, Lumion watched the old bones transform into blazing white fireballs, attacking the various rooms and the two pixies. He didn't wait to see the final outcome or seize an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He grabbed Jenna's arm, kicked with his right foot, and lunged towards Salle de Bal Brise's original location, where the old bones had emerged. Chapter 470, 3 Heads, 6 Arms. Lumion and Jenna plunged into the darkness, the area that should have been Salle de Bal Brise before the hostel's rooms, and the blue-bereted pixie could escape the entanglement of old bones. His vision plunged into darkness before specks of spiritual light emerged ahead. They converged like resplendent stars, turning densely packed, akin to a black velvet curtain adorned with diamonds or countless grains of sand and water. Amidst these spiritual lights, an ancient, heavy, illusory, and mysterious door materialized in distortion. Iron black, its surface marred by dark red rust, as if a large amount of blood had spilled upon it. In underground Trier, within the undetectable mine. In his untouchable state, the painter witnessed yellowed skeletons clambering into the colossal oil painting on the rock wall. Iron black and dark red lines outlined themselves in the previously empty Salle de Bal Brise, forming a door that shouldn't exist in reality. It's not time yet, not time yet. The painter, with tassels adorning his trouser legs, stared blankly, unable to believe such a development. Though he and his accomplices had been attempting to depict this imaginary door, they knew it was destined to fail. At most, they would complete a fifth of it before having to start anew. They persisted for the experience, anticipating that once the ritual commenced, they could draw the crucial parts swiftly. Having already finished the main part of the hostile oil painting, they had nothing else to do. Why not try a few more times? What if a miracle occurred? Now, a miracle unfolded without their attempts. The painter gazed at the transformation before him, a mix of anticipation and shock. He couldn't help but look up at the cave's ceiling and silently mutter, "Do we not need cooperation from above ground to make the entrance appear? Could the abnormality in the painting world be causing this? If we don't coordinate with the surface in time, even if the entrance appears, we won't be able to bypass the seal and enter." Lumion and Jenna descended as if through a dark pipe, uncontrollably approaching the void adorned with spiritual specks of light and the bloodied, rusted door. Almost simultaneously, Lumion's left chest heated up, and terrifying ravings echoed in his ears from an infinite height and distance. Familiar with this sensation, indicating the corruption of inevitability in his body, Lumion knew Termaburose was up to something, and Mr. Fool's seal had been triggered. However, unlike before, Lumion refrained from attempting to crack the seal to steal Inevitability's power. Consequently, he didn't enter a state of excruciating pain, just a bit dazed. In his daze, Lumion saw Seraphine, room 7, clad in a white halter dress. Other rooms with varied appearances and attire, yet nearly identical dispositions, seemed to detach from the painting world and overlap with the fake Avenue du Marché. The left chests of these rooms emitted a faint glow, suggesting they too had seals on them. Lumion's head spun as a scene, whether real or fake, unfolded before him. Seraphine and the other 12 rooms stepped into the void and surrounded him, invisible and hidden connections intertwining. Jenna, arm clutched by Lumion, sensed something and turned her head. Flesh on Lumion's left and right shoulders writhed as 2 illusory heads emerged. One head looked like a 10-year-old Lumion, covered in dirt, and his eyes filled with ruthlessness. The other, nearly 30, with blood-red hair and iron-black eyes, looked violent and crazy. Jenna felt as if she had entered a nightmare, witnessing her companion transform into a monster. Lumion's body expanded, gripping Jenna like a palm-sized puppet. Behind him, illusory arms sprouted from his ribs. Lumion didn't neglect the changes in his body. He saw his current form in Jenna's eyes. A 3-headed, 6-armed giant. It bore a striking resemblance to the monster in Cordu's ruins. However, Lumion didn't lose his mind. He was certain the Fool's seal on his chest and Termaburose were still intact. An illusory collision reverberated as Lumion crashed into the ancient, heavy, and mysterious door, causing it to tremble and creak. It was about to open. At that moment, the spiritual spots on the black velvet curtain lit up, stabilizing the iron-black door stained with blood and rust. Witnessing and experiencing this, Lumion suddenly grasped what Hostel was, why they referred to him as Room 1, and the heretic's intentions and plans. The concept of Hostel likely emerged after the Tree of Shadow disaster. At some point, Mapu Mayer, ostracized, established contact with other cults, informing them of Lumion's existence and state. They imitated the situation where an evil god's blessed was sealed within Lumion's body, creating Hostel, rooms 2 to 13. They invited various evil gods blessed to take up residence, establishing a mystical connection among them based on this systematic similarity. When Lumion entered the painting world, actions taken on the other rooms of Hostel were equivalent to acts on Lumion. When the Hostel took shape and all the rooms were pieced together, Lumion couldn't help but be affected. Since the rooms displayed the levels of their residents, Lumion underwent a corresponding change. The resident within him was an angel, Termaburose. After the mysticism-based Hostel ritual, Lumion, lacking the strength of an angel or a true mythical creature form, had briefly attained the level of an angel. This explained why Voisin Sanson and company didn't leave the room and attacked Lumion directly. Termaburose was sealed, so they naturally wanted him too. They had to maintain this state until the ritual ended. Of course, the heretics weren't kind enough to help Lumion experience the state of an inevitability angel. Their goal was to use this opportunity to enter 4th Epoch Trier, opening the door using an angel's level. Hence, the Hostel had to align with some areas of the market district and exhibit environmental similarities. Lumion speculated that the Salle de Bal Brise's underground corresponded to a weak spot in the seal. In the past, there had even been problems. Many old bones, guided by Alice de Tudor's aura, had crawled out. The corruption leaked, affecting 13 Avenue du Marché. This made Lumion wonder if his arrival in the market district and his stay at Auberge du Coq Doré had something to do with the attraction the underground area had on hunters. Due to this crucial information, the Salle de Bal Brise in the painting world remained blank and dark. The streets surrounding it and the people who often appeared nearby were replicated in appearance. When the corresponding ritual truly commenced, the surface's market district and the underground market district would likely undergo a switch. reality would become a fabrication, and fabrication would become reality, revealing or outlining the seal corresponding to Salle de Balbrise, weakening it to the extreme. When the time came, Lumion and Angel could open the door to Fourth Epic Trier. Mapu Mayer's return to the Market District aimed to harness his actor abilities, acting as different individuals. He would enter various houses and assist pixies in grasping the specifics of these streets to complete the massive painting of Hostel. Worried that Lumion, Franca, and others would notice in advance, he avoided their rooms, lacking sufficient knowledge. Looking at the mysterious door beneath him, Lumion tried to distance himself, but he couldn't break free. It was as if a huge magnet was sucking him, now an angel, behind the door, causing him to involuntarily squeeze inside. Thanks to countless spots of spirituality in the surrounding darkness, the ancient door, stained with blood and rust, didn't open. Lumion sensed that this was because the hostile ritual hadn't fully commenced. He and Jenna had barged into the painting world ahead of time, disrupting the heretics' arrangements. Now, if the hostile ritual was to be completed and the surface and underground switched, there were at least two key points that couldn't be matched. Firstly, the subterranean seal, which could only be released by destroying Trier and eliminating most of the people here, now had the switch between reality and fabrication, a temporary acquisition of an angelic level, and the discovery of weakness in the seal. Thus, the requirement could be significantly reduced. However, lowering the requirement further would necessitate a riot bringing chaos to the surface Trier. Secondly, it was afternoon in the painting world, and the sun was only westering. The sky was still bright, but in reality, it was the middle of the night. The moonlight was dim, and the darkness was dense. Avenue du Marché, Market District. In a double-breasted brown coat, Angoulême de François noted the secret of Église Saint-Robert's old cemetery on paper, placing it in the safe house provided by Hidden Blade, hoping she would discover it in time. The Purifier Deacon guided his robot toward Imre and Valentine, who awaited near Salle de Balbrise. At that moment, the rumbling salvos reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned his head to see Trier's sky illuminated by flames. An army rebellion, Angoulême furrowed his brow. Now, most purifiers from the dioceses were dispersed to quell strikes, marches, and protests after daybreak. Unexpectedly, trouble arose in the military camp. Was news of the massive strike deliberately sent to us, forcing a dispersion of forces and making it impossible for us to organize manpower to resolve the problem in a short period of time? A conspiracy by the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Angoulême instantly had a suspicion. In Quartier-Eraste, a wilderness emerged from the sacred heart cloister that had been thrown into turbulence and darkness. Lady Moon's voice resonated, her smile evident as she addressed Magician and Justice. You might not have guessed who's sheltering us this time. Before she could finish, the sound of a baby crying echoed. Waya. The baby's cries were vibrant, bringing forth endless golden sunlight. The entire sacred heart cloister transformed into a blazing sun, piercing through the turbulent storm and distorting space. In the real Trier, the still sleeping citizens were jolted awake by the sunlight. In apartment 601, Franca and Anthony Reed instinctively looked up at the suddenly bright sky. A dazzling golden sun hung in the sky, positioned to the west. Chapter 471, Topsy-Turvy. Angoulême, racing towards Église Saint-Robert with Imre and Valentine to gather more intel and receive the latest orders, suddenly found himself blinded by sunlight. It was as though he had been shrouded in darkness for too long, struggling to adapt to the sudden brightness. After a few moments, he and his teammates gazed skyward. In Trier, where it had been late at night, the scene had transformed into a sunny afternoon. Feeling the warmth of the sun, Angoulême couldn't shake off the chill crawling down his spine. He sensed that the problem had escalated dramatically and a catastrophe loomed on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, a series of explosions echoed from the Rist docks, Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, Suitcase steam locomotive station, and the nearby depot and warehouses. Thunderous rumbles echoed through the air. Even from a distance, Angoulême and his comrades witnessed the crimson flames and burning structures. Gunshots, salvos, and shouts pierced through the chaos. The entire market district plunged into anarchy. Iscardier, Erast's military rebellion thinning Trier's Bayonder forces to support the insurrection in the market district. This can't be the same group responsible for the earlier docks and factory strikes at dawn. What is happening? Angoulême's expression hardened as he changed course, hastening towards the epicenter of the most intense explosions. Imre and Valentine followed closely behind. In Salle de Bal-Brise, the café on the second floor, Gardner Martin donned his silver-white full-body armor and positioned himself by the window. A smirk played on his lips as he observed Angoulême de François and his team departing the area. The leader of the Save mob could already envision the chaos unfolding at the Riss docks, Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, and other key locations. Without reservation, he unveiled the hidden might of the Iron and Blood Cross Order in the market district, aiming to sow maximum chaos in the shortest time possible. Whether it was Blood Palm, Black overseeing Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, Vincent Lorraine at the Riss docks, Parsifal managing the depot, or Faustino, the infiltrator at Suhit's steam locomotive station, each was leading a team in acts of arson, detonating explosives, and unleashing indiscriminate destruction and carnage. Fortunately, we were well prepared. Even if we had to expedite our plans, we can still complete the corresponding ritual, Gardner Martin remarked to Supervisor Olson, standing not far behind him. Olson, resembling a starving bear, clutched his small brown suitcase, his voice indifferent as he inquired, "You didn't eliminate the demoness?" Gardner Martin grinned. "No need to waste effort on such a foolish demoness. She poses no real threat. Moreover, taking her down would be time-consuming, and you're aware of their formidable survivability. It might cause us to miss the crucial moment. As for the others causing trouble, I dispatched Albus to the military camp in Quartier-Erast. Lumion." At the mention of Lumion, Gardner Martin's smile broadened. He lifted the visor of his helmet, peering out the window once more. Under the brilliant sunlight, the flames of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman painted the sky crimson. Shouts, cries, gunshots, and explosions reverberated through the air. Gardner Martin tilted his chin upward, closed his eyes, and contentedly awaited the unfolding climax of the play. The ritual was on the brink of completion. In the painting world, the westering sun in the sky assumed a heightened realism, its glow merging with the faint shadow in an uncanny dance. Similar transformations unfolded across every structure. Vendors and pedestrians on the streets ceased to be lifeless figures, now frantically darting about in pandemonium, desperately seeking refuge. The subterranean market district and its surface counterpart gradually transitioned into tangible existence. One was now bathed in flames like an oil painting, and the two began to mirror each other, interweaving as projections in the spirit world. Suddenly, like illusory objects flipping upside down, the painted market district emerged on the surface, severing its complete seal with the rest of Trier. The authentic market district had transformed into a mural within the cave, linked to the underground. In the actual Trier, Salle de Bal-Brise existed in darkness, mitigating the effects of the seal. Within that darkness, the three-headed, six-armed giant, Lumion, adhered to the enigmatic door. With a resonant creak, it slowly swung open, stained with blood and red rust, revealing a crevice seemingly ablaze with invisible flames. Rumble! Trier shuddered in its entirety, and the sunlit sky descended into a twilight adorned with fiery clouds. Quartier-Erast, Red Swan Castle. Count Puffer, roused from his slumber, snapped awake in the midst of a dream. Blood-stained sunlight filtered through the thick curtains, accompanied by cruel and frenzied screams. The beige castle, adorned with ancient bloodstains, trembled violently, as if a colossal entity beneath the ground clung to its foundations. Puffer felt a summoning and a magnetic pull from the depths of his soul. Excitement painted his expression as he hastily vacated his bed and dashed out of the bedroom. In his frantic haste, he disregarded slippers and eschewed a change from his dark red cotton robe. Barefoot, he sprinted down the corridor, the hem of his robe swinging behind him. How many nights had he yearned for this awakening? It signified the long-awaited recognition from the remnant spirit of his ancestor, the fulfillment of the prophecy by the mysterious leader of the secret order, and the dawn of hope for the Sauron family to reclaim their strength. It meant the end of the curse that haunted the other Saurons and the promise of rebirth. Count Poofer understood the potential consequences for himself, but he faced the situation without flinching or hesitation. Hadn't every member of the Sauron family, choosing to reside in Red Swan Castle and not relocating after reaching adulthood, been mentally prepared for this moment? To become the vessel for their ancestors' resurrection, to merge with him, was an honor for every Sauron family member. Descending the stairs, Count Poofer entered the underground maze. In the darkness behind him, a figure emerged from the vicinity adjacent to the stairs. It was Elrose, donned in beige hunting attire with her long auburn hair tied into a ponytail. The girl, bearing both the Sauron and Einhorn bloodlines, followed her cousin at a steady pace, her presence silent yet profound. In apartment 601, 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches in the Market District, Franca and Anthony Reed found themselves momentarily bewildered as they witnessed the sun appearing and hanging low in the west. It's past 2 a.m. What sun could there be? What was going on? Why was this strange phenomenon happening? Their thoughts were abruptly shattered by the reverberations of explosions and gunshots in the Market District. Anthony visibly trembled, instinctively attempting to dodge the unforeseen onslaught. Fortunately, having chosen to remain in Trier earlier, he managed to regain control more effectively than in past episodes. A shared glance exchanged between Franca and Anthony revealed surprise, confusion, and underlying worry. Has the catastrophe struck? Anthony Reed queried in a deep, resonant voice. Franca, brow furrowed, mused, but according to Bouvard's corpse's prophecy, the catastrophe was accompanied by rain and water, and now. Before she could complete her sentence, her spirituality alerted her to something outside the window. An unmistakable phantom materialized in the building opposite, the two figures overlapping and swiftly parting ways. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness enveloped Franca, as if she had plunged weightlessly and failed to utilize an assassin's feather fall. Anthony Reed experienced a similar sensation. He spoke solemnly, indiscriminately affecting everyone. The effect of a ritual. A ritual to trigger the catastrophe. Just as Franca considered suggesting leaving the apartment to approach the Fool's Cathedral at the Lavigny docks for a clearer understanding, her attention was drawn to the abrupt changes in 2 items tucked within her hidden pockets. She quickly made a judgment based on the locations they were located. One was the palm-sized primordial demoness figurine, which, even through clothing, exuded an abnormal coldness. The other was the ancient silver mirror from the underground, an object connected to a peculiar mirror world. It trembled subtly, as if stirred or resonating with the current environment and nearby objects. Franca's eyes narrowed. Coupled with the simultaneous movements of the 2 items, she suspected the presence of a high-level beyonder of the demoness pathway nearby. In the sacred heart cloister, now transformed into a sun, the continuous cries of an infant filled the air. The cries unsettled Madame Magician with a starlit visage, causing a multitude of door-shaped insects to crawl in and out. Miss Justice, her skin covered in grayish-white scales, was compelled to placate herself. The piercing sunlight forced the 2 major Arcana card holders to instinctively shut their eyes. Before them, voids intersected, and layers of starlight blocked the spreading flames into the distance. They recognized the incoming force all too well. It was the divine power of the eternal blazing sun. Although this true god hadn't physically descended from the spirit world into reality, Lady Moon, who had nurtured a deity, and the newborn baby she held, indirectly channeled some of his strength. The power of a god. Magician and Justice, though struggling to endure, remained composed. They knew they weren't alone. Upon discovering Lady Moon's hideout in the Sacred Heart Cloister, they had anticipated the worst-case scenario. On the Blue Avenger at the Lavigny docks, the hanged man Alger, adorned in a sailor's attire with dark blue hair, positioned himself at the bow of the ship. Witnessing the sudden brightening of the sky and the sun hanging low in the west, a mix of worry and excitement washed over him. Swiftly, he retrieved an item from his possession. It was a card featuring Emperor Roselle with raised hands and a papal tiara adorning his head. Behind him, the depiction showcased lightning, violent winds, and tumultuous waves. The Tyrant card, one of the cards of blasphemy crafted by Emperor Roselle. The hanged man Alger had made a special trip to Trier, abstaining from involvement in operations elsewhere, anticipating the worst calamity. Through prior communication, pre-installed imprints, and adept prayers, as a saint of the Sailor Pathway, he possessed the ability to employ the Tyrant card. This allowed him to temporarily harness someone's power, enabling resistance against the sun in the sky without jeopardizing the stability of the astral world. Whoosh! As Alger bowed his head in prayer, the Tyrant card illuminated, causing Trier's sky to darken. Countless water droplets descended to the ground beneath the sunlight. Rain, a deluge of torrential rain. Chapter 472, Weather. Chapter 472, Weather. In the midst of the torrential rain, the hanged man Alger concluded his prayer. His body involuntarily straightened, and his head snapped up. The Tyrant card in his hand suddenly thickened and brightened, transforming into a luminous book. The pages of the book rapidly flipped, revealing various forms of Emperor Roselle. He alternated between the attire of a sailor, sporting a nautical hat, and singing with head held high amidst the waves. The scene settled on the emperor donned in a papal tiara and a pontiff's robe. His interaction with the dim sky summoned a colossal bolt of lightning, piercing through the clouds. Rumble. Amidst the thunderclaps, the illusory figure of Emperor Roselle merged with the hanged man Alger. His demeanor abruptly became dignified, and the Esren's river around the Blue Avenger instantaneously calmed, resembling a windless lake. Adorning the papal tiara and draping the pontiff's robe, the hanged man Alger conjured a silver staff condensed from lightning. Stepping forward, he ascended into the sky, surrounded by the wind. Rumble. Above Trier, thunder roared, and a visible hurricane swept up myriad dark clouds, forming a colossal, dark, and ominous vortex. Within the vortex, dense bolts of lightning of various hues intertwined, extending out to shroud the blazing sun in the west. Whoosh! The rain, like an opened faucet, cascaded into every nook of Trier, creating a misty fog that enveloped everything. In the blink of an eye, a layer of water covered the ground, illuminated by both sunlight and lightning. The citizens, roused by the morning sunlight, now felt an impending apocalypse as they stared at the pitch-black backdrop, untouched by the blazing sunlight and snake-like lightning. In the profound darkness corresponding to Salle de Balbrais Lumion, a colossal giant standing over 10 meters tall with 2 additional illusory heads and 4 exaggerated arms, witnessed the mysterious door to which he was attached slowly creaking open with a weighty grinding sound. Gradually, a crack emerged, and within the fissure, formless flames flickered. This time, less than a tenth of the nearby spiritual light spots remained. The various mystical symbols and connections had either dissipated or weakened to an extreme degree. The iron-black door, tainted with blood and rust, finally broke free from its constraints, and the crack became more pronounced. Before the collision of torrential rain, lightning, and the sun, the formless flames behind the door retreated silently, unveiling an endless path with no discernible end. Holding Jenna tightly, Lumion couldn't resist the ominous pull and descended through the door. His left chest glowed, and along with the entire hostel and the other 12 rooms, they were on the verge of passing through the mysterious door. In the real market district, on the second floor of Salle de Balbrais. As reality and fiction switched, Gardner Martin, Supervisor Olson, and the members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, who hadn't gone to set fire to risk docks and other locations, seamlessly transitioned into the painting world. They remained on the ground, beside the deep darkness that represented Salle de Balbrais. This was thanks to a figure who had silently materialized behind them. Behind Supervisor Olson stood a man in formal attire, sans a bow tie. Aged between his 30s and 40s, he possessed a high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and light blue irises. His slightly curled brown hair framed an unusually stiff countenance, his eyes reflecting open disdain and arrogance. Behind Gardener Martin stood an old man with meticulously combed dark red hair, clad in a blue military suit adorned with a sash and medals. Though wrinkles marked the old man's face, his dark eyes emanated sharpness capable of toppling houses and uprooting the earth wherever they landed. They were the president and the most powerful vice president of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Under their guardianship, Gardner, Martin, and Olson remained unaffected by the heretic's ritual, refraining from entering the painting world. As for the other upper echelons of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, they wreaked havoc in various parts of Trier, diverting the attention of official Beyonders. Observing the dark depths of Salle de Bal Bry's morph into a pair of blood-stained iron-black doors, the 4 members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order entered without hesitation, as if they had executed the maneuver countless times before. In the deepest depths of Red Swan Castle, within the hall located in the underground maze, Count Puffer, clad in a robe and barefoot, had already arrived. By the glow of white candles, he fixated on the rusty bronze coffin. The coffin's lid shifted, unveiling illusory purple flames that filled the interior. These flames merged with the iron-black ring embedded in the ground, beneath the bronze coffin. They blended with the viscous blood and withered hearts within the ring, forming an entrance, a deep entrance tainted with blood and rust. Through this entrance emanated a lofty, bloody, and frenzied aura from the underground. Count Puffer trembled under the influence of the aura, yet his eyes burned with fanaticism and fearlessness. This was his first proximity to the ancestor's mind. A twisted smile adorned Puffer's face as he strode forward, passing through the peripheral glow of candlelight and approaching the anomalous bronze coffin. In the entire world, only the Sauron family members with the corresponding talents who had bided their time in Red Swan Castle, the mysterious leader of the Secret Order, and the long-dead Emperor Roselle knew that beneath Red Swan Castle lay another breached seal of 4th Epic Trier. The repairs had been completed using the hearts of generations of important Sauron family members as a seal, yet the problem proved irreversible. Vermonda Champagne Sauron, who once dominated the Sauron family, had gone mad and entered the upper levels of 4th Epic Trier. His frenzied spirit lingered at the seal, inextinguishable. His anguished roars echoed, affecting everyone in Red Swan Castle and those of the same bloodline. Now, it was time to put an end to the curse that had caused the Sauron family's decline and trapped the Saurons in nightmares. Count Puffer felt a potent sense of mission and honor. With the conviction that he would die here, he laughed maniacally, pressed his hand to the edge of the bronze coffin, and lay down. His figure plummeted into the deep entrance, stained with blood and rust. As Count Puffer vanished into the bronze coffin, Elrose Einhorn, in a beige hunting suit with a ponytail, entered the hall. Her gaze swept over the white candles and the bronze coffin, scrutinizing the changes in the seal. She then cut her finger, dripping 3 drops of bright red blood on the ground. Lowering her head, she recited solemnly, "The embodiment of iron and blood, the symbol of the calamity of war, the priest who controls the weather, the great Snarner Einhorn." After finishing the incantation, the blood on the ground boiled, expanding into a blood-colored lake before condensing into a figure clad in iron-black, blood-stained armor. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, with long dark red hair and flamboyant golden earrings, the figure exuded androgynous, handsome features. Darkened brown eyes fixed on Elrose as the figure nodded gently and spoke, "Well done. In the previous war, the family lost its most important object. We must seize every opportunity to make up for our losses, even if it's just a portion." With that, Snarner Einhorn entered the deep entrance of the bronze coffin. Elrose's eyes flickered as she observed the scene. Finally, she sighed and said, "Regardless, the Sauron family's curse will end." In apartment 601, 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, Franca, with a mixture of surprise and concern, took out the primordial demoness's bone figurine and the ancient silver mirror she had obtained from underground. Uncertain about the significance of the abnormality in these 2 items, she decided to place them at a distance. Her plan was to wait and observe subsequent changes before deciding on the next course of action. At that precise moment, the classic silver mirror unexpectedly reflected the primordial demoness figurine, even though it wasn't in its line of sight. This occurrence triggered a seismic disturbance throughout Rue des Blouses Blanches. Dark light surged from the mirror, enveloping Franca and Anthony Reed before they could employ any abilities. As the darkness subsided, only the coffee table, sofa, and various furnishings remained in apartment 601. Adjacent to the mural depicting a segment of the market district, behind the ecstatic painter, an ancient silver mirror detached from the painting world and gently descended into the shadows. Gradually sinking deeper and deeper, it swiftly vanished. Amidst the indescribable heat and the swirling world, Lumion and Jenna landed on a ground covered in pale black stone bricks. Their eyes were met with the sight of a magnificent city in the distance, featuring asymmetrical black buildings and vibrant red houses. A thin fog intermittently shrouded the city, giving it the appearance of a mirage, the kind occasionally encountered by pirates and sailors. In the wilderness beyond the city, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and rain poured. A colossal figure, dozens of meters tall, stood surrounded by these natural phenomena, barely visible and indistinguishable. He lingered outside the city, enveloped in smoke, flames, hail, lightning, torrential rain, and violent winds, as if perpetual. Is this fourth epoch Trier? Lumion speculated, though uncertainty lingered. This wasn't quite what he had expected. Jenna subconsciously turned to look at him and noticed that he had reverted to his original appearance, no longer abnormally huge. He no longer possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 473, Weakening of Corruption. Chapter 473, Weakening of Corruption. You've recovered, Jenna whispered to Lumion. She refrained from speaking loudly, fearing that it might agitate her companion and trigger the same mutation again. Plus, there was the concern of attracting the ominous giant's attention, shrouded in smoke and rain that made it elusive. Lumion locked eyes with Jenna and realized from the reflection that he was back to normal. Subconsciously, he responded, "This means the hostile ritual, conducted by the heretics using me as a template, has ended." Suddenly alert, Lumion scanned the area. With the hostile ritual concluded, he anticipated the arrival of the evil gods bestowed from the other 12 rooms. His gaze focused on an unusual area adorned with pale black stone bricks, dominating the scenery. It sprawled out, filling Lumion's field of view, except for where it stopped short of the distant grand city and the colossal figure amidst the turbulent weather. Stretching across his vision, grayish-white stone pillars loomed every 20 to 30 meters, some standing tall and others succumbing to collapse. These pillars, broad enough to span the reach of 3 to 4 people, obstructed Lumion's and Jenna's view beyond. The sky above, supported by these stone sentinels, took on an odd translucency, as though an unseen fire silently raged, invisible to the naked eye. The resulting glow cast an eerie brightness, akin to dusk on a war-torn battlefield. Lumion, lacking dark vision, could perceive his surroundings clearly without conjuring a crimson fireball. He didn't notice Madame Pualis and the other bestowed of evil gods. Did the residents of the hostel not enter, or are they scattered in various places, arriving at random locations? He mused aloud. Unfazed, he redirected his focus, hoping Jenna possessed the pertinent information. Though Jenna grappled with the concept of random, she grasped Lumion's intent. Without delving deeper into that mystery, she pivoted to the more pressing concern. What should we do now? At the same time, Jenna made a connection. The hostel was created using Seal as a template, based on the mystical knowledge involved in a demoness's curse. Could Seal harbor an evil gods bestowed within him? He seemed to have mentioned before that he had Mr. Fool's seal on him, and the one sealed is an evil gods bestowed. The transformation was actually similar to the effects of a curse, but due to the seal, there were no serious consequences. What do we do? Lumion assessed the chaotic scene before him, a colossal, blurry giant amid smoke, rain, lightning, and flames. He chuckled. Our move now is to put some distance between us and that giant. We'll head in the opposite direction of the city, find a secure hiding spot, and observe the unfolding events. Our goal is to locate an exit swiftly. Despite feeling an unusual pull towards the giant and the city, Lumion managed to resist. He was no longer under the intense attraction that had gripped him before, now that he lacked an angelic level. Rationality prevailed as he carefully considered the risks and benefits. The giant, undoubtedly godlike in nature, seemed to be in a state of madness. Lumion, a Sequence 6 Conspirer, couldn't afford to approach it casually. Just a glance could make him lose control. The city, possibly fourth epic Trier, held its own dangers, one that caused even demigods to perish within, with potential undead creatures and corruption like the old bones. Lumion had the Fool's Seal and the aura of Blood Emperor Alistair, but he couldn't feel as relaxed, carefree, or fearless as returning to Cordu before the corruption. If he had entered the fourth epic's Trier with such intentions, he might have turned into an irrational, perpetually lingering monster, sealed with an angel in the blink of an eye. With that, Lumion turned and sprinted in the opposite direction of the giant's figure in the ever-changing weather, away from the magnificent city. He needed to put some distance between himself and the looming threat. Nobody could predict if the massive creature would make any noise. The unrestrained voices of high-level Beyonders posed a grave danger to mid-sequence Beyonders. Jenna put her trust in the Season's Seal and followed him with grace. They maneuvered past the grayish-white stone pillars, some standing tall while others lay in ruins, pushing further into the area paved with light black stone bricks. As Lumion sprinted, a slight frown creased his forehead. He could feel a significant drain on his spirituality after the intense battle in the painting world and multiple spirit world traversals. If another mishap occurred, he questioned how long he could endure. I need to find a way to replenish my spirituality. In reality, it's midnight. Should I lay low until 6 a.m.? Lumion contemplated as he dashed forward. In the fake market district on the surface, torrential rain cascaded upon Seraphine and the other rooms. They stood on the street across from Salle de Balbrise, their chests radiating with various hues. One by one, figures materialized, piercing through the void and descending into the profound darkness. They entered the iron-black door, tainted with blood and rust within the depths of the shadows. Seraphine gazed at the surreal scene, her vacant eyes and rigid expression suddenly overtaken by sorrow. Rainwater drenched her long brown hair. Beside her, Gabriel's face beamed with joy as he spoke in an otherworldly tone. "Is it over? Can we be together forever?" Seraphine's rain-soaked face twisted. She instructed Gabriel, "Leave this place and stay away from me." "Why?" Gabriel questioned, perplexed. Seraphine's role as a hostile room had been fulfilled. There shouldn't be anything else, right? The monster could resume its normal life. Seraphine uttered in pain. With the tenants gone, the hostel's rooms no longer hold any value. Before she could finish, a pair of transparent dragonfly-like wings sprouted from her back, etched with open, cold eyes. Silently, Seraphine's form disintegrated. The wet lake-blue dress lost its support and plummeted to the ground. Adorned with writhing flesh and blood, each piece bore dragonfly-like, dreamy wings and eye-like patterns. Seraphine's head remained relatively intact. Surrounded by blood dragonflies, a few wheat ears and mushrooms sprouted from her face. Raindrops struck her face and slid. She opened her mouth, as if leading to another world, and her voice turned shrill. "We're not bestowed, but the work of pixies. Go." Gabriel stared vacantly at Seraphine, a composition of blood dragonflies and a head. An indescribable sorrow etched across his empty, cold face. In the midst of the pouring rain and sunlight, he instinctively took a few steps in the opposite direction before halting. The playwright turned, retracing his steps toward Seraphine. A gentle smile curled on the corners of his mouth. "I'd forgotten I'm already a monster. Where can I go? I'm grateful you let me run on my own in the end." As Gabriel spoke, he bent down, allowing his knees to touch the ground and the puddles. His arms enveloped the countless blood dragonflies and Seraphine's struggling head, and he planted a deep kiss on the lips adorned with wheat ears and mushrooms. Thud, thud, thud. The blood dragonflies sliced through his flesh with their wings, burrowing into his body, draining his life force. He persisted in the kiss. Raindrops pelted them. Before long, translucent and dreamy wings emerged from Gabriel's back, stained with blood. Amidst the spine-chilling gnawing sounds, Gabriel's body collapsed and melted, likewise for Seraphine's head. In the midst of the ensuing blood, strange-shaped dragonflies with translucent wings, resembling meatballs, soared into the air, resembling bright fireworks in a storm. Suddenly, blazing sunlight descended, engulfing the area and the abnormal bodies. Not far away, Angoulême, Valentine, and Imre spread their arms in unison. Upon returning to Église Saint-Trobert, they remained unaffected by the ritual, no longer within the world of the painting. They stayed grounded, and once the situation stabilized, they made their way to Salle de Bal Brise. Quartier-Eraste, Sacred Heart Cloister. Storms and lightning veiled the golden sun, but for now, they couldn't thwart the sunlight from piercing through. This caused the entrance to Salle de Bal Brise to blur and tremble, yet it persisted. The painting world that had swapped with the surface gradually became ethereal, drawing nearer to returning to the rock wall. After Magician and Justice escaped the onslaught of sunlight, they realized they had lost Lady Moon's trail. The former's eyes sparkled with resplendent stars. Soon, she saw Lady Moon's silhouette. The evil god's bless didn't conceal herself, as she forcefully entered the unstable darkness and the mysterious, illusory iron-colored door. With a flash of starlight, the major arcana card holders, Magician and Justice, arrived outside Salle de Bal Brise. The two hesitated, uncertain whether to pursue her. At that moment, Justice softly exclaimed, "I feel that the underground's allure and beckoning towards me have weakened." Their hesitance stemmed from the fact that delving deep underground into Fourth Epic Trier would subject them to immense and abnormally terrifying corruption for demigods. The heretics didn't mind. Essentially, they had gone mad. At most, their madness would be more intricate and thorough, but they had no choice but to consider this issue. The corruption has weakened. Magician was surprised. As far as she knew, only two individuals could cause this phenomenon. One was Mr. Fool, or the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. By temporarily bolstering the seal's power, they could curb the various corruptions in Fourth Epic Trier and diminish them. The other was the deity who had gained a rudimentary grasp of the greatest abnormality underground. The Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows, the ruler of the mind world, and the degenerated nature of all living things. Chapter 474, Encounter. Justice, adorned in a simple yet elegant dress, turned her head to glance at Magician, discerning her thoughts. The woman nodded slightly and uttered, "It would have been abnormal if he hadn't intervened in this incident. You, too, know what he wants most." Magician didn't hesitate. With a sigh and a chuckle, she stepped into the faltering darkness. Justice followed closely behind. As they vanished, sunlight flooded the sky from St. Vive Cathedral on Trier's Island area, coalescing into a miniature sun. The sun's rays pierced the darkness of Salle de Bal Brise, illuminating a translucent woman in a white robe adorned with golden threads. She possessed a captivating beauty and emitted a holy aura, as if impervious to the touch of dust. Trier's guardian angel paid no heed to the Sacred Heart Cloister as she passed through the illusory door with a crack. Simultaneously, a whistle resonated from the patriarchal cathedral of the god of steam and machinery to the north of Trier. As if part of a ritual, it emitted an iron-black chimney, serving as the building's spire. A substantial amount of pale white fog billowed into the air, contorting and writhing to take on a discernible form. The figure that materialized was tall and handsome, with long chestnut hair, cloaked in a monk-like gray robe and a white apron. He was Saint Bornova, recently assigned to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in Trier. Unlike Saint Vive, the angel didn't enter the seal. Instead, he hovered in the air, vigilant against potential mishaps, including an attack from the Rose School of Thought's abomination. At that moment, a colossal hurricane erupted, enshrouding the golden sun above the Sacred Heart Cloister in dark clouds, lightning, and torrential rain. With the advent of this apocalyptic phenomenon, the already unstable effects of the ritual, disrupted by various interferences, could no longer be sustained. The figures in the paintings lingering on the ground and the illusory illusions of surrounding buildings became instantly recognizable as fake. This virtual reality-like scene seamlessly overlapped with the tangible market district once more. Just as the surface and the underground were on the brink of switching, a figure materialized abruptly in front of the mirror-like darkness of Salle de Bal-Brise. This figure sported straight eyebrows and blue eyes, along with long chestnut hair cascading to the waist. Adorned in a white shirt with ribbons and flowers, a brown captain's coat with intricate patterns, beige pants, and dark brown leather boots, the ensemble exuded an eclectic charm. In her left hand, she gripped a golden item engraved with mysterious patterns, resembling a miniature lamp. Silently, the wick extending from the lamp's mouth spontaneously ignited, emitting a viscous, aqueous golden light. Within the luminous glow, a distorted and indistinct pale gold figure materialized. In a dignified and majestic voice, it conveyed, "To resolve your father's problem, we can only allow him to accept another corruption at the same level, one more compatible with him, forming a certain balance." The woman holding the peculiar lamp scrutinized the pale golden figure deeply before her body suddenly turned ethereal, disintegrating into countless symbols and words. Like a torrent, she surged through the iron-black door and the completely collapsed darkness. Franca and Anthony Reed, emerging from the dark light, regained their vision to find themselves in a dimly lit mine. A feeble light seeped into the mine from a distance, offering limited visibility. Damn it, did I enter that special mirror world again? Did the anomaly in the market district cause the primordial demoness's figurine to resonate with the ancient mirror, triggering a chain reaction? Franca cursed inwardly. What is this called? When it rains, it pours. As a spectator, Anthony Reed's immediate response upon confirming his condition was to observe his surroundings. He noted that the mine wasn't overly expansive, with no other tunnels branching off. There was only one path ahead, leading toward the faint light. Franca, in that moment, realized that this place differed from her previous visits. It felt like she had reached the end of a particular dead end. Granted, she and Lumion had never thoroughly explored this special mirror world, making it normal for them to be unfamiliar with uncharted areas. "Where are we?" Anthony Reed inquired of Franca, who clearly held some knowledge, when he saw a figure emerge from a crevice in the rock wall beside him. The figure curled up and hugged him, trembling. The figure, dressed in military green attire and sporting a light yellow crew cut, was Anthony Reed himself. As if sensing Anthony's gaze, the figure turned his head, his dark brown eyes filled with resentment and malice. Unfazed, Franca sighed with familiarity. "Your mirror version isn't too aggressive." The trembling Anthony Reed vanished. Franca averted her gaze and briefly elucidated their location and the means of departure. Upon checking her belongings, she realized that only the ancient silver mirror was missing. The primordial demoness's bone figurine remained securely in her possession. Franca concluded, "The problem now is that the path out is guarded by a powerful monster. I relied on Seal's uniqueness to divert it last time. I don't know what to do now. Let's find another exit first. Yes, we have to hurry. Staying in this mirror world for too long will cause problems." "All right." Anthony Reed, lacking experience in this area, chose to heed Franca's suggestion. The two of them paid no mind to the faces lurking in the darkness on either side. They swiftly moved forward and entered the only tunnel. As they progressed, the illumination increased and visibility improved. After walking for a while, Franca and Anthony Reed halted at a suspected exit. It resembled a cave, sealed by pure light. After exchanging glances, Franca initiated the use of magic mirror divination and other methods to confirm the authenticity and danger of the exit. However, she received no response. "Phew," Franca exhaled and said to Anthony Reed, "Let's give it a try. If it's not right, we'll retreat. There's no other way." "Okay." Anthony Reed nodded and placed his hand on the door of light alongside Franca. Their figures passed through. Lumion and Jenna sprinted between towering, collapsed grayish-white stone pillars until they reached the edge of the area covered in pale black stone bricks. However, what awaited them was still the pitch-black and blood-red city, with the giant figure shrouded in violent winds, lightning, heavy rain, smoke, and flames. The only change was their perspective, now positioned on the side instead of facing the giant and the turbulent weather. Confused, Jenna muttered, "We were running in the opposite direction. Why did we circle back?" Lumion glanced back and explained, "As a hunter, it's unlikely for me to get lost. The current situation suggests that there's a problem with the directions of this space. Perhaps, no matter where we run, we'll eventually return to this vicinity." Fortunately, the distance between them and the giant figure had barely increased, estimated to be 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Upon hearing Lumion's explanation, Jenna cast her gaze forward. Beyond the pale black stone bricks, in the wilderness connected to the majestic city, mirror fragments were scattered. They weren't large, but there were thousands of them. Lumion surveyed the scene, contemplating an alternative plan. A sudden realization struck him, a swift method to rapidly restore his spirituality. In a space effective at weakening the influence of an evil god, he could execute a ritual, siphon the boon, and ascend to sequence 6 Ascetic of the Inevitability pathway. By destabilizing various states, the ritual would promptly restore and amplify Lumion's spirituality. In essence, he could exchange the stability of his current state for the enhancement and replenishment of his spirituality. Before initiating the ritual, Lumion needed to ascertain one crucial detail. Would this place render Mr. Fool incapable of observation? If that were the case, Termiboros might exploit the ritual to escape with the unintelligent seal itself. After all, the core of the ritual involved breaking the seal and drawing out the corresponding power of inevitability. Just as Lumion was about to instruct Jenna to keep a vigilant watch, a figure emerged from a shattered mirror in the wilderness. Their pupils dilated, and instinctively, Lumion and Jenna sought cover behind the grayish-white stone pillar and the partially collapsed rubble. The figure swiftly materialized, standing over 1.7 meters tall and clad in a black cloak. Lumion stole a quick glance in that direction before retracting his gaze. The figure seemed oddly familiar. Before long, a familiar voice rang out from the side. "You're not slow either. This is Gardner Martin. He's involved too." Lumion didn't dare to peek out. Then, he recalled the identity of the cloaked figure. The Carbonari member he had encountered, the one followed by Franca. Shouldn't the Carbonari be causing chaos on the surface? Lumion wondered. At that moment, Jenna produced a mirror and gestured if Lumion needed assistance. She could use mirror magic, utilizing mirror-like items to display their reflections onto a designated mirror. Numerous mirror fragments lay nearby at the edge of the wilderness. Lumion shook his head slowly and mouthed and gestured to Jenna, signaling her to wait a moment. He decided to act at a critical juncture. There was no need to take unnecessary risks at this point. At that moment, a mellow, deep voice responded to Gardner Martin. "Where's the president of your Iron and Blood Cross Order?" "Headed there, of course," Gardner Martin replied with a smile. "It's the stage for important figures, and we have our own mission." He paused a beat before continuing. "Why are you still wearing the cloak? Is it someone new beneath?" "You're still as cautious as ever," the deep voice sighed. Lumion and Jenna heard the rustling of clothes. Lumion immediately signaled Jenna with his eyes. Jenna took the hint and recited the incantation silently, her hand resting on the mirror. The aqueous light on the mirror's surface flickered, revealing a figure. The figure wore a cloak without the hood. His hair was thick and slightly curly, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. His beard was neatly trimmed, and the bridge of his nose was slightly raised. Lumion recognized the person. Philip. The deceased General Philip. Chapter 475, Conspirer. Recognizing the black-cloaked man as the late General Philip, a surge of realization struck Lumion's mind, cutting through the darkness. He connected various dots and reevaluated details he had previously deemed a stretch. Earlier, Lumion had queried Gardner Martin about his support for Hugues Artois, the spokesperson of numerous evil gods. Martin asserted that he was well aware of Artois' nature and the sinister forces backing him. Martin endorsed Artois for Parliament with the belief that he would repeatedly bring calamity to the market district, compelling citizens and workers to rally behind the Iron and Blood Cross Order, preparing for a future government overthrow. Until today, Lumion had accepted this reasoning on the surface. Even if Martin hadn't disclosed the complete truth, he had unveiled a fraction of it. However, now it appeared that 90% of Martin's statement was a fabrication. Hugues Artois had been groomed by the late General Philip and thrust into politics. Gardner Martin had clearly established a cooperative relationship with General Philip long ago. His backing of Hugues Artois wasn't merely an opportunistic exploit. Rather, he had been intricately involved in the plan from the outset. Similarly, General Philip, having feigned his death and diverged from his intended fate, utilized the Dreamseekers charity organization to finance painters and other evil God bestowed. Simultaneously, he joined the Carbonari, fomenting riots and rebellions. Lumion found this not entirely surprising, but the connection with Gardner Martin and the Iron and Blood Cross Order added an intriguing layer to the details. By the time the hostile ritual officially commenced, Lumion had already grasped the essence of this conspiracy. Yet, some explanations seemed a bit forced. For instance, how had Mayor Mapu, having left the Bliss Society in frustration and returned to the market district to prove himself, managed to contact the painters or the evil gods bestowed planning the hostile ritual? One plausible explanation was that Susanna, while still the high priestess of the Bliss Society, had established connections with other cults before her demise. As Mapu Mayor's lover and a crucial member of the Bliss Society, he should have had some contacts. However, upon closer scrutiny, it felt a tad contrived. Did Mapu Mayor truly maintain good relationships with believers of other evil gods? Would he naturally seek their aid when confronting challenges to prove himself? Despite Mapu Mayor's knowledge of an angel sealed within Lumion's body, he couldn't fathom exploiting this information beyond offering sacrifices. Unless the Mother Tree of Desire bestowed a revelation directly, why wouldn't the recipient, potentially having received a divine revelation, flaunt it? Why face ostracism from other Bliss Society members? Lumion found that all the details made more sense now, that Gardner Martin and his connection to General Philip were revealed as part of the conspiracy. Following the Tree of Shadow disaster, Gardner Martin tasked Lumion, Franca, and their subordinates in the market district with investigating the incident and Hugues Artois' assassination. However, he would undoubtedly gather information about the Bliss Society's actions, mistakes, and issues through General Philip. In these circumstances, Mapu Mayor, seeking a return to the market district, naturally established a connection with General Philip, who had shown interest in such matters and provided crucial information. Consequently, Gardner Martin had long been aware of what was sealed within Lumion. The entire hostile ritual might have been conceived by him, General Philip, and the painters. One of them harbored a long-standing desire for Fourth Epic Trier and possessed extensive knowledge of secrets and mysticism. They understood the seal's operation and its past leaks. Salle de Balbrise, owned by the Savoy mob, and 13 Avenue du Marché served as a testing ground for the Iron and Blood Cross Order's new members. The other had a deep connection to the domain of fate. Through the financial support of the Dreamseekers charity organization, he had united many cults, accumulating vast knowledge in various aspects. The reason why Hugues Artois had numerous evil gods bestowed protecting him wasn't merely due to his ability to interact with problematic individuals or the deeply ingrained, enlightened perception he had on others. Instead, it was because his backer, General Philip, a veteran of large-scale wars, had long been dedicated to cooperating with heretics to achieve a crucial goal. Lumion suspected that Gardner Martin hadn't officially tested him and allowed him to join the Iron and Blood Cross Order out of initial trust. Instead, he had finalized the hostile plan and decided to keep Lumion under close watch, exerting various influences and manipulating him. If the Tarot Club hadn't intervened and the ritual hadn't been hastily advanced, it was highly likely that Gardner Martin, or a demigod of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, would have been the one to ultimately confront Lumion and transport him into the painting worlds to activate the ritual. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion's understanding became clear. Everything Gardner Martin had undertaken since the Tree of Shadow disaster was geared towards the hostile ritual. As expected of a former or current conspirer, Lumion sighed sincerely. Certainly, Gardner Martin might not have been aware of the residual aura of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor that Lumion carried, but he likely harbored suspicions. However, he couldn't fathom the core issue. After all, he was aware that an angel was sealed within Lumion Lee's body, a walking anomaly bound to attract attention. Regarding whether Gardner Martin knew about another organization backing him and Franca, Lumion believed that Martin had sensed something awry, but the precise details remained elusive. Even Mapu Mayer, not present at the Tree of Shadow ritual, was unaware of the events during that time. Lumion signaled Jenna to cease the mirror magic to evade detection by Gardner Martin and General Philip. Meanwhile, he pondered. Why does the Iron and Blood Cross Order covet Fourth Epic Trier so intensely, going to such lengths in preparation? What is their ultimate goal? If I hadn't arrived in Trier, stayed at Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, and attracted the fallen tree spirit Susanna Madeyes, what would have been the original plan of the Iron and Blood Cross Order and the various cults? How did they intend to bypass the seal and unlock the door to Fourth Epic Trier? As the latter question surfaced, Lumion recalled something. Gardner Martin had once directed Rat Christo's smuggling caravan to transport an item into Trier through an underground tunnel. This item activated the special mirror world hidden underground. Later, Franca sensed that item while tracking the black-cloaked Carbonari member, General Philip, who had faked his death. Now, General Philip had also entered this place, suspected to be Fourth Epic Trier. They had made extensive preparations, including orchestrating a massive riot. Their goal was to use that item and its connection to the mirror fragments in the wilderness to infiltrate this place through the seal leak that once appeared beneath Salle de Balbrise. Later, they had a better choice: me. Damn it, Gardner Martin's words about why he supported Hugues Artois' election as a member of Parliament were mostly true. He did need such a person to incite public anger in the market district, not to overthrow the government, but to satisfy the ritual. Pushing villains into power while posing as the leader of the resistance. He's both the antagonist and the protagonist. He's truly extracting the value from all the people in the market district. Lumion reacquainted himself with the sequence name, Conspirer, through Gardner Martin. At that moment, Jenna grasped Lumion's meaning and discontinued the mirror magic. Gardner Martin smiled and said, "It's indeed you, Philip. Let's enter Fourth Epic Trier." Philippi Jenna, who had only a vague impression of General Philip's photo from the shadows, now realized that the cloaked man Franca had been trailing was General Philip, the one who had faked his death. Philip's deep, mellow voice resounded. "Aren't you going to find Lumion Lee? If he becomes your loyal subordinate and joins your team, you can immediately complete the ritual, consume the potion, and advance to a demigod." Gardner Martin sighed and responded, "I find it a pity too. An angel is sealed within him, and he alone is a team. I've given him many chances, but he never understood what loyalty meant. Now, I have an alternative. Let him perish naturally in Fourth Epic Trier." An angel sealed within him. Jenna's eyes widened as she looked at Lumion. Lumion smirked and scoffed at Gardner Martin's words. "I'd be a fool to believe you. The person scheming to use me from the start talking about loyalty and pity." Just as Gardner Martin and General Philip turned around to walk toward the magnificent city, two figures emerged from a mirror fragment in the nearby wilderness. It was Franca, dressed in a blouse, beige-white breeches, a small dark brown coat, and black leather boots, along with Anthony Reed, clad in military green. Franca scanned the surroundings and spotted Gardner Martin, encased in full-body silver armor with his visor raised. Anthony Reed's gaze locked onto General Philip's face, featuring a prominent bulge on his nose. The eight eyes met, and the air momentarily froze. Count Poofer's figure materialized at the edge of the wilderness, in front of the pale black stone bricks. Gazing at the giant shrouded in storms, lightning, flames, and smoke, standing dozens of meters tall. He sprinted over with the fanatical expression of a sacrificial lamb. It was Vermundus Sauron, who had lost control and gone underground. The former Archangel, the Conqueror, who was very close to deity's throne. Chapter 476, Calamity Giant. Count Puffer charged through the tempest, battling fierce winds, drenching rain, and bolts of lightning. Meanwhile, the pixie in the distinctive blue beret, the overseer of the hostel, positioned near the shroud of darkness around Salle de Balbrise, took advantage of the moment and slipped through the enigmatic iron-colored door. Fully aware of the peril awaiting her inside, she felt compelled by the will of a deity. Even the prospect of death didn't daunt her. It would only earn her the deity's favor and a return to the eternal realm of fantasy. Regrettably, upon her arrival, she found herself suspended in the midst of the raging storm, amidst smoke and flames. The colossal figure was clearly reflected in her eyes. It resembled a horrifying charred giant, its once fleshy exterior now absent. The charred metal skeleton, engulfed in blazing purple flames, formed what seemed like an intact body, but cracks riddled its structure. Continuously emanating illusory symbols, lightning, hail, fog, the majestic purple flames and the iron-black metal skeleton held inscrutable knowledge, representing countless real phenomena. Drip, drip. Blood-hued, magma-like pus oozed from the cracks, transforming into black-purple flames and various weather phenomena midair. Witnessing this, the pixie and the blue beret combusted from within. Instinctive fear flashed in her eyes as she desperately reached into the void, entering an intangible state. Yet, her physical form did not change for the better. With a swift whoosh, every cell in the pixie's being ignited, including the translucent dragonfly-like wings on her back. After enduring agonizing contortions, she metamorphosed into a pixie crafted from crimson flames. Lifeless eyes stared out from her now empty gaze. Within the fiery dragonfly wings, the altered pixie danced around the giant's figure, as if escorting him. Rumble! Count Puffer was struck by bolts of lightning, and nearby, purple flames erupted. Drenched in the relentless rain, enduring hailstones that battered him until he bled, he persevered through the thick smoke. Perhaps due to the Sauron family's bloodline coursing through him, he remained unaffected by the surrounding chaos. As the smoke cleared and the storm abated, Puffer eagerly gazed at the towering giant, dozens of meters tall. Within the iron-black skull, and amidst the purple flames, a distorted face of pain intermittently flickered. The face bore some resemblance to Puffer, except its eyes, weathered and blood-black, were deathly still and vacant. Upon spotting the giant, Count Puffer also ignited in flames. Excruciating pain racked him, yet his gaze remained fixed on the giant's face. Amidst the encircling purple flames, faces filled with venom, hatred, and madness, as if cursing all living beings, alternated. Men and women, bearing a resemblance to both the giant and Count Puffer, emerged on the surface of withered hearts floating in the flames. Puffer glimpsed the family's forebears from the oil paintings. Despite the difficulty, his mouth curled up, his face contorted by the flames. In the turmoil, he transformed into a flaming pixie as well. However, instead of circling the rampaging giant, he was drawn by his family's bloodline into the perilous purple flames on the iron-black head, into Vermunda's face that flickered in and out. In an instant, the two fused. Vermunda's mouth twitched, a hint of liveliness in his eyes. He opened his mouth and let out a scream filled with destructive desire and madness. With this scream, the ground, scorched by the purple flames, shook dramatically, and earth puppets crawled out. These puppets, equally tall at 3 to 4 meters tall, charred with an iron hue, were speckled with dark red blood. Transforming as they squirmed, the earth puppets became soldiers, guarding the area with a semblance of life. Almost simultaneously, a fiery meteor descended from the heavens. Streaking across the sky, it plummeted towards the edge of the fog. Bang! A figure emerged amidst the meteorite-like crash and ensuing tremors, standing upright. It was Snarner Einhorn, adorned in iron-black, blood-stained armor. The 1.8-meter-tall angel, with long dark red hair and flamboyant earrings, didn't hesitate. His body expanded, unveiling a mythical creature form reminiscent of Vermonda Sauron's current state. It was a giant, a representation of Calamity, crafted from flames and various symbolic elements. Under the silent blaze of invisible flames in the sky, across the wilderness, Pualis de Roquefort, draped in an elegant black dress and a veiled hat, fixed her gaze on the majestic city not far away. She didn't get her husband, butler, and children to enter the hostel. Instead, she arranged for them to temporarily depart Trier and reside in a suburban town beyond the city wall. After a brief survey, Madame Pualis turned her attention to the man merely 20 to 30 meters away. Despite appearing in his 50s, his dense blonde hair showed only slight traces of gray, and his lake blue eyes were clear. Neatly encircling his mouth, the beard framed his unusually deep facial features. It was evident he had been a handsome man in his youth. He was the circle inhabitant of the Sinners, Voisin Sanson, Roch Louis Sanson's father. Madame Pualis shifted her gaze back to the seemingly boundless city, sensing an inexplicable calling from somewhere. It was gradually contracting and expanding, akin to the embrace of a long-forgotten mother. She took a step forward. Franca hadn't anticipated encountering Gardner Martin immediately upon exiting the mirror world. As an undercover agent for both the Tarot Club and the Demoness sect, she felt a twinge of guilt instinctively. The urge to casually greet him with a "what a coincidence" surfaced subconsciously. However, she was no longer the naive rookie from her initial transmigration. Her worldly and combat experiences ranked among the elite in the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Swiftly reacting, she yelled at Anthony Reed, "Duck," and, turning invisible, lunged to the side. Almost simultaneously, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of blazing white fireballs materialized around Gardner Martin. His eyes were profound, body clad in silver armor, as the fireballs howled and erupted at the previous location of Franca and Anthony Reed. Anthony, his gaze fixed on General Philip's black-cloaked figure, heard Franca's warning, "Duck," echoing in his ears. Experienced, though unsure of what to expect, he followed his teammates' advice. Adjusting his body midair, he kicked down with both feet, hurtling toward General Philip without picking a side. Amidst the explosive chaos, General Philip was astonished to find a slightly greasy middle-aged man in military green camouflage clothing glaring at him with hatred, launching towards him. "Does he hold a grudge against me?" Philip wondered, his eyes darkening as focus slipped away. He saw a myriad of intertwined fates and discerned the thread's approximate origins. "So, you're a survivor of the sacrificial company, lucky enough to escape back then, and now you dare return for revenge." General Philip sneered with disdain. As a Sequence 5 Reaper of the Hunter pathway, he made the decision to put his faith in the great goddess of fate and receive the corresponding boon. This choice stemmed from his first-hand recognition of the limitations and issues within his original pathway in the mysticism domain, along with the impending apocalypse he couldn't avoid. His aim was clear: to swiftly ascend to demigod status, securing the protection of a mighty existence to endure the impending apocalypse. Ordinary channels simply couldn't provide him with what he needed. Despite the initial weaknesses and constraints of the Goddess of Fate's pathway, he accepted it without hesitation. It was worth noting that the boon corresponding to Sequence 9, Dreamless, merely granted him a dreamless state and the ability to sense the flow of fate. Consequently, he forfeited the potential of gaining revelations through his spirituality via dreams. Sequence 8 musicians were a slight improvement. In certain worlds, musicians often blinded themselves to enhance their focus on the voice of fate before playing it like a symphony. However, this method demanded extensive preparation and sufficient time to orchestrate the tune in order to influence a target's fate. As for Sequence 7 Fate Priors, they shared essential similarities with seers. However, unlike seers, they didn't require a medium to directly perceive or hear the revelations of fate. By Sequence 6, the bestowed of the Goddess of Fate finally acquired relatively potent abilities. Those who glimpsed fate could convey it and directly impact a target, but each usage came with a significant drawback: a self-imposed silence lasting for an extended period. This sequence was known as mute. Only after faking his death and breaking free from his original fate, did the Sequence 5 deceased no longer bear the previous restrictions. They could now function relatively normally. As a dual Sequence 5, General Philip unraveled the threads of fate, discerning the origin of Anthony Reed's animosity. He chuckled, releasing a voice that seemed confined for an eternity. "Fate can't be avoided. You'll ultimately end up as my sacrifice." Amidst these words and the explosive tumult, Anthony Reed's mind replayed the harrowing scene of the camp attack, causing him to break out into a tremble. Thud, he landed on the ground and clutched his head in fear. Not far away, concealed behind a half-collapsed grayish-white stone pillar, Lumion and Jenna both heard Franca's urgent cry to duck. "Franca has entered too. How did she do it?" Lumion wondered, a sense of alarm coursing through him. Chapter 477, Frenzy. Chapter 477, Frenzy. Lumion felt a brief moment of surprise before taking a shot in the dark. Considering that General Philip likely used a special item to access the underground mirror world, Lumion figured Franca, equipped with the ancient silver mirror boasting the same powers, should have a shot at it too. The why and what of it didn't matter now. Those questions could wait until after dealing with Gardner Martin and General Philip or finding a way to slip past them. There might be a chance to escape this place. At the fringes of the wilderness, Gardner Martin's attempts to flush out Franca from her invisibility failed, even after a series of explosions. His former lover had vanished to some unknown spot. Being a demoness of pleasure, Franca relied on her assassin abilities, leaving no footprints, masking her scent and spiritual aura. It made her a formidable challenge to track, countering a hunter's knack for gathering environmental intel. Gardner Martin, donned in silver-white full-body armor, kept on the move. Familiar with the demoness pathway's traits and abilities, he knew that, having ascended to pleasure, Franca didn't need blood, hair, or nails for her curses. Reflecting him into mirrors and enveloping him in black flames would do the trick. He couldn't stand still for more than 3 seconds to prevent himself from being reflected in the mirror. As he swiftly maneuvered, Gardner Martin glanced at Philip and Anthony, the information broker. He noticed the latter lying on the ground, clutching his head and trembling. Anthony sporadically used placate on himself, resigning from resistance. Philip's black cloak expanded slightly, and crimson, nearly white flaming ravens materialized beside him, as if preparing for a grand sacrifice. Observing the scene, Gardner Martin paid no heed to the ongoing battle. He raised his right hand and lowered his visor. A broadsword, aglow with condensed light, materialized in Gardner Martin's grip, casting a radiant and holy sunrise gleam over a vast expanse. Its brilliance dispelled illusions, compelling shadows to retreat and revealing Franca's ponytailed form more than 10 meters behind him. This was the power of a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin of the Warrior Pathway. The power emanated from Gardner Martin's silver armor, a numbered sealed artifact bestowed by the authorities. He had acquired it in an operation a few years back, slaying 2 purifiers of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and claiming the armor from their fallen bodies. Number 247. Name: Pride Armor. Danger grade: Too dangerous. Use with care and moderation. It can only be applied for operations that require more than 3 people or by deacons and diocesan bishops. Security classification: Official purifiers and above. Sealing method: Place it in a dark chamber and select physically strong humans to guard them with a rotation every 3 hours. Description: Late into the war between the Lone Kingdom and the Faceac Empire, a plethora of meteors descended from the sky, causing widespread catastrophes. This armor was discovered in a ruined building in the suburbs of Port Le Sueur. The humans inside had met a brutal end. Through experimentation, it bestows upon the wearer the might of a giant. It blankets an area of 48 meters in sunrise gleam. These rays dispel illusions, erase shadows, and nullify invisibility effects. They also affect wraiths and shadows, diminishing their peculiarities and even weakening evil spirits. It possesses decent defensive capabilities and can be damaged but regenerates slowly. Depending on the extent of the damage, recovery can range from half an hour to a day. For detailed data, refer to Appendix 2. It also grants the wearer the ability to manifest a hefty, robust, yet sharp two-handed broadsword. Each strike carries a purifying effect, and dismantling the radiant broadsword results in a formidable hurricane of light. This phenomenon can obliterate the human body, vanquish wraiths, and harm evil spirits. The wearer's combat skills see a significant boost, accompanied by heightened arrogance. They hold disdain for those standing behind them and targets concealed in the darkness or invisible. It indiscriminately eliminates weak humans within a 50-meter radius. Should the wearer weaken, they too become a target. The criteria for determining one's physique are inconsistent, sometimes very high, sometimes low. Initial findings suggest a correlation with the armor's condition and the surrounding environment. Most humans with regular exercise, or those who rely on potions to enhance their physique, pass the assessment without incident. For exceptions, it was later discovered they suffered from undetected serious illnesses or indulged excessively in the past 2 days. No matter who you are, caution is warranted when positioned behind this armor, though attacks don't always occur. Similarly, the wearer is vulnerable to its attacks when using other mystical items. Experimental results show heightened reactions when facing items from the Evernight pathway and the Earth pathway. The wearer of the armor eventually experiences varying degrees of betrayal, irrespective of whether they still wear the item. At night, this armor is very quiet, exhibiting minimal aggressiveness. However, under a moonlit sky, its demeanor becomes notably irritable, reaching maximal offensiveness. The highest level of experimental subjects is Sequence 5. Appendix 1, the wearer of the armor grows taller to varying degrees. Multiple wearings do not stack. Appendix 2. Under the influence of the sealed artifact, 2 to 247, Franca materialized. Gardner Martin, wearing a visor, hesitated briefly before slashing with the radiant broadsword in his hand. Simultaneously, a multitude of crimson, nearly white fire ravens condensed around him. Surrounded by crimson fire ravens, General Philip locked eyes with the prone Anthony Reed. With a slight lift of his chin, he declared, "Accept your fate." Anthony sensed the imminent danger, but found himself powerless to resist. Trembling, memories of that haunting night flooded his mind, making it difficult to put up any resistance. However, as he recalled General Philip's words about becoming a sacrifice, the tragic fate of his comrades, and the years of investigation, anger ignited within Anthony. "It's him. He's the one responsible for harming my comrades, those rough but endearing individuals, and my companions who once had my back." Suddenly, Lumien's earlier question echoed in Anthony's thoughts. "Up to this day, do you still wrestle with the fear from that night, the sounds of sudden gunshots? Do you truly possess the courage and determination to press on?" Anthony remembered his response. "Perhaps I perished in that attack. What remains is an avenging spirit, relentless in its pursuit of truth and retribution. I can be destroyed, but I can't give up. That's right, I should have died long ago. My sole purpose in life is revenge. And today, my true enemy stands before me. Why should I be afraid? I'm not even afraid of death. Why fear gunshots, explosions, or being a sacrifice? Wouldn't the worst outcome be death and being sacrificed to an evil god? I was already mentally prepared. This time, I chose to stay in Trier, not to flee from potential catastrophe, but to make amends for my regrets. Now, the opportunity has presented itself." The flames of revenge roared within Anthony Reed's heart. He lifted his gaze to meet General Philip's slightly reddened, hatred-filled dark brown eyes, once his superior's superior. "Go to hell," Anthony cursed inwardly as he unleashed a psychiatrist's frenzy. This ability could manipulate the emotions or destabilize the mental state of the target, pushing them into a frenzied state and inflicting severe mental damage. In some cases, it could even lead the target to lose control. Just as General Philip prepared to unleash a swarm of fire ravens, a surge of danger premonition hit him. Before he could react, the intended sacrifice raised his head, locking eyes with him, bloodshot dark brown eyes burning with intensity. With a buzzing sound, Philip's head snapped back, his thoughts thrown into disarray. Ever since embracing the goddess of fate, Originally being a sequence 5, he, armed with the corresponding knowledge, could keenly sense shifts in his personality and thoughts. His body had undergone gradual changes as the power of the boons increased. For Philip, mentally prepared as he was, this was acceptable. One concern nagged at him: his mental state had become unpredictable. Sometimes rational, sometimes fanatical, sometimes cold, and sometimes calm. His behavior was capricious. It mirrored those great existences. General Philip's mind felt like a storm had been unleashed within it. His facial skin swelled, and his pale white hair crinkled, resembling someone submerged in water for days. Invisible threads materialized from each pore, tinged with a faint mercurial hue, giving Philip's flesh the appearance of being ablaze with flames. General Philip briefly succumbed to frenzy. At that moment, a figure materialized behind him. It was Lumion, dressed in a partially tucked white shirt, brown pants, and oil-painting-like black leather shoes. Recognizing Franca's voice and sensing the onset of the battle, Lumion didn't immediately rush out to provide assistance. Instead, he opted to wait for the right opportunity. Aware that his current spirituality dictated a single optimal choice, Lumion needed to eliminate either Gardner Martin or General Philip swiftly. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony could then join forces to handle the remaining adversary. Choosing a target was no easy decision for Lumion. Gardner Martin, corrupted by 13 Avenue du Marché, and the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, possessed numerous peculiarities. Lumion couldn't guarantee that a combination of punches would conclusively finish him. General Philip, with his boon involving fate, might sense danger ahead of time, making Lumion's surprise attack unlikely to succeed. Both options carried substantial risks, forcing Lumion to exercise restraint and wait patiently. As long as Franca and Anthony remained alive for the time being, Lumion would hold back. Patience was a fundamental quality of a hunter, equally crucial for a conspirer. However, Lumion's waiting wasn't blind. Relying on Jenna's mirror magic and the shattered mirrors in the wilderness, he observed the situation closely. Prepared to intervene and save Anthony, Lumion found the opportune moment when Anthony turned the tables on Philip with a frenzy. This was an opportunity. Lumion gazed at General Philip, struggling in his frenzied state, and coldly exclaimed, "HMPH." Two beams of white light shot out and struck Philip. The deceased's eyes lost focus suddenly, and his body swayed, on the brink of collapse. Lumion had already raised his right hand, bent his pinky and ring finger, and aimed at the back of General Philip's head, mimicking a revolver. Bang! With an added sound effect in his mind and a slight lean backward, a crimson fireball rapidly compressed and shot out from the tips of his index and middle fingers, hurtling towards the target like a bullet. Chapter 478, The Mockery of Fate. Chapter 478, The Mockery of Fate. Bang! The crimson fireball, unleashed from Lumion's fingertips, honed in on its target, striking General Philip's head with deadly precision. The explosion that followed resembled a cannonball's impact. Philip's body disintegrated starting from the point of impact, as if a hammer had shattered a mirror reflecting his form. Amidst the chaos concealed by the explosion, shards of glass scattered across the wilderness, joining the reflections of those already present. Lumion's eyes widened as he observed the unexpected turn of events. Does the deceased pathway also possess mirror substitution? Or does General Philip wield a mystical item from the demoness pathway? Such thoughts raced through Lumion's mind as he processed the scene. Philip's black-cloaked figure swiftly reappeared more than 10 meters away. His eyes, once frenzied, now regained clarity. Simultaneously, Jenna, disguised as a female mercenary, materialized from invisibility behind General Philip. She aimed her revolver at the deceased, who had narrowly escaped the fatal attack and negative state. To be honest, Jenna found herself in a perplexing and shocking situation. The revelation that General Philip possessed mirror substitution didn't catch her off guard. However, she hadn't processed the implications before realizing he had chosen to position himself right before her, as if anticipating her to backstab him. Originally, Jenna had devised a plan to exploit Lumion's clash with General Philip. Her intention was to utilize invisibility, slip away from her hiding spot, and reach the wilderness's edge. Her goal: to assist Franca, cast a curse if Lumien's strike fell short, or create a frosty hindrance on the ground. Unexpectedly, General Philip had escaped to a location directly in front of her. Such a golden opportunity couldn't be ignored. Confused by the unfolding events, Jenna instinctively raised her right hand, aiming her revolver at the back of General Philip's head. Though unsure of the reasons behind this bizarre turn of events, she suspected it was connected to the lucky gold coin she had received from Will. Bang! Jenna squeezed the trigger, and a yellow bullet, wreathed in black flames, shot out from the muzzle, hurtling toward General Philip's skull. Meanwhile, Franca emerged from the radiant sunrise gleam, witnessing Anthony Reed overcoming his fear to employ his abilities on General Philip. Lumien had for some reason arrived in the vicinity, appearing mysteriously behind Philip. Without time to dwell on her surprise, Franca swiftly raised her brass classic revolver and fired an iron-black bullet at Gardner Martin, who wielded his broadsword of light. Her strategy was clear: unleash her full strength to stall Gardner Martin and deny him the opportunity to save General Philip. Franca's decision to use invisibility wasn't about tapping into assassin tactics to backstab her ex-lover. Drawing on her battle experience, she instinctively chose invisibility for a different purpose: to escape Gardner Martin and General Philip's sight, gaining a brief moment of safety. During this fleeting period, Franca not only moved with agility, but also retrieved the coin bag filled with coins. Wearing the iron-black ring of punishment on her left thumb and Beatrice's necklace around her neck, she completed her ensemble. Finally, she withdrew the cannon gun from her underarm holster, clasping it firmly in her palm. In her invisible state, Franca armed herself to the teeth, entering her strongest state before the inevitable reveal. Bang! As the iron-black bullet sped toward Gardner Martin, Franca's diamond necklace on her chest emitted a faint glow. Simultaneously, Franca's eyes welled up, and her red lips parted slightly, amplifying the allure of a demoness of pleasure. Gardner Martin's body suddenly heated up, feeling his blood rush to his nether regions. Scenes of his past entanglement with Franca flooded his mind, captivated by the demoness's uncanny demeanor amidst iron and blood. His eyes reddened, breathing grew labored, and movements visibly slowed. Lust. From Beatrice's necklace and the lust of the mother tree of desire pathway, coupled with the charm of a demoness of pleasure, it had a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Moreover, Gardner Martin wasn't a stranger to such experiences. He had always agreed with the words in Emperor Roselle's Secret Chronicles: "The taste of a demoness ain't bad." In this situation, how could he control himself after tasting a demoness? Clang! The iron-black bullet struck Gardner Martin's chest, causing cracks in his silver armor. Franca, not surprised that the attack hadn't worked, realized in her haste she hadn't activated the heavy strike effect of the cannon gun. The brass revolver, a mystical item purchased from the curly-haired Baboons Research Society, wasn't particularly potent or mystical. It had two simple abilities. The first, a normal shot equivalent to a rifle, and the second, a heavy strike, akin to a small cannonball or a sniper rifle. Franca always carried it to compensate for a demoness's lack of offensive capabilities when she couldn't use a curse. The cannon gun's negative effects were minimal. If all 6 rounds were not fired in a day or maintained every other week, rare situations like chamber explosions or misfires could occur. Observing Gardner Martin's infatuated gaze behind the visor, Franca hesitated before using her right thumb to pull back the cannon gun's hammer, signaling the activation of the heavy strike effect. Bang! As Franca moved, she pulled the trigger at Gardner Martin, who lunged at her as if seeking a mate. The iron-black bullet collided with him, accompanied by blazing flames. Almost simultaneously, Franca sensed an anomaly in the primordial demoness figurine casually stuffed into her pocket. Not only did it turn cold again like ice, but it also trembled slightly. "Damn it, why is it you again? Are you done?" Franca, feeling both angry and cautious, pulled the trigger and threw the palm-sized bone figurine far away. Simultaneously, on the other side, Jenna's bullet, fired from an ordinary revolver, pierced the back of General Philip's head with black flames. Unsurprisingly, the deceased shattered like a mirror, his figure outlined at the edge of the sunrise gleam created by Gardner Martin. At that moment, as Franca hurled the primordial demoness's bone figurine, General Philip's body froze. Black flames erupted, silently igniting his spirit body. Cold frost swiftly condensed, enveloping him. Blood seeped from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, emitting a series of cracking sounds. The mirror he carried appeared to have shattered. He was clearly in a daze, as if he had been cursed. Without hesitation, Lumion employed spirit world traversal once more, emerging from behind General Philip. Meanwhile, Anthony Reed had stood up, his expression no longer filled with fear but focused hatred. As Philip was not far from him, on the edge of the clear sunrise gleam, he ran towards the general, his mortal enemy. Philip's figure reflected in his eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. His pupils turned vertical, tinged with a faint golden hue. This time, he refrained from employing frenzy, fearing it might cause General Philip to lose control and transform, giving Gardner Martin an opportunity to kill his team. He chose awe, also known as dragon might. General Philip trembled. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have succumbed to such a severe awe. At most, he would have experienced temporary fear. However, he was in a dire state, influenced by an unknown force betrayed by an item on him. Consequently, his entire being fell into a blank state. Observing this, Lumion refrained from using the spell of Harumph. His right hand took the shape of a revolver again, aimed at the back of General Philip's head, and fired a crimson fireball that was nearly white from his fingertips. Philip was jolted awake by a tangible premonition of danger, only to witness his impending demise. A wave of indignation washed over him. Despite being stronger, possessing lethal strikes, and an array of mystical abilities, he suffered a relentless beating without a chance to retaliate. He didn't even have an opportunity to fight back before death knocked on his door. In his eyes, countless fates interwove into a net, constantly changing, as if mocking him. This made him feel like a clown. Bang! General Philip's head exploded from Lumion's crimson, nearly white fireball. Numerous skull fragments splattered with charred marks, red blood, and milky white brain matter. The deceased's lifeless body thudded to the ground, and an item rolled out of the hidden pocket of the black cloak. It was a pitch-black figurine, palm-sized and resembling a beautiful woman. Long snake-like hair cascaded to its feet, and it had eyes of various forms at the top. Lumion's gaze instinctively shifted to the primordial demoness figurine that Franca had thrown out. Similar to the one on General Philip, one was pure white, while the other was pitch black. Suddenly, Lumion grasped why General Philip had mirror substitution and why he had appeared directly in front of Jenna, who was invisible. With the special primordial demoness figurine, he naturally converged with demonesses. Subsequently, Franca's official primordial demoness figurine resonated with the pitch-black one, causing an abnormality that led to General Philip being cursed by the item at a critical moment. The pitch-black primordial demoness figurine was likely the item Gardner Martin had smuggled into Trier through Rat, Christo's smuggling caravan. Chapter 479, Matching Items. Chapter 479, Matching Items. Bang! The jet-black bullet, ablaze with fiery fury, slammed into Gardner Martin, who was gripped by desire dead center in his gleaming silver armor once again. It hit him like a battering ram, sending shockwaves through his frame. A web of fractures sprawled out from the impact zone, causing Gardner Martin's advance to stagger, forcing him to lean backward. This abrupt jolt snapped him out of his reverie. He witnessed General Philip, wreathed in black flames and encased in frost, while Lumion materialized behind the deceased. Lumion's right hand acted as a revolver, launching a crimson fireball straight at the back of Philip's head. Behind Gardner Martin's mask, his pupils dilated, and a shiver raced down his spine, as if an icy cascade had been dumped over him. This abrupt awakening effectively quelled his desires. Without hesitation, he dropped to one knee and drove the hefty broadsword into the wilderness. The broadsword shattered, breaking into myriad fragments of light that swept toward Franca, Lumion, and the others, including the lifeless form of General Philip. Amidst a resounding crack, Franca, constantly shifting positions, remained enveloped by the hurricane of light, her body fracturing like a shattered mirror. Lumion and Jenna met the same fate. Only Anthony Reed, lacking mirror substitution, instinctively lunged to the ground, curling up to shield his vital parts. The luminous tempest rapidly dissipated before Lumion and his companions outlined themselves on the outskirts of the wilderness, facing the pale black stone bricks. They witnessed a brilliant white flaming spear hurtling towards the distant majestic city, covering more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. As soon as the fiery spear materialized upon impact with the ground, Gardner Martin, draped in silver armor, rose again, directing his focus towards the city veiled in a thin fog. After several consecutive attempts, Gardner Martin distanced himself from Franca and the others, sprinting towards the dilapidated structures at the city's periphery. Lumion chose not to pursue him. Instead, he sprinted to the edge of the sunrise gleam to check on Anthony Reed. The psychiatrist's body bore a multitude of bloody wounds, with the most severe on the left side of his back, revealing a glimpse of his beating heart. Lying on his side, curled up and bloodied, Anthony Reed forced a smile upon seeing Lumion. There was no fear of death in that smile, only relief, relaxation, and satisfaction. The taste of revenge was indeed sweet. Observing Anthony Reed's lips moving as if he intended to entrust something, Lumion scoffed and remarked, "Do you wish to utter your final words? Do you want us to dispatch your belongings to your home on the West Midseashire coast?" As he spoke, Lumion retrieved a silver earring, securing it to his left earlobe. Squatting down, he pressed his left hand against the gaping wound on Anthony's back. Abruptly, his palm slid upward, and the gruesome wound shifted to Anthony's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the most critical injury on Anthony's body vanished, leaving him as good as new. However, the initially minor wounds on his shoulder deepened, revealing white bones and causing blood to seep out. This was Lai's damage transfer, capable of addressing one wound at a time. Anthony was taken aback, feeling as if life had been restored to him. Though the pain persisted and his body weakened, at least the specter of imminent death had dissipated. Then Jenna approached, placing him in a supine position. With a swift, Jenna thrust an obsidian arrow into Anthony's chest. The arrow of the bloodthirsty promptly absorbed the blood, turning Anthony's pupils red. The invisible flames in the sky seemed a bit blinding, and the scent of blood in the air proved enticing. Simultaneously, the smaller wounds on his body swiftly healed, and the more severe ones showed significant improvement. In a matter of minutes, they should close up on their own, ceasing to impede his movements. Anthony Reed, teetering on the edge of death, stood up, bewildered, examining his body with disbelief. "I've nearly recovered. I'm all right just like that." As a spectator, his emotions visibly fluctuated. "Not a bad combination," Franca praised. "As long as you don't perish on the spot and refrain from losing control and transforming into a monster, there's still a chance to save you. At most, you'll become weakened." Lai's damage transfer, coupled with the formidable self-healing abilities bestowed by the arrow of the bloodthirsty, produced such a remarkable effect. Franca turned her gaze to Lumion, questioning, "I thought you'd intercept Gardner Martin." In that critical moment, the others couldn't match Gardner Martin's speed as he fled. Only Lumion, capable of spirit world traversal, had the potential to catch up and effectively hinder him. "Do you think I didn't want to?" Lumion retorted, a note of mockery in his tone. However, he lacked the ability. Had he not been affected by Voisin Sanson's circle inhabitant during his first teleportation, today, returning him to his original spot without expending his spirituality, Lumion wouldn't have maintained a stable state. He wouldn't even have been able to use Lai for damage transfer. He would have had to rely on Franca or Jenna. How could he possibly have caught up to Gardner Martin? Franca instantly grasped Lumion's meaning. He had engaged in battles before and after entering this place, and his spirituality was on the verge of depletion. "All right," Franca shifted her attention to the two primordial demoness figurines, one black and one white, lying undisturbed on the ground, untouched by the hurricane of light. Frowning, she inquired, "Where should I toss these two? Them constantly causing abnormalities seemed like a scam." "Take them with you." Lumion considered for a moment before smiling. "If it weren't for them, how could we have dispatched General Philip so effortlessly? We might need them to escape in the future." "Yes, we can't entrust both to one person. You take one, and Jenna will take the other." After a brief pause, Franca responded, "I'll still take the white one." As a member of the Demoness sect, holding the orthodox primordial demoness figurine was only natural. Observing Jenna pick up the pitch-black primordial demoness figurine, Franca muttered in confusion, "Why is there such a figurine?" According to the Purifier's dossier and information from other secret organizations, members of the Demoness sect only carry bone figurines. There's nothing that's so black. While Franca spoke, she scrutinized the charred primordial demoness bone figurine, comparing it with her own. Soon, she discerned differences in the details. Aside from the stark white and pitch-black hues, the eyes at the tips of the primordial demoness's snake-like hair faced different directions. If one looked left, the other would undoubtedly look right. Like a mirror image. Mirror, is this the primordial demoness in the mirror? Franca ventured a guess, amalgamating the abilities and traits of the demoness pathway with her experience in the peculiar mirror world. This shouldn't be possible under normal circumstances. It wouldn't be easy for the Iron and Blood Cross Order to find such a figurine. She now comprehended the reason behind their encounters with Gardner Martin and General Philip. This was a manifestation of the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. Except for Anthony, an unwitting psychiatrist brought in by his companion, everyone present was either a hunter or a demoness. Furthermore, Franca and Anthony had entered through the same method as General Philip. They would inevitably emerge at the edge of this wilderness, teeming with mirror fragments. Primordial demoness in the mirror Lumion found the description ominous. Without delay, he addressed Franca and the others, "Search General Philip's corpse and help me guard the surroundings. I'll set up a ritual to restore my spirituality." Jenna expressed surprise. "There's a ritual that can restore spirituality." Her gaze naturally swept over General Philip's corpse, realizing it had been split into 5 or 6 pieces, each a gruesome mess. The Beyonder characteristics had yet to emerge at that moment. The boon from the evil god couldn't return to its source, slowly sinking back into the lifeless form. Lumion entered a dimly lit area with grayish-white stone pillars, found cover, and swiftly set up the altar. Franca could surmise who he was praying to, so she joined him to guard against any unforeseen incidents. Jenna contemplated for a few seconds before approaching the altar. Retrieving the lucky gold coin, she said to Lumion, "This is the lucky gold coin that the boy gave me. I don't know if it's useful when given to others, but there's no harm in trying." She delegated the task of searching the corpse to Anthony Reed, who was rapidly recovering. Franca observed in silence for a moment before affirming, "True." Lumion didn't hesitate. After all, Will had a close connection to the Tarot Club. Even if the lucky gold coin couldn't be lent to others, it wouldn't bring about any negative effects. Placing the lone gold pound on the altar, Lumion conjured a wall of spirituality, ignited all the candles, and took 2 steps back. Rather than proceeding with the boon-seeking ritual, he attempted to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As Hermes reverberated, the lucky gold coin on the altar illuminated. A thin gray fog emanated from the wall of spirituality, enveloping the wilderness's periphery. The fog in the distant majestic city appeared to thicken. Before long, just as Lumion began praying for a boon, a frenzied and terrifying roar echoed from the area where the weather was chaotic and faint giant figures lingered. Despite the thin gray fog, the 4 of them felt dizzy. The blood in their bodies raced and their hearts pounded. "It's truly useful. It's genuinely lucky." Lumion gazed at the dazzling golden coin on the altar, sighing sincerely. Had it not been for the ritual and Mr. Fool's gray fog's protection, the roar could have inflicted severe damage, especially considering Lumien's nearly depleted spirituality. He might have lost control, putting Anthony Reed, still recovering from severe injuries, in jeopardy. Phew, Lumien exhaled and continued to recite in a deep voice under the watchful eyes of Franca and Jenna. Power of inevitability. You are the past, the present, and the future. You are the cause, the effect, and the process. Chapter 480, Ascetic. Chapter 480, Ascetic. Amidst the frenzied and terrifying roars, a hurricane tore through the abnormally chaotic weather, shrouding the scene in smoke, flames, lightning, and hail. It spiraled into the sky, merging with the silent inferno. Not far from the apocalypse-like hurricane, two figures felt the impact of the roar simultaneously. One's head tilted back slightly, as if punched, while the other's wrinkles quivered and his eyes grew sharper. The former was the man who had originally stood behind Olsen, vice president of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, Tony Twain. The latter was aged, donning a blue military suit with a sash and medals. His neatly combed-back dark red hair identified him as the mysterious president of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, known as Deist. Deist shifted his gaze from the hurricane to Tony Twain. The chance to become a conqueror is before us. If I can seize it, I'll find a way to separate the Weather Warlock's Beyonder characteristic and bestow it upon you. As Tony Twain observed the violent hurricane, lightning, and torrential rain, his light blue eyes hinted at mockery. Can we really succeed? A Weather Warlock has already joined. Even if Vermanda Sauron loses control and transforms into a monster, he's still a Sequence 1 monster. Tony Twain's words showed no respect for a Sequence 2, whether Warlock or a Sequence 1 Conqueror, despite not being an angel yet. Deist's expression remained unchanged, and his aura surged. With his military attire, he resembled the commander-in-chief of all armies. Elsewhere, we'll surely fail. Even without interference, we'll need to embark on a lengthy hunt to stand a chance against the out-of-control Vermanda Sauron. But here, Deist spoke in a deep voice, we can harness that power for a brief period. As he finished speaking, the area between his brows turned red, as if something sought to emerge. Simultaneously, Deist retrieved a coin pouch from his waist, concealed beneath his suit. Filled with soybeans and a few palm-sized iron soldiers, Deist grabbed them and tossed them forward. Amidst the howling wind, the iron soldiers sprang to life and expanded. The soybeans swelled rapidly, transforming into giants with blurred faces and yellowish skin, as if soaked in water. Failing to bring his team here in time, Deist abruptly transformed into a blazing dark red, nearly purple flame, engulfing the newly created soldiers. A beam of light shot up, tearing through the sky and homing in on the giant figure within the hurricane. At the edge of the magnificent city veiled in a thin gray fog, Gardner Martin removed his helmet. His breastplate bore web-like cracks, revealing blood-stained clothes beneath. With one hand pressed against his head, he staggered forward, intermittently emitting crimson flames bordering on white. The terrifying roar had clearly taken its toll. Navigating through the ruins, Gardner Martin quickly approached the thin gray fog. Half-collapsed asymmetrical buildings stood within, seemingly frozen in time, struck by a devastating blow and sunk into the ground. Abruptly halting, Gardner Martin glanced to the side and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Amidst the sound of gravel tumbling, Olsen, resembling a hungry bear, emerged from behind a collapsed black building, carrying a small brown suitcase. The supervisor, sporting a half-top hat, yellow vest, and black suit, looked at Gardner Martin and said, "I didn't know who was coming, so I hid for a while. Where's Philip?" Gardner Martin breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "We encountered Lumion Lee and his team. They killed Philip. I was injured and barely managed to escape." Olsen, with his thick beard, didn't delve into the details of the battle and sized up Gardner Martin. "You're quite beaten up." Gardner Martin chuckled, saying, "Fortunately, I had pride armor to shield me from most of the damage. Yeah, I blame it mainly on the angelic roar. It affected me to a certain extent. Fortunately, I was relatively far away, so the problem isn't that serious. Look, even the pride armor hasn't attacked me, indicating that I haven't weakened." "That's good. Let's enter 4th Epic Trier now. Supervisor Olson nodded with an indifferent expression. Gardner Martin turned around, clutching the silver helmet with one arm, and walked towards the thin gray fog not far away. Olson carried a small brown suitcase and trailed behind the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. As the two advanced, Olson's eyes suddenly turned fierce and vicious. "You'd used, fortunately, twice. You've already taken off the Pride Armor's helmet," Olson muttered silently to himself, his brownish-red eyes reflecting Gardner Martin's staggering figure in the silver armor. At the edge of the wilderness, scattered with mirror fragments, Franca and Jenna couldn't hear the chants emanating from the wall of spirituality, but they observed the grayish-white stone pillar and two candles of the same color mysteriously softening. Fist-sized candle flames flickered in silver white and black, while an illusory pewter-black liquid oozed from Lumien's chest, enveloping him. As Lumien curled up on the ground, occasionally rolling, Franca sighed softly and remarked, "It looks painful." This likely marked Seal's fourth encounter with such an ordeal. That's right. Despite standing outside the wall of spirituality, Jenna felt an inexplicable fear, goosebumps forming on her skin. While she had witnessed Seal's mental pain and confusion, this was her first time witnessing such intense physical suffering. Franca spoke sincerely. If Seal were to switch to the affliction potion now, he wouldn't have to worry about not reaching Sequence 4. It's too compatible. Sequence 5 of the Assassin Pathway was known as Affliction, or the Demoness of Affliction. After another terrifying roar, the silver-black illusory liquid beads on Lumien's body seeped into him. His expression gradually relaxed, and his body ceased its curled-up state. He lay sprawled beside the collapsed grayish-white stone pillar, reluctant to move for a few seconds. While his spirituality had recovered and even increased, his body and mind were visibly exhausted. It was akin to the sensation one experienced after completing an exceptionally challenging task in their most focused state. Lumien, aware of the urgency, forced himself to his feet. He noticed that the silver-black candle flame had returned to normal, and the surrounding gray fog was gradually dissipating. His plan to rely on the gray fog's protection against the terrifying roar had failed before implementation. Mr. Fool's response had a time limit. Furthermore, he had to consider the interference of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. As Lumien swiftly tidied up the altar, he scrutinized his transformation. The improvement in spirituality was evident with the ascetic boon. Lumien believed that even after using the spell of Harumph a few times, he could complete nearly 8 spirit world traversals. Ascetic had also enhanced his endurance, making him more adaptable to extreme weather. Even if he encountered frost, he wouldn't be frozen. Similarly, he found himself better at enduring emotions and desires. While he still felt them, he could endure many things. This extended to an ascetic's core ability, compression. It could be used for the mind and also produced positive effects in the physical and mystic domains. The former involved emotions and desires, which were mostly tolerated. They didn't completely disappear but were suppressed. At critical points, they needed to be vented or relieved, or psychological problems could arise. The compression ability could accumulate these emotions and desires and erupt at critical moments for the desired effect. For Lumien, the negative effects of the contractee's 3 abilities and the corresponding effects of mystical items on him were more bearable. However, he needed to regularly break an enemy's neck as a way to vent. The latter aspect referred to spirituality, strength, and ritual steps. Through compression, Lumien could compress and store spirituality and strength beyond the average person when he had nothing to do, releasing them when needed. This allowed his spirituality to recover once and temporarily enlarge him. His strength, speed, and agility were sufficient to withstand a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin of the Warrior Pathway for a minute or two. Additionally, the accumulation of ritual steps enabled Lumien to use abilities like the Animal Creation spell and the Exorcism spell in actual combat. Furthermore, after becoming an ascetic, Lumien's previous boons had been enhanced. For instance, the number of contract abilities he could withstand had increased to 3, although he didn't want to maximize them. He preferred choosing 1 or 2 suitable ones, as too many contracts brought too many negative effects. Even ascetics would suffer because of them, as evidenced by negative examples like Guillaume Bainet and Bouvard. Of course, this wasn't an immediate concern, as summoning creatures from the spirit world was impossible in this location. Lumion swiftly stashed away the items and dispelled the wall of spirituality. Handing back the fortunate gold coin to Jenna, he spoke in a low, commanding tone, "Let's make our way to 4th Epic Trier." Jenna was bewildered. Seal had warned them to steer clear of the giant and the grand city. Franca looked back with contemplation and said, "Do you suspect that the fog shrouding the city belongs to Mr. Fool? Entering might provide some protection. We won't have to worry about getting taken out by that lunatic's roar or succumbing to the risk of transforming into a monster. Yes, it's dangerous, but there's a chance for us to defend ourselves and await further developments." Lumion inferred that the same fog enshrouded 4th Epic Trier, drawing from the fog around the Samaritan women's spring and the lingering shadows of significant figures from the 4th Epic. It emanated from Mr. Fool's powers. Franca wasted no time and nodded decisively. "Okay." Jenna chose to trust her 2 companions without delving into questions. At that moment, Anthony Reed had finished clearing the battlefield and approached with the spoils. Chapter 481, The Thing in the Suitcase. Anthony Reed clutched the items salvaged from General Philip's lifeless form, wrapping them in a torn cloak. He avoided direct contact, a cautious move as he moved forward. "Found these," he began to explain, but Lumion swiftly cut him off. Clear and rapid, Lumion outlined their plan. "We're heading to the outskirts of the city enveloped by the gray fog. Want to come with us?" Anthony Reed's eyelids twitched. Okay. He knew going solo could mean a swift demise, especially if the terrifying roar echoed again. Lumion wasn't in a hurry to inquire about General Philip's belongings. Gripping Jenna and Anthony, he signaled Franca to hold onto his collar. A dark light emanated from the black mark on his shoulder as the quartet disappeared, seemingly teleporting to the periphery of the majestic yet crumbling city, just before the thin gray fog. What they saw was where they arrived. Lumion attempted to step into the gray fog, but the seal on his chest remained dormant. Franca and the others could traverse it without his guidance. Resembling a hungry bear, Olsen fixed his gaze on Gardner Martin's head, devoid of its helmet. His brownish-red eyes flickered with a sinister light, pinpointing Martin's vulnerability. In mere seconds, Olsen identified Martin's weakest spot. Even if he couldn't deal a fatal blow, inflicting damage to the party again meant a high chance that the Pride armor would betray its wearer and kill him. Silently, Olsen reached into his pocket, retrieving a yellow bullet held between his thumb and index finger. A crimson, nearly white fireball rapidly condensed in his palm, leading to a controlled explosion. The violent shockwave propelled the bullet towards the back of Gardner Martin's head with a thunderous boom. Gardner Martin staggered, narrowly avoiding the bullet. Nearly simultaneously, the surroundings were bathed in the bright and holy sunrise gleam. Black smoke billowed from Olsen's body, as if a long-dead zombie had been exposed to the sunlight created by the purifiers. Instinctively, Olsen's eyes closed against the intense light. Meanwhile, Gardner Martin, no longer feeble, donned his helmet with a cold expression and sharp eyes. He ignited, transforming into a blazing white spear of flames, piercing Supervisor Olsen's forehead with a whoosh. Despite Olsen's formidable resistance to scorching flames, his skull suffered charring from the impact. As the flames dissipated, Gardner Martin's figure detached from the burning spear. Clenching his silver-armored fist, he swung it at Olsen's head from midair. As the flames dissipated, Gardner Martin's figure detached from the burning spear. Clenching his silver-armored fist, he swung it at Olsen's head from midair. Olsen's neck snapped, and his head flew up, dragging along a bloody spine. Gardner Martin's skull-crushing punch missed, and he landed on the ground once again. However, a heavy and sharp broadsword of light materialized in his other hand at some point, ready for the next phase of the battle. Gardner Martin thrust the broadsword into the blackened soil, unleashing a terrifying storm. Countless light fragments filled the air, creating chaos in the vicinity. The Pride armor swiftly condensed the Sword of Dawn again, the hurricane of light forming with a much shorter interval than an ordinary sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. Only a minute or two had passed since Gardner Martin last wielded this formidable power. Olsen, reduced to just his head with a brownish-red beard, showed focus in his eyes and attempted to merge with a burning white spear for a hasty retreat. However, the storm arrived, its light engulfing him completely. As the hurricane of light subsided, Olsen's body displayed severe damage, riddled with cracks, some piercing through his chest and tearing internal organs. His severed head, carried by a bloody spine, bore the marks of destruction, eyes and nose obliterated, skull cracked, and blackened brain exposed. Gardner Martin, poised and composed, conjured 10 to 20 crimson fireballs. They darted toward Olsen's nearly unconscious head, triggering a resounding explosion that shattered the head into fragments and liquid, splattering on the ground. With a chuckle, Gardner Martin raised his visor, surveying Olsen's headless corpse and the scattered skull. He remarked, "I've always found you a little odd. This was a good opportunity to test you. I didn't expect you to really attack me. That's good too. Not only have I eliminated a hidden danger, but I've also counteracted the traitorous curse of the Pride armor." Deliberately appearing fine while exposing some problems through the details was meant to bait Olsen. Simple acts of vulnerability could easily raise the other party's vigilance and suspicion. With a sigh, Gardner approached the battered suitcase that had fallen to the ground and lifted it, on the verge of shattering. He had long been curious about its contents, as Olsen had always evaded the question. Now, Gardner could finally open it himself. Gardner Martin unlatched the suitcase and opened it in front of him. Inside was a head. The features were unmistakable: deep facial features, brownish-red eyes, slightly disheveled black hair, a few silver strands at the temples, and well-defined facial features. The head, which wasn't considered thin, was stained with blood. It was Gardner Martin. It was Gardner Martin's own head. Once Lumion and his companions traversed the outermost gray fog, the transition from morning to evening seemed to unfold before them. Darkness enveloped their vision, concealing the black asymmetrical buildings and houses that appeared as if splattered with blood. Everything silently melded into the obscurity. As they advanced, the looming, half-collapsed palace drew nearer. The city bore the brunt of colossal damage, as if a giant had delivered a devastating blow, unleashing shockwaves that wreaked havoc on the surroundings. Details eluded Lumion's scrutiny. The lack of sufficient light and the considerable distance obscured the exact nature of the scene. Various houses obstructed their view, and only the excessively tall palace and surrounding structures, despite their partial collapse, allowed them a glimpse of the peripheral city. "Let's find a nearby hiding spot," Franca suggested, her gaze scanning the area. She had no intention of venturing deeper into Fourth Epoch Trier. The quartet found themselves on a narrow street, where the houses on both sides were so close that occupants could almost shake hands by extending their arms. The structures, resembling victims of a violent earthquake, teetered but refused to collapse, adorned with ghastly cracks. Jenna's attention fixated on a relatively intact house. Iron black in color, it featured an arched window on the left and a square on the right. Dark red graffiti adorned one side, while the other remained clean. Not a single weed grew between the rocks. Apart from the two obvious pots, the house exhibited various asymmetrical details, with centipede-like cracks mainly concentrated on the lower left side. "Should we go there?" Jenna inquired. Lumion shook his head. "The more intact, the higher the likelihood of abnormalities. The current state of Fourth Epoch Trier's citizens is unknown. Let's find a completely collapsed building to hide behind. At least, everything inside should be buried." "Agreed," Franca concurred with Lumion's decision. In Fourth Epoch Trier, she couldn't fully perform magic mirror divination. Lumion and his team swiftly reached the center of the dimly lit street. In a setting that could plunge into darkness at any given moment, they strategically maneuvered around the ruins of a dark red building, seeking cover. It wasn't until now that Anthony Reed seized an opportunity to extract the arrow of the bloodthirsty from his chest, returning it to Jenna. With the dark-stained black cloak spread on the ground, he showcased his findings. There were 3 items in total. The first, a blackened ulna punctuated by dark red holes, resembling a rough bone flute that had been kept in storage for ages. The second, a small wooden box painted in dark hues. Compact enough to fit into a concealed pocket, it featured large holes on both sides veiled by swaying, leather-like curtains. Lastly, a collection of gold, silver, and copper coins. Anthony Reed gestured toward the bone flute and explained, "This formed from the convergence of light spots on Philip's ulna. It seems something formless has settled on it." Conspirer or Reaper Beyonder characteristic combined with his ulna and the power of the deceased boon. Lumion nodded indiscernibly. Philip hadn't had a chance to retaliate before, leaving him uncertain about the general sequence, a sequence 6 Conspirer or a sequence 5 Reaper. What was clear, however, was the general's affiliation with the Hunter pathway. This deduction was based on the creation of numerous crimson fire ravens, almost white in hue. Moreover, the general wasn't just a sequence 7. If it were the latter, Lumion would have been pleased to obtain the main ingredient for his advancement. The issue lay in the mixture of the power with an evil god's boon, rendering it unsuitable for direct use in potion concoction. What settled on it is the corruption of an evil god. It was a wise choice not to touch it directly, Lumion informed Anthony. Within the underground seal, the power of an evil god's boon couldn't return to its source. This was found on Philip's body. Anthony pointed at the dark wooden box. Before he could finish speaking, another frenzied and violent roar echoed from afar. This time, the 4 of them, having entered the gray fog, only experienced a slight dizziness and remained unaffected. Chapter 482, Bodies Chasing Heads. Franca shook off the dizziness, induced by the terrifying roar, and sighed from the bottom of her heart. As expected, the gray fog here provides protection. Without it, facing a roar that could harm their spirit body and affect their minds would result in losing control, turning into monsters, or immediate death. Praise the fool, Lumion openly expressed his faith. He then reminded her in an icy tone, but the hidden dangers here might be more terrifying than the previous roar. Franca fell silent for a few seconds before speaking in an encouraging tone. Hidden dangers are preferable to those that have already surfaced. Let's avoid triggering them. If nothing else occurs, we'll stay in this corner and wait for help. While Jenna and Anthony Reed harbored doubts about the strategy of passivity, they hesitated to venture deep into 4th Epic Trier and reluctantly accepted the plan that wasn't really a plan. In the eerie silence, Anthony was the first to regain composure. He pointed at the dark wooden box and stated, "I'm not sure of its purpose. A simple, temporary touch doesn't seem to have any obvious negative effects." As for the coins, their significance was apparent. A quick glance and rough calculation revealed a total of 312 Viral d'Or and 26 Capit. Franca leaned against a collapsed pillar in the shadows, her eyes fixed on the mysterious dark wooden box. What the hell is this thing? It was obviously no ordinary container. Its appearance suggested it held some kind of mysterious power. Lumion and Anthony turned their attention to the demoness of pleasure simultaneously. Lumion chuckled, "I should be the one asking you that." Franca exclaimed, "There was nothing I could do. I couldn't spare time for spirit channeling, and this place isn't connected to the real spirit world. I can't perform magic mirror divination. To understand the abilities, effects, state, and potential drawbacks of these 2 items, I'll have to experiment with them myself repeatedly. Of course, if we encounter an artisan, many of our problems might be solved." She gestured towards Jenna, saying, "Just like the black primordial demoness figurine, it undoubtedly has other functions. For instance, it allows the holder to create mirror substitution. As for mine, apart from providing a certain anti-divination and early warning effect, it can only be used as a supplicant during rituals. They're both figurines, differing only in color and orientation. Why such a significant disparity?" Franca avoided mentioning why she didn't employ various methods to gather information about the black primordial demoness figurine. The unspoken understanding among the group was clear. In their current situation, ensuring their safety took precedence over risking injury or adverse effects to test their spoils of war. Any mishap could lead to dire consequences, potentially even death in the experiment. As a heavy silence settled among Jenna and the others, Franca sighed inwardly. The black figurine clearly is problematic, and its mysterious origin is intriguing. It explains why the Demoness sect wants me to investigate what Gardner had smuggled in through the underground tunnels. If I hand it over, will the Demoness sect reward me with the affliction potion and pledge assistance for my ritual, or will they choose to silence me? Lumion stroked his chin, addressing Anthony Reed. In that case, keep the Viral door. We'll distribute the remaining spoils of war when we return to the surface. Anthony inquired further, should we wrap it in a cloak and place it on the ground before taking it when we leave? Lumion smiled and gestured at the charred bone flute. Otherwise, you can also carry it with you. This way, we might witness the abilities of a deceased. Philip died in a hurry and didn't have time to show us. Of course, judging from his condition at the time of death, the holder of the item will most likely be the recipient of those abilities in the form of a curse. Anthony, unfazed by the mockery, pulled up the blood-stained and tattered black cloak, wrapping it around the bone flute and the small wooden box once more. Lumion, with a thoughtful expression, poked his head out and looked at the abnormally narrow street. If we encounter an enemy we find challenging to handle later, we can consider throwing these two items to him. It might have a miraculous effect. General Philip will be very pleased to know that he would still be of use after death. It might bring about a curse of fate. Despite the tense atmosphere, Lumion's constant mockery of General Philip brought a slight amusement to Jenna. Damn it, General Philip is already dead. There's no need to harp on about him. Before Lumion could respond to Jenna, two tragic screams pierced the air. The cries emanated from the same location, filled with undisguised fear. Soon after, two figures rushed into the narrow street, as if pursuing an unidentified flying object hovering in the air. Franca, alongside Lumion, peered out of the shadows, her expression freezing at the sight. The two figures, a man and a woman, were decapitated, their necks mangled, devoid of any signs of bones. Chasing them were two heads, displaying pure fear and dragging bloody, tail-like spines behind them. One head belonged to a man with puffed-up cheeks resembling a squirrel. He chewed on long, thick black hair that emerged from his dark brown eyes, nostrils, and ears. Similar hair grew from the headless body chasing him, denser and more exaggerated, resembling seaweed. The other head belonged to a beautiful woman with black hair and brown eyes. She flew forward frantically, coughing and shaking out resplendent starlight. Gravel in the surroundings, sent flying by the pursuit, swayed as if in slow motion. Suddenly, the two heads and bodies, about to climb over a collapsed building and exit the narrow street, froze. The heads shook in confusion, attempting to dispel a discomfort. The headless corpses raised their hands, clutching their left chests. In mere seconds, the two heads, with bloody spines trailing behind them, plummeted into the collapsed black house, their bodies crashing onto the stacked rocks. A heavy silence fell upon Lumion and the others. After a few seconds, Lumion scoffed. See, this is what happens when you venture deep into Fourth Epoch Trier. Do you suspect they're residents of the hostel? Jenna inquired thoughtfully. Lumion replied with a smirk, otherwise. Where else could you find such fresh heads and bodies in an ancient ruin that's been buried for a millennium or two? This brought back memories of Supervisor Olsen. He had been in this state when he first appeared. Now, Lumion was almost certain that Olsen was a true monster, with a head and body that could be separated. Franca also recalled Gardner Martin's servants. She withdrew her gaze and pondered for a moment before stating, "Why do bodiless heads still cough, as if they're sick? What happened to them at the end seems like a cerebral infarction. The two headless bodies show signs of cardiac arrest. Is this the work of the sick church's evil gods bestowed, or is there another murderer?" Right, a sequence 5 of the Demoness pathway is called Affliction. It can spread various illnesses, and I can enter this place with the primordial Demoness figurine and the ancient silver mirror. This place clearly has a lot to do with the Demoness pathway. Could the high-level power leaking out cause monsters to fall ill and die? Not bad, you still have some intelligence at critical moments, Lumion praised mockingly. Jenna, on the other hand, rejoiced. Fortunately, we didn't venture too deep. Otherwise, who knows when we'd fall ill and die. Lumion smiled at her. Why do you think we're not currently surrounded by disease? B, but we didn't cough. Jenna's voice trailed off as she glanced at the hidden pocket of her clothes. Inside was the pitch-black primordial demoness figurine. Franca also peered into her pocket, as if she could discern the bone-carved primordial demoness figurine through the fabric. Anthony turned to Lumion and sought confirmation. Are you suggesting that the fourth epic's Trier is plagued with illnesses, and we're unharmed because we're carrying the two figurines? Lumion spread his hands and said, I believe this explanation makes more sense. Beyond the gray fog, at the edge of the fourth epic's Trier ruins. In the small brown suitcase, Gardner Martin's blood-stained face suddenly opened, revealing Gardner Martin clad in silver armor, reflected in its eyes. It opened its mouth and expelled a blazing white fireball. The distance between them was so close that Gardner Martin couldn't dodge at all. All he could do was lean back, attempting to avoid the target's initial attack. Boom! Gardner Martin was sent flying by the massive explosion. The spiderweb-like crack on the chest of the silver armor shattered, tearing through the skin and flesh below. This strike was akin to hitting Gardner Martin's vital points. Had it not been for the Pride armor, which absorbed most of the damage, he would have perished on the spot. However, this meant that the Pride armor lost its protection over the chest for a period. Gardner Martin's bloodied head flew up, dragging along a bloody spine. On the other side, Olsen's headless corpse stood up once more. Gardner Martin's head aimed for the empty neck stump and inserted the ghastly white spine. Amidst a cracking sound, this Gardner Martin, seemingly from hell, twisted his neck and smiled sinisterly at Gardner Martin, who had already changed positions and condensed a large number of crimson fire ravens that were nearly white. Olsen is long dead. I've been controlling his head and body. In the future, I'll replace you. In the wilderness, the ground trembled violently, and blazing cracks slithered into the distance like fiery serpents. The figures of Magician and Justice appeared. Chapter 483, Hidden History. Dressed in a white shirt with a knot and a beige dress, Magician fixed her gaze upon the menacing hurricane that bridged the gap between sky and earth. Her eyes glittered, as if concealing the vast cosmos. Vermanda Sauron is indeed a Sequence 1 conqueror. It's no wonder he could influence generations of the Sauron family after losing control and going underground. It's no wonder the Sauron family, once a royal lineage, swiftly declined, Magician mused, sighing. Justice, inquisitive, asked, I wonder how the former leader of the Secret Order, Zeratul, and Emperor Roselle played a role in Vermanda Sauron losing control and entering the fourth epic Trier. The Sauron branch, wielding Grade 0 sealed artifacts, obstinately believes that they harmed Vermanda, causing the Conqueror to lose control. The former even left a prophecy to mislead generations of Sauron family members. Magician chuckled and replied, based on the information Lumion gathered and my research into the seal, the issue deep within Red Swan Castle's underground maze doesn't seem like something Zeratul or Emperor Roselle could create. Only a weather warlock and a conqueror can resonate abnormally with fourth epic Trier day after day, creating dangerous changes in corresponding places. Zeratul and Emperor Roselle likely exploited the problems that Red Swan Castle and Vermanda Sauron already had. While she spoke, the Tarot Club's major arcana card holder shifted her gaze away from the hurricane sweeping through the world and focused on fourth epic Trier, veiled in a thin gray fog. The starlight in her eyes remained, as if she sought something to pinpoint her next target. She didn't abruptly halt and engage in conversation at a crucial moment. Justice nodded in agreement and remarked, if it were me, I wouldn't venture further into Trier after becoming an angel to minimize the abnormal influence the underground might have on me. Vermanda Sauron disregarded hidden dangers and stayed in Red Swan Castle for an extended period. He must have had a strong desire for something in fourth epic Trier. Didn't the Sauron family construct the White Maple Palace outside Trier? Previously, Vermanda's royal family resided there and rarely returned to Trier. Magician brought up the fact that the Sauron family was aware of the issue before adding, Zeratul likely played a significant role in Vermanda Sauron's situation. As you know, he is an archangel of the seer pathway. Without his assistance, it wouldn't have been easy for Vermanda Sauron, even as a conqueror, to create a leak in the seal. He entered Fourth Epic Trier after losing control. Back then, the seal's effects weren't as potent as they were a few years ago. There was no need for modifications. Justice pondered for a moment and said, "What I'm more curious about is who designed the hostile ritual. Their use of mysticism, similarities, and loopholes resembles that of high-level seer, apprentice, or marauder Beyonders. Or perhaps they have had long interactions with these high-level Beyonders and were adept at learning. Perhaps the corresponding pathway of the deceased excels in this as well. Perhaps it's secretly influenced by that celestial worthy, or perhaps that entity wants to use the temporary opening of the seal to do something. As you know, the Iron and Blood Cross Order used to believe in him. It's too easy for him to mislead us," Magician mused, uncertain of the right answer. Starlight flickered in her eyes. She found it challenging to observe and determine the situation in the thin gray fog. As Magician scrutinized Fourth Epic Trier, she informed Justice, "The level of the catacombs seal corresponds to this location. At its heart lies the Samaritan Women's Spring, where Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor met his end. The raised imperial palace and its surroundings harbor diverse dangers. The lingering divine power is unimpressive and consumable. Sigh, every time I bring up something of this sort, it feels like I should adopt a more vulgar vocabulary. Only then can I truly capture my sentiments about the Blood Emperor's lunacy. Hence, you won't unearth anything significant from here. Only upon approaching will you discern that Mr. Fool's gray fog has grown denser, thicker, and more palpable. The catacombs' fourth and third levels correspond to Fourth Epic Trier, excluding that specific area. Corruption and divine power still linger abundantly. Navigating certain areas demands adherence to specific rules, otherwise, even angels may meet their demise. The two levels above the catacombs correlate with the wilderness beyond the gray fog. Humans can traverse them to a certain extent, but with Vermanda Sauron lingering, the danger rivals that of the Fourth Epic Trier." Just as Magician concluded her words, a frenzied and terrifying roar echoed from the area where the weather had dramatically shifted. The formless flames that illuminated the surroundings and shrouded the entire sky seemed to be influenced, coalescing into a massive vortex. Within the vortex, shapeless and translucent flames descended from above, striking the wilderness like a colossal sword that pierced through heaven and earth. Amidst this chaos, the ground quaked even more violently. Fiery crevices extended further towards Fourth Epic Trier, concealed within the gray fog. Magician remained unperturbed, as she observed the splendid yet dilapidated city for a while. Then she said to Justice, "Let's enter." Justice tersely acknowledged, offering no objections. Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning Vermanda Sauron, an archangel who had lost control, a conqueror. They had no intention of joining the battle or seizing the Beyonder characteristic. For them, the Tarot Club's primary goal in this matter was to prevent the evil gods bestowed from approaching the innermost seal, ensuring they couldn't leak the danger within which would affect Trier above ground and the entire world. Furthermore, they sought the lost minor arcana card holders to guide them out. As for the Conqueror Beyonder characteristic, symbolizing an archangel in Sequence 1, as long as it didn't fall into the hands of heretics, obtaining it wasn't a particularly grave issue for anyone. Magician didn't mind observing, and, if the opportunity arose, pilfering the gains. However, she wasn't a high-level Beyonder of the Marauder pathway capable of dividing herself and participating in every battlefield. Despite achieving a similar effect by moving back and forth, she had to respect Mr. Fool's gray fog and the core seal of Fourth Epic Trier. Corresponding restrictions were undoubtedly in place. Starlight blossomed, and Magician and Justice vanished. The thin gray fog enshrouding Fourth Epic Trier undulated. As soon as Gardner Martin's head, nestled over Olson's headless corpse, finished speaking, a multitude of blazing white fireballs materialized around him, hurtling towards Gardner Martin, who had suffered a chest wound. In the midst of the rumbling explosion, Gardner Martin's figure in the silver armor suddenly vanished. After the shockwave subsided, he reappeared in a corner of the ruins. Then he witnessed the other him merge with the blazing white flaming spear, which burrowed into the thin gray fog and disappeared into the randomly scattered buildings of Fourth Epic Trier. Gardner Martin's pupils constricted, and he was about to give chase when a violent and furious roar echoed from afar. His entire body froze. Blood vessels beneath the visor on his face appeared, dark red as if flowing with flames. Instinctively, Gardner Martin turned and prepared to sprint towards the distant, apocalypse-like hurricane. The space between his eyebrows twitched, and a faint red dot appeared. Gardner Martin finally regained control of himself. He took a deep breath and returned to normal. He gazed in the direction the other him had fled and muttered in a self-deprecating tone. Were those harsh words and all-out attacks meant to make it easier for him to escape? As expected of me. Do you realize that failing to assassinate me means staying here means I'll inevitably kill you? As Gardner Martin muttered to himself, he produced a canister made of dark glass, its liquid a green hue reminiscent of grass. He unscrewed the cap and downed half the canister. The wound on his chest began to heal at a visible rate. It was a healing agent concocted by a Madame of the Night Stalkers, obtained by Gardner Martin through Philip. Philip, who had united numerous evil god cults, had no shortage of similar items, but under the hurricane of light, the fragile canisters shattered. After stowing away the remaining half canister of the agent, Gardner Martin, clad in silver-white full-body armor, ventured into the thin gray fog and Fourth Epic Trier. In the cover of a narrow street, behind a collapsed building, Franca hissed in agreement with Lumien's conjecture. That's right, this is a true relic from a divine war, and it's even more dangerous. It's entirely possible that the entire city is riddled with ailments. She suspected that the closer she got to the place where Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor had met his end, the more peculiar and horrifying the ailments became. Some seemed to have sprouted from the decaying corpses of deities. Ignoring low-sequence Beyonders whose bodies didn't fundamentally differ from ordinary humans, even saints and angels would likely succumb to the disease and perish. Franca paused for a moment before suggesting to Jenna, "Why don't you give the black figurine to Anthony for safekeeping? It might be dangerous for you to hold it, and he can use that item to create his own mirror substitution, effectively increasing his chances of survival." Franca couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't a wise decision for a female demoness like Jenna to possess a primordial demoness figurine, whether it was the genuine article or the mirrored version. Without waiting for Jenna's response, Lumien spoke in a deep voice. "It's better if Jenna holds it. She has the lucky gold coin." That's true. Just as Franca finished speaking, she suddenly heard a chime not far away. It resembled the bell of a bicycle, yet it was clearer and rang out for a longer duration. Chapter 484, Mockery. Franca wasn't surprised at all, even though she wondered why so many things were happening in this damn place. This was Fourth Epic Trier. Even if it wasn't a land of a fallen god, it wouldn't lack abnormalities. Lumien and the others cautiously emerged from their concealment, peering from different vantage points toward the source of the chimes. The location wasn't distant, yet the fog in that direction seemed unusually dense. The structures loomed faintly, as though just a fragment of history had materialized. Within the fog's depths, a contraption reminiscent of a steam locomotive glided by without a fuss. It sported only 2 carriages, lacking a smokestack. Peculiar frames extended from the top, linking it to something suspended in midair. Ding ding ding. The train ventured into a zone of even thicker fog, disappearing from view. Although Franca and her companions couldn't discern the details clearly, an unexplained dread seized them, akin to standing on the precipice or treading on blades piercing their skin. Before they could contemplate the ramifications of the fog's metamorphosis and the arrival of these peculiar objects, their surroundings plunged into a profound darkness. Dusk gave way, and night loomed. A dense fog cloaked the area. Lumien, sensing an unsettling disturbance, yearned to evade it, but the abnormal fog, tainted with a dark hue, obstructed any attempt to teleport to an unaffected area. Beyond the fog, the wilderness they came from eluded his senses. The cold fog permeated their skin, prompting involuntary shivers from Franca and Jenna. Almost simultaneously, The narrow street came alive with the flickering of candle flames and oil lamps. Laughter, cries, and voices erupted, transforming the once silent surroundings. Fourth Epic Trier burst into vibrant life, resonating with clamor and the pulsations of existence. Anthony, without conscious thought, surveyed the diverse houses and narrow streets, catching sight of an asymmetrical, pitch-black building. Candlesticks dangled from above, casting light upon the figure standing at the window. The figure donned a black bonnet, with one side sunken and the other protruding. Dark clothes adorned him, with buttons haphazardly fastened, and a smooth wound diagonally sliced his body from shoulder to waist, evidently caused by a sharp broadsword. In that moment, the man's diagonally cleaved body resembled a child's stacked building blocks, not properly assembled. He nonchalantly nibbled at a meat pie, chewed morsels falling from the wound to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. Additional figures emerged in other habitable houses. Some appeared like melted candles that had solidified once more, their flesh viscous and indistinct. Others had pale white skin, and greasy white feathers sprouted from their pores, oozing yellowish pus. Some had tiny holes in their bodies, with black insects flying in and out. There were those reduced to white skeletons, with only a mismatched human-skinned mask covering their faces. Some had degenerated into black shadows, as if burned. On the narrow street, a yellow, blue, and red sphere, about half the height of an adult human, rolled forward. An inverted clown, dressed in exaggerated clothes, stood atop it. The clown's ears were unlike those of a human, dog-like and slightly pointed. Dark gray hair covered his red-yellow painted face. These are the long-dead citizens of Fourth Epic Trier. Lumien's eyelids twitched. He, Franca, and the others also observed the blood-stained faces and cold expressions of these figures. Very similar to those mirror people. Franca muttered to herself before exclaiming in horror, "Could the gray fog's transformation have transported us to the Fourth Epic Trier in the mirror? The citizens of Fourth Epic Trier in reality are dead, but the ones in the mirror are still alive." Before she could finish, Lumien and Anthony's gazes turned toward her and Jenna. Could it be that it's the problem with those two things again? Franca's scalp tingled as she said, "Did they cause us to be devoured by the mirror's Fourth Epic Trier after the gray fog transformed?" "That's not it. I believe it's a universal abnormality. Apart from a few special individuals who enter this place, they all arrive in the mirror ruins after being enveloped by the expanding gray fog." Lumien observed the narrow street brimming with vitality, pondering for a moment. The most likely possibility is that the two figurines triggered Fourth Epic Trier, causing changes like the gray fog's expansion. Jenna fell silent for a moment before frowning. "But we've been here for a while. Why did something only happen now? We didn't do anything just now." "That's right," Franca suddenly realized. "Those hostile residents must have triggered something while wandering around after their entry." As soon as Franca finished speaking, a hoarse and terrified shout echoed nearby. "Help! Save me!" Lumien and his companions turned their attention toward the voice and witnessed a man in a black formal suit, his hair neatly combed like a prominent figure's secretary, sprinting down the narrow street. His face was marred by abscesses, oozing mucus. Occasionally, he turned his head 180 degrees, his eyes filled with fear as if a formless and terrifying entity pursued him. "Save me!" Amidst his cries, the man's body suddenly froze, and he involuntarily retreated. His retreat accelerated until he lifted off. "Ah!" Amidst intense screams, he plunged into the dense gray fog and the shadowy buildings. In the next moment, the voice abruptly ceased, and silence enveloped that area. Lumien and the others' hearts pounded with a strong sense of danger. Despite the man in the black suit not being an ordinary person, suspected to be the bestowed of an evil god from the order of all extinction or the sick church, and having been corrupted by this place to a certain extent, allowing him to turn his head 180°, Lumien, Anthony, and their companions still felt the terror lurking in the depths of the gray fog. It was as if they could already envision themselves being dragged into the gray fog and vanishing. However, at that moment, they had no idea what to do or how to hide. Dense black-gray fog surrounded the suspected mirror ruins, and unknown dangers loomed in the shadows, quietly approaching. At that moment, Termabarose's majestic voice resonated in Lumien's ears. "Keep running until you reach that pillar. Don't stop on the way, don't turn back, don't teleport, don't pull your companions. Isn't that the direction where the monster was devoured? If we take the initiative to approach, wouldn't we be sending ourselves as food to its doorstep?" Lumien grappled with uncertainty, unsure if Termabarose had sensed real danger and planned to intervene, or if he was exploiting the opportunity to advance his own agenda. "You can choose not to believe it," Termabarose's deep voice added. Despite his suspicions, Lumien's gaze remained fixed on the spot where the evil god Bestowed's figure had been devoured. Deep within the gray fog, amidst looming, collapsed, and towering buildings, a hazy black pillar stretched into the sky. Suddenly, Lumien recalled something. At the entrance of the 4th level of the catacombs, Crismona Night Pillar. As for Crismona, she was a high-ranking demoness who had perished during the War of the Four Emperors in 4th Epic Trier. She was even a child of God, a true child of the primordial demoness. This place is suspected to be the Mirror's 4th Epic Trier. Lumien surveyed the surroundings and saw that the situation elsewhere was similar. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's move forward, to the Black Pillar." The sense of danger intensified, pushing Lumien to make a decisive gamble. Move forward. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony were brimming with questions about Lumien's choice. Everyone had witnessed the chilling fate of the man in the formal suit. Lumien stood tall and declared in a commanding voice, "Jenna, carry the spoils of war. Don't stop, don't turn around, and don't pull any of our companions." Upon finishing his sentence, he darted out of his hiding spot. Given the specificity of Lumien's instructions, Franca cast a glance at him and chose to trust his judgment. Jenna tightened her grip on the lucky gold coin, hoisted the cloak containing the spoils of war, and followed suit. Anthony, having exacted his revenge, harbored no regrets or obsessions. Lumien had proven his correctness multiple times, so he didn't question him and trailed closely. Thud, 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 the quartet sprinted down the narrow street, passing by the inverted clown, who rolled forward on the ball at a deliberate pace. They plunged into the depths of the gray fog, heading towards the Black Pillar. In a corner of 4th Epic Trier, in front of a black iron-like house adorned with a red pattern, a wilderness overgrown with weeds had been condensed to the size of an ordinary square. Within a dark-red open carriage in the wilderness, Lady Moon, draped in a loose white robe and a light-colored veil, queried Madame Pualis, who stood beside her. "What's wrong?" Madame Pualis, dressed in black with her head covered by her right hand, replied, "I can hear my child crying again." Lady Moon nodded gently and offered reassurance. "That's unavoidable. Rest here and catch up when you've recovered." "Are you sure you can handle it alone?" Madame Pualis's facial muscles twitched and distorted intermittently. Lady Moon smiled and responded, "My child left me a gift. Don't worry." She didn't consider Madame Knight to be of much help in this matter. Madame Knight could enter because she needed to stay at the Sacred Heart Cloister to draw attention and couldn't remain in the hostel. "All right," Madame Pualis said regretfully. After Lady Moon's carriage and the wilderness departed, Madame Knight's expression quickly returned to normal. Lady Moon's carriage, pulled by 2 demon-like creatures, advanced for a while before the gray fog thickened and expanded. Her eyes narrowed as a blood-stained umbilical cord materialized in her hand. The umbilical cord emitted a brilliant golden sunlight, warding off all corrosion and influence. Thus, Lady Moon successfully reached the periphery of the land of a fallen god. The gray fog here stood as dense as a wall. Attempting to approach, she found herself blocked, akin to an ordinary person encountering an impenetrable barrier. Lady Moon felt a compelling force, but couldn't proceed any further. She whispered in surprise and confusion, "How could this be?" As she pondered to herself, Lady Moon surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze froze. On the surface of a nearby half-collapsed palace-like structure, a flamboyant red color seized the wall, outlined in a bloody state. "Didn't anyone tell you that there's another seal here?" Chapter 485, Night Pillar. The intensifying gray fog at the core that spread to every corner of Fourth Epic Trier didn't faze Gardner Martin, wrapped in sleek silver-white full-body armor. Instead of alarm, delight surged within him. Since the invasion of the power from Building 13 on Avenue du Marché and being able to hear the great voice, such scenes had frequented his dreams. It felt like returning home, the door wide open for him. Without hesitation, Gardner Martin sprinted toward the heart of Fourth Epic Trier, heading for the land of the fallen god. Through a street so narrow that the residents and the houses on both sides could almost reach out and shake hands, Lumion and his companions sprinted forward. After only a dozen steps, Lumion sensed an intangible force emanating from the pitch-black gray fog. It was like the countless arms of a terrifying entity, gently and methodically caressing every living being to determine its prey. Lumion's scalp tingled. Even with his clothes providing cover, goosebumps erupted where the formless entity touched him. Instinctively, he wanted to resist, but then he remembered Termabarose's words. "Don't stop, don't turn back, don't teleport, don't pull your companions." While this didn't explicitly mention resisting, defending, or attacking, Lumion felt it wise to observe and wait for developments. Suppressing the urge to incinerate the formless entities, he compelled himself to move forward. Jenna, by his side, and Franca and Anthony behind him, closely monitored Lumion. If he didn't act, neither did they. If he did, they would quickly follow suit. Observing Lumion refraining from confronting the formless entity in the dim gray fog, they braced themselves, enduring the intense and danger-filled caresses. In the midst of this, Franca found the formless object somewhat familiar. Recalling the suspicion that this place was the Mirror's Fourth Epic Trier, closely linked to the demoness pathway, she quickly had an answer. It bore a striking resemblance to a demoness of Pleasure's spider silk. Could it be left behind by a high-level demoness? Franca imagined a scene. A colossal pitch-black, half-human spider nestled silently in the depths of the gray fog, extending spider silk that seemed to possess a life of its own, attempting to locate and capture its prey. After covering more than 10 steps in a sprint, Lumion was pleasantly surprised to notice the formless entity slowly retracting. It no longer actively caressed him, but given their dense presence, occasional brushes or touches were inevitable. This change appeared to be a response to his proactive approach towards the source of the formless entities. These formless entities seemed to single out those attempting to escape. Upon breaking free from the narrow street and delving into the thick gray fog, Lumion suddenly felt his hair stand on end, a chilling sensation running down his spine. His intuition warned of immense danger ahead, a threat capable of obliterating them all. The consequences of getting closer were beyond imagination. Franca and the others involuntarily slowed down. The horror felt palpable, like a loaded revolver pressed against their foreheads, poised to fire at any moment. Lumion clenched his teeth and pressed on. Having chosen to trust Termabarose's advice, he needed to endure until there was evidence to the contrary. Otherwise, he might as well do something else from the beginning. He didn't halt, and Jenna and the others didn't dare to either. They resembled fools aware of an impending cliff, understanding their insignificance, yet choosing to rush forward like an idiot. At that moment, Lumion caught sight from the corner of his eye of black flames erupting over Jenna's body. Pain etched her face, fear mirrored in her eyes. Crack, Jenna shattered like a mirror, only to reappear, still engulfed in black flames and frost. Her eyes pleaded with Lumion. Instinctively, Lumion raised his left hand, as if to aid Jenna. However, a brief moment of hesitation swept over him, and he withdrew his hand, fixing his gaze ahead. "Don't pull, companions." Despair, surprise, and resentment filled Jenna's eyes instantly. She coughed and came to a standstill. Swiftly ensnared by the formless entities, she was dragged deeper into the gray fog. Franca, witnessing this, had an immediate change in expression, ready to offer assistance when Lumion's instructions flashed through her mind. She hesitated. In that moment, Jenna's expression transformed into one of pure hatred, blood seeping from the pores on her face. A shrill scream escaped her lips, akin to a curse echoing towards everyone. Seeing this, Lumion and the others experienced a strange sense of relief. This Jenna seemed more like a mirror person. Amidst the shrill scream, Jenna vanished into the depths of the gray fog, her voice abruptly silenced. Almost simultaneously, Lumion caught Jenna in his peripheral vision, sprinting beside him with an anxious and nervous expression. As expected, Lumion roughly comprehended why Termaburose had cautioned against pulling companions. In this realm, a companion could seamlessly switch with their mirror counterpart at any moment. Assisting the mirror person risked harm to their true companion, leading to complete assimilation into this place, becoming food for the entity at the source of the formless objects. Damn it, couldn't you be more explicit? These reasons aren't particularly intricate. You insist on us experiencing them ourselves and overcoming them. Cursing Termaburose inwardly, Lumion pressed on with even more determination. In the subsequent encounters, similar challenges arose multiple times. Yet, armed with experience, they refrained from resisting or attempting escape. They resisted the impulse to aid their companions. Lumion and the others, focused on their path, ran straight using the black pillar as a guide. Occasionally, they bypassed obstacles. Finally, the black pillar loomed not far ahead. Simultaneously, Lumion, Anthony, and the rest were astonished to find that the imminent danger, on the verge of colliding with them, had mysteriously vanished. No, it hadn't disappeared. It was now behind Lumion and the group, distant. Running toward danger results in moving away from it. Just like the pale black stone brick area in the wilderness, the direction here is twisted and chaotic. Amid Lumion's surprise, he didn't glance back, nor did he pause to celebrate. He persisted, sprinting toward the black pillar. Had he not set a resolute example, Franca and Jenna might have turned around. Nonetheless, they pressed forward, a sense of relief mingling with lingering fear. After covering dozens of meters, the quartet reached the square where the black pillar stood. The ground was paved with pale black stone bricks, and numerous grayish-white stone pillars lay in ruins, only a few remnants remaining. Compared to the black pillars, these surviving grayish-white stone pillars were as inconspicuous as ants. The colossal black pillar surpassed even the Crismona night pillar Lumion had witnessed on the third level of the catacombs. It stretched into the sky, seeming to burn with formless flames, its destination shrouded in mystery. The scene brought to Lumion's mind the pale black stone bricks in the wilderness outside and the numerous grayish-white stone pillars in the vicinity, but nothing akin to the black pillar. Had the night pillar in the wilderness collapsed and been destroyed? Did that event lead to the old bones crawling out, causing the corruption in Building 13 on Avenue du Marché? Was it then mended by constructing the catacombs and relocating countless corpses? Lumion ventured a guess based on these thoughts. Franca and Jenna surveyed the square ahead, observing that the area surrounding the black pillar had sunk into the ground. Below, there seemed to be white magma flowing, and faint black tentacles lurked. Though there were no explicit warnings of danger, Lumion and the others sensed that this might be even more dangerous than the entity they had previously encountered. Next to the black pillar stood a 1.78-meter-tall snowman. Its frosty face, cracked to form eyes, nose, and mouth, lacked ears. As Lumion's gaze nonchalantly swept across the snowman, it abruptly froze. He noticed a dark stain on the snowman's right eye, as if it wore a monocle. Ammon, Lumion startled, a desire to flee taking hold. At that moment, Termaburose's majestic voice echoed in his ears. "It's dead." Dead, Lumion breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense. Ammon, a nobleman of the Fourth Epic's Tudor Empire, wouldn't be exempt from the casualties of the Divine War. It was plausible that dozens, even hundreds of avatars perished back then. Retrieving them might not have been feasible in the circumstances. For some reason, Lumion detected a trace of joy in Termaburose's concise words. Observing the snowman, Anthony suddenly felt his forehead heat up and his breath turned hot. His spirit body rapidly weakened. "I'm infected," he calmly informed his companions. Ailment, Lumion glanced at the black pillar again. Could this be the true form of the Crismona Night Pillar? Even the figurine of the primordial demoness can't stem the corruption of ailments in this place. Franca's heart skipped a beat as she instructed Jenna, "Take out that figurine." Simultaneously, she reached into her pocket and pulled out the primordial demoness figurine crafted from bone. After Jenna handed her the black one, Franca motioned for Anthony to come closer and observed his expression. "How do you feel now?" "It seems better. I'm getting better." Anthony scrutinized his physical condition earnestly. Franca smiled. "I knew it. How could Jenna and I be fine but you're sick? Looks like we have to maintain a certain distance from the figurines." As soon as she finished speaking, blazing white fire ravens soared out from behind the black pillar, hurtling toward them. Then a figure emerged. It was Gardner Martin, attired in a black formal suit and yellow vest, an unusual sight. His gaze fixed on the black figurine in Jenna's hand and the bone statue in Franca's, revealing a longing expression. Chapter 486, The Mirror People's Conspiracy. As the blazing white fire ravens erupted from behind the black pillar, Lumien's reflexes kicked in. While Franca, engrossed in deciphering the cause of Anthony's ailment, Lumien seemingly engaged in the discussion. Yet, beneath the facade, he, a hunter, maintained a vigilant stance, keenly aware of his surroundings. In this dangerous and ominous setting, he couldn't afford to focus solely on conversation. Lumien thrust his palms towards the oncoming blazing white fire ravens. In a swift motion, a colossal crimson fireball materialized, hastily intercepting the impending assault. However, before it could reach its target, the unstable structure caused it to detonate. Amidst the explosive chaos, a shockwave, laced with flames, surged forward and sideways, engulfing nearly all the blazing white fire ravens like a torrent. Confronting the fiery wave head-on, the fire ravens staggered, losing stability in the storm. They prematurely blossomed, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks. The fire ravens circling from the side were also affected by the explosive waves, deviating from their intended trajectories or being partially extinguished. Hunters, particularly those at higher sequences like Pyromaniac and Conspirer, proved unparalleled in defending against the swarm attacks of fire ravens. Thanks to this interference, Franca and Jenna, both assassins, along with the psychiatrist, Anthony Reed, effortlessly dodged the tracking-capable, blazing white fire ravens. They observed as these dangerous projectiles landed on the ground, setting off fiery eruptions. In the blink of an eye, Franca vanished, and Jenna swiftly moved toward the nearest grayish-white stone pillar. She scattered fluorescent powder and chanted the invisibility incantation in Hermes. Anthony, seemingly back in the fray, rolled and sprinted, encircling another relatively intact grayish-white stone pillar in an attempt to find cover. Lumien maintained his position, hands poised to push forward. His golden-black hair swirled in the ordinary gust of wind that followed the massive fireball's explosion. Looking at Gardner Martin, unusually tall and face marked with bloodstains, Lumien taunted, "Is this your way of greeting? Sending a swarm of fire ravens to welcome us? Hey, what's with the change in appearance and the missing armor? Are you the Mirror's Gardner Martin?" Gardner Martin, donned in a black formal suit and yellow vest, ceased his attack. Instead, he paused and sneered, "Sooner or later, I'll become the real Gardner Martin." Observing the situation, Lumien didn't rush to teleport behind Gardner Martin. He chuckled and remarked, "So, you're admitting to being a counterfeit." His aim was to provoke and incite the other party, unraveling the motives of these mirror people. Surely, their purpose wasn't merely to replace genuine forms and return to the real world for a serene life. It had to be one of the objectives, but not the sole or primary one. The actions of a mirror person were too intricate for such a straightforward motive. Mirror Gardner Martin scanned Lumien's surroundings, as if seeking the invisible Franca and Jenna. In response to Lumien's mockery, he sneered and stated, "Counterfeit. We, the counterfeits, might be the only ones to secure victory and survive. Look at the fourth epic Trier, destroyed and reduced to ruins, yet it persists within the mirror. All its citizens remain alive. You call that living?" Lumien refrained from interrupting the Mirror Gardener's resentful narrative. The formidable Beyonder, with a peculiar form, chuckled. "Counterfeit? Countless members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order you usually encounter are already on our side. They've emerged from the mirror, spawned since the unexpected seal incident decades ago and the ensuing power leak. We've been covertly engaging in similar activities. Otherwise, how would Gardner Martin, Tony Twain, and Deist have known about Vermonda Sauron's underground entrance into the seal? How would they have recognized it as a sequence one Conqueror Beyonder characteristic? How could they have been so focused on exploring the underground and inadvertently influenced? Lumion was taken aback. So, this involves the plans of your mirror people. Damn it, how many factions are entangled in this, and how many conspiracies are woven together? While Gardner's words in the mirror shed light on the murky situation, making many details more plausible, Lumion still found it absurd. Aren't there too many factions and conspiracies? And behind these conspiracies, even more conspiracies, as intricate as spiderwebs. Mirror Gardner's expression returned to normal as he smiled and said, "Ever wonder how the Iron and Blood Cross Order discovered the black figurine? How did they realize they could exploit the uniqueness of this mirror world to bypass the seal? Do you dare to keep carrying that figurine? It holds no practical value for you. Why not hand it over to me, and I'll let you leave this mirror world? Don't worry, you're not Gardner Martin. I can't replace you. I harbor no insurmountable malice towards you." So, were the fire ravens from earlier merely a greeting? Lumion laughed and inquired, "Essentially, that figurine holds great value for you. What do you people intend to do with it?" Lumion suspected that the Iron and Blood Cross Order's discovery or acquisition of the black primordial demoness figurine was orchestrated by these mirror people. Their plan was undoubtedly intricate. Mirror Gardner's lips curled as he replied, "Did you think I'd tell you?" "Whom do you people serve?" Lumion interjected. As the Mirror Gardener's mouth opened, his expression suddenly darkened, and his eyes brimmed with hatred. "That's all the answers." Observing the Mirror Gardener's sudden shift, Lumion had a profound realization that these mirror people could maintain normalcy most of the time and seamlessly replace the originals. However, when certain matters arose, they couldn't suppress their monstrous side. Mirror Gardner seemed poised to convince Lumion and the others to surrender the black primordial demoness figurine when a figure materialized behind him. Franca, lacking an assassin suit, revealed a hidden blade from her left wrist. Enveloped in black flames, she thrust it into Mirror Gardner's back, causing the blood-stained figure to shatter like a mirror. He reappeared on the other side of the black pillar, on the fringe of the collapsed area, wearing a sinister smile. He declared, "You're stalling for time and completing preparations. Me too." As he finished speaking, a man emerged from the debris of a crumbled grayish-white stone pillar outside the collapsed area, dripping with magma. His face bore bloodstains too, and his short flaxen-colored hair, along with slightly thick brown eyebrows, framed aqua-blue eyes and thin lips. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he uncannily resembled Franca. Witnessing this figure, a phrase flashed through Franca's mind. "It's over." It was her past self, her former identity as a man. Ever since Franca began suspecting that this area represented the mirror's fourth epoch trier, she harbored concerns that her past self would surface, exposing his true identity to Jenna. Now, her fears materialized. It's over. Social death. Franca's mind raced as a woman emerged from behind another, intact grayish-white stone pillar. Adorned in a white shirt, a black vest, and dark pants, her pure black hair cascading over her shoulders, she exuded an imposing beauty. Despite her deep and delicate facial features, her blue eyes betrayed a sense of mockery. This is eerily similar to Seal. The mirror version of him is a woman. Franca swiftly scanned her surroundings, concealing herself again. Behind different grayish-white stone pillars, two more figures emerged. One donned mercenary attire, with handsomely styled flaxen-colored hair, reminiscent of Jenna. The other wore military green tops and bottoms, exuding a mature charm with a slightly plump figure. Beautiful with eyes as deep as an ancient forest pond. Damn it, a male version of Jenna and a female version of Anthony. Anthony looks even more handsome and charming. This is different from the mirror world outside. Franca felt puzzled yet relieved. This could provide a plausible explanation for his former appearance to resurface. Lumion, equally perplexed by his mirror counterpart having a different gender, and the others weren't experiencing the same thing as Franca. Even if the mirror reflected their past selves, it shouldn't manifest like this. If this was a fusion of a demoness's mirror world, the stacking of feminization, and one's past, Jenna should be a woman no matter what. As Lumion's thoughts raced, he considered the Hunter pathway's ability to transform women into men, which was adjacent to the demoness pathway. Could it be that this mirror world is influenced by the Blood Emperor's corpse or residual divine power? Is it akin to Mr. Fool and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? A power controlling these two pathways leaked, forming a unique mirror world that causes an overall reversal. Lumion didn't delve too deeply into it, as Mirror Gardener and his 4 helpers attacked. The mirror person in a black formal suit and yellow vest didn't conceal his hatred, excitement, and desire. In the wilderness, the entire ground seemed to sink 2 to 3 meters. Deist's massive iron soldiers and yellowish-skinned giant entourage stood at the edge of the hurricane. Occasionally, one of them would self-destruct, reducing to fragments. Despite the wary standoff between the President of the Iron and Blood Cross Order and Snarner Einhorn, they directed their attention to the mildly intelligent monster that appeared to have lost control and was more challenging to deal with. In the intense battle, they managed to restrain or knock Vermonda Sauron to the ground 2 or 3 times, but they themselves were also affected, in a dire state that hindered them from seizing the opportunity. In the current moment, they found themselves temporarily disabled. Suddenly, a surge of knowledge materialized into a beautiful woman wearing a brown captain's coat, with long chestnut hair and eyes resembling the blue sea. Snarner, Deist, and the others' hearts tightened, fearing that the newcomer would take the initiative and ultimately claim the Conqueror Beyonder characteristic. They all recognized the woman, the eldest daughter of the deceased Emperor Roselle, Bernadette Gustave. She too was an angel. Holding a pale golden lamp, Bernadette observed the angels' battle without direct involvement. Transforming into a torrent of knowledge once again, she surged towards the gray, fog-shrouded 4th epic trier. It was as if she had casually glanced at them while passing by. Snarner and Deist were initially taken aback by her actions, but they swiftly regained their composure and resumed their battle. Chapter 487, Self-Confrontation. In 4th epic trier, shrouded in a dense gray fog, Voisin Sanson, with thick blonde locks, a well-kept beard, and deep-set features, yielded to the whims of destiny. He threaded through the chaotic streets, drawing nearer to the faintly discernible Grand Palace. Abruptly, the stone slab beneath his feet shattered, and with swift precision, a skeletal hand shot up, seizing his ankle. At the same instant, a knight adorned in jet-black armor charged on horseback. Wielding a broadsword ablaze in ghostly white flames, he slashed diagonally at Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson's form swiftly morphed into an ethereal state, resilient against the onslaught of the pitch-black knight. However, with the passage of time, it gradually faded until it dissipated entirely. His true self materialized almost 20 meters distant, fixating on the adversary. Beneath the black visor of the knight, 2 dark red flames flickered like candlelight. A grotesque wound, with pale white intestines protruding, adorned its chest and abdomen. Perched on a desiccated white horse resembling a skeletal corpse, the knight presided over a vast square wilderness. Within this expanse, myriad figures roamed. Some draped in white linen, their faces pallid and vacant, others reduced to mere skeletons, while some concealed their visages behind masks of white paper. On the fringes of the wilderness, a dark red cradle-shaped carriage advanced, drawn by 2 abyssal, demon-like creatures boasting goat horns. Seated within the carriage was the regal Madame Pualis. Adorned with a flower crown and a green dress, her long brown hair was elegantly tied high. Bright brown eyes gazed forth as she held a small bowl crafted from green jade in one hand and an oak branch entwined with mistletoe in the other. "What do you want?" Voisin Sanson inquired with a calm, resonant voice. Madame Pualis responded, her smile unwavering, revenge naturally. Her eyes, once warm, gradually turned cold, but the grin on her face endured. "Revenge, Voisin Sanson echoed the word, a note of confusion in his voice. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and questioned, "For Auror?" In that moment, the undead and several death knights scattered across the wilderness withheld their attacks on Voisin Sanson, as if anticipating the emotional release sought by the madame they served. Seated within the carriage, Madame Pualis offered a self-deprecating smile. For a villain, one-sided love is destined to be fleeting. Passion inevitably wanes quickly. Yet she met her end during that brief period, becoming a thorn lodged deep in my heart, unextractable. The mere thought of it is painful, fueling my anger and resentment. And all of this was caused by you. I desired to strike when we crossed paths earlier, but the circumstances weren't conducive. Lady Moon had yet to make her entrance, and I couldn't afford to delay the Great Mother's affairs for a personal vendetta. But now, in this quiet moment, Voisin Sanson narrowed his eyes. After receiving the Great Mother's boon, shouldn't these delicate and easily shattered emotions be eradicated? Aren't you worried about undermining the grand objectives of the great entities? Madame Pualis chuckled and replied, "There are more fitting and potent individuals for that task, like Lady Moon. As for me..." Her expression softened, revealing a trace of wistfulness. "In the past, I put my faith in the Great Mother to attain strength and break free from the constraints of the antiquated churches. I didn't have to concern myself with moral judgments or public opinion. No need to fear being attacked by some past victim at any moment, free to do as I pleased. Now, what I desire is vengeance." As Madame Pualis concluded her words, a pair of ethereal wings unfolded behind her, adorned with brown feathers of human size. "Ah!" A sharply discordant and anguished scream escaped her lips. The remaining glass in the nearby structures shattered. Voisin Sanson's mind reverberated, as if he could sense his spirit body wailing. In the rundown square, suspected to be the whereabouts of Crismona Night Pillar, Lumion zeroed in on his feminine, mirror self. Only he comprehended the extent of the trouble he posed. He might not be the most formidable presence among the gathering, but his unique skills and array of items could swiftly tip the scales in his favor. It was imperative to neutralize him in advance. As for the mirror version of Gardner Martin, it was suspected that he possessed mirror substitution, proving challenging to dispatch swiftly. Lumion's strategy was to eliminate the auxiliary threats first before zeroing in on him. When the moment arrived, the combined effects of Psychiatrist's frenzy, flog strikes, and the arousal triggered by Beatrice's necklace would exploit the psychological vulnerabilities of the mirror people. Their abundance of negative emotions and the potent desire to achieve and supplant made them susceptible. A dark mark on Lumion's shoulder illuminated, and his form abruptly vanished, reappearing behind the heroic-looking female Lumion, similarly attired but with black hair. Almost simultaneously, the blue eyes of the female Lumion gleamed with a mocking glint. Then she vanished. Her figure materialized behind Anthony Reed, mostly concealed by the grayish-white stone pillar. Spirit World Traversal. She knew the technique as well. "Damn it," Lumion cursed inwardly. The dark mark on his right shoulder emitted another shadowy glow. He had to hurry to his aid. While he had considered the possibility of his mirror self possessing teleportation abilities, he had anticipated that the other party would target him, prioritizing his elimination, the most significant threat. At worst, they might exchange positions. However, he hadn't expected the female Lumion to focus on Anthony Reed. In that critical moment, Lumion pieced together the rationale. Primarily, the mirror person harbored an intense resentment toward the original counterpart, driven by a desire to supplant them. Given their profound psychological issues, these could be effectively countered by Psychiatrist's frenzy and similar abilities. Secondly, Anthony Reed lacked proficiency in evasion and lacked diverse substitutes. His defense wasn't substantially superior to that of an ordinary person, rendering him susceptible to swift elimination, thereby reducing their team's strength. As Lumion engaged in discourse with the mirror Gardner Martin, Anthony Reed remained concealed behind a nearby grayish-white stone pillar. He observed his surroundings and assessed the enemy's mental state, strategizing his actions for the impending battle. He had noticed the appearance of his feminine version, as well as the mirror Gardner, male Jenna, and male Franca to either hide in the shadows or vanish. The complexity of the situation intensified, and he instinctively sensed the impending challenge posed by these formidable adversaries. As the figure of the female Lumion vanished, Anthony Reed, familiar with Lumion's spirit world traversal, quickly discerned the monster's intentions and thought process. She was employing teleportation, with him as her target. Her primary focus was dealing with the psychiatrist. As these realizations raced through his mind, Anthony didn't attempt to evade to either side. Given the proximity and his limited physical abilities, escaping the danger zone before female Lumion unleashed her subsequent onslaught was an impossibility. Instead, he opted for an offensive approach, intending to disrupt any forthcoming storm of attacks with his own strikes. Anthony forcibly twisted his body, his eyes widening in silent determination, a faint golden hue tinting his gaze. Then, he confronted the captivating and seemingly welcoming figure of female Lumion. The other party harumphed. Spell of harumph. Two beams of white light shot out from female Lumion's nostrils, striking Anthony. As the white beams reflected in Anthony's eyes, he made no attempt to dodge or evade. Instead, he invoked frenzy. With a thud, he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Female Lumion's facial muscles contorted, and dark red blood vessels emerged beneath her skin, resembling tiny fire serpents coming to life. Her blue eyes radiated violence and madness, while crimson flames bordering on white emanated from her body. Lumion materialized beside her and the unconscious Anthony. Choosing not to employ the spell of harumph, he clenched his right hand, enveloped in almost blazing white flames, and delivered a punch to his mirror self's head. With a cracking sound, female Lumion's body shattered like a mirror. She, too, possessed mirror substitution. Upon witnessing this, Lumion cursed inwardly once more. T. Despite anticipating that these mirror people were closely related to mirrors and might have multiple mirror substitutions, thus opting for a flaming punch instead of the spell of harumph to conserve spirituality, the confirmation left him frustrated and angered. Only by facing it personally did he realize how repulsive abilities like mirror substitution and paper figurine substitutes were. Now, there were a total of 5 enemies with mirror substitution. 4 of them had even replicated their team's abilities. How could they possibly prevail in such a situation? In that moment, the flames dissipated from Lumion's fiery fist, precisely as expected, landing on Anthony Reed. The scalding pain abruptly snapped the psychiatrist out of his stupor. Reacting instinctively, he rolled to smother the flames. Suddenly, Mirror Gardener Martin's cold, smiling voice echoed from an unseen location. "How does it feel? Are my aids proving stronger than you expected?" Unfortunately, they hail from profound mirror images, and their genders have been reversed. They can't replace you and return to the real world. What do you say? Surrender the figurine in exchange for my friendship and an opportunity to depart this place. It's of no use to you. If you're so powerful, why don't you just kill us and take the figurine? Are you wary of something? For example, Termabarose's escape. Or are you deliberately using such words to weaken our resistance and ensure your own safety to the greatest extent? Or are you actually not strong and are stalling for time for some development? A series of guesses raced through Lumion's mind. Meanwhile, Anthony Reed, having extinguished the flames, rose to his feet and coughed. Lumion's throat itched as he heard that. Soon, Franca and Jenna emerged from invisibility amid uncontrollable coughing, having intended to encircle the female Anthony. The voice of the Mirror Gardener resonated, accompanied by evident laughter. "I neglected to mention that the fire raven I initially employed carries an affliction disease. Igniting and detonating them only aids the spread of the disease. Those 2 figurines can only suppress non-conscious diseases, but this is under my control." Chapter 488, Mutual Provocation. Fire raven fused with an affliction disease. Is that even possible? Will I pull off something similar when I switch to the hunter pathway? Is this the merging of different abilities through pathway switching? It's more unique and bizarre. As Franca coughed, surprise, solemnity, and a touch of anticipation painted her expression. Even though she was compelled to break her invisibility, Franca found herself in close quarters with the female Anthony. Her left hand rose, directing the ring of punishment, snug around her thumb, at the mirror person. Yet, Franca refrained from employing psychic piercing. It was a calculated move to confound the target and any hidden foes. Having observed Lumien's skirmish, Franca suspected that female Anthony also possessed mirror substitution. Psychic piercing wouldn't yield the desired effect. In that case, why not afflict the opponent with a negative state that wouldn't trigger mirror substitution? Beatrice's necklace, dangling from Franca's chest, reflected the engulfing flames, stirring female Anthony's ambitions to life. Franca had long discerned that these mirror people harbored resentment and animosity toward their authentic selves. Their burning desire to prove themselves was their weakness. The longing for success served as their greatest vulnerability. As two coughs reached female Anthony's ears, she, being a psychiatrist, mirrored the choice made by her male counterpart. Unable to evade the ensuing assaults, she swiveled halfway around, locking eyes with Franca and Jenna, who had already materialized. Her pupils turned vertical and shifted to a pale golden hue. Unlike her male counterpart, female Anthony opted for awe, considering the presence of two assailants. This ability had the potential to influence both targets. The aura of a dragon, the pinnacle of the food chain, swiftly descended. Franca and Jenna couldn't help but tremble in fear. One of them found themselves immobilized, while the other sought refuge behind the nearest grayish-white stone pillar. Before female Anthony could unleash awe, Jenna, still coughing, seized the moment. She flung a half-blood-stained cloak, causing the bone flute and wooden box to tumble toward the target's feet. With her other hand, Jenna pulled the trigger of her revolver, propelling a yellow bullet engulfed in black flames towards female Anthony. However, in that critical moment, awe took effect. Jenna's right hand quivered, causing the bullet to veer off course. Amidst the gunfire, the shadowed mirror gardener narrowly evaded the bullet's trajectory. Swiftly moving, he leaped to the ground, dodging the projectile, and rolled into another shadow, vanishing from sight. Unharmed, female Anthony's eyes seemed to blaze with flames. She abandoned the idea of casting frenzy on Franca, who succumbed to the effects of awe, redirecting her focus to the coughing and moving male version of herself. Thud, thud, thud. She charged forward, determined to prove herself by defeating the male Anthony. At that moment, figures materialized behind the frozen Franca and the fleeing Jenna. They were male Franca and male Jenna, who had previously concealed themselves with their abilities. The former aimed his hidden blade at Franca's back and struck with all his might. The latter fixed a glare at Jenna's back and pulled the trigger. With two cracking sounds, Franca and Jenna's bodies shattered like mirrors, allowing them to escape the effects of awe. However, their throats remained irritated. They had no choice but to endure the discomfort and occasionally cough as they faced off against male Franca and Jenna. Lumien's throat itched, and his head, accustomed to enduring high temperatures, still radiated warmth. As an ascetic, this level of illness couldn't challenge his endurance. He glanced at female Lumien, not far away, and crimson flames enveloped him, transforming into a fireball that shot forward. Female Lumien, her face still marked by blood vessels, sneered and vanished from her spot once more. Spirit world traversal again. Her figure reappeared behind the rapidly moving Anthony, as if she wouldn't stop until she had vanquished the psychiatrist. Just then, the fireball that had just shot out dissipated prematurely, morphing into a stream of light. In the stream of light, Lumien's figure flashed as he teleported to Anthony's side. He had been feigning an attack, anticipating female Lumien's use of spirit world traversal. He seized the opportunity to closely follow and block her. To achieve this, Lumien not only destabilized the fireball's structure in advance, but also utilized Lai's ability to strengthen his control over flames. Appearing beside Anthony as swiftly as female Lumien, he promptly raised his iron-black boxing gloves and unleashed a flurry of chain punches. Simultaneously, Lumien conjured the desire he longed to witness in his mind. The desire to replace a real person. This desire proved easier to trigger, and its detonation even better. Having already adorned the flog boxing gloves, Lumion aspired to exploit this state, potentially immune to mirror substitution, to impact the target and temporarily incapacitate his mirror self in combat. With a resounding bang, Lumion's left and right punches met the resistance of female Lumion's raised hand. However, she lacked boxing gloves, and her forearm bore several bleeding punctures from Flog's short thorns. Her eyes brimmed with escalating resentment and malice, as though she yearned for Lumion's demise in the very next second. She had entirely forsaken her pursuit of Anthony Reed. Bam, 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 Lumion unleashed a barrage of punches, incessantly thwarting his mirror self's attempts to employ other abilities. He persisted in taunting his counterpart. "Hey, no flog boxing gloves. Are you so feeble that you can't even mirror a mystical item below the demigod level?" On the one hand, Lumion sought an emotional release. On the other, he aimed to use provocation to incense his female self, heightening the likelihood of the flog boxing gloves triggering the other's desires and emotions. Female Lumion didn't hide her anger. Blocking Lumion's punches, she taunted with provocation, "Imbecile. If you had detected Auror's anomaly earlier, the issue might have been resolved." "Imbecile, if it were me, I would have undoubtedly handled it better than you." Lumion's mind buzzed. Even as an ascetic, he found himself affected by provocation. This frustration and guilt had long been buried deep in his heart, one of the root causes of all his pain. His eyes turned bloodshot, a blend of embarrassment, anger, and a compelling urge to self-destruct surged from the depths of his being. His attacks intensified as he sought to infuse the thought into his right hand. He wanted to witness the outcome if he unleashed the Blood Emperor's aura here in the Mirror's fourth epic trier. When the time came, everyone present, Voisin Sanson and the other gods bestowed from different regions, would meet their demise together. Just then, Lumion's thoughts abruptly cleared. His emotions and impulses felt as though caressed by a gentle breeze. The melodious melody his sister Auror used to hum seemed to echo in his ears, swiftly calming him. "Placate." Psychiatrist Anthony Reed's placate. Seizing the opportunity while Lumion relentlessly pounded female Lumion with punches, Anthony distanced himself. As he eluded the pursuit of his female self, he circled back to Lumion's vicinity. Sensing his companion's volatile mood, he promptly cast Placate. Affected by Beatrice's necklace, female Anthony only had eyes for her true self, indifferent to the fate of female Lumion. Suppressing the urge to self-destruct, Lumion witnessed female Lumion teetering on the verge of collapse under his relentless onslaught, her expression contorted. Franca and Jenna's coughing intensified, hindering the use of their abilities. Their male counterparts seized the moment, forcing them to employ mirror substitution once again. Franca was still okay, but Jenna likely had only one mirror substitution remaining. Observing this, Lumion, his forehead ablaze, felt a mix of concern, nervousness, and confusion. Where was Mirror Gardner? In such a chaotic scenario, any attack, whether directed at Franca, Jenna, himself, or Anthony, would prove highly effective. He might even succeed in eliminating them one by one. After all, he was a Reaper. Yet, Mirror Gardner refrained from attacking. Only the echoing, mocking laughter signaled his continued presence. He persisted in persuading Lumion and the others to surrender the black figurine and cease resisting. HMPH. Seizing the opportunity when Lumion's assault momentarily slowed, female Lumion, pushed to her limits, invoked the spell of Harumph. Two beams of white light struck Lumion's body. His vision darkened, and he experienced the same sensation as his previous adversaries. Crack! A mirror shattered on Franca's body, and Lumion materialized beside her. As Lumion's thoughts returned, a flurry of ideas raced through his mind. After spreading the disease with the sick ravens, Mirror Gardner refrained from employing any other offensive abilities. Instead, he chose to hide in the shadows or conceal himself. Wait, it didn't begin with the disease spread by the sick ravens. It began with the emergence of male Franca and the other mirror people. Why didn't he attack? Considering my mirror self's lack of the flog boxing gloves, she probably doesn't possess the Blood Emperor's aura, Mr. Fool's seal, or Termiburos. The flog boxing gloves were crafted from the branch of the Tree of Shadow. The mirror world, despite its apparent danger and terror, shouldn't be incapable of mirroring the flog boxing gloves. Suddenly, Lumion had an epiphany. These four mirror people weren't naturally formed in the mirror's fourth epoch trier. Mirror gardener Martin had utilized his unique connection to this place to create them. It was akin to an ability. Mirror gardener's decision not to attack stemmed from his concerted effort to sustain the four mirror people. He couldn't engage in direct assault. His only recourse was to conceal himself and use words to interfere with the enemy, disrupting their combat will. As these realizations coursed through his mind, Lumion couldn't help but smile. Dodging male Franca's attack and anticipating the teleportation of female Lumion, he retrieved the Eye of Truth obtained from Bouvard. Lumion then adorned the peculiar monocle, seemingly fashioned from flesh and blood. It had the ability to pierce through illusions, perceive reality, and discern the light of spirituality. Chapter 489, Greed. Despite the severe corruption of the Eye of Truth, its ability to hear the voices of a hidden entity at any moment, and the risk of encountering uncontrollable negative effects, Lumion trusted that fourth epoch trier, with its potent seal isolating external influences, provided a safeguard. Even the boons of evil gods couldn't trace back to their source, making it unlikely for him to hear the hidden sage's ravings. In this realm, there should be no adverse effects when using the Eye of Truth, especially within the mirror's fourth epoch trier. However, Lumion acknowledged the potential presence of a fallen angel from the mystery prior pathway or remnants of corresponding divine power. Even with the Eye of Truth, there was a chance of hearing voices he shouldn't. Consequently, Lumion didn't plan to use it extensively. He intended to locate Mirror Gardener Martin and remove the mystical item when the opportunity presented itself. Through the lens affixed to his eye, Lumion discerned nearly invisible spider silk swaying around Franca, subtly influencing male Jenna and the other mirror people. Similarly, male Franca had created a plethora of spider silks, utterly unaffected by the constraints of the term witch. Lumion also took note of the fine snake-like black hair covering the area. They manifested and disappeared, delicately caressing every living being they touched. Their origins seemed to be the black pillar extending into the sky. Concurrently, Lumion's left eye reflected Mirror Gardener Martin. Concealed beside a grayish-white stone pillar, he seemed invisible. Without hesitation, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder, the fifth time since becoming an ascetic. With the Eye of Truth in place, he instantaneously vanished, reappearing behind Mirror Gardener. The corners of Lumion's mouth curled up as he swung his right fist at his exposed foe, who had just realized his concealment had been shattered and had no time to react. His hands were encased in iron-black boxing gloves, adorned with multiple short thorns. Flog. In the midst of Mirror Gardener's attempt to lunge forward and transform into a burning white spear, flying to the opposite side to distance himself, Lumion landed a punch behind his ear. In a haste, Mirror Gardener could only duck, abruptly contorting as if he were boneless, attempting to somersault away. Bang! Lumion's right fist connected with Mirror Gardener's right shoulder. The impact distorted the other's shoulder, causing his body to stagger, nearly losing balance. Mirror Gardener's combat prowess proved formidable. Despite tumbling to the ground, he seized the opportunity to pivot. He was unfazed by the potential of the white beams or being shot in the head. He still possessed mirror substitution. Confronting Lumion, who lunged at him with blood still dripping from his iron-black boxing gloves, Mirror Gardener smiled, his eyes reflecting blatant greed. This time, Lumion opted to trigger greed. In an instant, Mirror Gardener ignited with blazing white flames, morphing into a spear charging at Lumion. At this range, he doubted that Lumion could evade the impending attack. Having committed to close combat, he had to bear the consequences, rendered unable to fully utilize spirit world traversal. Lumion didn't attempt to dodge, nor did he plan to. He swiftly adjusted his posture, watching as the blazing white spear collided with his right chest. His defense against flames was robust. The blazing white spear took nearly 2 seconds to burn through his skin and flesh. Yet, Lumion maintained a smile on his face. The pain only contorted his countenance, a testament to the resilience of an ascetic. Anthony Reed's placate had indeed restored Lumion's composure, but the psychological issues brought to light lingered for the time being. With two resounding bangs, Lumion seized the opportunity to deliver a left and right punch to the burning white spear. He exploited every chance to kindle Mirror Gardener's desires and emotions. Ultimately, the blazing white spear pierced Lumion's right chest, propelling him more than 10 meters through the air. Lumion's smile retained a touch of frenzy. Adorned with a silver earring, he withdrew his right palm, pressed against the grievous wound on his chest, and slid downward. The injury swiftly spread to his abdomen, and almost white crimson flames erupted from Lumion's palm, consuming his mangled flesh. He willingly accepted increased risk in the future to mitigate the impact of his injuries. With that, his figure melded into the void. Just as Mirror Gardener emerged from the dissipating blazing white flaming spear, Lumion materialized behind him. Bangs, bang! Lumion swung his fists again, targeting Mirror Gardener's arms, denying him a chance to catch his breath. He opted not to strike vital points, fearing that excessive damage might trigger mirror substitution. As Mirror Gardener transformed into a blazing white spear to assail Lumion, female Lumion, intending to teleport over to assist, stood stunned, as if temporarily losing autonomy. Likewise, both male Franca and male Jenna exhibited similar reactions, as if their resemblance to real people had momentarily waned. Franca and Jenna, in dire straits, seized the opportunity to catch their breath. Although they didn't immediately comprehend the reason, they keenly sensed that Mirror Gardener held the key to the problem. Lumion's assault on the leader had brought about such a change. Franca, relying on her experience, swiftly instructed Jenna, "Give me that cough, arrow." She needed the potent self-healing abilities of the arrow of the bloodthirsty to withstand the infectious disease and recuperate to a relatively healthy state within a specific timeframe. Franca aimed to delay female Lumion and the other mirror people, creating an optimal environment for Lumion to confront Mirror Gardener solo. Her only hope rested on Lumion catalyzing positive changes before the infection and illness exacerbated, outpacing the effectiveness of her self-healing abilities. Jenna had intended to use the arrow of the bloodthirsty herself. Despite having used it twice already, with another use risking a collapse of her body, she was willing to disregard the consequences in the current dire situation. However, upon hearing Franca's request, she hesitated momentarily before tossing the obsidian arrow to Franca. From Jenna's perspective, Franca, a sequence 6 demoness of pleasure armed with numerous mystical items, possessed significantly more strength than herself. Thus, Franca's temporary recovery held greater benefit for the ongoing battle. Franca caught the arrow of the bloodthirsty and plunged it into her chest. Observing that female Lumion and the other mirror people had regained their composure, becoming lively once again, Franca's lake blue eyes silently transformed to a fiery red. The rubber band securing her ponytail snapped as if corroded, allowing her flaxen-colored hair to billow in the air, enhancing her enchanting allure. Her increasingly frequent coughs momentarily subsided, and the invisible spider silk surrounding her ceased its gradual, silent encroachment on male Franca, male Jenna, and female Lumion, no longer tightening and ensnaring them layer by layer. Like mirror images, Franca and Jenna felt their bodies grow heavy, their limbs constricted. From the outset, male Franca had been covertly using spider silk. Only when there was no way to further ensnare them layer by layer in secret did he reveal it. In an instant, Franca and the others were immobilized. Female Lumion, who had just teleported over, was the least affected by the spider silk and was skilled in using flames. She swiftly activated Spirit World Traversal in a crimson light, heading towards Lumion and Mirror Gardener's battlefield. Taking advantage of the momentary pause in female Anthony's actions, Anthony could finally counterattack. Enduring the terrifying cough, dizziness, and fever, he raised the revolver purchased from the black market and pulled the trigger at the mirror person, clearly more charming than him. At that moment, no one interrupted their internecine attacks. Amidst the gunshots, female Anthony shattered into numerous fragments. Upon reappearing nearby, she didn't immediately rush to rescue Mirror Gardener. Instead, she continued pursuing Anthony amidst her soaring desire for achievement. Amidst the sounds of flesh colliding, Lumion landed multiple punches on Mirror Gardener, sending waves of pain through the powerful Beyonder's head and stoking his anger. His greed made him reluctant to abandon the other 4 mirror people and the advantage his side enjoyed on other battlefields. However, if he didn't give up, he wouldn't be able to focus on dealing with Lumion. He found himself restricted in every way and faced a disadvantaged situation. This was why Lumion had chosen to trigger his greed. Bang! Lumion tightened his fists, delivering a powerful blow to Mirror Gardener. Mirror Gardener crashed to the ground, instinctively summoning a swarm of crimson, almost white fireballs for protection. This caught female Lumion off guard as she had just teleported over. Unfazed by the nearly white crimson fireballs, Lumion swiftly teleported toward Mirror Gardener. The safest spot was, of course, where the caster stood. Amidst the explosive chaos, Lumion gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his back and landed another punch on Mirror Gardener's face. The short thorns on the iron-black boxing gloves pierced through skin and flesh. Suddenly, Mirror Gardener Martin's gaze froze, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, and other wounds. The intense greed within him erupted, not killing or knocking him out but weakening and disorienting him. In this dazed state, whether it was female Lumion, male Franca, male Jenna, or female Anthony, they all froze in place. Their bodies rapidly faded, growing more translucent until they vanished. Witnessing the scene, Lumion straightened up, removing the flog boxing gloves. He tossed them to Franca and Jenna, ensuring each had one. Franca noticed the residual blood and grasped Lumion's intent immediately. Dipping her hand into the blood, she retrieved a mirror, ready to cast a curse. Lumion had 3 reasons for opting for the flog boxing gloves. Firstly, the ability to stir desires wouldn't trigger mirror substitution. Secondly, as a mystical item, it could attract the attention of dangerous entities, causing unpredictable changes that might lead to opportunities amid the chaos. Thirdly, it provided a chance to collect a curse's medium, the target's blood. Even if his triggered greed couldn't be controlled, leading to Mirror Gardener's mirror substitution, Lumion planned to seize the moment when the other mirror people were temporarily affected. He would throw the flog boxing gloves to Franca and Jenna, aiding them in intercepting the attacks. Repeatedly cursing with the possession of the blood, Lumion aimed to challenge how many times mirror substitution could be used, and find an opportunity to sever the connection. Flames erupted around Lumion as he transformed into a fireball, distancing himself from Mirror Gardener. Just as he was about to remove the Eye of Truth, a peculiar sound caught his attention. Chapter 490, Sounds. The strange sounds Lumion heard echoed from a far-off realm, an elusive destination beyond his grasp. His heart tightened as he quickly removed the Eye of Truth, but the sounds remained. Bam, 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 the sounds reverberated as if 2 massive rocks collided. Lumion witnessed sparks flying and dried leaves and branches catching fire. In the midst of the flames lay scattered bones. The cave, shrouded in darkness with an unknown depth, echoed with distant howls resembling wolves. Thud, 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 a leather drum's beats and ancient musical instruments resonated, creating a solemn, holy, and magnificent atmosphere for Lumion. The scene in his mind shifted to a vast wilderness with a towering altar. A figure, his face veiled with beaded coverings, a splendid headdress, and a flowing black robe, ascended to the highest point. Around him, people with demon-painted faces danced frenziedly to the drumbeat. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a face appeared from the ominous clouds. The ritualist, with beads sliding aside, revealed a terrified expression. A distant, haunting voice pierced the clouds, resonating through the desolate land. Lumion felt a profound shake in his mind and body. Before him stretched vast highlands, with withered trees, sparse grass, and yellow soil and rocks exposed. Gullies crisscrossed like wrinkles on an old man's face, separating silent towns. A massive river surged, majestic yet tainted with turbid yellow. Ding, dang, ding, dang. The sound, like pearls on a porcelain plate, was crisp and gentle, emanating from a peculiar wooden pavilion. The surrounding buildings burned fiercely, and shouts echoed from the river. Amidst the pleasant melody, the pavilion collapsed in flames, yet the performer continued unabated. In the midst of the gentle singing, a woman in a peculiar dress stood on the platform, captivatingly expressing herself. Below her, people sat at various tables, savoring drinks under dim lights. Gunshots, like firecrackers, echoed outside what seemed to be a bar's dance floor as citizens collapsed on the street. Fierce soldiers rushed in, stabbing the struggling ones with bayonets attached to their guns. Distant buildings burned, and flames soared into the sky. These voices and images surged into Lumien's mind like a torrent, causing his eyes to redden. His head felt unusually swollen, as if it were on the brink of exploding, and his thoughts became a chaotic jumble. Franca and Jenna, engrossed in their battle against Mirror Gardener Martin, remained oblivious to Lumien's unsettling state. Franca took the lead, pressing the black flames against the mirror stained with the target's blood. She successfully saw the enemy, weakened by the eruption of desire. He succumbed to the engulfing black flames, inflicting damage to his spirit body. Cracked. Mirror Gardener shattered, and his figure materialized nearby, his dazed eyes now alert. Seizing the opportunity, Jenna, moving with remarkable speed, adjusted her makeup mirror stained with Mirror Gardener's blood. Pressing the black flames in her hand against it, Mirror Gardener was once again ignited by the demoness's black flames and subjected to another fatal curse. He shattered anew, reappearing beside the black pillar. His right hand reached into his pocket, as if he wanted to take out a mirror and use nails, hair, blood, and other media to sever the connection between the source of the curse and himself. However, Franca, who was also moving at high speed, leaned back and raised the mirror in her hand. It made contact with her other hand, holding the flog boxing glove ablaze with black flames. The flames erupted within the mirror, thwarting Mirror Gardener's attempt at cursivating mirror magic. The duo, Franca and Jenna, continued their intricate dance, one advancing, one retreating, one cursing, and the other awaiting their turn. It was a mesmerizing duet, a choreography of combat. After enduring 6 curses, Mirror Gardener froze in front of a grayish-white stone pillar, not shattering like before. In the silence of the black flames, he rapidly weakened, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Seeing this, Franca discarded the flog boxing gloves, opting for her cannon gun. She drew the weapon, pulled back the hammer, and took aim at the target. Bang! The iron-black bullet tore through Mirror Gardener's skull, shattering it into fragments. His nearly headless body swayed briefly, before collapsing to the ground. As the corpse faded away, it left behind a peculiar mirror fragment, its surface nearly lightless as if coated with black paint. Meanwhile, Anthony Reed, ever proficient at observation, detected Lumien's abnormal state. Racing towards him, the psychiatrist attempted to placate him. However, Lumien remained unresponsive, his face contorting, further blood vessels on his forehead bulging ominously. "There's a situation here," Anthony, noting Mirror Gardener's demise from the corner of his eye, swiftly informed Franca and Jenna. He hoped that the two demonesses could find a way to address Lumien's unsettling condition. However, an instant later, the pitch-black mirror fragment emitted a faint light. The surroundings plunged into instant darkness, transmuting into a bizarre transparency, as if the entire world had transformed into a mirrored container. Within the dark and shadowy confines of this mirror container, an unseen force seethed with rage, materializing the air and exerting pressure from every direction. Though Franca, Jenna, and Anthony witnessed no visible or audible phenomena, an overwhelming fear gripped them. Their bodies felt as if plunged into an icy cavern, freezing instantaneously. A faint sigh, distinctly feminine, resonated suddenly. Nearby, the black pillar radiated a dim light. The tiny snake-like black hairs concealed in the void retracted, coalescing into a massive black-haired sphere, forming a protective barrier around the square. Franca and the others experienced an immediate sense of tranquility. Fear released its grip on their bodies and minds, allowing them to move freely. Meanwhile, Lumien's consciousness wrestled with an onslaught of voices and scenes, his rationality gradually eroding. Suddenly, he heard a voice. It was a male sigh. Then he saw a face and a figure, a man seated cross-legged in a serene room, adorned with a headdress and a blue robe. Though handsome, the man's eyes betrayed profound sorrow and pain, lending him a withered appearance. His gaze fixed on Lumien, comprehending the scenes unfolding, and he picked up a brown rod adorned with numerous white silk strands at one end, resting beside him. As the sigh persisted, the myriad sounds and images Lumien perceived vanished, replaced by overlapping shrill cries akin to curses. While Lumien couldn't comprehend the language, the phrase echoed in his mind, infused with the purest knowledge, enabling him to grasp its meaning. The voices converged into a torrent, laden with resentment and hatred. Celestial Master. At the base of the Deep Valley Quarry, the once busy hall now stood in partial ruins. The tumultuous activity had taken its toll, leaving many members of the machinery hivemind injured. Conscious of the need to avoid hindering their comrades' battles, these individuals strategically retreated. Claude, the mechanical giant, abruptly halted his movements, his colossal ears resonating with overlapping roars. Amidst the roars, a sigh descended from above, casting an eerie atmosphere upon the indistinct wilderness. In that wild expanse, numerous ethereal figures lingered, occasionally gazing at the sky and emitting haunting screams. Observing this mysterious transformation, Archbishop Hiramic refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack Claude directly. Instead, he swiftly withdrew from the crumbling hall, leading the remaining members of the machinery hivemind away from the illusory wilderness. The cybernetic eyes of the mechanical giant, with one resembling a ruby and the other an emerald, suddenly dimmed. It appeared as if intelligence had deserted him. Slowly turning around, Claude stepped into the surreal wilderness, seemingly intent on joining the lingering figures. Midway through, the mechanical giant turned to regard Archbishop Hiramic and his companions, gears spinning loudly. An indescribable smile graced the face comprising multiple metallic components. In the next instant, the mechanical giant retracted his gaze, resuming his forward journey. His figure gradually took on an illusionary quality, merging with the mysterious wilderness until both vanished into the unknown. In the depths of the fourth epic trier, adjacent to the wall-like grayish-white fog, Magician and Justice materialized, their intense gazes fixed upon Lady Moon. She had lost her veil, revealing a vacant expression. The bestowed of the Great Mother, the lady who had nurtured a deity, stood in front of the gray fog, her shadow tainted by char. Magician and Justice were surprised to see this. Almost simultaneously, the wall-like grayish-white fog expanded, pulsating like a beating heart. Almost simultaneously, an imposing aura, one that seemed to look down upon all existence, permeated the surroundings. It quelled the earlier sigh that had echoed through the air. The grayish-white fog in the vicinity heightened its intensity, spreading in all directions once more, thickening the gray fog throughout the entirety of fourth epic trier. Him. So it's him. Justice and Magician exchanged silent whispers. Unaffected by the adverse consequences targeting others, they persisted in their actions. The dazed Lady Moon immediately found herself shrouded in resplendent starlight. In the wilderness, Snarner, Einhorn, and Deist, the president of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, continued their struggle to restrain Vermonda Sauron, a calamity giant, an angel who had lost control. Their efforts, however, were met with fierce counterattacks, forcing them into a gradual retreat, unable to capitalize on the situation. Amidst the chaos, the gray fog shrouding the ruins of fourth epic trier stirred violently, as if the very city had awakened. The turbulent fog swiftly coalesced into a spear-like form, a weapon capable of shattering mountain peaks. It hurtled towards the captive Vermonda Sauron. In an instant, the spear, crafted from the gray fog, erupted into violent flames, taking on a violet hue. It exuded an aura of supremacy, as if it aimed to conquer all in its path. Witnessing this surreal phenomenon, whether it was Snarner Einhorn, Deist, Vermonda Sauron, or their allies, it was as though they beheld a city enshrouded in fog. A sense of awe overwhelmed their bodies and minds, dissuading any inclination to resist. The majestic purple flaming spear traversed a significant distance, impaling Vermonda Sauron, the Calamity giant yet to regain mobility. His chest rent open, the colossal being was pinned to the wilderness. As the purple flames dissipated, a figure stood up from a genuflecting position. Clad in blood-stained black armor, adorned with long red hair, the youth exuded a handsome yet haunting presence. Rotting wounds marred both sides of his face, and a vivid red mark resembling a banner flag adorned his forehead. Chapter 491, Unexpected Helper. The gray fog encircling fourth epic Trier extended into the wilderness, as if intercepting and obstructing an unseen force. In the midst of the tempest, Snarner, Deist, and the other formidable beings felt a high and formidable aura. An instinctive urge to bow in submission washed over them. It was as if the Blood Emperor Alistair, who had met his end deep in fourth epic Trier, had returned from the abyss. However, he wasn't as unhinged or violent as before. Instead, a veiled sense of danger and calamity lingered. Fighting the impulse to surrender while stepping back, their eyes fixated on the figure of a young man clad in blood-stained black armor, adorned with long red hair and a conspicuous red mark between his brows. Their nerves tensed as a name echoed in their minds. Medici. Red Angel Medici. He was a king from ancient times. As early as the fourth epic, or even during the catastrophic demise of the third epic, he held the title of King of Angels. Kings of Angels were archangels beyond Sequence 1, yet they hadn't attained the level of a Sequence 0 true god. Through the consumption of multiple Sequence 1 potions or the possession of the key to deity status, however, having something missing prevented them from taking that crucial step. The Red Angel was among the 8 kings of angels who had once served the ancient sun god. Though he met his end at the hands of Alistair during the fourth epic, leading to the latter's ascent as Blood Emperor, the King of Angels hadn't completely perished. Transformed into an evil spirit in a hidden sanctuary, he survived and re-emerged a few years ago, resuming his activities. As angels of the Hunter pathway, Snarner and Deist grew increasingly apprehensive about the situation. They suspected that Medici might have already acquired a Conqueror Beyonder characteristic, ascending once again to a Sequence 1 archangel. While devising a plan to obtain Vermonda Sauron's Conqueror Beyonder characteristic, Snarner and Deist remained cautious of the possible involvement of the ancient king. When Albus Medici disclosed his name, their vigilance heightened, and they kept a constant watch on him. Only when the operation was unexpectedly hastened, and the Red Angel showed no signs of breaching the seal, nor did Albus Medici display any abnormal behavior, did they finally ease up. But just at that critical juncture, Red Angel Medici appeared. With a terror-inducing aura that subjugated everything, he soared majestically from the depths of fourth epic Trier. Seizing the opportunity, he dealt a severe blow to Vermonda Sauron with a single strike. Medici's disdainful gaze swept across Snarner and Deist as he casually tossed an item to the struggling Calamity giant, Vermonda Sauron. It was a blood-stained umbilical cord. The moment the umbilical cord left Medici's hand, it burst into flames, emitting a golden light resembling a miniature sun. Above surface Trier, the sun, engulfed by hurricanes, lightning, and torrential rain, suddenly emitted a blinding light, tearing through the calamitous scene. A chubby baby, seemingly crafted from pure sunlight, soared out of the tier, transforming into a golden sun hurtling towards Red Swan Castle in Cartier-Erast. The scorching sun tore through the sky, liquefying the spires, walls, and floor of the ancient castle. It plunged into the depths of the underground maze and into the bronze coffin. Wherever it passed, darkness dissipated, and the withered hearts turned to ashes. Elrose Einhorn, stationed outside the underground palace, instinctively shut her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. High in the sky, the hanged man didn't pursue the self-destructing sun. Instead, he hovered above the storm, his gaze fixed on Red Swan Castle, which bore a massive wound. It remained unknown what he contemplated. Danitz, leading his team in Cartier-Erast's battle against the mutated soldiers and the monstrous Carbonari army, couldn't help but curse under the intense sunlight. The people around him and the mutants shared a similar reaction. In the outer seal of fourth epic Trier, an invisible flame burning silently in the sky formed a massive vortex, tainted with a golden hue. The sun descended from the vortex, illuminating the entire wilderness and fourth epic Trier as if it were daytime. It caught up to the burning umbilical cord and enveloped the severely injured archangel, Vermon de Sauron. Sunlight erupted and darkness vanished. The Calamity giant, formed by a conqueror's loss of control, emitted a tragic cry and swiftly dissipated, undergoing profound purification. The infant that had transformed into a sun ceased to exist. Only the remnants of its power burned fiercely, emitting light and warmth. Snarner, Deist, and the other powerhouses turned sideways, steeling themselves to withstand the impact of the sunlight. In the brilliantly lit fourth epic Trier, Voisin Sanson and Madame Pualis, entangled in intense combat, simultaneously closed their eyes, as if unaccustomed to the direct sunlight. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves separated, no longer able to see each other. One stood in a square adorned with stone pillars, while the other perched on a collapsed black building. The two bestowed, who had already tasted the power of godhood, were momentarily taken aback before realizing that fourth epic Trier had undergone a transformation due to the impact of the golden sunlight, leading to a shift in direction and spatial disarray. Gardner Martin, donned in a full-body silver armor, could already discern the dense grayish-white fog ahead, resembling an impenetrable wall. A surge of joy coursed through him. What he desired, what he sought, was within reach. Suddenly, sunlight pierced through, illuminating the nocturnal environment. Instinctively, Gardner Martin shut his eyes and decelerated. Then, a cracking sound reverberated. It emanated from his neck. In surprise, Gardner Martin lowered his head, acclimating to the sunlight. Accompanied by an intense and peculiar pain, he witnessed the widening gap between his head and chest. Blood spurted from the stump of his neck, staining the area crimson. He also beheld his white, bloody spine. How could this be? This thought flashed through Gardner Martin's mind, a mix of shock and fear. He had always believed himself to be the favored one, the special one. Hence, under the watchful eyes of the great will deep within fourth epic Trier, even upon entering 13 Avenue du Marché, he assumed he would only suffer minor corruption. He could wield a certain power from fourth epic Trier to a limited extent without transforming into a terrifying monster like Olsen, whose head and body had been severed. Yet now, his head had detached from his body, dragging along his spine, just as he was on the verge of approaching the Great Will. Lady Moon, adorned with brown wings and bird-like claws, crumpled amidst cascading silver lightning. Initially, she descended into madness, morphing into a bewildered monster. This marked the onset of the plague storm from the spectator pathway, succeeded by Magician's 9 attacks from 9 directions. As sunlight bathed the scene, Magician instinctively closed her eyes. With a sweep of her right hand, the void contorted, shaping into a sealed dark sphere that encased her, Justice, and the swiftly fading Lady Moon. Together, they withstood the ensuing anomalies as a unified entity. Within the sphere woven from thick black hair, Jenna, Franca, and Anthony felt the tumultuous storm and various catastrophes outside, causing the ground to quake and the sphere to sway. In an instant, time slowed, and the snake-like black hair composing the dark sphere swiftly split open, revealing a beam of sunlight above. In the sunlight, Jenna and Franca seemed to discern an ethereal female voice. "Reconcile with your mirror self." With these words, the snake-like black hair disintegrated entirely, no longer coalescing into a sphere. It retreated into the void. Franca and the others found themselves surrounded by a layer of dark glass, silently shattering and falling under the sunlight. The lights and figures in the nearby buildings vanished, and Jenna and the others returned to the dead silence reminiscent of when they first entered the ruins. After adjusting to the sunlight, Anthony immediately looked at Lumion and noticed that the blood vessels on his companion's face had faded. His contorted expression gradually eased. "Are you all right?" Anthony inquired, employing placate. Upon hearing the roars, Lumion's mind was filled by the man's sighs in the darkroom. The overwhelming knowledge that gripped him in corruption had subsided. He no longer felt like his head was about to burst or lose his rationality. He quickly returned to normal, no longer hearing the sigh or seeing the withered man in strange attire. "I survived," Lumion replied to Anthony's question. Simultaneously, he thought, is that the celestial master the armored shadow mentioned? Using the eye of truth here is even more dangerous than the outside world. Franca gathered the items, picked up Flog and other belongings, and threw out the arrow of the bloodthirsty. "What happened to you just now?" "The aftereffects of using the eye of truth." Lumion took the arrow of the bloodthirsty and stabbed it into his chest. Surveying the area, he said, "Let's quickly collect our items and relocate." Previously, he had used Flog, hoping to attract the attention of dangerous entities, thereby creating chaos to find an opportunity. Now that Mirror Gardener had been dealt with, it was crucial to move to avoid new threats. Jenna, with no time to ponder the meaning of reconciling with her mirror self, placed the bone flute, wooden box, and other items in the blood-stained cloak. Following Lumion, Franca, and Anthony, she sprinted in a random direction around the black pillar. Beneath the blistering sunlight, the purple flames constituting Vermonda Sauron's flesh and blood flickered out one by one. The anguished faces representing the diverse Sauron family members disappeared sequentially. The Red Angel's form abruptly expanded, resembling a diminutive mountain peak. Brandishing a broadsword condensed from purple flames, he advanced with a step and swung it at the dying Vermonda Sauron. Having regained their composure, Snarner, Deist, and the other formidable beings were not inclined to yield. They acted in unison, intervening to impede him. Chapter 492, Pride. Red Angel Medici stood unfazed amidst the onslaught from Snarner, Deist, and the other formidable adversaries. His focus unwavering, he channeled his conquering will to subdue Vermonda Sauron, wielding a broadsword ablaze with purple flames, ready to cleave through the menacing foe. Seizing the opportune moment, with the uncontrollable Calamity giant at its weakest, Medici aimed to deliver the final, fatal blow. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth before the eyes of Snarner, Deist, and the rest. It was pure sunlight, banishing the darkness and cleansing the surroundings of filth and the stench of blood. The two angels, now in their mythical creature forms, appeared as if exposed to the brilliance of the sun at close range. From within the luminous glow emerged a holy and beautiful woman, draped in a white robe adorned with golden threads, Trier's guardian angel, Saint Vive. She shielded the Red Angel from the relentless attacks of the other powerhouses. Simultaneously, Medici, clad in blood-stained black armor, descended like a mountain. Plunging the purple broadsword into Vermonda Sauron's skull, which showed signs of melting under the intense sunlight, Medici marked the decisive moment in the battle. Boom! The implosion absorbed the surrounding flames, hurricanes, lightning, hail, and sunlight into the Calamity giant's colossal form. The once tumultuous wilderness now stood cleansed, except for the remnants of invisible flames in the sky and a vast golden vortex. Boom! Reaching its limit, the implosion rapidly expanded, unleashing a barrage of projectiles. A violent hurricane tore through Vermonda Sauron's charred skeleton, casting darkness upon the once brightly illuminated landscape. A torrential downpour accompanied by countless bolts of lightning and thunderclaps ensued, marking the demise of an angel, a conqueror. Snarner, Deist, and the other powerhouses, breaking through Saint Vive's obstruction, witnessed the scene unfold. Vermonda Sauron's body disintegrated, and Red Angel Medici, now in the form of a mythical creature, brandished his purple-flamed broadsword. He turned disdainfully, mocking those who dared challenge him. Snarner Einhorn narrowed his eyes, evaluating the situation. Swiftly transforming into a blaze, he ascended into the air, disappearing into the colossal vortex of formless flames. Realizing that even with the support of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, victory against Red Angel and Saint Vive was unattainable, he chose to retreat. The former was undoubtedly a Sequence 1 conqueror. Moreover, in this unique setting, he appeared capable of tapping into the formidable power hidden within the fourth epic Trier to some extent. In that situation, he'd fall back and escape if needed. Otherwise, he could meet his end right here. Snarner dashed into the massive vortex in midair, while Deist morphed into a beam of light and shot into the sky. He raced out of the wilderness with Tony Twain, chasing after the Einhorn family's weather warlock. As angels of the Hunter pathway, their judgments and choices were strikingly similar. Red Angel Medici, observing their departure, chuckled and muttered to himself, "The heroic escape of your descendant is reminiscent of yours many years ago." His attention then turned to Saint Vive with a smile. "Now, we can proceed to the final part of the plan and eliminate the bestowed of the outer deities." Saint Vive nodded in agreement, emitting a blazing light as she flew towards Fourth Epic Trier, enveloped in a shroud of gray fog. In the depths of Fourth Epic Trier, alongside a wall-like grayish-white fog, Bernadette Gustave, the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle, fixated her gaze on a seal adorned with countless mysterious symbols. In her palm, a faint golden figure materialized once more through the viscous light, emanating from a golden lamp that resembled a miniature lamp. It said to Bernadette, "Take another step forward and find a monster to replace your wish using the method I told you. I can use under-the-table transaction to help you obtain something from here to counterbalance the corruption affecting your father." Bernadette remained steadfast, not advancing. Calmly, she responded, "I entered this place to analyze the seal and understand how the various corruptions have intricately balanced themselves through years of mergers and confrontations. That sigh was merely an unexpected bonus. Time is of the essence. If you don't act more assertively, once the mother goddess of depravity breaches the barrier, your father will truly transform into a monster," warned the distorted, blurry, pale golden figure. Undeterred, Bernadette continued absorbing knowledge related to the seal, her focus unwavering. The pale golden figure fell silent and retreated into the peculiar lamp without making further persuasion. Gardner Martin's head, donned with a silver-white helmet, soared into the air, carrying his blood-soaked spine with it. Glancing down, he witnessed a broadsword of light materializing in his hand. His body could use the Pride Armor's hurricane of light again. However, this time, the target appeared to be him, specifically his head. "Is this the traitorous curse? My own body turning against my head, why another betrayal? Could it be linked to constant wearing of the Pride Armor?" Gardner Martin's pupils dilated, fear gripping his heart. In a desperate attempt to mitigate the impending impact of the hurricane of light, he condensed numerous crimson, almost white fireballs. The explosions around him aimed to lessen the force of the onslaught. Simultaneously, he sank his consciousness into his glabella, seeking a connection with the Great Will, praying for its protective intervention. Beside the shattered corpse of Vermond de Sauron, Red Angel Medici extended his right hand, observing as a beam of light, reminiscent of iron and blood, emanated from the conqueror's body. It landed on the damaged skull cradled in his palm. In that moment, Gardner Martin's desperate shout and plea reached him. Red Angel chuckled dismissively, paying no heed to the pawn that had served its purpose and was now deemed expendable. Gardner Martin had not submitted to the Great Will from the depths of Fourth Epic Trier, but to Red Angel himself. Over the past few years, Red Angel Medici had lurked in the shadows, orchestrating a scheme to obtain the Sauron family's Lost Sequence One Conqueror Beyonder characteristic. Leveraging his uniqueness and level, he assisted numerous members of the Iron and Blood Cross-Order in maintaining their lucidity and rationality in the face of corruption at 13 Avenue du Marché. They did not transform into monsters, but were only slightly affected. Using his uniqueness, Medici disguised himself as a Great Will from the depths of Fourth Epic Trier. He manipulated the Iron and Blood Cross-Order members to grasp the underground situation and pinpoint Vermond de Sauron's exact location. During this process, he uncovered the issue with the Mirror People, but refrained from interference, pushing the plan forward. His intention was to involve Trier's evil god Bestowed and utilize them to divert the attention of other factions while extracting corresponding special value and uncovering hidden problems. As the plan unfolded, Philip informed Gardner Martin about Lumion Lee, who had undoubtedly prayed to the Great Will. Seizing this opportunity, Red Angel Medici refined the plan, bestowing Gardner Martin with a divine vision. This allowed him to acquire significant mysticism knowledge and conceive the hostile ritual. The ritual, designed to create minimal disturbance and increase the chances of success, aimed to fool Trier's most formidable evil god bestowed into fourth epic Trier. The ultimate goal: capture them all and purify them in one fell swoop. Observing the Beyonder characteristic rapidly condense in his hand, Red Angel Medici raised his gaze to the gradually shrinking golden vortex. The smile on his face, adorned with decaying wounds, deepened. Whether it was the hostile plan or the original strategy involving the special mirror world, both required the cooperation of a faction and the assistance of a true god. Enter the eternal blazing sun. Indeed, how can the sun, intolerant of darkness, filth, and humbleness, genuinely collaborate with the mother, the symbol of depravity and evil? Having ascended to godhood and abandoned his original lord in the past, he had chosen this path precisely because he refused to submit to another deity. Why would he now bow to the mother goddess of depravity, an outer deity, a different entity altogether? His needs and acknowledgments were reserved for a collaborator, and I willingly embraced this role. Even if I were to become a great old one in the future, I vowed to honor this agreement and stand together in defense as a collaborator. With the ruler of war's divine spot vacant and Cheek in dire straits, I emerged as the most likely candidate to ascend to true godhood and attain the status of a great old one in a short span. The sun didn't repent or return to the original Lord's side, nor did he submit to the mother goddess of depravity who reigned above the gods. Instead, he chose the path of enduring pressure and facing the worst possible outcome to support a new great old one. This decision may have seemed nearly the worst, yet he embraced it wholeheartedly. Because he is the proud son. Through the golden vortex, the Red Angel's gaze surveyed the gradually calming storm above Trier, noting a significant decrease in the frequency of lightning. His smile grew even more smug. As expected, Tyrant and the old dragon have grasped the entirety of the situation. They are no longer seizing the opportunity to confront the sun, rendering the entity that had inherited most of the original Lord's legacy effectively useless. They, too, yearn for the emergence of a new great old one. Red Angel Medici directed his gaze to his palm, where an iron-black object, resembling a blood-stained crown, was on the verge of taking shape. Recollections of past events and the betrayal he had only comprehended a few years ago flooded his mind. It all stemmed from his unwavering loyalty to that lord of 2,401 years. His choice was unforgiving. He chose to collaborate with the eternal blazing sun. This was because he was also a proud king of angels, once the most loyal Red Angel. As the sequence One Conqueror Beyonder characteristic fully condensed, Medici chuckled and declared, "The curse of your useless descendants can end now." He pressed the blood-stained iron crown, formed by the broken skull in his hand, between his eyebrows and devoured it without concocting a potion. Vermanda Sauron's blood and shattered corpse, scattered across the wilderness, seemed to come alive, pouring into the Red Angel's body like a torrent. Chapter 493, Crimson Hell. Sprinting through the silent, desolate, and dilapidated fourth epic Trier, Lumien's abdominal injuries came under control, thanks to his potent self-healing abilities. It seemed they wouldn't worsen anytime soon. Beneath the sunlight, the direction in which Lumien, Franca, and the others were heading appeared to be in complete disarray. They traversed narrow, partially destroyed streets only to encounter magnificent red buildings, and attempts to reach landmarks led them further away, regardless of the directions they took. Fortunately, the four of them remained relatively close, avoiding the perils of getting lost or separated from the group. As Lumien contemplated finding a place to hide, a large number of violent fragments of light materialized in front of them. It was evident that the power emanating from the fourth epoch Trier had been transferred from a distance. Lumien and the others were no strangers to this terrifying storm of light. They had encountered it once in the wilderness, courtesy of Gardner Martin's silver-white full-body armor. Gardner Martin, Lumion halted in time, wisely refraining from rushing into the weakened, but still perilous storm of light. Franca's expression became complicated, uncertain whether this encounter was luck or misfortune. As the light subsided, she witnessed Gardner Martin's head, a long, blood-stained spine trailing behind. His armor was incomplete, his face covered in charred and hideous wounds. The helmet had caved in, revealing his grayish-white brain faintly. His eyes appeared empty, unfocused, and filled with dizziness, as if he had experienced an exaggerated shock from the intense impact. Gardner Martin's adversary stood as his silver-white armor-clad body, lacking a head. The neck stump was drenched in blood. Raising his hands, he condensed a massive axe made of light. Though incapable of unleashing the hurricane of light, it proved sufficient for ordinary combat. Franca gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar tragic face and exhaled. She took out a mirror and reflected it. In that moment, Gardner Martin's thoughts returned to normal. Aside from his headless body, he saw Franca's beautiful lake-colored eyes, appearing calm. Franca placed her right hand, engulfed in black flames, on the mirror reflecting Gardner Martin's head and whispered, "I'll liberate you." Gardner Martin, still reeling from the immense blow to his body, found himself instantly enveloped by black flames, his spirituality igniting from within. Struggling to scream, he discovered his voice stifled. Desiring aid from the Great Will and attempting to utilize his uniqueness to summon Fourth Epic Trier's bestowed power, he encountered only silence. With a whoosh, the headless Gardner Martin wielded the radiant axe, striking the head's face. The missing visor shattered, and the axe cleaved into the skull. Lumion, having taken a few steps to the side, raised his right hand, unleashing a crimson fireball, almost white, like a cannonball aimed at Gardner Martin's sunken skull. The fireball landed on the crack, exploding and tearing apart the unprotected grayish-white brain. Under the relentless assault from his body, lover, and subordinate, Gardner Martin's head and eyes bulged, filled with hatred and pain. With a snap, the head detached from the helmet, falling to the ground in a half-broken state, devoid of vitality or movement. As the silver helmet landed, Gardner Martin, still clad in armor, spun around, raising the glowing axe and charging at Lumion and the others. Observing the unfolding scene, Lumion subtly arched his body and advanced confidently. With each step, his stature appeared to expand, and by the time he stood near the headless Gardner Martin, his clothes and pants strained against his growing form. The power of an ascetic. During his time at the edge of Fourth Epic Trier, Lumion had strategically compressed some of his strength. Now, he was unleashing it. Although the accumulated strength wasn't overwhelming, it had visibly transformed him. Coupled with the enhanced speed, agility, and physique granted by the arrow of the bloodthirsty, Lumion was confident in withstanding the impending attack from the silver armor-clad Gardner Martin. Just as the collision became imminent, Lumion deftly sidestepped, allowing the axe of light to cleave through the air. He swiftly punched the headless Gardner's wrist. With a resounding bang, the headless Gardner discarded the radiant axe, clenched his metal-gloved fist, and delivered a forceful strike against Lumion. Lumion's body swayed slightly, while the headless Gardner stood like an unwavering mountain peak. Retracting his left fist, Lumion released it, swinging it in the air to alleviate the pain as he prepared to strike with his right fist. At that moment, Franca, having vanished while Lumion approached the headless Gardner, reappeared behind the enemy clad in silver armor. Raising the iron-black ring on her left thumb, her eyes illuminated like lightning. Unsure if the headless body could still be affected by psychic piercing, Franca believed it should be possible. As long as there was a spirit, psychic piercing could exert its influence. In an instant, the headless Gardner froze. The exposed skin and flesh on his neck and chest twitched. Jenna, who had been slower due to reciting incantations and using materials, arrived as well. Revealing herself at a distance from the headless Gardner, she caused black flames to condense and fly out, landing on the enemy's bloody neck, unprotected by the silver armor. This ignited the spirit in a state of pain. Thud, thud, thud. Anthony Reed sprinted past Jenna, closing the gap between him and the headless Gardner. Then his pupils turned vertical, a faint golden hue coloring them. Frenzy. Suddenly, flames erupted from the headless body and the silver armor, scorching its flesh. Upon witnessing this, Lumion leaned back, kicking the ground with his right foot to fly away from the headless gardener. Simultaneously, he condensed crimson fireballs, nearly white, around him. The fireballs whizzed through the unprotected neck and into the body, detonating from the inside out with a resounding rumble. The silver armor trembled violently as the headless body was reduced to charred flesh and blood, painting the inner layer of the armor. Boom! Lumion, propelled backward by the explosion's waves, landed on the ground. Simultaneously, the silver-armored mountain collapsed to the ground. Just as Lumion rose and prepared to commend Franca and the others for their coordinated effort, he suddenly sensed the sky transforming into a deep shade of blood red. Raindrops began to descend from above. However, it wasn't rain. It was flames, blazing white flames. Within this fiery deluge, droplets of blood accompanied the falling fire. Franca swiftly rolled towards a nearby building, utilizing its extended roof as cover from the scorching white fire rain. Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony followed suit. White-hot flames and drops of bright red blood fell at an increasingly rapid pace, painting the surroundings in hues of red and setting buildings ablaze. The burning structures melded into a sea of flames. Contemplating whether to activate the Blood Emperor's aura for potential solutions to the unfolding horror, Lumion's eyes caught sight of Madame Magician, clad in a knot shirt and beige dress. A sigh of relief escaped him. Resplendent starlight illuminated the scene, and they vanished from the street, taking with them the Pride armor, Gardner Martin's corpse, and various items scattered on the ground, all converging into the diminishing golden vortex in the sky. Blazing white flames, mixed with blood, cascaded down, but they passed through Bernadette Gustave's form, unable to ignite her. It was as if the angel existed beyond the reach. Her focus remained on the dense gray fog and the diverse corruptions within the city. After a moment, her body transformed into transparency, eventually disintegrating into a pile of bubbles that mirrored the flames. As the bubbles dispersed, so did Bernadette, departing from Fourth Epic Trier. Two elegant women with captivating eyes approached the wall-like grayish-white fog, only to realize that the sky above was tainted with blood, and dense white flames, resembling raindrops, descended. Just as they considered seeking shelter, a golden sun suddenly reflected in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, they were entirely purified. Elsewhere in Fourth Epic Trier, the hostile residents who had ventured within were already undergoing abnormalities. Some perished, transformed into monsters, others were engulfed in incandescent white flames, and a few caught sight of the sun. Madame Pualis discovered a relatively intact asymmetrical house amidst the chaos. Observing distant sunlight and blazing white flames setting nearby buildings ablaze, she hesitated to seek refuge within the door due to the deep, terrifying darkness within. Suddenly, her head throbbed violently, and she heard an almost illusory cry of a baby. It was the cry of her child, a fragment of memory echoing nearby. Driven by the mystical sensation, Madame Pulias ventured into the infinite darkness beyond the door. Amidst the incandescent white flames that descended, Voisin Sanson, positioned in the collapsed square, was set ablaze. However, he promptly reverted to his original state. Soon after, he witnessed his impending purification by the sun. In that moment, his peripheral vision captured a figure emerging from behind a grayish-white stone pillar at the square's edge. It was a diaphanous, indistinct lizard-like creature. The creature's cold eyes silently observed him. In Fourth Epic Trier, numerous buildings were engulfed by incandescent white flames, their facades now tainted red by rainwater, transformed from blood and charred black by the inferno. Red Angel Medici, donned in blood-stained black armor, emerged from the wilderness into the resplendent city, now permeated with the air of destruction. He navigated through the charred and collapsed houses, moving amidst falling white flames and beneath blood-like raindrops, a visible smile gracing his face. The two decaying wounds on his face, exposing the bones beneath, had already started to heal, leaving behind marks resembling a mouth. Splash! Flames and blood cascaded from the sky, casting a fiery glow upon Fourth Epic Trier and shrouding the ruins, transforming it into a crimson hell. After 2,081 years, Medici had once again ascended to the title of King of Angels. Chapter 494, Stolen Information. The looming dark clouds over Trier had vanished, replaced by the glow of the crimson moonlight that bathed every nook and cranny of the city, casting reflections in the calf-deep puddles below. On the rooftop of an unknown building, Lumion and Franca materialized at the edge. Before them, Magician hovered in the void, accompanied by a stack of items. Jenna and Anthony, encased in what seemed like dark glass, fixated their gazes elsewhere. Without prompting from Lumion, Magician let out a weary sigh and divulged, "Medici has ascended once again to King of Angels. Once hailed as the most formidable conspirer, he has returned. The Red Angel who once served the ancient sun god and met his demise at the hands of the Blood Emperor, Medici." Lumion's reaction was a mix of surprise and inevitability. How could the Angel of the Hunter pathway not be entangled in the affairs of the Sauron family secrets and Fourth Epic Trier? The existence of Albus Medici was irrefutable proof. Lumion, previously under the impression that the clandestine nature of the hostile ritual and its premature commencement had prevented the Red Angel from exacting influence, now realized Medici was apparently the ultimate victor. Madame Magician, in a relatively composed manner, chuckled and remarked, "No need for the latter half of that statement. It makes it sound like you're provoking him, especially with the Blood Emperor's aura mark still imprinted on your right hand." Franca, having heard Lumion's mention of the Medici family, inquired out of curiosity, "What did the Red Angel do?" As she spoke, her eyes flitted towards Jenna and Anthony, only to realize they were oblivious to the conversation with Madame Magician, as if trapped in another dimension. Behind Franca, the water that had pooled on the rooftop began its gradual retreat, the drain's sloshing sounds echoing. Magician sighed. When the Einhorn family's angel, the powerhouses of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and the sealed artifacts, along with the unique powers of the Fourth Epic Trier, were on the brink of killing the out-of-control Vermanda Sauron, he seized the moment to terminate the entire battle and acquire the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. The blood-colored sky and the fiery rain you witnessed were the aftermath of his return as a King of Angels in Fourth Epic Trier. That explains it. Lumion, recalling the situation, gained a first-hand understanding of the dread and power wielded by a King of Angels. At that moment, his feet were bare, lacking shoes and socks, the consequence of being transported to the painted world while asleep. The painted footwear he later wore was evidently short-lived. Pondering the recent events, he inquired, was that roaring giant the out-of-control Vermanda Sauron? No wonder the roar had nearly rendered them unconscious. Thankfully, Mr. Fool's gray fog had provided protection. That's correct. Vermanda Sauron's loss of control and descent into the sealed underground marked the beginning of the Sauron family's downfall. While many details remain shrouded in mystery, the overall picture is becoming clearer. Angel of the Einhorn family, Lumion connected the dots, realizing that one of Elrose Einhorn and the Iron and Blood Cross Order's primary objectives was to break the seal, hunt the out-of-control Vermanda Sauron, and obtain the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. Lumion nodded thoughtfully and asked with uncertainty, did these powerhouses enter Fourth Epic Trier through the hostile ritual? Most of them accessed it through the underground leakage of Sal de Balbrise, triggered by the hostile ritual. The representative from the Einhorn family entered through the leakage deep within the underground palace of Red Swan Castle, but it's essentially a result of the chain reaction caused by the hostile ritual. As for how the Red Angel entered, that remains unknown to me. Magician's expression turned serious. However, there's reason to believe that the hostile ritual was orchestrated by the Red Angel. He manipulated the Iron and Blood Cross Order and Gardner Martin, truly befitting the entity that once guided and watched over Ammon. Lumion felt a surge of enlightenment, finding that many previously confusing details now made more sense. Franca's emotions were a mix of complexity. Madame Magician, glancing at them, offered consolation, Regardless of the circumstances, our actions accelerated the hostile ritual, mitigating the damage this plan inflicted on Trier. In the entire market district, only a handful of night duty personnel from places like Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman and Wrist Docks bore the brunt of the disaster. Some soldiers lost their lives in other areas. Overall, the impact was mainly financial. Our efforts were not in vain. She smiled self-deprecatingly and gazed up at the sky. The only unexpected thing was that they chose to cooperate. They, Lumion and Franca, thought inwardly. Eager to uncover who the Red Angel collaborated with, they realized that Madame Magician had no intention of revealing that information. The lady's eyes traveled over the silver-white full-body armor, Gardner Martin's remains, and the items Jenna had discarded during the battle. She smiled and offered, "I'll assist you in handling the corresponding corruption and throw in specific usage information as a bonus for this mission. By the way, I recommend you temporarily overlook the corruption on the bone flute. It can produce peculiar effects. With Gardner Martin's Beyonder characteristics, you don't necessarily need Phillips. Plus, your unique attributes can effectively counteract the negative effects of the bone flute." The last sentence was directed at Lumion. Observing Lumion's nod, Magician continued, "This wooden box serves as an under-the-table transaction. It's not meant for combat, but it can resolve many issues that violence can't under specific circumstances. I'll jot down the details and have the messenger send them over." The mirror fragments left behind by Mirror Gardener are closely tied to the special mirror world in 4th Epic Trier. My intuition suggests it might be linked to the current state of the primordial demoness. As for this armor, it's quite special. Wearing it will lead to some fortuitous encounters. Heh, ever thought of transforming into a beautiful woman or a handsome lad 4 to 5 meters tall? After playfully providing basic information about the various items, Magician nodded slightly and added, "Once I'm done, I'll send them back along with the information, and you'll receive an official reward. 7 of Wands, it's time for you to leave Trier for a while. The Iron and Blood Cross Orders mission has concluded. Your only task is to inform that Mr. I'm confident he'll comprehend and accept it." Recalling his involvement in 2 consecutive catastrophes in Trier, Lumion concisely acknowledged and stated, "I share the same sentiment. I intend to track down the remaining April Fool's members." Magician shifted her attention to Franca. "Your next steps will hinge on the demoness sex reaction. Remember to report to your major Arcana card holder when the time comes." After Franca acknowledged, Magician glanced at Anthony and Jenna. "When the aftershocks settle, inquire if they'd like to draw a minor Arcana card and join the Tarot Club. If they decline, don't push it. I'll ensure they keep it a secret." Franca asked cheerfully, "Will they become minor Arcana card holders under you?" Magician smiled. "Not necessarily, it's a matter of fate." Addressing Lumion, she advised, "No need to rush your departure. You can lay low for a few days. Head back to Auberge du Coq Doré for now. I sense a fortuitous encounter of fate awaits you there." Fortuitous encounter of fate? Lumion was puzzled, but it was evident that Madame Magician had no intention of providing specifics. Perhaps she had glimpsed something but not the full details. In the next moment, Madame Magician and the objects around her dissolved into starlight and disappeared. "How surreal," Franca remarked genuinely. Turning to Lumion with a pensive expression, she mused, "Do you think Madame Magician might be the angel of stars from the Church's Bible?" "No way," Lumion instinctively responded before sinking into contemplation. Rue Anarchy, Auberge du Coq Doré. As Lumion ascended to the 2nd floor, he noticed a figure crouched outside his door. It was a chubby, earnest-looking 7 or 8-year-old boy toting a dark red school bag. Ludwig, Baron Brignice's monstrous adopted son, Lumion furrowed his brows and approached. "What's the matter?" Ludwig, with his yellow hair and brown eyes, stood up and implored, "Can you help me leave Trier? I don't want to stay in the Church of Knowledge any longer. I don't want to be under Brignice's control. I don't want to deal with homework or tests. I can reward you." "Reward?" Lumion arched an eyebrow. Could this be the fortuitous encounter of fate Madame Magician mentioned? Ludwig vigorously nodded. Yes. Without hesitation, he unzipped the dark red hard school bag, revealing a stack of papers. I stole this from the Church of Knowledge. No, I brought it here. Lumion extended his hand, accepting the papers, and quickly scanned the front page. Number 1. Name, Deity's Fallen Banner, Salinger's Blood Banner. Danger grade, 0, extremely dangerous. It's of the highest importance and of the highest confidentiality. It is not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied. Information on grade 0 sealed artifacts. And at 0 to 1, Lumion's forehead and eyelids twitched simultaneously. He was aware that the churches had sealed numerous mystical items with significant harmful and negative effects, categorized into 4 grades. 3 was the lowest, and 0 was the highest. A 1 often indicated a threat to saints and the potential for a catastrophic event. The implications of 0 were evident. Lumion's gaze shot up to Ludwig, realizing that the boy's face betrayed nothing out of the ordinary, only pleading. He lowered his head, swiftly absorbing the rest of the content. Security clearance, only messengers of God. Sealed method, place it in an underground mausoleum with a large number of soldier mannequins. Construct a cemetery with more than 1 million corpses above it, supplemented by a real city with a population of more than 100,000. The exact execution and ritual arrangements are. Description: this is a charred banner. The flagpole is iron black metal, and there are a large number of dangerous blood spots on the banner. Beyonders with strength surpassing sequence 5 are forbidden from approaching. Warning: Beyonders with strength surpassing sequence 5 are forbidden from approaching. The experimentalist responsible for changing the soldier mannequins must be blindfolded and carry a lantern. If the lantern is extinguished, the experimentalist will vanish. Everyone who knows him will believe that he's long dead if he's not blindfolded. The one who leaves the mausoleum will be a monster resembling him. The city of exiles, Morora, on the surface, often encounters extreme weather, including but not limited to hurricanes, torrential rain, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. There were originally no volcanoes around Morora. The inhabitants of Morora are unusually belligerent. There are numerous duels with fatal casualties every day, and protests and riots occur more than 6 times a year. The residents of Morora have no intention of leaving the city, at any moment. According to ancient texts, it has witnessed the demise of at least 2 true gods. Damn it, can I even read this? The more Lumion read, the more alarmed he became. He looked at Ludwig in bewilderment and questioned once more, "Did you really steal it? Could information of this gravity be stolen so easily?" Ludwig, looking like a child, wanted to retort, but he nodded sincerely. "Yes." Frowning at the boy, Lumion fell into a profound silence. End of volume. Conspirer. Chapter 495, Distribution. Oh, merciful Father, I implore your mercy for the transgressions I've made. In apartment 601, 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony fell silent as they stared at the gleaming full-body silver armor before them. Before delving into the details, they had already sensed the power emanating from the sealed artifact. The brief yet potent hurricane of light it unleashed was a deadly force. Even Gardner Martin, a Sequence 5 Reaper, was willing to trade other mystical items for its might. However, upon scrutinizing the information provided, their initial enthusiasm waned, and they instinctively distanced themselves from the armor named Pride. Within the sealed artifact information was a stark warning in red ink. The curse of betrayal originates from a deity's intense aversion and hatred before their demise. Even angels can't fully escape its grasp, only mitigating the negative effects to a certain extent. The sole solution is to shatter the armor and restore it to a pure Beyonder characteristic. However, this means losing its uniqueness. For instance, the ability to use Hurricane of Light again in just 2 minutes without delay. Moreover, those Beyonders who advance by consuming a potion derived from that Beyonder characteristic will endure reasonable but not too severe betrayal for an extended period. Recalling Gardner Martin's tragic end, Franca, initially skeptical, now felt an unexplained fear. The betrayal curse seemed more formidable than she had imagined. Lumion observed the hesitancy in Franca, Anthony, and Jenna, realizing none were eager to claim the particular spoils of war. With a smile, he declared, "I'll go first." Pointing at Gardner Martin's remains on the coffee table, he stated, "I choose Reaper." The Beyonder characteristic had fused into a finger, creating an unusually sharp, bone blade emitting an icy glint. The holder needed to be cautious to avoid accidental injury. Immediately afterward, Lumion shifted his gaze to the charred bone flute originating from General Philip. "I'll trade the hypnotist Beyonder characteristics and the decency brooch for this. You guys wouldn't be able to handle it anyway." Per Madam Magician's intel, while the bone flute held significant power and uniqueness, it carried the risk of bringing misfortune in the form of injuries, death, and other grisly calamities. Only Lumion possessed the resilience to withstand these negative effects and mitigate them without succumbing to excessive misfortune. In truth, if General Philip's grudges before his demise hadn't been so potent, and if the curse of misfortune stemming from the deceased pathway's boon hadn't been so exaggerated, Lumion might have struggled more to endure it. After all, enduring perpetual misfortune wasn't anyone's wish. Even if it wasn't lethal, it would still lead to considerable trouble. Experiencing excessive bad luck was akin to tempting the fate intertwined with Termiboros, a fate deeply connected to Lumion. The potency of the bone flute wasn't sufficient to affect an angel. As per Madam Magician's detailed description, Lumion, naming the bone flute the Symphony of Hatred, discovered it possessed 3 abilities. With a simple blow, it emits a sharp, ear-piercing sound. This not only damages the spirit body, inducing dizziness, nausea, and convulsions in the target, but it can also directly impact Beyonders with weaker physiques, those equivalent to ordinary adults. They might suffer temporary blindness, paralysis, or internal organ damage. It appears that a symphony resonating from the depths of the River of Fate inflicts a weakness on the enemy's mind. Those with unstable minds may experience symptoms akin to madness. Those with psychological issues might have latent problems triggered. There's even a chance that excessive desires could cause them to explode on the spot. Individuals with illnesses or old injuries will inevitably face severe consequences. Those less fortunate may find themselves extremely unlucky. Of course, the player needs some knowledge about musical instruments to play the bone flute effectively. Otherwise, they'll only create noise, similar to the effect of a simple blow. While this bone flute is brittle and can't be used for blocking, wherever it stabs is equivalent to hitting a vital point. If it strikes a true vital point, the enemy will either be killed in a single blow or face the fate of social death for an extended period. Franca observed as Lumion placed the colorless colloid with numerous bubbles and the decency brooch, crafted into a Scotch broom, on the coffee table. She nodded imperceptibly. "That seems like a fair trade." Observing the lack of objections from Anthony and Jenna, Lumion produced a deep black cloth bag resembling a coin pouch. He carefully placed the Reaper Beyonder characteristic and the Symphony of Hatred bone flute inside. This was one of Madam Magician's true rewards for him, Traveler's Bag. Crafted personally by Magician, it was a Beyonder item devoid of characteristics. At first glance, it seemed to hold only up to 200 coins, but it concealed another dimension within, equivalent to the entire apartment 601. It could accommodate a vast array of items, including the Pride armor. Magician had also placed a specific seal inside the item. While within the bag, Beyonder characteristics didn't require regular relocation, and the negative effects of mystical items would significantly diminish. The Traveler's Bag needed resealing and reinforcement every 6 months. Otherwise, it would lose its mystical abilities and become ordinary. In such circumstances, if the items inside weren't retrieved promptly, they would be lost to the spirit world and nearly impossible to recover. Similarly, Franca received a Traveler's Bag as her reward. After claiming his share, Lumion turned his attention to Anthony Reed, indicating for the psychiatrist to make his selection. Anthony smiled wryly. "I contributed the least. I'll take this hypnotist main ingredient. I feel that my psychological problems have been alleviated. I can contemplate advancing." In his interactions with Lumion, Franca, and the others, he often heard words and sentences infused with mystic knowledge. Though he refrained from direct inquiries, over time, he vaguely grasped various patterns and the essence of things he wouldn't have considered before. It was as if a new world had unfolded before him. "No problem," Franca replied, not insisting on Anthony choosing another item. She turned to Jenna and said, "I want the mirror fragment left behind by the fake Martin." Madam Magician referred to this item as the Mirror World Fragment. It served as a crucial clue for Franca's subsequent investigation into the state of the primordial demoness, and it possessed a unique quality. Using it to reflect a target allowed the user to create a corresponding mirror person. However, they couldn't replicate entities with godhood, and the mirroring effect could only be maintained for a maximum of 5 minutes. The fragment produced 2 types of mirror people. The first was a shallow mirror image, replicable in 10 seconds. The second was a deep conversion that took a minute to complete. The former retained the original body's state, as long as the body hadn't undergone a gender change, similar to those Franca and Lumion had encountered before. However, these mirror people were relatively weak, equivalent to the original body at a certain past stage, and lacked abilities like mirror substitution. The latter was a nearly perfect replica, akin to the ones recently encountered, possessing special traits. Of course, for a demoness of pleasure, this wasn't practical. If she could already capture the other party's figure with a mirror, why not directly cast a curse instead of creating a mirror person? Lumion interjected, "You can take another one, Franca. No need to be modest. Your contributions in these battles are second only to mine." "What do you mean second only to you?" Franca scoffed, pushing the decency brooch in her direction. The only remaining spoils of war were the small, dark-painted wooden box, each side adorned with a membrane curtain and the pride armor. Jenna swiftly made her choice and selected the authority holders under the table transaction. According to Lumion, her lucky gold coin no longer carried any additional luck. Its usefulness was now limited to specific situations. Recognizing this, she didn't believe she could resist the betrayal curse of the pride armor. Jenna understood the importance of not being overly prideful and blindly relying on luck, taking Gardner Martin's fate as a sobering lesson. The usage of authority holders under the table transaction involved grasping valuable items with one's hand, inserting them into the dark wooden box through the side curtain, handing it to the outstretched palm-like object, and stating one's requirements. This process simplified complex matters and eased difficult transactions. However, one needed to have a clear, achievable target. No vague requests were allowed. For example, directly stating a desire for a specific Beyonder characteristic or mystical item was useless. Users had to find the corresponding Beyonder characteristic or mystical item, fail to reach a deal, and then make their request. This approach involved changing the seller's mind, with a high chance of securing a steep discount. The under-the-table transaction had various applications, even allowing 2 individuals with deep grudges to reconcile by shaking hands inside the box, though the individual shaking hands wasn't actually the other party. Authority holders under the table transaction was an active remnant of boon powers, and without Beyonder characteristics, it could only be used 9 more times. The downside was that each use increased the likelihood of encountering evil creatures like demons in future transactions. As Jenna stowed away the authority holders under the table transaction, Franca smiled and said, "I wish to use the decency brooch to exchange for the black primordial demoness figurine, or would you prefer to zero your debt as an exchange?" Following Madame Judgment's suggestion, Franca intended to use this unique figurine to gauge the demoness sex reaction and potentially exchange it for their rewards. "This is everyone's spoils of war," Jenna responded in confusion. Franca grinned and explained, "No, it's yours. Back then, only you with the lucky gold coin could hold it, so it's rightfully yours. To put it simply, this is a gain from luck." Jenna glanced at Lumion and Anthony, finding their nods of agreement. She muttered, "Damn it, you're making me feel embarrassed. I want the decency brooch. Only by personally paying off a debt does it become meaningful." As she spoke, Jenna handed the black primordial demoness figurine to Franca and stowed away the decency brooch, carved into a Scotch broom. Finally, the group directed their attention to the silver-white pride armor, and a contemplative silence ensued once again. After a lengthy pause, Franca exclaimed, "Seal, keep it. Treat it as a communal item that anyone can use. Only the both of us can carry it conveniently now. Besides, you're about to head to Port Santa in Fainapotter's Gaia province. You can't borrow my mirror substitution anymore. This armor will be very useful in critical moments." Lumion had already made the decision to investigate the sea prayer ritual in Port Santa, Fainapotter Kingdom's Gaia province, and search for traces of the April Fool's key members, Bard and Ultraman. Chapter 496, Sin. Lumion commented nonchalantly towards Franca's suggestion. "That works too. In the future, if anyone wants to use this armor, I'll teleport it to you. What's this called? It's called Seal Postal Service. It'll be delivered immediately." After joking, he approached the pride armor standing beside the coffee table and began stuffing its silver-white glove into the opening of the traveler's bag. With this motion, the towering full-body armor shrank into the small black cloth bag. As long as one part of an item could enter a traveler's bag, it could pass through the opening regardless of its size, as long as it didn't exceed the space within. Typically, flesh and blood infused with vitality couldn't be stored in a traveler's bag. Considering these factors, Lumion's initial thought upon obtaining the Beyonder item and its explanation manual was that it could be used to conceal a corpse. How magical! Jenna watched the scene unfold with envy. Despite attending numerous mysticism gatherings, she had never encountered such an item. The closest thing she knew was the world inside a painting. Lumion concealed his traveler's bag beneath his clothes, a smile playing on his lips. Addressing Anthony and Jenna, he remarked, "After this incident, you ought to know Franca and I are backed by a secret organization. It's not the Iron and Blood Cross Order or the Demoness sect. So, what do you say? Interested in joining? If not, I'll need you to sign a confidentiality agreement or swear a binding oath of secrecy." Having heard Lumion and Franca discuss the secret organization, and knowing that they genuinely believed in Mr. Fool, Jenna was familiar with the tarot card code name. Having received the Fool's response, her decision was swift. "I'm in." Anthony Reed pondered in silence for a moment before inquiring, "Does your organization follow some hidden entity?" "It's an Orthodox god," Lumion responded, addressing Anthony's unspoken concerns. "If you doubt me, I can show you the cathedral." Observing Lumion's expression, Anthony confirmed the sincerity. The psychiatrist let out a bitter laugh and admitted, "Then I don't have an issue. My past experiences and this incident have taught me that I'm still too feeble to prevent such a catastrophe. Even if it stands right beside me, I can only watch as myself and those around me plummet into the abyss." For Anthony, joining a secret organization seemed like a pragmatic choice to strengthen himself, especially one that followed an orthodox god. As a believer of the god of steam and machinery, Anthony had carefully considered it. He realized that the church's scriptures lacked any mention of animosity between orthodox gods, unlike the eternal blazing sun church, which perpetually preached hatred towards the Lord of Storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom. In other words, his faith wouldn't hinder Anthony from joining such a secret organization. Without waiting for Lumion and Franca's response, Anthony grinned self-deprecatingly and admitted, "I originally planned to head back to the West Midseashire coast, live in the countryside, but now I'm worried I can't escape the looming catastrophe. Just like those in the market district, who'd willingly dance on the edge of life and death amidst repeated abnormalities. Yet, their wills and desires are futile. From what I've seen, catastrophes are becoming more frequent." Lumion mocked his companion. "You've turned into a nag after your mental illness got sorted." He continued, "We'll hash out the details once you confirm your major Arcana card and get your mission assignment." Jenna pursed her lips, a dark expression crossing her face. "I actually kinda like living in the market district." It seemed like she needed to leave this place. A soft chuckle escaped Lumion's lips. "This is, in fact, protection for the market district. Hunters and demonesses always bring catastrophe. Always bring catastrophe, even if they don't do anything." Jenna's eyes narrowed as she sank into deep thought. F***ck off, you're the only one like this. Franca cursed, a mix of irritation and amusement. In the past few months, most catastrophes in the market district had orbited around Seal. What did it have to do with Jenna and me? Wouldn't that prove that Seven was right? After discussing other matters, Lumion and Franca stepped out of 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches into the morning sun. One headed for Psychic's headquarters on Rue Sheer in Avenue du Boulevard, while the other made her way to Trocadero. Lumion opted for a 4-wheeled, 2-seater rental carriage, instead of the usual public carriage. Outside the carriage window, street vendors hawked whiskey sour, meatloaf, freshwater fish, onion bread, spicy sauce, soybean paste, and various other items. Passers-by either paused to make a purchase or briskly moved on. Some were clad as clerks, others in an array of differently colored workers' uniforms. After the riot of the previous night and the apocalyptic downpour, this place was once again alive with activity. For Lumion, it was reminiscent of the market district of the past, but now he was a wanted criminal again, in his identity as Seal Dubois, a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order and a leader of the Save mob. Salle de Balbrise and the other establishments had undoubtedly been seized by the police headquarters. The Iron and Blood Cross Order's grip on the market district had almost been eradicated. Lumion found it regrettable, as it meant losing a stable source of income. However, after taking Ludwig in the previous night and informing Madame Magician about the information, he intentionally returned to Salle de Balbrise before the chaos settled. He secured 30,000 Verle d'Or from the safe, bringing his total to 75,000 Verle d'Or and 1,000 gold. Lumion's mind wandered as he observed the passers-by and listened to the vendors' pitches. After reporting the previous night's matters to Mr. K and obtaining the Aurora Order Oracle's approval, he planned to leave Trier for the Phaenopotter Kingdom. Before embarking on his journey, he had 3 priorities. Firstly, he needed to locate Lugano Toscano, who had lost his job again, and inquire if he was willing to accompany him to the Phaenopotter Kingdom's Port Santa. This Sequence 8 doctor, often journeying to the Phaenopotter Kingdom, was fluent in Highlander. Lumion, knowing only Antisian and Ancient Faceac, risked communication challenges without him, having to resort to body language. Secondly, he awaited Jenna and Anthony's major Arcana card missions to see if they could collaborate and assist each other. Thirdly, he planned to use the messenger-related spirit world creature information that came with the Reaper formula from Madame Magician to attempt gaining a messenger. This would make future communication with Franca and others more convenient. Additionally, he had to perform a ritual to acquire 1 or 2 more contractual abilities. On Avenue du Boulevard, at 19 Rue Sheer, beneath the luxurious beige house, Lumion met Mr. K once again in the basement. The Oracle, his face concealed in hooded shadows, occupied a red armchair, his profound gaze fixed on Lumion. Last night I entered 4th Epic's Trier. Lumion got straight to the point, hoping to capture Mr. K's attention. Mr. K's hooded head nodded. I know, tell me the whole story. You know, Lumion was surprised. He recounted capturing Bouvard Pontperrault during his revenge and the subsequent events of how he, Franca, and company defeated Mirror Gardener, using the special mirror world to escape 4th Epic Trier. Throughout the entire narrative, he shared only his experiences, avoiding any mention of Jenna and the others' encounters or his speculations. For instance, he omitted details like the fortunate gold coin or Jenna's prayer to Mr. Fool, stating only that he had inexplicably entered the world in the painting. Similarly, he left out many specifics. Mr. K listened attentively, without interrupting Lumion's account. After Lumion mentioned the elimination of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's market division and his exposed identity, Mr. K stood up and spoke in a hoarse voice. No problem. Feel free to seek my assistance at any time. Without awaiting Lumion's response, the Aurora Order Oracle turned around, knelt, and prostrated himself on the ground. Mr. K's face pressed tightly against the floor tiles as he muttered to himself, his thoughts incomprehensible. Lumion waited in silence, refraining from interrupting Mr. K. The shadows around him deepened, as if unseen eyes were fixed on him, sending shivers down his spine. Yet he remained unfazed. It seemed normal for individuals from the Aurora Order to suddenly exhibit erratic behavior. After an indeterminate period, Mr. K coughed violently, and blood spurted from the ground. He looked up and spoke in a deep, frenzied voice. "Oh, merciful Father, I implore your mercy for my transgressions." After repeating this 3 times, Mr. K's face pressed against the ground again, emitting sounds of chewing and devouring. After performing these peculiar actions, he stood up and tapped 4 times, top, down, left, right on his chest. "What happened? Why the repentance?" Lumion asked curiously. Mr. K rasped, "Our Aurora Order failed to react in time to last night's catastrophe. Failing to cooperate with you in destroying the ritual was my dereliction of duty." "It's not your responsibility," Lumion replied, his lips twitching. The Tarot Club's actions had primarily propelled the Hostel's plan forward. It was already commendable for the Aurora Order to swiftly discern what had occurred. There was no need for Mr. K to repent and shoulder the blame for the lapse. Mr. K shook his head. "No matter the reason, failure to act is a sin. Do you have to be so responsible? You're just a secret organization, not fanatical believers of the eternal blazing sun," Lumion muttered silently. As if sensing Lumion's thoughts, Mr. K spread his arms wide and spoke with abnormal fanaticism. "Because our Aurora Order is born to bear all sin." "I think you're being too extreme." Lumion struggled to control his expression. Chapter 497, The Fragment's Origins. Mr. K didn't impose any specific requests for Lumion's journey to Phaenopotter. He merely reiterated that Lumion could utilize the finger anytime he faced challenges. As long as he wasn't in a unique environment, the Aurora Order Oracle could sense it through the blood connection and offer prompt assistance, sensing it over quite a long distance. "As expected of being a part of your body, I wonder if demonesses can complete a curse after obtaining this finger." Lumion bade farewell to Mr. K, his thoughts drifting, and exited the opulent beige house at 19 Rue Shear. In Trocadero town, at the entrance of the manor surrounded by grapevines, Franca caught sight of Brown's Sauron, her long orange-red hair cascading down like a waterfall. The demoness smirked mockingly and said, "I heard your lover is dead." "Did you just drink the Provoker potion?" Franca retorted without backing down. Could it be that members of the Sauron family carry a Provoker trait from birth? Without waiting for Brown's response, Franca walked past her, chuckling. "Yes, Gardner Martin is indeed dead. I killed him myself." Brown's pupils dilated as she turned her head in surprise to gaze upon Franca's side profile. She saw that the new demoness had a faint smile on her face, but her eyes were deep and dark, a mix of pleasure and pain, solemn and ruthless. Franca considered adding, "I was even present to hear your ancestors scream while being killed," but that would expose her grasp of extensive secret intel and mysticism knowledge that she ought not to have at her level. It would arouse the demoness sect's suspicion, so she abandoned the idea. As she advanced, she smiled and said, "Then, I found the item Gardner Martin and his collaborators smuggled into Trier through the catacombs." "You found it. What is it?" Brown's hadn't expected Franca to complete this mission, a mix of surprise and a tinge of jealousy crossing her features. Franca didn't hide anything. This was her purpose in coming to Demoness of Black Claris. She produced the pitch-black figurine with its hair facing the opposite direction of the orthodox version, and waved it in front of Brown's. Brown's expression froze, as if she had seen something terrifying. How is it appearing here?" The Demoness of Pleasure's voice trailed off, her tone filled with unconcealable shock. Franca seized the opportunity to ask, "You know what it is?" Brown snapped out of her daze, her eyes flickering as she said, "My teacher will tell you." Franca didn't press further, and changed the subject with a smile. "Why does your teacher call herself the Demoness of Black? Wouldn't any ordinary person consider a demoness a derogatory term?" "Everyone has different aesthetic standards. Some like to call themselves saintesses, while others find demonesses cool. They have a unique and unorthodox flair." Brown's appeared more inclined to the latter. Franca pondered seriously, men retain their youthful spirit even in death. Is there such excessive self-awareness, even if they were once men? She realized that if someone called her a demoness of XX, she would probably feel a strange sense of smugness despite her embarrassment. However, if it were Saintess, she would definitely have goosebumps, her toes cringing so bad that they could dig a hole and bury herself in it. Before long, Franca encountered the demoness of black at the circular pavilion amidst the grapevines and numerous vines. Claris's dark gray eyes, tinged with melancholy, swept across Franca's face and the black primordial demoness figurine in her hand. Her gaze lingered on the latter for a few seconds before she said, "Did you obtain this from the Iron and Blood Cross Order?" "Yes, I did." Franca took the initiative to recount the previous night's encounter. She recounted from the moment she failed to tail the Carbonari member, until how she and Anthony Reed mysteriously entered the sealed fourth epic Trier under the influence of the primordial demoness figurine, and the ancient silver mirror despite clearly being in apartment 601 at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. She didn't hide the existence of the ancient silver mirror anymore. She only said that she had accidentally obtained it underground a few months ago. This time, it had some effect but disappeared without a trace after they sank underground. Everything she said was the truth, every word the truth. Demoness of Black Claris interrupted Franca's account and asked thoughtfully, "Did you run into Gardner Martin as soon as you entered?" Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she seemed to foresee the development. "Yes, there was also that Carbonari member. He's General Philip who faked his death. This strange figurine was found on him," Franca replied truthfully. "At that time, Anthony and I nearly died at Gardner and Philip's hands. Fortunately, Seal and Jenna inexplicably entered and were hidden nearby." She briefly recounted the battle and deliberately redirected Jenna's ability towards vampires. After listening for a while, the Demoness of Black raised her right hand and gently stroked her face. "You said that there was an area in the wilderness with chaotic weather in the distance, and there was a giant figure surrounded by hurricanes and thick fog." "Yes, we also heard his roar and nearly lost control. Fortunately, we entered the gray, fog-shrouded city in time. The commotion outside became very muffled." Franca hadn't expected the Demoness of Black to be so concerned about the giant. Claris listened quietly and let out a soft sigh. She felt a mix of sorrow, disappointment, and indescribable relief, making her feel exceptionally pitiful. Browns looked at her teacher with a puzzled expression, as if she didn't understand why the Demoness of Black had such a reaction. Franca was puzzled at first, but then her heart skipped a beat. Browns belongs to the Sauron family. Could it be the same for the Demoness of Black? Could they be a branch of the Sauron family that had pledged allegiance to the Demoness sect? However, the Demoness of Black's hair and eyes don't resemble those of a genuine Sauron family member. If they are all from the Sauron family, could the Demoness of Black be Browns' relative, or even her father or mother, leading to Browns' current state? Had the Demoness of Black heard about Vermonda Sauron's current situation and understood the Iron and Blood Cross Order's scheme? Is that why she's so emotional? As these thoughts raced through Franca's mind, she continued to recount the battle between the four of them and Mirror Gardner. Finally, she took out the pitch-black Mirror World fragment. "Your Excellency, Demoness of Black, what's this? And what's this figurine?" Demoness of Black Claris gazed at the Mirror World fragment and the black primordial demoness figurine and said, "In conventional mysticism, the Mirror World isn't a true world. It's an amalgamation of the concept of doors, connected to mirrors and alternate spaces. However, many members of our Demoness sect are aware that in certain special places, for specific reasons, there are a few mirror worlds with monsters. You encountered one of them, and this is a fragment of that world." She briefly recounted what Franca already knew about the Mirror World fragment. Finally, she said, "This should have been handed over to me for a reward, but according to your description, many underground mirror people have already infiltrated Trier. This fragment can help you track them, find them, and eliminate them. You can keep it for a while until the mission is completed. This is your next mission. Clean up Trier's mirror people and gather any similar fragments that might be on them. The origins and effects are the same as what Madam Magician said. From the looks of it, Claris wasn't lying to me. Sigh, my next mission is in Trier. I can't follow Seal to Fainapotter to search for Bard and company at critical moments. I can get him to teleport me there to provide help." Franca sighed inwardly and said, "Yes, Your Excellency, Demoness of Black." The Demoness of Black continued, "This figurine originates from one of the special mirror worlds. We believe in the primordial one in reality. The mirror people believe in the mirrored primordial one, but it's actually just a projection of the primordial one in the mirror." Just as I suspected, the primordial demoness's projection in the mirror underwent an abnormality and gained self-awareness, causing her condition to worsen? Or is Clarice not telling the entire truth? Under the Demoness of Black's instructions, Franca handed over the special figurine. Clarice nodded slightly and said, "You completed the Iron and Blood Cross Order mission better than I expected by retrieving this special figurine. What reward do you want?" Franca didn't hesitate and answered, "The potion formula for affliction, or perhaps a mystical item that allows me to traverse the spirit world." The Demoness of Black revealed an inconspicuous smile. "This time, I'll give you the potion formula for affliction. Once you complete your next mission, you can choose a mystical item with the spirit world traversal ability." Does that mean I can't exchange my contributions for teleportation-type items this time, but they surpass the value of the Demoness of Affliction formula? I can save a portion and exchange them together when I make other contributions. Franca pondered for a moment and said, "Okay." Demoness of Black Clarice raised her right hand and swiped at the void. Franca immediately noticed numerous dark Hermes words, outlined on the watery surface, at the edge of the circular pavilion. Affliction Potion Formula. Sequence 5. Main ingredient, flower-faced bat's head, two-tailed black snake's gallbladder. Supplementary ingredients: 30 milliliters of flower-faced bat blood, 50 milliliters of a seriously ill human's blood, tail tip of the two-tailed black snake, 10 drops of Enfinida's eucalyptus essential oil. Ritual, without substitutes, be burned at the stake for 15 minutes and survive without going mad. Just reading the description hurts. Franca couldn't help but shrink back. After memorizing the potion formula, she left the manor with Browns. Demoness of Black Clarice watched her silently as she retrieved an item from a hidden pocket in her black court dress. It was a pitch-black mirror fragment. It bore a striking resemblance to Franca's mirror world fragment, albeit with an irregular fracture at the edge. Chapter 498, Suspicious Attitude. Lugano Toscano, a burly man with brown hair, brown eyes, and sharp features, donned a budget-friendly black formal suit. He lowered his head as he navigated through the lively crowd, his top hat shading his face. After a series of turns, the Beyonder, now a Sequence 8 doctor, entered Rue des Pavés beside Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. He ascended a creaking wooden staircase to the top floor of an ancient house. Upon waking that day, before having breakfast, his companion informed him of being wanted, due to his role as Cécile Dubois' trusted subordinate managing a dance hall. Despite Lugano's confusion about the Savoy mob's motives and his certainty of non-involvement, as a wild Beyonder, merely existing rendered him guilty. Reluctant to seek clarification from the purifiers and machinery hivemind, he packed his bags and moved to the safe house without notifying his companions. His plan was to observe for a few more days before deciding on his next move. During the factory's lunch break, making the market district bustling, Lugano descended and surveyed the area. True to his expectations, he discovered he was indeed wanted, with a bounty of 2,000 Verl d'Or. Considering his perceived lack of importance, Lugano hoped to fade from the official Beyonder's attention in due time. Entering the room, not much larger than an attic, Lugano used a brass key to open the dark brown wooden door. Amidst the creaks, a figure caught the doctor's eye. Seated at a simple wooden table, Cécile Dubois displayed golden black hair, a silver earring, a white shirt, a dark jacket, grayish-blue pants, and leather shoes. How did he find this place? Besides me and the landlord residing in another quartier, no one knows about this safe house. Officially put to use for the first time today, Lugano's pupils dilated as if he wanted to scrutinize the figure in the dim room. At some point, the open curtains had been drawn. Lumion grinned at Lugano and remarked, "Why, am I not welcomed?" Lugano instinctively forced a smile, replying, It's an honor to have you here. I just didn't expect you to know about this doghouse of mine. He spoke with humility, but also subtly hinted at Lumion. I haven't forgotten that I'm your dog. As Lugano spoke, he entered the room, closing the wooden door behind him. The space darkened, and a snap echoed. The candles on the simple wooden table suddenly ignited, casting a yellowish flame. Lumion lowered his raised right palm and nodded slightly, asking, "Any questions?" Lugano didn't delve into the crimes of the Savoy mob's brass that had made him a wanted man. Instead, his concern was elsewhere. "Monsieur Seal, how did you know about this safe house of mine?" Lumion chuckled. "I can find anything if I put my mind to it." Lugano's eyes narrowed, sensing the formidable confidence in the other party. Seal's actions also validated his words. Of course, Lumion wouldn't tell Lugano that he had followed him multiple times, determining the locations of his 3 safe houses. As a hunter, Lumion often roamed the market district during his free time, honing his tracking skills. He was well acquainted with the area. While he randomly chose targets for ordinary passersby and residents, Lugano Toscano, a Beyonder seeking to join his ranks, was a crucial subject of investigation to prevent betrayal. Lumion kept a close eye on him to avoid being blindsided by any potential treachery. Without waiting for Lugano to delve into further inquiries, Lumion got straight to the point. "I need your help with something." "It's my honor." Lugano didn't seek details and acted as if he was unquestionably on board. "Isn't this too toady? I'm now a wanted criminal. Without Salle de Balbrise and other businesses, it's impossible for me to provide any more resources." Lumion stroked his chin with his right hand. "I need to make a trip to the Fainapotter Kingdom. I wish for you to be my translator." Lugano promptly responded, "No problem." "Is that so? But I have a problem." Lumion, a conspirer, grew suspicious of Lugano's unquestioning loyalty, given the lack of inquiry or discussion about returns. He instantly became highly focused. Could it be that this fellow, like Ludwig, has been sent by some faction to interact with me? Lumion raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I thought you'd refuse. After all, you've already become a doctor. Even without taking any risks, you can lead a very good life. Doctors could use superpowers to treat illnesses and injuries, easily sustaining themselves in any country or city." Lugano said sheepishly, "I'm also wanted. I'm planning to find a place to hide before returning to Trier. Besides, I believe you'll reward me handsomely. Although doctors can treat illnesses, we can't use Beyonder powers openly. That would attract the attention of official Beyonders unless we only dabble in the black market. The best choice is to forge a doctor's license and open a clinic. Add on Beyonder powers while providing regular treatment. However, it will require a large sum of starting funds and sufficient medical knowledge. I already have the latter. As for the former, I've just exchanged all my savings for the main and supplementary ingredients for the doctor potion." As he spoke, Lugano's smile ingratiated. "Once I become a renowned doctor in Trier, I'll earn at least 200,000 Veraldor annually. That way, I won't have to adventure anymore. Even if I don't want to become too famous and attract the attention of official Beyonders, it'll be easy for me to earn 40,000 to 50,000 Veraldor a year." "You're quite familiar with Trier's doctor incomes." Lumion gazed at Lugano's face, his doubts dissipating but still lingering. He quickly made up his mind and stood up slowly. "Excellent, wait 3 days for me here. I'll come to you after I'm done with other matters. When the time comes, I'll pay you a 5,000 Veraldor advance. When I don't need your translation services, I'll give you another 5,000 Veraldor. If there's a battle midway, you can divide the spoils of war according to rules between adventurers. I'll provide further compensation later, no less than 5,000 Veraldor." "All right, Monsieur Seal." Lugano escorted Lumion out of the room with a smile. Throughout this process, Lumion observed Doctor's expressions and actions from the corner of his eye, but he didn't detect any abnormalities. Is this really how he is? There's nothing abnormal about him, or is his acting skills good enough? Lumion looked ahead and descended the stairs steadily. Jenna didn't linger in apartment 601 at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. She swiftly packed her belongings, intending to transfer to Franca's safe house in Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative. Despite being a leader of the Savoy mob and Gardner Martin's mistress, Franca strangely hadn't become a wanted criminal. However, the Demoness of Pleasure anticipated that she might face arrest by official Beyonders at her residence soon. Therefore, Franca had prepared to move to Trocadero town, having packed her own belongings and Jenna's luggage into a traveler's bag for a quick escape. Carrying a brown suitcase, Jenna entered Rue des Blouses Blanches and noticed peculiar symbols in a side alley, resembling child's graffiti, a sign of the Purifier's request for a meeting. Jenna hesitated as she walked forward. Although she had discussed with Lumion, Franca, and Anthony what to say about the previous night's encounter, meeting official Beyonders still felt risky. The unease lingered. After nearly 10 minutes of contemplation, Jenna let out a soft sigh and turned onto Avenue du Marché, making her way towards the alley behind Église Saint-Trobert, the designated meeting venue. Her brother Julien was still in Port-le-Sueur and would return to Trier in a few months. Jenna aimed to avoid implicating her remaining relative and wanted him to live free from hiding and fear. Her plan was to establish a positive relationship with the Purifiers and entrust them with her brother's safety. "I'm already a witch who can bring about a catastrophe. I'll shoulder these dark and dangerous matters," Jenna silently muttered to herself, lowering her eyes and quickening her pace. This time, Valentine and Imre weren't the only ones in the back alley of Église Saint-Robert's cathedral. There was also a man with blonde hair, golden eyebrows, and a golden beard, dressed in a brown double-breasted coat. "This is our deacon, Monsieur Angoulême," Imre introduced. "He attaches great importance to last night's catastrophe and wants to know what information you have." From their perspective, Celia Bello had close ties to Seal and Franca. One of them was Gardner Martin's subordinate in two aspects, while the other was his mistress. They were expected to be aware of the riots and anomalies in the market district. Jenna's role as an informant had prompted the Purifiers, on Angoulême's suggestion, to hold off arresting Franca and apartment 601 at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. For now, their focus was on making Seal Dubois, confirmed as a soldier of the secret organization, a wanted man. Jenna averted her gaze from Angoulême's golden buttons and suddenly smiled. "Are you referring to the catastrophe triggered by the unsealing of Fourth Epoch Trier last night?" Imre and Valentine were initially dazzled by Jenna's smile, but then their eyes widened in shock at the information she revealed. Angoulême was taken aback and sighed inwardly, as if he had anticipated this. Jenna tilted her head slightly and added with a smile, "Would you believe me if I said that I witnessed the beginning of the problem and the rituals process with my own eyes, and I entered Fourth Epoch Trier, yet managed to escape?" Valentine and Imre's eyes widened as they remained silent, unsure of how to respond. "Is it related to the hostel you previously reported?" Angoulême asked in a deep voice. Jenna tersely acknowledged and nodded. "Where are Franca and Seal?" Angoulême inquired. Jenna replied truthfully, "They've left the market district. They probably won't return." Angoulême breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Tell me more about your experiences." Chapter 499, Minor Arcana Card. Jenna briefed the three Purifiers about their investigation of Hostel, emphasizing the encounter with a cyborg monk from the Deep Valley Cloister underground, who carried a load of paints and brushes. As they subsequently investigated, Seal and she stumbled upon a tunnel collapse during an earthquake-like upheaval, leading them to fall into the painting's world. Imre couldn't hide his disbelief, interrupting Jenna with a skeptical tone. "You just fell into the painting world like that. Seems too coincidental." The coincidence seems so unreal that even best-selling authors wouldn't concoct such a plot twist. Valentine muttered to himself, "Could it be a miracle from God?" Jenna nodded, recalling her initial disbelief when she first laid eyes on the painting's market district. Yes, it was hard to believe at first. Angoulême, with a subtle gesture of his right hand, signaled Imre and Valentine not to press further, allowing Celia Bello to continue. Jenna shifted her focus to Seraphine and Gabriel's detailed description of Hostel, delving into her and Seal's harrowing escape, encounters with pixies, and the relentless attacks from the other rooms. Upon grasping the significance of hostel and rooms, Valentine's mind churned with contemplation, making a vital connection. Each room harbors a resident, akin to concealing immense power within one's body, allowing a portion of it to leak out. Where have I seen such a state before? As images and information flashed through Valentine's mind, he looked up, interrupting Jenna's narrative with a probing question. What seals true identity? When the purifiers plastered the wanted posters across the city, they were onto Seal Dubois and his fake identity cooked up by the Save mob. The police headquarters had their hands full interrogating the captured Save mob members, digging for any shreds of information about Seal Dubois' background. Jenna understood that now that he was wanted, Seal couldn't conceal his true identity further. After some consideration, she smiled and said, "Don't you know? His real name is Lumian Lee, also a wanted criminal from Cordu in the south." Lumian Lee, Valentine's eyelids twitched as he realized his suspicions were correct. Jenna glanced at him and softly explained. Seal joined the Save mob and the Iron and Blood Cross Order to enhance himself and seek revenge on the evil gods bestowed. He played a crucial role in this matter. Without his investigation, the hostile ritual wouldn't have been brought forward, and the catastrophe would have been even more severe. Though he claims it's to finish off the bestowed of evil gods, deep down, he doesn't want others to suffer the same fate after he experienced a disaster. Valentine's expression eased, revealing a mix of regret and relief. He sighed, acknowledging, he is indeed a devout follower of God. Unfortunately, fate and those malevolent forces pushed him into the darkness. Jenna, muttering silently, a devout follower. I'm afraid you have some unnecessary misunderstandings about Seal. Angoulême responded to the revelation with a self-deprecating smile. I didn't expect the one preventing the catastrophe from escalating last night to be a wanted criminal, a member of an evil organization. Even without standing in the light, one can still be a hero. Jenna agreed with this sentiment, choosing not to divulge the Pixie's reference to Lumian as Room 1. Instead, she focused on the escape from the painting world, describing their emergence in the wilderness outside Fourth Epic Trier after passing through the darkness corresponding to the Salle de Balbrise at sunrise. She detailed the collapsed grayish-white stone pillar, the distant giant's figure, General Philip's feigned death, the black primordial demoness figurine, Mirror Gardner Martin, the terrifying roar, the descending sun, the reddened sky, and the rain of fire. However, she discreetly omitted the specifics of the ensuing battle. Angoulême and the rest wisely held back from prying too much. Among wild Beyonders, certain intel could fetch a handsome sum, but the details of their abilities and combat techniques were strictly confidential. Finally, we obtained the figurine and the fragment left behind by Mirror Gardner, left the seal, and returned to the normal underground, Jenna continued. Though the first half of her sentence wasn't directly related to the second half, it created an impression of how they left Fourth Epic Trier. The complexity of the matter is beyond imagination, and it involves a high-level power. Angoulême sighed softly. They had no idea what had happened for the sun to rise from the sacred heart cloister last night, nor did they understand why it had fallen into the Fourth Epic Trier's seal. They felt that it had something to do with an angel-level battle. Where is the figurine and the mirror fragment? Valentine asked anxiously. Jenna couldn't be more honest. It's with Franca. Angoulême nodded gently. Where's the full-body armor? This was linked to the deaths of his two former colleagues. Of course, Gardner Martin's death could be seen as a form of successful revenge. Magic mirror divination revealed a terrifying betrayal curse associated with it. Gardner Martin's fate served as proof. None of us dared to take the risk. Ultimately, we left it with Seal. Jenna, even as a witch, found the curse to be exaggerated and ridiculous. After a brief silence, Angoulême addressed the issue. If you encounter Seal again, tell him he can sell us the armor. Jenna nodded in agreement, and the purifier deacon got serious. The intel you provided is very important. What kind of compensation do you want? The potion formula for pleasure and all the ingredients, Jenna replied, intending to set a high starting point for negotiation. This came from years of bargaining experience. Angoulême glanced at the witch and said, "Are you planning to leave the market district too?" "That's right," Jenna smiled sadly and self-deprecatingly. "Witches bring catastrophe. I don't want to impact the people here." No wonder the witches in stories always live in the dark forest, away from people. "However, I'll return occasionally and remain your informant. You can continue to contact me through the agreed method." Her slightly sad smile prompted an instinctive urge in Imre to look away, wary of falling for her. "Once we verify the authenticity of your intel, we'll help you apply for the formula and ingredients for pleasure. I can't guarantee its success. Items at this level require approval from the higher-ups," Angoulême promised, without entering into further negotiation. After bidding farewell to the purifiers, Jenna picked up her suitcase and took a carriage to Franca's safe house in Quartier de la Cathédrale commémorative. Once settled, she reflected for a moment and decided to express her gratitude at the Fool's Cathedral in Lavigny Docks. She felt compelled to thank this great entity for answering her prayers and enabling Seal to enter the painting world to provide assistance. This marked the official commencement of her commitment to Mr. Fool. In the pristine cathedral with clear windows, Jenna sat at the edge of the last row of pews. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands, brought them to her chest, and bowed her head in prayer. Amidst the tranquility of the religious space, it felt as if she had entered a deep slumber, her mind empty, and her words mere offerings of praise. Vaguely, she sensed someone settling beside her. Ignoring the newcomer, she continued with her prayer. After a few minutes, she opened her eyes and noticed a petite lady praying beside her. The lady had shoulder-length yellow hair and wore light pants, a masculine-looking shirt, and a small brown coat. Although her eyes remained closed, the delicate contours of her brows, mouth, and nose were discernible from her side profile. Despite her lack of height, she exuded a calm and dignified aura. Sensing Jenna's gaze, the woman opened her eyes and greeted her with a smile. "Jenna." "Yes, whom am I speaking to?" Jenna felt puzzled and vigilant, but she sensed no danger in Mr. Fool's cathedral. The young lady introduced herself. "I'm the Major Arcana card holder of the Two of Cups, whom you might know as Franca, Judgment. I came to the Fool's Cathedral to pray today, not expecting to meet you. Perhaps this is fate. How about it? Do you want to draw a minor Arcana card?" Feeling the friendliness in her tone, Jenna nodded and said, "I'd be delighted, Madam Judgment." If it were any other Major Arcana card holder, Jenna might have been instinctively worried, but Franca and Lumion had already mentioned Judgment and Magician to her. She had a natural favorable impression and trust in them. Judgment retrieved a stack of tarot cards from a small black bag hanging from her waist. She casually cut them a few times and handed them over with a smile. "Draw one." Jenna felt inexplicably nervous. After contemplating for a moment, she reached out her right hand and drew a minor Arcana card. The card depicted 7 cups floating in the clouds, with skulls and people looking at them below. "7 of Cups," Madam Judgment chuckled. "This represents confusion, puzzlement, dreams, illusions, and choices. But what's important is not that. Our Tarot Club's 2 demonesses drew a cup card." She produced another tarot card, this one portraying an angel sounding a trumpet to guide the departed. "Major Arcana card, Judgment. Keep this card. When faced with unforeseen danger, take it out and recite Rain Judgment in Hermes. As long as I'm in Trier, I can provide assistance. Of course, you have to be in Trier too when requesting. Except in places like 4th Epoch Trier, I won't be able to hear you," Madam Judgment calmly explained. "Thank you, Madam Judgment." Jenna expressed her gratitude sincerely, accepting the Major Arcana card. Judgment nodded and continued, "Now, cooperate with the Two of Cups to carry out the Demoness Sect's mission, but with a different direction. Avoid the Demoness Sect and investigate the special mirror worlds. The Demoness of Catastrophe, Crismona, who perished in the 4th Epoch, is a starting point. She's a child of the primordial Demoness, a natural-born woman, a pure female Demoness, just like you." Chapter 500, Nonexistent City. The child of the primordial Demoness must be born as a woman. Jenna pondered the sequence name, Witch, and began to grasp its significance. A god's offspring can't be just ordinary, and being a sequence 9 or 8 from birth seems impossible, doesn't it? All right, Jenna agreed. Upon joining the Tarot Club, her initial mission didn't require her to part ways with her companions or expose herself to unnecessary risks, bringing a sense of comfort. Madam Judgment responded with a smile, saying, "Allow me to update you on the Tarot Club's current situation." After Anthony Reed left apartment 601 at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, the exhaustion of a sleepless night hit him hard. As a psychiatrist, his physical condition hadn't improved much, staying awake until dawn and enduring severe injuries took a toll. Surviving with the help of the blood-sucking obsidian arrow had left him weakened, having lost a significant amount of blood. Subsequent intense battles and relentless running had drained his stamina, leaving him naturally fatigued and yearning for a bed. At times like these, he couldn't help but envy the hunters. Lumion, just one sequence higher, hadn't slept either. Despite being the main force in both battles, he showed no signs of weariness, appearing energetic enough to take on Gardner Martin once more. Pressing on, Anthony Reed turned onto Rue Anarchy, entering a brownish-gray house and reaching a corner on the 3rd floor. This was his safe house, an apartment vacant for a long time. He believed it unsafe to rent from a landlord or broker for a safe house. Any interaction risked betrayal and tracking. Leveraging his identity as an information broker, he identified unused or abandoned apartments in the Market District. If things went awry, he could choose a random one to hide without making contact. Dusty bed and moldy blanket didn't bother Anthony. He collapsed and quickly succumbed to sleep. In the hazy dream, clarity and rationality returned suddenly. Ahead, Avenue du Marché unfolded, a café bustling with patrons and thriving. Following his peculiar intuition, Anthony Reed passed a golden retriever at the café's entrance and arrived at Booth D by the window. A lady in a light green and white dress sat there. Anthony sensed he should see her face clearly, one capable of leaving a stunning impression, but a clear mental image eluded him. It was as if all the information had been gathered, but his brain or body of heart and mind struggled to process it. "Good morning, I'm Justice." The lady introduced herself in a gentle voice, carrying a hint of briskness. Justice? Anthony had already learned from Lumion and Franca that the secret organization they belonged to was the Tarot Club. Members used tarot cards as code names, with major arcana card holders representing key demigod members and minor arcana card holders as peripheral members under the different major arcana cards. Justice was undoubtedly a major arcana card. "Are you going to be my major arcana card holder?" Anthony asked respectfully, taking a seat across from her. Justice smiled. "You can also choose to switch. It's not that fate can't be changed." Of course, some entities don't think so. The major arcana card opposite him was friendly, not imposing at all. She even initiated a joke, easing Anthony's tense heart. He exhaled quietly and said, "I can draw a card now." As he finished speaking, a stack of tarot cards appeared in front of him. Anthony habitually selected one from the middle and placed it on the table. The minor arcana card revealed a man carrying a sword sitting beneath 3 hanging swords. 4 of Swords. You've already unburdened your heart. The remaining rest and preparation are for propelling yourself further into the future. As a psychiatrist, this card signals you to be vigilant about your mind at all times. We can shoulder new burdens at any moment, and it's crucial to know how to accept, accommodate, and resolve them. Madam Justice interpreted the minor arcana card. A stack of tarot cards appeared in front of her, noticeably less than before. With casual ease, she drew a card and placed it at the center of the table. The card portrayed an impartial goddess seated on a stone chair, wielding a sword and scales, the Justice card from the major arcana. Pushing the Justice card toward Anthony, she smiled and said, "You have 2 missions now. First, collaborate with the 2 of Cups to eliminate mirror people and investigate the demoness sex predicament. Second, make contact with a covert organization known as the Psychology Alchemists." Psychology Alchemists, Anthony mulled over the name. After laying out the missions, Justice inquired, Did they brief you on the specifics of the great existence we're following and the Tarot Club? All I know is that you follow an orthodox god named the Fool and use tarot cards as code names. Following his name, Anthony honestly replied. Before formally joining the Tarot Club, Lumion and Franca had kept details scarce. Justice chuckled. Then allow me to introduce you to our beacon and savior, the great Mr. Fool. Her tone held a touch of joy. After leaving Lugano Toscano's secure hideout, Lumion took a carriage to Quartier du Jardin Botanique. He navigated the street, named Rue des Pavés in the Market District, and entered the safe house he had leased earlier. Ludwig sat on the sofa, engrossed in a novel and indulging in dessert. Lumion glanced at him, sneering, escaping the Church of Knowledge doesn't mean you should stoop to reading novels only. Ludwig diverted the conversation. Someone of ill temper sent you a letter. It's in the bedroom. Ill-tempered, Lumion furrowed his brow. The one in the golden dress, like a doll, Ludwig replied, not bothering to look up. Midway, he paused to savor a bite of carrot cake, a specialty from the Lone Kingdom. Madam Magician's messenger, Lumion asked in puzzlement, why did she lose her temper at you? I saw her and had a little spat with her, Ludwig replied nonchalantly. Just an argument. She didn't string you up for a beating. Lumion muttered silently as he entered the bedroom and picked up the folded letter from the desk. This letter differed from the one that had previously rewarded him. It primarily addressed Lumion's inquiries after acquiring the 0 to 1 information. This seems to be a hint from the Church of Knowledge. If you can attain a high position, they are willing to offer some assistance. They might even tacitly permit you to take possession of the sealed artifact. However, there are 2 prerequisites. Firstly, you must achieve the status of a Sequence 4 saint at the very least, possessing godhood and the qualifications to step onto the chessboard. Secondly, you must have a method to transport that sealed artifact without causing harm to the surrounding humans and the environment. If you fail to meet these 2 conditions, the Church of Knowledge won't extend clear support. There's also a contradiction for becoming a demigod, and how those more formidable than Sequence 5 are unable to approach 0 to 1. Perhaps there's a hidden message here, suggesting that after proving your ability to advance to Sequence 4, but before consuming the potion through a ritual, entering the City of Exiles, Morara, and approaching 0 to 1 is the next step. Leave a mark or achieve something to lay the groundwork for controlling it when you advance to a higher sequence. As for their specific expectations, I cannot discern them at the moment. In simple terms, if you demonstrate and prove your potential, the Church of Knowledge is willing to support your bid for the Red Priest position, competing against Red Angel Medici. Does that surprise you? Are you excited? Surprise, more like shock. Lumion had never truly entertained the idea of becoming a true god. Despite not being a devout believer, he had grown up in a society influenced by such beliefs. His exposure to the mystical world was relatively recent, making the notion of I too can become a god, I also want to become a god, unlikely. As for the terror and might of Red Angel Medici, Lumion had witnessed it in 4th Epoch Trier. The prospect of becoming enemies with such a formidable entity, and vying for the Red Priest's deity position, instinctively struck him as absurd and meaningless. What's the fundamental difference between this and Auror's just during combat class, claiming you've mastered basic combat techniques and can now slay a god? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion suddenly muttered to himself, if I become a true god, can I resurrect Auror? After a moment of silence, he smiled self-deprecatingly and said, even deities can perish and may not be resurrected. Madam Magician mentioned that the betrayal curse of the Pride Armor stems from the aversion and hatred of a deity before their demise. However, according to the information she provided, the Pride Armor first appeared at the end of the all-out war in the northern continent. Did a true god perish back then? The abilities of the Pride Armor clearly belong to the warrior pathway. The one who perished was the god of war. But in the Fasek Empire, the Church of the God of Combat is still fine. That's what the newspapers, magazines, and merchants said. Lumion pondered for a moment, but couldn't come to a conclusion. He shifted his gaze back to the letter. I never intended for you to pursue the Red Priest's deity position, actually. I believed that with an angel sealed within you and a changed fate, there was a chance for you to become a high-sequence Beyonder. Now, follow your heart's desires. Our tarot club is here to support you. However, there's something to be cautious about. I went to Lemberg and consulted a few local scholars known for their knowledge, but none of them have heard of the city of exiles, Morora. In the eyes of ordinary people, and even the lower and middle-class clergymen of the Church of Knowledge, this city is non-existent and unrecorded. You've reached the end of the book.